I used to think I was a genius. Looking back on it now, it's so embarrassing that I'd go mad from embarrassment, but I really thought I was a genius. I had enough talent to confuse me into thinking that. From when I was young, I never had trouble learning new things, and I got better at things faster than everyone else. But it was only easy up to the beginning. Even if I started out faster than everyone else, my progress eventually became laid back like everyone else's. I didn't think much of it at first. This can happen. I'm slowly getting better. I can do it because I'm a genius. And in the end, I discovered the truth I never wanted to find out. I am not a genius. The event that broke my laughable delusion was a meeting with a real genius that I couldn't even compare to, a frog in the well who confused himself for a genius. In the time I was basking in my imaginary superiority, the true genius was already soaring the skies. I hate geniuses. Seeing them act as if other people can also easily do the things they do makes me want to kill them, whether it be sincere or simply trying to show off by mocking those under them. Whatever it is, it leaves me with a fucking shitty mood whenever I hear it. Are you jealous? Jealous, you fucker. You talked like a dick, so I acted like a dick back. Why the fuck are you bringing up jealously? I didn't think you would think of it that way. I just thought your situation was unfortunate. Unfortunate, what is? You just tried a bit harder. What the hell do you know about trying harder? You could be a lot better than you are now. Hey, I'm already doing really well. Your standards are just insanely high. How can every person be like you? You're a genius, so don't think that other people can be like you. You got it, I can't be like you. Fuck off. I squeezed out the remainder of my voice, a hole in my chest. It seemed like they were pouring the elixir and casting magic, but it was a futile task. Please, she's crying. I didn't think that bitch would ever make a face like that. Normally, she would make those teasing faces and provoke me every day, but I guess she did like me. That's why I said so. I told you to go back. Why'd you follow us and... Xenia, just put that back. My voice wasn't working properly. It was because of the blood that had risen up through my throat. Elixir. We don't have much of that precious stuff. Don't waste it here. But it's fine. I know my body the best. I can't live. I'll soon die. I will die. I came to terms with that even before the hole in my chest. My body was already broken before that. Go back. Wait here. I ignored these worries and followed them here. I could have dodged it. A solemn voice. Son of a bitch. He's an asshole till the end. You didn't need to do this. I told you to fuck off. Why the fuck do you keep bothering me when it's getting hard to squeeze out my voice? You probably knew it too. He made a face as if he couldn't understand. I get it. Even if it looked like death to other people, it probably wasn't all that scary for you. Do you think I didn't know? Of course I did. I've been to many places with you. I know how crazy of a monster you are, much more than the people who gossip about your strength. You didn't need to die this way. Then how else should I have died? You know it as well. It was a miracle that I was able to make it here. If you weren't here, I would have never reached this point. This is close enough to an honorable death. It's hard to squeeze out my voice, but I want to say this before I die. It was obvious I'd be nothing more than a burden, and I didn't want to go back. I also don't want to spend the rest of my life in a crippled body. Since you're so fucking good, I probably didn't need to take the hit. I threw my body at it, even though I knew. The body that didn't listen to me worked properly at that moment. Because of that, I pushed that infuriating bastard out of the way, and a huge hole was made in my chest. I'm getting tired. Leave me alone. It's getting harder to make any sound. I hear my voice from afar and the sound of crying even further away. My fingers won't budge and my body is heavy. My vision stains black. What the fuck, Demon Lord Killer, Martial God, All Master. There were many titles attached to the Great Vermouth, but his most famous title was this. Hero. The Great Vermouth, the hero set out on a journey with his allies 300 years ago, an old story he had heard since he was crawling on all fours. The Great Vermouth, the wise Xenia, the devout Annis, the brave Moron, the stupid Hamel. The other guys are called great, wise, devout, and brave, but why am I called stupid? Every time his nurse read the story to him, it set a fire ablaze in Eugene Lionheart. If only he could say something else besides crying like a baby, or if his body would just move the way he wanted it to. Moron, that fucking retard got sugar-coated as brave, so why am I called stupid? Did they accidentally switch the two? No matter how much he thought about it, brave and moron did not go together. Brave, you mean the retarded moron. Stupid Hamel was always jealous of Vermouth. Hamel always said Vermouth was his rival, even if nobody besides him thought of it that way. The fucker who wrote this. I must have beat him up or something 300 years ago. Eugene spat out as he ground his teeth. It wasn't something he could not understand. Stories like these were targeted at kids, so they needed to be easy to read and have a simple moral to them. Hamel always walked in front of Vermouth, even on the crossroads to the Demon Lord's fortress. Vermouth wanted to go to the right, but Hamel strongly urged to go to the left. Bullshit. So Vermouth ended up listening to Hamel. But a trap set by the Demon Lord was waiting in that path. Stupid Hamel. He screamed that the Demon Lord made a trap because he was scared of Hamel. Idiotic Hamel. Eugene, who was now 10 years old, gripped his fists. It was a story he had read over several hundred times, but this part always filled him with rage. Hamel was a troublemaker. His fire-like personality always made him fight with his friends. This is true. After many journeys, Vermouth and his friends finally made it into the Demon Lord's fortress. Stupid Hamel didn't listen to Vermouth in the fortress either. Hamel, who always stood in the front, could not avoid the traps, so Vermouth and his friends faced lots of dangers because of him. This guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. Eugene spat out as he ground his teeth. The hellish fortress. The traps there were not something you could avoid even if you wanted to. You needed to push forward even if you knew there were traps ahead. Hamel, who always fought with his friends. Stupid Hamel. Violent Hamel. But Hamel loved his friends. When Hamel was wounded, he sacrificed himself for his friends instead of running away. In his last moments, Hamel began to regret not being honest to his friends. Senia, I loved you. I didn't like her. Annis, pray for me. I didn't say that. Moron, you are a warrior braver than anyone else. That guy is fucking retarded. Vermouth, please defeat the Demon Lord. Vermouth swore on Hamel's tears. I promise to defeat the Demon Lord. And with that, Hamel peacefully closed his eyes. Nothing after was important enough to Eugene for him to read. Eugene closed the book with a scrunched-up face. I was sacrificed for a children's book. Children, even the stupid Hamel, had a sense of justice deep down in his heart. He sacrificed himself for his allies. He repented for his dishonest past. Motherfucker, you sold my name for this shitty lesson. No matter how many times he read it, it made him furious. Eugene threw the book and spat out his frustration. He wanted to beat whoever wrote this story into a bloody pulp, but the writer of the story from 300 years ago was anonymous. Vermouth, Senia, Annis, Moron. Those four are motherfuckers too. Why would you leave a story like this alone? Fucking Senia, you cried so much as I died. Did you not think of protecting your friend's dignity? Okay, I get it. After finishing his rant, Eugene caught his breath and thought about it. They probably didn't expect the dead Hamel to reincarnate with the memory of his past life. Reincarnation. Eugene recalled the days when all he could do was cry on the crib. To him, those days were as bad as the time he spent in the Demon Lord's fortress. His mind was awake, but his body did not move properly, and he couldn't speak well. He spent most of the day gnawing on his pacifier and staring at the toys dangling from the top of his crib. There was a reason the 10-year-old kid always looked mad. He spent his early days doing nothing but glaring Eugene's side as he massaged between his eyebrows. Reincarnation is fine, but why was I reborn as the descendant of Vermouth? Lionheart is the last name of Vermouth. I mean, there are plenty of places to reincarnate in. Why here? It was a background many would cheer to be born into, but Eugene was unable to feel the same way. He spent his whole life trying to outdo Vermouth. He didn't go around telling people he was his rival, but it was true that he was always conscious of Vermouth during their journeys. He could never surpass Vermouth. No matter how hard he tried and trained, the gap between Vermouth and him did not get any closer. The great Vermouth. Eugene raised his head and looked up. There was a large portrait on the wall. The person painted in it matched the Vermouth from his memories perfectly. Stupid Hamel. He brought out a pocket mirror and stared into his reflection. The face of a 10-year-old. It did not look like Vermouth's, but his last name was Lionheart, and he was the descendant of the hero Vermouth. At first he thought it was a dream long after death, but he came to terms with reality a long time ago. The stupid Hamel had reincarnated as the descendant of the great Vermouth. Vermouth had many concubines besides his wives. I don't remember him going after women. Did he change with age? The Vermouth Eugene remembered lacked any sense of warmth. To think that he had a total of 10 women to produce his descendants. I understand. He's human too. The main wife and her children are the primary family. Even if they all had the last name Lionheart, Eugene's family was a collateral family, but that didn't mean he was poor. While it couldn't be compared to the mansion of the primary family in the capital, the mansion that Eugene lived in was large enough for Eugene to brag about in the countryside he lived in. Even if he was part of the collateral family, he still received some benefits. In this large mansion, the most eye-catching place was the large training grounds. Hero, martial god, all-master, the great Vermouth. As descendants who received his blood, one should try their hardest to train. It was something he'd heard repeatedly as a kid. Again. Zehed Lionheart looked at his 10-year-old son with saddened eyes. He had trained hard from a young age as well, but his past was filled with the guilt from the blood he was born with. His ancestor was the great Vermouth, but Zehed had no talent for fighting. You've broken it. Zehed had a cluster of complex feelings whenever he looked at his son. He used words that were past his age, his eyes that lacked any sense of innocence. His son had lost his mother when he was young, but Zehed had never seen him crying for his dead mother. Not only that, the talent of his son was so great that he could not believe they were connected by blood, a monster. It was a strange thought to have about his only son, but Zehed sometimes felt fearful of his son. He was 10 years old. He was a kid who had not been introduced to mana. How strong could a kid like that be? It just kinda broke. Eugene shrugged as he put down the wooden sword. Wooden swords with steel rods in them are so heavy that they can't be handled with the strength of a child. Even then, Eugene refused to use anything but steel-rotted wooden swords from when he was 7 years old. At first, he thought it was just the confidence of a child. It was cute watching him struggle to swing the sword. That was already 3 years ago. Now, Eugene freely handles the heavy sword. He even straps on bags of sand to lift more weight. Zehed gulped as he looked at the floor. The broken wood sword, the dummy in shambles. How long has it been since he changed them? For days, it wasn't that big of a surprise. Eugene had already broken and replaced every dummy in the training grounds. The village blacksmith is trash. Eugene spat out. It was harsh for a child's words, but Zehed didn't make any move to correct it. It was part of his son's nature. He had tried to correct it from when he was young, but his son's nature did not change. If he sells those flimsy things for money, we should call him over and flog him. You are too nice, father. Oh, I'll give him a warning. Next time I'll get a more sturdy. Not a dummy, just get me a whole boulder of iron. There's no need to worry about the shape if I'm just swinging a wooden sword. Zehed didn't know what to say as he looked at his son, a body so ripped and trained that he couldn't believe it was the body of a 10-year-old. Zehed was sure he would lose if they fought barehanded. He was born to fight. Zehed could not feel pure joy for his son's talent. Was it because his son felt like a monster? That was not the case. One of the complex feelings Zehed had was pride in his son. After all, he had been born with gracious talent unlike him. However, alongside pride, he felt guilt. It was an unavoidable truth as his father. Not all Lionhearts are born equal. Zehed's family had already been pushed out to the side several hundred years ago and was looked down upon even among other collateral families. Did his son know that reality? Probably not. It was too complicated for a child to understand. Can I use a real sword? Now was a prime example. Zehed shook his head, making a sad face. Not yet, because of the blood descent ritual. Yes, in 3 years after you go through the blood descent ritual, you'll be able to hold a real sword. We can just keep it a secret between you and me. We can't do that. As a Lionheart, I cannot ignore the clan's traditions. The blood descent ritual. It was a tradition of the Lionheart clan that occurred every 10 years. In the blood descent ritual, all children with the last name Lionheart from ages 10 to 15 gather in the main hall. The ritual was simple. Who is most fit to carry the name of Lionheart? Who would not be ashamed of carrying the last name of the hero? Weapons that have blades could only be used until after the blood descent ritual. It's a retarded tradition. Eugene did not let his thoughts leave his mouth. However, each time he heard about the tradition of the blood descent ritual and whatnot, it pissed him off. The blood descent ritual only oppresses the collateral families. Children of the collateral families cannot hold a real weapon until the blood descent ritual. They may not train mana before the blood descent ritual. However, children of the main family were allowed to use weapons regardless of age, and they began training mana as soon as they could walk. This is all just bullshit, making sure the collateral families can never surpass the main family. A limit so obvious even children could understand, and it was only Eugene's body that was young. Zehed could not read the mind of his son. However, he sensed many emotions from his son's silent face. In some ways, he thought his moody son was cute, but his sense of guilt far exceeded that feeling. If he had been born in the main family, the talent of his son was amazing, but the collateral families of Lionheart had a clear limit. The blood descent ritual in 3 years, even if his son was amazing for his age, there was no way he could compete with the children of the main family. That reality was what pained Zehed the most. If his son had lacked talent like himself, he would not have needed to face the despair of reality. Father, why is your face so grim? It's nothing. Nothing. I can see himself deprecating about how he's a bad father. Eugene clicked his tongue as he stared at Zehed. Because of how clear the memory of his previous life was, it was hard to think of Zehed as his true father. However, it was a fact that he had been born from Zehed. Father, let's sword fight. We haven't done it in a while. Sword fight playing. Eugene did not call it sparring. It was his way of trying to make things nicer for his father, who was being asked to spar by his 10-year-old son. That was why he specifically brought up the word playing, but Zehed's face was anxious regardless. Zehed felt the weight of the flabs on his stomach. Then he looked at his son's arm that swung the steel rod wooden sword like a toy. And next time, if he lost in strength to his 10-year-old son. Zehed wiped away his cold sweat as he slowly backed away. Eugene grinned as he saw his father going further away. Although Vermouth and the Holy Sword were always highlighted in paintings and in fairy tales within Eugene's memory, the Holy Sword was not a good weapon as it was exaggerated in the story. It was just some flash of light. Even if it was a lot of help during the time on the Black Museum, that was just all. In the first place, the sword was meant to be a ceremonial sword known for its appearance, and Vermouth did not really enjoy using it. He just sometimes uses it to kill some ghost. Master of all Vermouth. As the nickname says, Vermouth had mastered many weapons. He stored them in his subspace and took the appropriate weapon depending on the situation. He was also a genius in magic. Eugene, Hamel never mastered magic. Even if I had learned it with determination, wouldn't I have done as much as anyone else? Probably so, but he never thought he needed at the time. When one was a kid who mistook himself for being a genius, he was too arrogant for himself to learn magic. The meeting with Vermouth changed much of Hamel's. There was a genius who was good at everything. Little Hamel believed he was such a genius, but his illusion was shattered when he encountered the real genius. I'm not a genius. What about now? Eugene tilted his head while clenching his fist tightly. I have a memory of my past life. I will be stronger than I used to be. He was sure about that. However, Eugene did not want to be satisfied with the level. He was reincarnated like this. What's the point of being on a similar level as in his previous life? He was reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth. Vermouth. Eugene thought while pressing his hard arm. I think I like your blood. How long will a child's muscles start to grow? However, apart from the size of the muscles, the body was ideal. Eugene had no choice but to admit the fact. It may not be too big, but it is a flexible body, so it is full of elasticity. I can't think of it as a child's body with a small muscle density. The same goes for bones. Even if I roll it hard, I don't get hurt and the wounds heal quickly. I've always self-proclaimed myself as a genius, but I couldn't compare to you. I can now understand how strong you were. The performance of the body is different. That fact brought joy and bitterness to Eugene. If only I had this body in my previous life, that's a nasty idea. Eugene shook his head to shake off his frustration. His self from previous life is as far as it goes. Why do I have to regret my past life when I've been reincarnated? Eugene thought so and shook off his feelings. However, he could not shake off all his regrets. The only thing left for Hamel was a stupid nickname. What about the others? The Great Vermouth. He returned with this title while serving as a duke in his hometown, Kiel. He was praised as a hero to the end. The Kingdom of Kiel has made the death of Vermouth a state funeral and still commemorates the anniversary of Vermouth's death. The wise Senya. She was the youngest woman ever to be invited to the magic kingdom of Aroth. In Aroth, there are 5 towers. Now, 2 of the towers were headed by the disciples of Senya, the faithful Annis. The helpless woman is also called a saint in Uras, the Holy Empire. She taught how to write a scripture, the brave moron. Eugene couldn't believe his track record. That stupid moron built his own kingdom. He assembled refugees from the area where the devil's army swept through, and he established a kingdom named after himself. The last thing I couldn't understand is this. Eugene crumpled his expression. When this idea comes to his mind, anger always rises. They were all doing well before they died. But why are there still demons in the world? Hamel, from a previous life, wandered around Helmund with his colleagues. He led the total army sent from each country and killed 3 of the 5 demon kings. On the way to the 4th demon, Mosung, the fool Hamel died there. I remember my moment of death clearly. Vermouth and his colleagues believed they would kill all the remaining demon kings. But in reality, of course, the world has become peaceful. The devil doesn't want to conquer the world anymore. All because the great Vermouth made a promise with the devil. Why did you make that promise? Weren't you supposed to kill them all? Eugene doesn't know why. Anyway, the war with the devils ended, and the world became peaceful. This peace has lasted for 300 years. You're too nervous, aren't you? Eugene looked up at the voice he heard. They were currently in a luxurious carriage, and sitting opposite to him, there was a middle-aged man with a long face. It's my first time in the capital, Eugene mumbled, glancing out the window. He left the countryside mansion. I arrived at the city by carriage all day. After a few warp gates, he stepped on the capital's land. I understand. The man's name is Gordon. He was a knight who swore allegiance to the main house of Lionheart and an escort to pick Eugene up. Eugene, may I give you one piece of advice? Yes, if you're already nervous before coming to the main house, every day in the future will be very painful. Gordon's expression was not joking. He was expressing his concern in the name of advice. Eugene smiled as he felt him. Eugene is well aware of his situation. However, Eugene's family is ignored even during the break. But first of all, it's Lionheart family, but only one driver came to pick me up. My father couldn't even come with me. Eugene glared out of the window without erasing his smile. It was a very blatant, cheap move. You're going to kill Small Fry from the start, Small Fry. Vermouth, this is all because you were fooling around. Eugene can already imagine what was going to happen. Seeing that they are already raising the killing flag, he'll receive a more explicit check from the moment he gets to the main house. Are they going to welcome every descendants with a paper scroll in hand, shouting their name out loud together with the name of the place where they came from, just so they could know how sloppy a person's background is? No, that's only for someone they can treat. Seeing that only one knight has been escorted, they won't give me a welcoming ceremony. How many people will participate in this blood ceremony? If I include you, Eugene, there will be 6 people. 3 people will participate in the main house. 3 people from the main house. The 3 members of one's family, one is the son of Young Sil and the other 2 are Seo Chul's twins. What he should pay attention to is the 2 from a family that is both marginal and powerful. The oldest was 15. Also, there's someone younger than me. Eugene is now 13 years old. I couldn't hold my sigh when I realized my new age. I mean, I will be competing with 10-year-old kids. Eugene, never compete with the children of your family. No matter how good you are, you won't be a match for children in your family. I mean, Eugene recalled the gloomy look on Gerhard's face. He couldn't hide his fear that his son might be devastated by the children he saw. I'm looking forward to seeing how good the descendants of Vermouth are. Eugene drew attention from outside the window. The capital's spectacular scenery had already passed by, and now the wagon was out of the city and across the forest. From here on, it's Lionheart's estate. It was a forest surrounded by tall walls. Oh, you don't have to get ready to get off already. We still have to go a long way from here. Gordon grinned and said mockingly, I wish the ground was wider, you little bastard. Why are you shrugging when it's not even your land? Wow, this vast forest is the property of the main house. Yes. Isn't it uncomfortable to be this wide? There are warp gates everywhere. Really, but why am I riding a carriage now? That's because Eugene didn't get permission to use Warpgate. Eugene stared out of the window, answering the questions in his head. As Gordon said, after a long run, the carriage stopped. Gordon got off the opposite door and opened the door on the side where Eugene sat. Welcome to Lionheart's home. Gordon bowed politely and said, a wide open front door, the mansion you can see beyond. Not a single crowd came out to welcome you as I thought. Lionheart, Eugene slowly raised his eyes. White flags lined up from the entrance of the main gate, the brave lion painted in the center. Lionheart Vermouth. Eugene looked down at his chest. His clothes are not engraved with any patterns. The only thing that can engrave a lion's pattern on the left chest symbolizing Lionheart's direct line. I should have left some descendants behind. Hamel of a previous life was never married and had no children. No, I'm good at not having any children. If I do that, I'll have some regrets. Still, seeing the family flag lined up like that, Eugene felt sorry for my past life. Have the other relatives come yet? Eugene is the first. What the hell? Eugene nodded to do so. Eugene was guided by a separate house away from the main building of the mansion. All the way here, I couldn't even see the relatives of my family, who had a lion engraved on their left chest. Why is it so expensive? If a 13-year-old relative came, wouldn't he come to see it just out of curiosity? This is Nina. However, the treatment was not very harsh. As soon as he arrived at the separate house, he got a personal servant. It was a young girl who didn't look much older than Eugene, but Eugene didn't feel much dissatisfaction with her. If you need anything, ring this bell. Nina bowed her head and handed Eugene a small bell. May I speak comfortably? Yes, of course you should. Do I use all of this detached house? Eugene looked around the spacious annex and said, he just said it for confirmation. Eugene knew it wouldn't happen. Nina is too young to supervise a single detached house. That's not true, but you won't feel uncomfortable staying. I have to stay with other relatives. Yes, do you know when you're coming? Everyone should be there in 4 days at the latest. Eugene grinned at the answer. He meant to stay here for 4 days. Is the mist behind you? What? Yes. Do you need permission from your family to wield a wooden sword? That's No way, Eugene smiled and headed for the ballroom. Nina followed Eugene even though she didn't know what to do. Who is Jehard? Why, he is a relative who lives in the corner of the countryside. Where's this countryside? At the western end of the empire. Why are you even interested? It's a hillside where we'll never go. Cyan and Seal are fraternal twins. Although their father is Seo Chul, it is no secret that the head of the family loves his second wife more than his first wife, who is faithful. Such a reality has made the noses of these two 13-year-old boy and girl high enough to reach the sky. Note, Seo Chul is the son of the second wife of the head. His name is Eugene. He has the same age as us. Hey, age doesn't define a friend. He continued, looking toward the detached house in the distance. I heard it's the first time he had ever been to the capital. According to Gordon, earlier he couldn't even bat his eyes out of the window throughout the time he was in the carriage. That's understandable. I heard he is from Giddal. Does he know that place is so far away that no one even bothers to remember? I think that place is only full of forest and fields. I don't know because I've never been there, but it's probably because it's the country. Did he get motion sickness on the warp gate? Gordon said he looked like he was going to throw up. I guess he didn't vomit then. Oh, that's a shame. If he had thrown up, I was going to order him to clean up his own mess, Seal said with a mischievous smile. At her sister's answer, Cyan clicked his fingers left and right and clicked his tongue. You idiot, you don't have to throw up to clean up. What do you mean? He's coming from a hillside and his body's gonna smell like cow dung. Aha, he had been on the wagon for a few days and the smell of cow dung from his body must have been on the wagon. Oh, it's dirty. Seal stuck out her tongue and looked disgusted. However, her eyes were full of mischievous playfulness. The carriage he came from is the property of the family. Even if we are related, he should take responsibility if he defiles the carriage because of himself, right? Yes, that's right. I heard that earlier. As soon as he got to the annex, he went to the ballroom and wielded a wooden sword. That's the worst. Seal chuckled a laugh. The twins born on the same day have been a good match since they were young. It's his first time in the capital and it's his first time in the main house. That's why he is so nervous. Seal bursts into laughter as he slaps his brother's arm. However, Cyan made a solemn expression. Our stupid relative. He must have high expectations for this blood ceremony. He didn't get a proper education from his father. Yes. Now he pretends to be training in order to show off in front of the adults. He is such a disgusting guy. You have to scold him directly. Oh, it's a little too much to scold. You shouldn't do that. Rather, you should be careful. Don't get scolded by adults later. You're too nice. Seal smiled back even though she knew his brother's inside. The young twins learned from the very beginning that it was more interesting to do something stealthy than to do something openly. Let's go. Cyan took the lead with a strong shout. Seal, who was following closely, turned his head back. The two twins, who had been carrying out mana since childhood, could perceive them even with naked eye. In the magnificent and splendid mansion, there was a boy standing by the window on the third floor. He slid back and closed the curtains when Seal had eye contact. At the sight, Seal grinned and stuck out her tongue. A child in the family should not be armed with a blade until he or she has proven his bloodline. Eugene did not want to respect the not-so-funny tradition, but his father Gerhard could not ignore Lionart's tradition. This is because there were so many eyes on the mansion to just keep it a secret between father and son. Light. Eugene crumpled his expression and looked down at his wooden sword. From the age of 7, he had wielded an iron sword, and by the age of 12, he had wielded a steel sword and was no longer a training sword. The wooden sword that Eugene wielded for more than a year was a heavy weapon enough to make a bone even if he swung it roughly. But it's not a weapon that established a blade. Even if he increases the amount of iron to increase the weight and grow it out of your muscles, it was just a wooden sword for now. Eugene has been doing it every day since he was able to control his body completely. He was not lazy even for a single day. He has to live hard because he has reincarnated. It was not because of the idea that he reincarnated why he worked hard. Eugene has originally this kind of personality. When he traveled with Vermouth, he had never neglected to practice unless there was a battle. But that bastard made me see that even with effort still can't surpass him. Vermouth, you tasteless bastard. Eugene grated his teeth, recalling his previous memories. In his previous life, his body was overworked till it was at breaking point. Even so, the performance of an overworked body is more than imaginable. Vermouth, I don't know if this body, which was born as a descendant of yours, is superior. However, it was clear that it was far superior to the fool Hamel body. Even if he still hasn't started training mana, his 13-year-old body that hasn't even grown up can swing that heavy piece of iron. Do you have a heavier wooden sword? It should be a little big. I think I've swung it hundreds of times already, but I barely sweat. Eugene crumpled his face and looked back. And I told you to stay in the shade over there. Why are you standing under the sun? Well, I'm fine, it's okay. You sweat like that. Don't be stubborn and sit in the shade. No, it's not that. Do you have any other wooden swords? Nina looked perplexed as she was sweating profusely. His opponent is a 13-year-old boy from the countryside. Even the younger generation of his family can't be ignored. A temporary term is attached as an exclusive servant, but it is impossible for the owner to now rest in the shade while performing. The wooden sword is all that's in the storage room of the mist. The other wooden sword will be in the main house's armament. Can't you go get it? I can't decide for myself. I'll go ask you if you want to, but... Okay then, Eugene shook his head without regret. As he heard earlier, Nina was only 16 years old. He heard it's just time for an apprenticeship ticket, but he didn't want to make an unreasonable demand and embarrass her. He's very outspoken. Eugene put down his wooden sword, swallowing the ridicule he is feeling inside. Why did they give him a girl who was just out of her apprenticeship? Isn't it obvious? When a clumsy servant makes a mistake or disrespect, he is persecuted, they will find a fault within him. I don't know what kind of baby you're coming from, but you're so low. Even if you swing your neck more, you won't be able to warm up. Eugene scrambled for the warehouse. Then Nina hurriedly chased after Eugene. Eugene, if you need anything, please let me know. I don't want anything else, but I can choose what to use for training. What if you don't like what I ordered you? Why bother you 2 or 3 times? The warehouse, which is not normally used, was full of dust. Nina sweated a cold sweat in the dust. In fact, I have been trying to clean it for a few days, but it has remained this way because the mayor, who is in charge of the detached house, denied me that I don't have it. Sorry, I'm sorry. What? Eugene was not bothered by Nina with her head down from behind his back. He rummaged through the dust and found what he needed. A sandbag tied to one's body. He found something quite useful on the shelf. He doesn't even grease it properly, and he is wearing dusty chain armor. It was much bigger than Eugene's physique, but he liked the heavy weight of the vest. After that, Eugene even took out a spear bigger than him. All I can do for you is step on this after leaving the warehouse, Eugene said, pointing to a spear on the floor. Nina stepped on the spear as she was told. Fix it so that it doesn't move like that. Eugene began to hang the sandbag from the spear. Nina saw it all with her eyes that she was sick of it. Now Eugene is wearing a chain vest bigger than his physique and is hanging sandbags from both arms. There were some sandbags hanging from the spear. That's ridiculous. The weight of the armors alone seemed to be a double of his weight. However, Eugene shook his hand with a satisfied expression. Now get out of the way. Yes, yes. Eugene held the spear with both hands, bending only his knees. He gritted his teeth for a moment under the dizzying weight, but he enjoyed the feeling of muscles pulling until his bones was shaking. Back no farther. Go to the shade over there. Yes, yes. Nina was surprised and stepped back. Eugene swung the spear loudly only after confirming Nina's withdrawal. Wah. However, the weight added to the body does not attract people. This purpose of wearing a vest and hanging a sandbag separately. Eugene swung the spear fiercely, continuing with his heavy steps. Whenever that happens, both arms are pulled as if they will fall out, and the waist that adds rotation screams. Nina shut her mouth at the sight. It seemed that a catastrophe would happen that could not be handled by that young body. Eugene, who was likely to collapse, did not. Rather, whenever his body falters, the movement of the spear becomes faster. Force the movement with added rotation, and immediately switch to stabbing. It feels like the calluses on both palms are being ripped off. The pain. He didn't wear gloves so he could feel the pain. Eugene giggled and continued to swing the spear, holding the blood-soaked hand sliding on the window with only the grip force. His eyes are red with red blood because he is so strong and his breathing is tight. Hey. Nina watched the scene with so much attention that she was startled by the voice she heard next to her. What is he doing? Cyan and Seal, the malevolent twins who made punching bags out of numerous apprenticeships till they soaked themselves tears. The two came right next to each other and were flashing their eyes. Young master, young lady, what brings you here? What is he doing? Cyan squinted his eyebrows. He didn't like it when people who he didn't even know their names didn't answer questions right away. If it were normal, he would have scolded him so that he wouldn't do it again. But now he was more concerned about what that countryman was doing than that. You don't even know. It wasn't Nina who answered. Eugene took a deep breath and lowered the window. Do you know what this is? Eugene asked, kicking the lowered window. What's he doing? Cyan frowned instead of answering straight away, and Seal, standing beside him, grinned. It's a spear, you idiot. You don't even know that. That's a spear. But what? You know this is a spear, but you don't know what it is needed to swing a spear. I know, but why are you asking me what I'm doing? I didn't ask. My brother asked. Then let your stupid brother know that I am wielding a spear. Seal's eyes were open in a circle at the noise. On the contrary, Cyan's eyes became thinner. You think I'm stupid? Me, I don't think you're smart because you've seen it openly and you don't know. Opa, that country boy is calling you stupid. Seal giggled and poked Cyan in the ribs. She instinctively knew that this way, rather than being as angry as her brother, encouraging his anger made the situation more interesting. How dare you? Cyan shouted as soon as he heard what her sister just said. Cyan was not a fool. Of course he knew that what Eugene is holding now was a spear, and he knew that he was wielding a spear to practice. But he had never seen such an ignorant practice. Wearing a chain vest larger than his body, hanging sandbags from both arms, swinging and stabbing with the spear that has sandbags hanging. Can you even call this as practice? At least there was no such practice in Cyan's head. Ignorant and violent, without the art of balance but only wielding and stabbing recklessly, to the point he can't even keep his body properly and stumble around. You are just a son from a village. You're just seeking for attention. That chain vest. It's big, but the iron purity must be cheap because it's a mess. That means it's not as heavy as it looks, and that sandbag. It looks thick at first glance, but seeing how much it moves while hanging from its body, it must be thick outside but almost empty inside. Even if you're seeking attention, you're just an attention seeker. I've learned how to play tricks like that. Cyan understood that country bumpkins who might be stuck somewhere, the lowest rank in the field. Maybe he heard something from his parents and did something like that from the first day. He can't get anyone's attention without making a dirty trick. Although the tricks are very funny, but he was angered because a random countryside boy dared to say he is stupid. Cyan gasped and pointed his finger at Eugene. Apologize. What? Apologize for saying that I am stupid. I'm sorry. Eugene answered straight away. However, the apology was not satisfactory because Cyan couldn't feel the sincerity. He raised his eyes and raised the tip of his chin. Bow down respectfully. You're the same age as me, aren't you? Eugene asked without bowing. You're 13 years old too. I'm 13 years old too. We're the same age. What do I suppose to do? You can't be my friend. I am not seeking friendship. But aren't you the one that talked to me first? What am I doing now? Eugene kicked his tongue, feeling pathetic. If he adds up to the age before he died, he will easily be over half 100 years old. He feels sad to argue with a 13-year-old boy as a grown-up, but his opponent was a descendant of Vermouth. What should I do? My past life is my past life. Now I'm 13 years old too. What's wrong with your accent? Don't you know how I practice the spear properly, but also you question me about my affairs? Don't you have the proper manners? This. Cyan's eyes shake in constant retort of words. This kind of childish argument was unfamiliar to him because he had been growing up as a pampered boy since he was young. You're so annoying. The biggest advantage of a child is that it is okay to force one's feelings. Eugene was not used to this kind of verbal bickering. Cyan strode up to Eugene's nose. He doesn't even know the subject. Even if your last name is Lionheart, doesn't mean you're a pure Lionheart. I know, I'm a branch member and you are direct descendant. Eugene raised his finger to point to the mansion house. Your house is over there. My house is either way. Anyway, stay away from here. You know that, but you're so arrogant. I've never poked around. I'm just telling you the truth that you asked for. You asked me what I was doing, so I told you what I was doing. You asked me to apologize. I apologized. You're so cheeky. Cyan put his nose near Eugene. And your body smells bad. It smell of cow dung from the countryside. The smell of sweat. Very, very bad. I've never been near cow dung in my whole life, and I never smelled like a cow dung. Then it smells like your poop. Anyway, it's very dry. I'm going to wash up a little later. No, wash up now. Wash up. Also, clean up the carriage where you came from. Carriage, because the smell of your body's poo is on the sheet. Clean it up. Why would I do that? Because you're making our family's carriage smell very bad. Cyan gave a deep shout. Because the distance was close, saliva splashes whenever he shouts. Eugene took a step back, frowning in his eyes. He just stepped back because he didn't want to get soaked with saliva, but Cyan thought otherwise and gave a superior smile at Eugene. You must bow your head and apologize. I haven't accepted your apology yet. You called me stupid and I didn't know manners. Everything. Nina, Eugene looked back at Nina without listening to Cyan until the end. Yes, yes, you're my only servant, aren't you? Yes, I may not be of your help, but I'm temporarily serving as your exclusive servant. Then go clean the carriage I rode in. Don't just stand there blanking out in the sun. Yes, of course, if Cyan and Seal were to step down, Nina would come forward and clean the wagon first. Before that, it is reasonable for Eugene to order her, but Nina couldn't understand giving such an order under the circumstances. She wonders if those evil twins are just around the corner. Eugene's behavior was a blatant disregard for Cyan's orders. What did you order her to do? Cleaning the carriage. You do it yourself. Why would I do that myself? I told you to do it. Who are you to command me? I'm Cyan Lionheart. Yes, I'm Eugene Lionheart. Let's get along well. Eugene shook his hand with a look of annoyance. Then Seal grinned with her hands around her mouth. I'm Seal Lionheart, said Seal while giggling. Cyan took a deep breath only after a glimpse of his mean sister. I don't get along with you, that's too bad. You ignored my orders. I'm not in a position to take your orders. And you insulted me. Oh my God. Eugene responded to his words sarcastically as if he were adding a few more salt to the wound. The more so, the more anger wriggled in Cyan's heart. Why am I doing this with him? I'm not facing that country boy to do this. If I told him to do so, he should not talk back and just followed my orders. Cyan's head was filled with stubbornness. What are you going to do? Seal clung to his brother's side and blinked her eyes full of expectations. Duel. I didn't want to be ignored rather than to live up to my sister's expectations. That country boy ignored me this much, and if I didn't do anything, my sister would tease me for days. You ignored me and insulted me. That's why we have to fight. That's a lot of logic. Eugene was dumbfounded with laughter. He didn't know that a 13-year-old boy would ask for a duel. Friend, duel isn't that easy to do. Who's your friend? So I'm not a friend. Anyway, don't say anything unnecessary and just go. Don't bother me. Are you scared? Cyan raised his chin as if he knew it. It was an obvious provocation, but Eugene kept his eyes open and stared at Cyan. Scared? Yeah, you're scared. If you're afraid to fight with me, apologize quickly. What if I am not scared? I just don't want to fight and I don't want to apologize. You don't even know what honor is. I know it's not something you should say easily with your mouth. You're insulting me again. He felt insulted every time the country boy talked back to him. Cyan put his hand in his arms without holding back any longer. Don't, Eugene said with a grimace in his eyes. Duel isn't something you should carelessly do. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Cyan took out his handkerchief, staring at Eugene with his eyes wide open. If you're afraid, tell me you're afraid. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't run away with it. Did you not learn what honor is from your parents? Eugene's head tilted at the shouting. When he stared at him, Cyan was inwardly pleased at the thought that the provocation had worked. Then he opened his handkerchief wide open and held out. This is really the last time. Ask for forgiveness. And throw it, Eugene said, loosening the knot in the sandbag. You said you want a duel, then throw it quickly. Throw it, thump. The sandbag in the left arm fell to the ground. Cyan's expression hardened by the muddy dust. You. That handkerchief, aren't you going to throw it? Thump. The sandbag from his right arm fell too. Eugene even took off his chain vest and threw it in the back. The far-fetched vest falls to the floor and makes a heavy sound. Cyan opened his mouth at the sight. Wow. Note, for the first translation I was using Sean as Cyan's name, but because I wanted it to be paired with her twin, Seal, I changed it to Cyan. So if there are Sean remaining, they are Cyan. Seal, who was enjoying herself like a stranger, also exclaimed at the sight. Eugene leaned down and took off the sandbag hung on his legs. You've trained your mana. Cyan was surprised and open-mouthed until just now. His face twisted and got angry. A child in countryside should not train mana until the blood ceremony. It was a long tradition of the Lionheart family. Only the children of their home could train mana from an early age and take real weapons. Now the tradition was trampled on before his eyes. It was impossible to deal with simple meanness and anger. I didn't train. Eugene replied with a sour look. It wasn't a lie. Mana training. I've been able to do it since I was a toddler, but I haven't trained for it. It was because he didn't want to make his father, Jehard, be in a difficult position for no reason, and because he was reborn as a descendant of Vermouth, he wanted to use his mana training method. The obvious lie. How can you handle the weight without mana training? I've been doing it since I was 7. Don't lie. Why do you keep lying to me even though you haven't done it before? If you doubt it, check it out with a duel. Eugene sat on the floor and unpacked the sandbag from the spear. Cyan, who was glaring at the scene, felt her sister's anticipated gaze. He was terrified and felt Nina's gaze. The servants of the detached house were also standing by the window, showing interest in the disturbance of the banquet hall. It was Cyan who put the duel in his mouth first. It was Cyan who took out a handkerchief first, and Eugene who said no and spoke of honor. So now he have not been able to retreat, and the crime of training Mana before the blood ceremony has been added to the subject of dissipation, so he should punish them. If he shut his mouth here and stepped back, it was clear that his sister would tease him for life, not just for a few days. First, Cyan picked up a wooden sword that was around him. It was a wooden sword that Eugene had wielded so far. It's a duel, Cyan shouted and threw a handkerchief at Eugene. The flying handkerchief falls on Eugene's shoulder. It was only around that time that Eugene was able to release all the sandbags that were hanging from the spear. I accept it. Eugene accepted with a nod. Cyan was excited about his first duel in his life. Cyan's heart pounded with excitement. An insolent sinner who disrespected the family tradition. How should I punish him? How can my sister admire his brother's brilliance when he scolds me? Such thought was cut off. Eugene stabbed the spear as soon as he stood up. Cyan, who was taking a few steps back conscious of the wooden sword held in his right hand, failed to respond properly to the movement of the spear. Cuckoo, the tip of the spear stuck in Sean's abdomen. Oh my gosh, Cyan rolled the ground with a scream. Training spear. It was just a stick that didn't even have a spear blade, but the ends are long, so if you poke someone right it hurts terribly if not penetrated. But what if you're stuck in an empty stomach? That's what happens. Cyan rolled and spewed vomit from place to place. Seal, with her mouth wide open, screamed and approached Cyan, and Nina was shocked and shut her mouth. I won. Eugene put the spear down, speaking in a shady way. If it were a real spear, Cyan would have just died in an attack. Of course, it's not a real spear, but it was clear that he was still rolling the ground after being attacked on his vital point. Nina, go get someone to take him. Yes, coward. He squeezes tears from his nose but never stops sulking. Seal, who was anxiously approaching, no longer approached her brother with the messy look. Instead, she raised her eyes and stared at Eugene. What cowardly things are done. The duel has already begun from the moment you throw your handkerchief. That's your right, but being cowardly is cowardly. Sucks that you are pretty but an airhead actually. Your stupid brother threw his handkerchief first and took his weapon. That's what he was like. At the fierce fire, Seal shut her mouth. It was also because she couldn't hear nothing other than being called pretty and airhead. Did you just say I was pretty? Why not? Anyway, being cowardly is cowardly. The duel was not an honorable one. Well, you look just like your twins and you have great logic. I don't look like my brother. You look like a mental head. So what do you think is an honorable duel? Throwing a handkerchief, count 1, 2, 3 and the fight starts. Seal mumbled her lips and glanced at Cyan, who was rolling on the floor, sobbing as he was covered with vomit. She felt sorry for his brother's miserable appearance. I'll hit you a little bit. I'm sorry, but I hit you gently enough. You didn't really train Mana, Seal asked, shining with his eyes. Eugene, who was organizing a bag of sand on the floor, looked back at Seal, revealing his annoyance. Are you not going? You really didn't train yourself. I told you I didn't lie. How can you carry those heavy things without training Mana? And your attack? It was so fast that my brother couldn't react properly even if he didn't let his guard down. The eyes shining with curiosity become thinner. At the words, Eugene stopped organizing the sandbags and paused. Have you seen it? A little. But I don't think your eyes are for decoration. You're such a bad talker. I've heard this a lot since a long time ago. Everyone except Vermouth had heard a word. While Eugene piled sandbags in one place, Seal stood in her seat and looked at Eugene's back. It was not possible to see the movement of muscles hidden in clothes in detail, but it seemed that only muscle strength was used without Mana. So Seal couldn't understand anything now. Seal and Cyan had been training their bodies since childhood. From the age of 7, Seal was lost in thought as she recalled what former Eugene had said earlier. For a 13-year-old boy, his body is pretty solid. He felt resistance as soon as he touched the tip of the spear, evidence that the body is not considered to be of that age. The power to push it back also meant that the body had already built enough mana to respond to the crisis. He was not just beaten. At the moment of the attack, Cyan instinctively tried to pull himself back. A kid who doesn't even have a real experience. He was instinctively trying to get out of the crisis. It's great for a boy, but for a descendant of Vermouth, he is trash. Of course, Eugene doesn't even know how strong the 13-year-old Vermouth was. The first time I met him was when Vermouth and Hamel turned 20, but he could still have guessed it. Cyan Lionheart, the little boy who had been taught by his family since he was a child, was unbelievably poor as a descendant of Vermouth. But there's still a trick. It's because the standard is Vermouth. Looking at the possibility of the future, the number of drafts was fine, and Seal. Even though she didn't compete herself, she seems to have an eye for it. You dare I'll. Cyan took a breath and looked up Eugene. His head was spinning. It hurts whenever you move as if the center of the body is penetrated and it has a fishy and rotten taste in your mouth. Coward, coward. Both of you say the same thing because you're twins. Eugene looked at Cyan with a smile. I don't want to say what I said again. Ask your sist what I just said. You son of a, or try to trace your memory well. Your ears should have been open while you were puking around and rolling around. Cyan couldn't refute anything, for sure. Eugene's words were heard in the midst of his terrible pain and resentment. However, even if he wasn't cowardly, Cyan, 13, couldn't accept this defeat. In front of his sister and his servants, such an embarrassing thing. Clean up. Eugene looked at Cyan's face, distorted by humiliation, and uploaded the medicine. You threw up all of your pukes. If you clean all that, I'll clean the carriage too. Then it's fair and good. Right, how dare you? And if you lose a duel, it's honorable and polite to humbly admit lose. You talked about honor. Honor, you're not trying to be dishonorable, are you? Cyan can't refute it. He was angry, his body hurt, his mouth tasted disgusting, and everything felt so humiliating. If he wasn't feeling any pain, he would have told him to get up and fight again. The current Cyan couldn't have done that. The overwhelming sorrow and anger turned into tears. Cyan sniffled his head down. Eugene, of course, did not feel pity for the sight. That little boy was the one who put his attitude on the line first. However, he felt a little skeptical about himself, who was panting against a 13-year-old boy. I should have just put up with it. What's going on here for no reason? There were also some worries about the future. He had been completely persecuted and ignored since the beginning, and he had made Cyan, the son of the main family, like that. In fact, he was worried that the fire arrow might be flying to his father in the countryside, taking advantage of this more than anything else. While Eugene was thinking about this and that, Cyan held back his tears desperately. He didn't want to look ugly anymore, however. He did not admit defeat. It was a childlike stubbornness. Young lady. A distant shout approaches them in an instant. A man with a tall and uniform arrived at the ballroom. From far behind, Nina was running with her skirt in both hands. What the hell is this? There was a badge on his chest. The man seemed to be a knight commissioned by his family. Oh my. Eugene shined his eyes at the man's movements. He doesn't know the exact age, but Eugene thinks he is better than Gordon, who escorted him all the way here. He Hezar. Cyan wept over the man. I lost. I said we'd fight, but I lost. Duel. Hezar glanced at Eugene with a firm look. Then he lowered his body and raised Cyan. Hezar's hands and uniforms were now full of vomit. Seal took a few steps back at the sight as if she hated it. Greetings, I'm Hezar, the coach of Master Cyan. Hezar bowed his head as he assisted Cyan. I heard it from my servant, but I came so quickly that I couldn't hear it until the end. What happened? I'm Eugene Lionheart from Giddal. Eugene didn't lower H-head. Giddal, that's where Jehard family is. Yes, that's my father. The situation is Cyan got into a quarrel with me. I tried not to respond, but... Eugene continued to look at Xian's face. Cyan insulted my father. When did I? Didn't you tell me my father didn't learn what honor is and you said I was a coward? Cyan's face flushed red at the words. He also said that my body smells like cow dung. Really? Your body smells like cow dung? Shut up because your mouth smells like vomit. Eugene glared at Cyan with his eyes wide open. Xian shivered unknowingly at the fixed gaze. He still has a throbbing sense of honor and felt like he was defeated in an orthodoxy manner. So a duel, Cyan insulted not only me but also my father. Sir Hezar, is there any reason why I should not accept a duel? Hezar felt a strong sense of incompatibility with the question. The boy in front of him must be about the same age as Cyan and Seal, but he is not ahead of the conversation and has a calm tone. Hezar, who had been suffering from twins whining for years, did not dare to judge whether the boy in front of him was abnormal or if the twins were abnormal. The reason is reasonable, but I think your methods were too much. Isn't showing mercy in a duel an insult to the other person? I apologize for saying something presumptuous. Hezar bowed his head once again. Cyan, who was supported by him, has his face distorted. Hezar, that bastard trained Mana. You didn't even do the blood ceremony, but you already trained Mana. I asked you to close your mouth. Eugene tilted his head sharply and stared at Cyan. Cyan closed his mouth again and lowered his gaze. Young lady. Hezar shook his head with a long sigh. Eugene didn't train Mana. Hezar, are you lying to me too? Why should I lie to you? That doesn't make sense. How can he win over me if he didn't learn Mana? And in that, those sandbags, he put them on his body. I can't feel Mana in Eugene. Hezar glanced at the sandbags behind him and said, at first glance, the weight seems considerable. He put all that on his body. Hezar couldn't easily imagine the sight. However, even after looking at it several times, he still couldn't feel any Mana from him. Lie, it's a lie. Cyan, first of all, let's start with your injury. Hezar looked at Eugene's expression as he spoke like an old man. He stabbed me with a spear. Where else? It was on my stomach. Stomach. Hezar groaned low, and Cyan chewed his lips in shame. Then Mr. Eugene, I'll see you next time. Hezar could not speak any more and bowed politely. Nina, who had been running from afar, arrived at the yard by that time. She bent her head down in a daze. Sorry. What are you sorry about? Eugene grinned as he saw from the distance where Cyan was on Hezar's shoulder, who was still being supported, dropped down. Why did he do that to the little child? It was also true that he felt such skepticism, but it was fun to break the habit of a nice little boy. See you next time. Seal, who was following Hezar's back, looked back at Eugene and laughed. Goodbye. Eugene smiled face to face and waved to Seal. So Ancilla tried to calm down. However, her son's eyes were swollen from crying so much that his emotions are not at her disposal. Ancilla patted her chest in frustration and grabbed a fan to cool off her face. My son. Cyan asked a boy from the countryside for a duel and he lost. Yes, Hezar couldn't raise his bowed head. He held his head up for nothing and didn't want to get worse from that dirty black sheep. The little boy didn't train man, did he? No, he didn't. No way. Ancilla's reaction was the same as Cyan's. She looked at her son with cold eyes. Cyan was sniffing down his eyes. Come here, mother. Come here. Ancilla couldn't stand it anymore and screamed. Cyan shuddered as he shuddered his shoulders. However, he approached Ancilla with faltering steps. Ancilla jerked her hand out, collecting her sizzling breath. Arg, he has a strong grip on the stomach. The pain hasn't subsided yet. Hezar glanced at Cyan with pity and then he moved his head back. And you lost at one move too. Oh mother, it hurts. Stay still. The body of Cyan, who was walking backward, was stiff. Ancilla pressed her son's name with an outspoken touch. Whenever she did that, Cyan held back his scream by clenching his teeth. Seal, sitting in the back, watched the scene with a sulky face. She wanted to say something, but the young Seal knew well that there was nothing to gain by opening her mouth. Hezar, you swear that what you've seen with your eyes are correct, right? I asked if you could swear. That kid. You sure he didn't train Mana? I can swear. Swear should not be easily spoken in any situation. But if he was silent now, it would be terrible in the future, and Hezar was sure of his judgment. The son of Jehard, Eugene, didn't train Mana. There wasn't a handful of Mana in his body. Really, Ancilla went back to her memory. A name that doesn't come straight to mind it is a name that is not worth remembering. She means definitely in the province of Giddal. It seems that the name of their side branch, which was stuck in the corner of the village, was Jehard. They were a family that was separated from its main house hundreds of years ago and has never been so distinguished. My son. Ancilla lifted Cyan's clothes. Cyan shuddered and closed his eyes tightly. To a man who hasn't even trained Mana, you were beaten by him with a blow. His pear skin is heavily discolored. The deep bruise made Ancilla burst into laughter. She was also a child of nothing. Count Kynes, who holds a position in the military, is her father. A hit, that's for sure. Seal, how did your brother lose? Oh, mother, it's like. I didn't ask you. Ancilla glared at her son with her eyes wide open. His eyes are so fierce that it is unbelievable that he sees his 13-year-old son. The moment the duel began, Eugene stabbed him with the spear. Seal pouted her lips and said, my brother was surprised and tried to attack back, but Eugene's spear was faster than him. Was it due to the distance? Brother was a little far away. What was your brother doing at that moment? He tried to lift the sword. It was only an hour ago. It wasn't too old to recall. Whenever Seal's words continued, Cyan trembled with anxiety. This. Ancilla, who heard everything, uttered a trembling voice. A stupid thing. Slap. The head of Cyan turned sideways. Cyan, who had assumed that this would happen, held back his groans with his teeth clenched. No Mana. He had even never trained properly. You're the same age as a kid. You allowed him to attack first. You can't even avoid it. You let him narrow the distance. You were beaten just like that and fell while vomiting everywhere. Ancilla gave a sharp scream and slapped the cheek of a continuous fusion. Whenever that happens, Cyan's head turns from side to side. It is not determined to hit. It was a slap without Mana on it. However, the punishment is extreme for a young son. In the presence of others showing such vulgarity, you're the first one to ask for a duel and you're defeated. Do you want to see your mother hang herself in shame and die? Sorry, I'm sorry, Mom. Cyan held back the scream, but he couldn't hold back the tears. Cyan sniffed and shed tears. However, Ancilla felt more angry than sorry for her son's crying. What are you crying about, huh? Why are you putting your mother in trouble by doing something that she shouldn't? Your father will be back soon, but I don't know what kind of face to greet him. What kind of face should I show in front of Theonis, Lionheart's family home? Gillard Lionheart had been away from his home for training for 3 years. In that case, it should be Mrs. Theonis, who is the first wife of the Lord, who holds the power of the family. But now that the first wife was currently away, it was Ancilla who took the helm of the main house. It was for a simple reason. After giving birth to a child, Theonis' body can no longer bear children. Gillard, who wanted to prepare well for the latter years, was not satisfied with only one son, so he adopted a second wife, and Ancilla gave birth to twins. 3 children was enough. Gillard always said so, but Ancilla couldn't agree with that. The reason why she came into the secret room that she could not stand despite receiving good marriage paths was that she coveted the value of the name Lionheart. She's gonna laugh at me, I'm sure. Ancilla chewed her nails well and recalled Theonis's face. Cyan, who was terrified by her mother's nervous appearance, stuttered and spat out. I'll fight again, so that you won't suffer shame once again. Again, Ancilla's voice rose sharply. What are you going to fight again when you're already defeated? Don't do anything wrong. Stay calm until the blood ceremony starts. But Ancilla couldn't listen to her son until the end and screamed. Hezar's shoulders flinched as he bowed his head. Yes, I want to kill you. and Scylla's fist trembled. But I can't, that's not how it works. You're his a favorite knight, I don't think your teaching is wrong. Right, I was right about your teaching, but my son couldn't learn properly and he was defeated by that hillbilly kid. I'm sorry, there is no positive or negative situation. In this case, it is better to pray for forgiveness than to keep your mouth shut. Take Cyan out, mother. Go train him, don't ever disgrace my face again. Hezar nodded back, while Cyan was in tears and Scylla's order was followed without resistance. Seal, you stay for a while. Yes, Seal's expression on her face crumpled as she tried to sneak out with her. She sat back in her seat, glancing at Ancilla's face. That little boy, you said his name was Eugene, right? Yes. Did you ask the little boy for a duel too? No, I didn't ask. How come? Brother lost with a blow, so I assumed I couldn't have won a fight. Seal answered in a murmur. She answered honestly for now, but she was afraid that her mother might be angrier with her answer. Good job. However, Ancilla did not burst into anger as she did before. She stared at her daughter with rather calm eyes. If you've been defeated, I would have hanged myself with shame. Don't say that, mother. Seal was in tears. Of course, she knows her mother was a person who will never take her own life in any circumstances. However, she had learned from a young age that being fluttered would make her mother feel better. Eugene, how was he? I'm not sure what you mean. Looks and attitudes. His face, he's more handsome than other, but he is kinda strange. Strange? Why? He was so childish and mean when he was arguing with my brother, but he was like a grown-up when he talked to Hezar. The words put Ancilla in thought for a moment. Since he is 13, she understood that he was childish and mean, but talking like a grown-up with Hezar, just what honor is all about. It is also said that showing mercy in a duel is an insult to others. When Eugene said that, Hezar apologized. Honor? Yes, I heard he said something presumptuous. Seal smiled unconsciously as she recalled the moment. She soon changed her expression when she realized she wasn't supposed to laugh, but Ancilla did not point out Seal's laughter. What's the subject? She thought she'd have to call Hezar back and listen to the whole story. Ancilla thought with a slight nod. Are you angry that Eugene hit your brother? Yes, it's a lie. Seal wasn't, but she actually felt it was funny how her brother cried while pretending to be proud. Don't try to avenge your brother for nothing. Ancilla knew what her daughter was up to. Since she was born as his brother's twin, she has been with her brother since she was young, and she used to follow her brother around and play mischievous pranks. She is a child who puts her pleasure before his affection for his brother. For the time being, your brother will be busy being coached by Hezar. I'll join him. Of course you should, but don't get too carried away. Eugene, get acquainted with him. Why, the more friends you have, the better. Ancilla's eyes cooled cold. The little boy defeated her son and put shame on herself. However, it is surprising to hear that someone who didn't train Mana defeated her son. Eugene, he's strong enough to beat your brother, so it's better to be close with him. Is that so? Yes. Ancilla cooled her boiling feelings. She wanted to turn his body into a fool who can't move for the rest of his life. But right now she can't. Hundreds of years ago, there was a state of mourning for the family of Lionheart. Although it was settled, it has been regarded as a taboo in the family since then. In the first place, Gilead, the current owner of the house, said 3 is enough because he was worried that the brothers would kill each other after increasing the successors of the main house for no reason. Ancilla herself didn't want to break the taboo that had come down for hundreds of years. If I hurt him, I'm the most suspicious one, although it is a tradition that the family has been persecuting each other since the blood ceremony in the first place. There's a good to keep him alive. It's not too much to put up a lame servant, give him a separate house she doesn't use, and pick on him for nothing, but if she crosses the line. The guardians of the family will intervene. Just imagining makes her body tremble with the creeps. Ancilla did not want to be associated with Gahan's guardians in this disgrace. Okay, Mother. Seal, who was contemplating for a while, smiled and nodded. I'll be close to Eugene. That's all right. Seal was curious about this unknown relative. Nothing really happened. Eugene thought there would be some kind of sanctions on Cyan, the son of the main family. As if the duel never happened between him and Cyan, the annex was peaceful. Only there was little change. After the duel, the eyes of the servants from the detached house changed. They were wary of Eugene's behavior and wouldn't dare rush close to him. They didn't want to be hit by a firestorm by staying together with him. Got trouble with what Eugene did. Is it okay for you? Eugene looked at Nina and asked. It is Eugene's second day here. It was only Eugene and Nina who came to the first-floor dining room. Still, there were many dishes prepared at the large table. What do you mean? Eugene spoke sourly and cut the meat. The meat is too big for breakfast. Among these many foods, the only thing Eugene ate was meat. Due to his intense training, it is not good to eat poorly or he will lose weight as well as physical strength. Nina couldn't answer quickly. While she hesitated, Eugene pushed the already cut meat into her mouth. I understand, but it can't be helped. While you're at your home, I'm your sole servant. You don't have to be loyal to me for a month at the longest. You're not going to keep working at your home after I'm gone. It's not necessarily because of loyalty. I was ordered to be the servant of Eugene's family, and it was probably the second wife's order. Nina shook her head with a bitter smile. If you neglect your work by looking around, that is, ignoring the second wife's orders, that's why we have to wait and see for you. Good mind. Eugene grinned and pushed the empty plate aside. Then he grabbed both chicken or goat. It is not specified, just some leg meat was said, legs the size of his forearms, with his bare hands. It's not necessarily because of loyalty. Are you saying that you're not very loyal to me? Because you will be my master for a while, then I have no choice but to act as your master. If you get in trouble because of me, don't put it in there for nothing and tell me right away. Yes, what are you? You've become my servant because you're unlucky, and you've been assigned to me by chance. So let's just keep each other's head above water. Ha, but that's enough. Don't ask back what I'm telling you to do. All right. Yes, then go get some wet towels. Instead of talking anymore, Eugene ate both legs with his mouth wide open. Nina was captivated by the sight for a moment and then bowed her head and stepped back. I don't think a towel is enough. I'll go get the basin. I love your spontaneous opinions. Eugene grinned as he chewed the meat. Oh, and talk to the chef if you're going to the kitchen. For lunch, increase the weight of meat, while breakfast doesn't try to cook a big dish for nothing. Just put it on the lean meat on the side. Yes. Nina stepped back politely and looked sideways at the table. Did he mean that he can eat it all by himself? Of course, Eugene ate it all. He's been eating this and that since his previous life. I've tried monsters, and I've tried those that possess mana. Eugene scraped the meat off his teeth and washed his hands in the basin. Then he caressed his full stomach and left the table. Nina walked behind Eugene. Didn't you hear anyone's coming today? I didn't get any orders from you. Then go find out. I'll be in the field. Yes, but you just finished your meal. If you move right away, you'll have a stomachache. Nina, who had a normal body, couldn't understand him. Still, she stepped back without asking any more questions. Eugene was not lying. He has never had a stomach ache since childhood. The hand that was torn while swinging the spear yesterday was now healed without a scratch. This is a cheat. Come to think of it, even in his previous life, Vermouth rarely used healing magic or potion. It was rare for him to be injured, but even when he was injured very occasionally, his body would recover on its own. Don't you always get hurt because you jump forward ignorant? Hey, moron, that idiot popped out first. It's because he's a fool. Why are you following that idiot? Are you a fool too? Then shall we leave him to be beaten up by that little monster? Why are you fucking with me? Oh, let's not talk. Look at Vermouth. Can't you fight like him without getting hurt? Why are you so annoying when you said let's not talk? Whenever Senya saw them coming back with a lot of wounds, she would stir fry Hamel. Even after 13 years of reincarnation, every bit of memory from his past life was clear and indistinct. I heard that Vermouth died and had a funeral. I don't know if the other three are dead or alive. The wise Senya. She has the longest lifespan in the history of the Mado Kingdom and suddenly passed away about 200 years ago. The subsequent track record is unknown. The faithful Annis, she, who was revered as a saint in the Holy Empire of Uras, also retired from the temple in her later years and became a pilgrim. Even the Holy Father did not hear anything else when she left for pilgrimage. The stupid moron. The first king of the northern Luhar kingdom, at least he was alive until relatively recently. It was 100 years ago, but he retired from the throne and lived in a leisurely manner, appearing on the anniversary of his founding 100 years ago. I didn't think they're going to die. This was a meaningless idea. Vermouth, who seemed most unlikely to die, also died 200 years ago. Eugene shook his head as he felt her appetite becoming bitter. The place where Cyan had vomited yesterday was neatly cleaned. Of course, Nina did the cleaning. What are you doing here? I've been waiting for you. Seal was standing in the haze. She smiled as she waved at Eugene. Even if you have already eaten, you don't smell like meat. I brushed my teeth. You can at least clean your mouth. Your body is smelly. Doesn't it smell like cow dung? That's what you said. I never said your body smells like cow dung, and I don't know what cow dung smells like. It smells like cow dung. If you really don't know, take a dump and smell it. That's dirty. Why did you wait? Nothing happened yesterday, so something will happen today. Eugene opened his eyes thinly and shot at Seal. To train with you. Seal replied with a giggle. Look, I'm wearing a uniform to train. That's cool. Eugene answered roughly and looked at Seal's clothes. It was a uniform that clearly claimed to be the blood of the main house, engraved with a lion on the left chest. There was no lion in the clothes you gave me. Where did you leave your brother alone? My brother is training with Hezar. You know what? My mother was so angry because of you yesterday. My brother got hit more than 10 times. He got hit. Yes, Eugene blinked at the words. Of course he thought they grew up being pretty. But why aren't you hitting me? Why? Do you want my mother to hit you? Your brother got mad because of me. Oh well, that's true. She got angry because she lost face when brother fought with you. No, I mean, come to think of it, you're mad because of me. That's true. A child is a child even though he is intelligent. Eugene realized the fact to the bone. Does your mother know you're here? She knows. My mother told me to be close to you. You said your mother was angry enough to hit her own son because of me, and now you told me to be close. Eugene managed to swallow a cry that soared to his throat. How can a little girl know what the second wife of the family is up to? Yes, I told you yesterday. We're friends because we're the same age. Your brother is also the same age as me, but he's not my friend. That's what you said. But not for me. So you're not going to be friends with me. Let's do it, my friend. I'm going to train, so why don't you stop bothering me and go play over there? Are you going to play with me? No, I'm going to train. Then I'll train too. Let's not just deal with each other. It should have been like this, but Eugene clicked his tongue and headed to the warehouse in the corner of the chimney. You swung the spear yesterday. You're swinging the spear again today. No, then, sword. I just want to exercise for now. Eugene burst open the door of the warehouse. Unlike yesterday, the dusty warehouse was cleaned overnight. It was obvious who it was. Nina seems to have cleaned all night. I like this. Eugene murmured into the warehouse. Not only was the dust cleaned, but it was also neatly arranged, especially the sandbag. The surface was smooth and heavier than yesterday. It was like cleaning leather and filling up sand. But there are only a few of them, so I don't want to waste them. Eugene wanted to get an axe today. Sadly, there was no axe. Eventually, Eugene left the warehouse with only sandbags. What about weapons? I'm going to work out without them. Eugene sat on the floor and hung sandbags from his limbs. Seal watched the scene, and he came out of the warehouse with a sandbag of sand. I'll join you. What are you going to do? It's not fun to just watch. Do as you please. Eugene lifted himself with all the hanging sandbags. Then he started running around the field. Heavy. Seal staggered to her feet. Mana she accumulated in her body are spread throughout her body to boost strength. After that, Seal was able to control herself. How does he run like that with his bare body? Seal chased Eugene with incredible eyes. Eugene, who just ran out, was breathing hard and circling the field for a lap. Seal waited in her seat for a while and ran together to keep up with Eugene's return. Didn't you really train Mana? I didn't do it. Don't talk to me. It's amazing how can you run with this thing without having Mana trained. Practice, practice, practice. Eugene glared back, then Seal stuck out her tongue and closed her mouth. Nina went to her home to follow Eugene's orders. She was determined to hear the bitter sound, but surprisingly, the servants of the main family did not persecute Nina. You made me do this, didn't you? Yes. Okay, afternoon today. There was a hint of caution, but he gently answered the questions. Nina returned to the smokescreen of the detached house, wondering about the fact. Ms. Seal? Nina opened her mouth to the sight in front of her. Hi, my servant. Her name is Nina. Hi, Nina. Seal smiled as she balanced her faltering body. Now she was sitting on Eugene's back with an armful of sand. Oh, hello. Nina bowed her head late. However, she glanced at Eugene with only her eyes glancing. Eugene was sweating profusely as he focused on push-ups. What's the current number? 98, 99, 100. Come down. Kwang. Seal threw a sandbag sideways and came down from Eugene's back. Eugene sprawled on the floor, breathing heavily. You got it? Yes, Nina replied with a nod. Would you like water first? No, talk to me. Deacon, Hansen, and Jules will arrive at noon today, Nina answered quickly. And by evening, Gargis and Dira will be arriving via Warp Gate. I was wondering what you were going to say. Seal giggled and punched Eugene in the back. You just had to ask me. Why didn't you ask? I told Nina to find out anything. To be a suitable servant, she'd have to go through a lot of trouble. Who cares? Also, I was training. I was too lazy to deal with her. Eugene raised his sprawled body and sat down. 3 of them came by carriage. And Warp Gate for 2, right? Yes, the treatment differs depending on which people are present. Eugene knows the reason. Gargis and Dira. They are the family with the highest authority among the family branches. You don't know who Gargis and Dira are, do you? Seal opened her mouth. I know their names, but I've never met them. The 2 of them are the strongest in the field. I know the family is strong. What about the other 3? I don't even know where they're coming from. It's similar to you. Oh, but you're much stronger. In other words, they are also from a small family in the countryside. Gargis and Dira. Have you ever met them? They came to my brother's 10th birthday party. Who are they? Gargis is a boring guy. He is 1 year older than me. Dira is younger than me, but he wasn't funny either. Does this mean that the standard of fun could not be teased? Eugene organized his thoughts for a moment. 3 from the main house, 6 including me. They said they would all be here within 4 days at the latest. It's faster than what I have heard. Do you know when the blood ceremony starts? I said we'd all get together. Maybe today, tomorrow. I don't think we'll start today. So how do you do this blood ceremony? I don't know. Seal shook her head. Don't lie. I really don't know. It's tradition for the Lord to decide what to do during the blood ceremony. But now that he's not here, he said he'd be back soon. Anyway, I really don't know. Eugene couldn't completely believe it. Since she is from the main family, she must have heard the words. I recalled what my father said to me. Back then there were 12 of them in the tournament. The last blood ceremony allowed him to wander in the woods for more than 10 days. The format changes every time, but the essence does not. The blood ceremony is a ritual that determines the quality of future generations' connection to the Lionheart family name. Words are plausible but not fair. After all, it is the parents of their parents who trained Mana from an early age that distinguished themselves in the blood ceremony. Eugene thought it was a strange tradition when he first heard about the blood ceremony. so he promised to feed his family from his own blood. Vermouth, don't feel bad about me screwing your descendants. Eugene raised his stiff body and said to Vermouth, probably in heaven, I didn't reincarnate as your descendant because I liked it. Eugene did not have the slightest desire to be particularly close to children from other walks of life. It was not that there was no feeling of homogeneity, but in reality, it was only those who were not worthy of attention. Deacon, 11 years old, Hanson, 14 years old, Jules, 10 years old. 3 children in the room arrived sequentially. Eugene greeted them roughly, bringing the 3 together in his head, trembling beggars. They were so intimidated by his attitude that they were constantly looking at him. Especially Hanson, who is a year older than Eugene. His cheeks were chubby and his body was plump. At first he didn't like it when he tried to openly pretend to be the one in charge, saying he was the oldest. However, that attitude was only the case in front of Eugene and other children. Hanson, who acted like a big brother, saw the lion on Seal's left chest and changed his attitude. In fact, it was not an intelligent attitude. Children with weak influence have no choice but to be afraid of the main family. Who the hell is he? Therefore, the 3 trembling glanced at Eugene with their eyes full of disbelief. After a brief exchange of greetings, Eugene resumed his suspended performance. It was an extension of physical training that he had been doing since morning. Eugene thought that technology would develop over time. It's the same with martial arts. Even if Eugene was a warrior from 300 years ago, the idea that the martial arts of the fool Hamel were still unconditionally superior to modern martial arts was too arrogant. However, no matter how advanced martial arts are, they cannot be used properly unless the physical training was properly done. Eugene believed the fact and had no doubt, even if he didn't train mana. Physical training should not be neglected. Since you didn't train your mana, you should be more focused on the physical. In fact, even though he was pointed out as ignorant, he had nothing to say. But what can he do? The blood ceremony, that damn tradition of not training mana. Those who excel in blood ceremony are bound to return to the direct line. There, the idea of feeding the house with salt was also a backlash against Vermouth, who would have ignored the tradition. Aren't you tired? It's hard. From the way forward, Seal sat next to Eugene and watched the training. She was intrigued by Eugene. Seal, who grew up in her family, has been training with her brother since she was young. However, twins have never been as ignorant and hard-working as Eugene. I guess someone's here. Eugene stood up, shaking his sweaty hair. The far main gate was opening. Since it was time for the sun to set, it seems that the 2 missing in the room arrived around the evening. It's so bustling. From the main house, the servants are running forward. The drivers who stayed behind the main house also ran in unison, Gargiz and Dira. I heard that the families of the 2 little children are the most important family after the main, but I wondered how we are required to rush to run after not even preparing to greet them until now. Oops, Seal felt the same question. She blinked and looked at the front door, smiling as she heard the flag stretched high from the entrance. My father must be here, Seal shouted in an excited voice. She sprang to her feet and ran toward the front door without waiting for Eugene. Eugene. Nina was also surprised and approached Eugene. The Lord must be back. You have to clean yourself up. Oh no, change your clothes first. It would be better to go sweaty than to go alone late. Eugene replied, tapping the dirt off his body. Nina hesitated for a moment and took a handkerchief out of her arms and wiped Eugene's limbs. However, the smell of sweat in Eugene did not go away, so she even took out perfume and sprayed it on Eugene. That's enough. Roughly pressing the greasy hair with his hands, full of sweat and dirty soil. It didn't take very long, but all the servants of the detached house and the servants of the room went toward the main gate. Eventually, Eugene and Nina were the last to leave the annex and head to the main gate. All the flags engraved with Lionheart's symbol soared high in the sky. More than 100 knights line up with the flag. The servants of the main house and the detached house gather in one place and line up at the entrance of the mansion. The relatives of the family stood before their servants. Seal stood on the left side of Ancilla, who was grooming herself, and on the right side stood a pale-faced scion, a few steps ahead of Ancilla, although the real power of the family was away. In this position, Mrs. Theonis, who is a woman of honesty, stands ahead of Ancilla. She looked plain for her husband, who had returned after years. Eugene looked to the boy next to Theonis. He has a handsome face, but his eyes are dull and his shoulders are drooping, not like his age. Iakin Lionheart, the eldest son of the family and the first in line of succession. Theonis is biting her lips. Then Iakim stiffened his expression and straightened his waist and broadened his shoulders. I don't think everyone grew up being pretty. That's why his personality is so different. Eugene turned his head with a flick of his tongue. Come this way, please. One of the butlers of the main house approached and bowed his head. The place where the children of the branch should stand in the corner of their relatives. It is clearly distinguished because of its proper distance. King, the knights drew their swords in unison. More than 100 words have been pulled out, but the sound of iron is not disturbed. The knights glued a high sword to their left chest and looked back at the main gate. A man on a giant black horse was leading 2 wagons in. There was no such thing as a loud shout. The knights greeted their lord, who had returned after years. Gilad Lionheart. Eugene stared at the man with his eyes twinkling. Although he does not possess a face resembling vermouth, his brilliant aura was quite impressive. The one who follows must be his brother, Hugo, Lionheart's family. Gillard has 2 younger brothers. The second younger brother, Guilford, is married and is still living in his home. The third younger brother, Hugo, left his home with Gilad without getting married. I wish you'd let me know before you came. I'm coming back to my house, and why would I let you know? Gillard answered as he got off the horse. Iakim, you've grown quite tall. Have you improved that much? I tried to live up to your father's expectations. Iakim avoided looking and blurted the end of his speech. Gillard stared at his eldest son for a while and turned away. Cyan and Seal, I almost didn't recognize you. Kids grow up so fast, it's amazing. I missed you, father. Seal replied with a big smile. Only then did Gilad smile and nod. He felt the smell of dust and sweat from the 2 twins. It was a smell that I couldn't feel in Iakim. Guilford, I heard you had a son. I'm sorry I couldn't share that moment of blessing. Don't say that, brother. Guilford answered with a bow. Next to him was his wife Neria holding a sleeping baby. Gillard stared at the baby for a moment and caught his eye. Glaring eyes swept the children in the room. Some of the children stood up, swallowing surprise. Eugene didn't have to do that. He was just looking at him, but why is he leaving? No big preparation. Let's just eat together. Gillard's mouth opened. Let's talk about the blood ceremony. People gather around a wide square table. The children in the room filled the table from the side to the end. The 2 wagons that came with Gilad were carrying a Dira and a Gargis. The 2 sat on the innermost side of the children in the room as if it were natural. Eugene sat next to Gargis. Gargis looked at Eugene's face with a curious look. It is an unwritten rule to sit within the order of the family. Originally, sitting next to Gargis had to be that fat Hansen. Hansen, however, sat next to Eugene without expressing any dissatisfaction. Hansen arrived around noon and saw how ignorant Eugene was training. He also saw the family's notorious twin, Seal, being friendly to Eugene. Hansen didn't want to have an unnecessary quarrel with this relative. I saw Gargis and Dira last time. I know your face because you've been here with me. The center opposite the children in the room. It is the seat of the family's lord, Gillard. He looked closely at the children in the room, wiping their hands with a wet towel. I don't know who the other 4 are. My name is Eugene from Giddal. My father's name is Gerhard Lionheart. Eugene lowered his head slightly and announced his name. Starting with him, children from other branches introduced themselves, but Eugene was the only one who spoke smoothly. The other children shook their voices and stuttered. The presence of the main house's house, owner right across from the other side, made the children nervous. Well, after hearing all the introductions, Gilad nodded low. Since then, Gilad has put his chin on without saying much. Silence. The children in the room couldn't even breathe properly and noticed. The same was true of Gargis and Dira, especially Dira. She was right in front of Gilad, so she couldn't keep her eyes open and pinch her little thigh. I'm hungry. Eugene glared at the shabby table. There were some slices of bread and tea, but who would put them on their noses? Who the hell is that? Next to the Iakim was a blond young man. It's a man who came in a different carriage from Dira Gargis. They don't think he is from Lionheart's household. Iakim, who sat right next to him, also felt that he didn't know who the man was. Father. It was Seal who broke the silence and opened his mouth. She stared at Gilad with a big smile. It's been 3 years since you came back. Don't you have my present? I never thought of it. Gillard replied with a grin. Like most fathers, Gilad cared for his daughter. However, unlike his eldest son, Seal has a lot of eggyo. Hey, I miss you every day. Don't you also miss me, father? I miss you. Liar, you didn't even bring me a present. Haha, why don't I give you a present after the blood ceremony? Don't hate this father too much. In the conversation, Iakim chewed his lower lip well. The other twin also lowered his eyes without saying anything. Originally, he would have shivered with Seal as well, but there was still yesterday's bruise on Cyan, dual defeat. Cyan was afraid of being scolded by his father. By the way, father, who is that person? Seal made eye contact with Eugene once and looked back at the man sitting next to Iakim. She knew Eugene was constantly glancing at that man. It wasn't exactly because of him. Seal was also curious about the identity of the man he didn't know. Now, not only Ancilla and Theonis, but also Gilad's 2 younger siblings were unable to join the table. Lionheart's main family, children attending the blood system. That's the only place where a foreigner with identity should seat. Well, I was going to introduce him a little later. It doesn't matter to me. The man replied with a smile. Well, you haven't even adjusted yet. The children are overwhelmed with silence, so we'd better introduce myself now, I'm sure. I was in a hurry and regretted my early collection. Haha, it's not Gilad's fault. The first meeting with a distant relative will make everyone feel awkward. The man looked back at the children with a grin. Eugene picked up a teacup while listening to them back and forth. He was hungry, so he wanted to push something down my throat. Hello, children. My name is Robertson from the Red Tower of Aroth. Adira sounded surprised. Some children tilted their heads, recalling the name that was left somewhere in their heads. Well, the Red Tower. Ayakim looked back at Robertson with a look of astonishment. Poof, Eugene's mouth spouted the tea he just drank. Eugene had never choked even if he chewed meat fast every morning. He didn't think he'd be able to just by drinking tea. Eugene coughed as he tapped his chest. It was surprising. There are 5 towers in Aroth, the kingdom of Motto. Red, blue, green, white, black. 300 years ago, there was no black tower, but hundreds of years have passed since the promise of the warrior and the devil. There were more than 100 black wizards that Eugene killed in his previous life. After the promise of the warrior and the demon king, the black magician was treated as another type of magician and gained enough power to build a tower in Aroth. Anyway, the Red Tower has been there since 300 years ago. Are you all right? Robertson looked at Eugene with astonishment. Oh yeah, it's okay, yes, I'm fine. He just spits it out in surprise while drinking tea, but he felt embarrassed because everyone was looking in his way. Eugene caught the towel while spitting out a cough. But even before cleaning the table, Robertson flicked his finger. The wet tablecloth was cleaned up. It was magic. You must be very surprised. Yes. Eugene smiled awkwardly as he laid down his stretched hand. It was good at times like this to be young. If he's the Red Tower master, he must have been a student of Senya. Strictly speaking, Eugene was not a student himself. As Eugene remembered, the teacher of the Roman Empire was Senya's disciple. Although the line is quite different, the Red Tower master, Robertson, and the Green Tower master served the wise Senya as their master. It was understandable. 300 years ago, Senya became the youngest person in Aroth's history to hold the position of a Green Tower Master, a companion of the Great Vermouth, a great wizard who can kill even the devil and the dragon. Countless wizards visited the Green Tower to become Senya's disciple. In addition, Senya has done many other feats. She revamped Aroth's public magic books and advised other tower masters on magic. In her later years, the wizards who had been taught by Senya sat at the top of the tower. The teachings continued to the present day, and the 2 great masters who claimed to be wise Senya's disciples became the Red and Green Masters respectively. Teacher's master's master. No matter how hard Eugene thought about it, he didn't think that Robertson would have met Senya in person. Still, he didn't expect to meet someone related to an old colleague here. If it's a Red Tower, summoning magic is their specialty. Summoning magic was also Senya's magic. The house where most of the trip was lodged was also a summons from Senya. You said your name was Eugene, didn't you? Gillard opened his mouth. He was pointed out, but this time he wasn't surprised or drinking tea. Eugene nodded slightly and turned to Gillard. I was wondering when I'd be called by you. When he saw him in front of the house, he felt Gillard's secret gaze. I heard from Theonis. The loser, Sion, chewed his lips tight. However, Gillard pressed Sion's shoulders with his slow hands. My son, he insulted you and your parents. Yes, but now there are no hard feelings left. Eugene sat upright in her posture. I was fighting to get rid of my feelings about him. You won. Even if I lost, I wouldn't have left any feelings behind. I'm weak and I couldn't keep my honor, so I have to endure insults. You're better than my son. Gillard grinned. He continued by tapping Sion's shoulder one more time. Sion. Yes, I am not ashamed of your defeat, but I'm ashamed of you being ashamed of your defeat and looking at your father. I heard it was a duel that started with your insult, but you lost the duel and didn't apologize to Eugene. That's. Sion, your last name is Lionheart. The Great Vermouth is your forefather. If you were his blood, you should know how to respect not only yours but also your opponent's honor. I don't think you respected my honor. Eugene looked at Sion's face with unkind thoughts. Eugene thought their father would have a different personality because the twins' personalities were so bad. Gillard seemed more mentally embedded than he thought. He said he'd been away from his home for 3 years. 3 years is a long time for a 10-year-old kid, long enough to be 1/3 of his life. Sorry, Sion twitched his nose and blushed. He was not crying because he's sorry. He's crying because he thought it was unfair. Eugene knew it right away, but he had never expected a sincere apology in the first place. Gillard also felt his son's dissatisfaction. However, if he were to point out here, the discussion will become too long. Not that I am being rude. Eugene, I don't know who your father is. I understand. My family came from the back of the countryside. Did your father teach you skills? He taught me the basics, but most of them I trained by myself. What kind of training did you do? The sword or the spear we use training weapons, which are not as good as what I found here. No one taught you otherwise. There were some knights in my family, but they weren't good enough to ask for instruction. Is that so? Gillard was lost in thought for a moment. Sion chewed on his lips with humiliation, and Seal's eyes shone as if they were funny. Ayakim saw Eugene with blank eyes. He won a duel against Sion. Who's Jahard? Gargiz and Dira glanced at Eugene with astonishing eyes. Other children from other branches were watching Eugene in dismay. I think this blood ceremony will be fun. I think so too. Gillard smiled and said. Robertson, who was listening to the story with interest, also nodded his smiling face. The dish began to come out. However, they did not touch the dishes because they were looking at Gillard. I don't know if the dish will suit my taste. Gillard began to eat with such a good cry. Only then did the children catch the tableware. Eugene cut a large piece of meat as if he had waited. Are you that hungry that you need a big portion? I'm hungry because I kept moving after lunch. The atmosphere is a little relieved when the meal begins. Seal giggled and put vegetables such as bell peppers and carrots on Eugene's plate. Then eat mine too, I'm not hungry. It's because you don't want to eat vegetables. No, I like vegetables. Seal looked at Gillard's expression and quickly continued. I'm really not hungry. After everyone's plates have been emptied, Gillard opened his mouth by putting down his glass of wine. As you might have guessed, I'm setting up a table to give you the details of the blood ceremony. The utensils that were moving slowly stopped one by one. I also wanted to keep an eye on my relatives' children who are participating in the blood ceremony. Gillard's eyes move. His eyes stayed with Gargiz, Dira, and Eugene for a long time. 3 people, who Eugene defined as shots, also knew about it but did not feel dissatisfied. Deacon, Hansen, and Jules. The 3 were well aware that they could not make any significant difference in the blood ceremony. A 10-year period system of blood ceremony. The contents are organized by the family lord. I organized the last blood ceremony. As you may have heard before you came to the main house, the last generation allowed 12 children to wander in the middle of the forest. Gillard shook his head with a bitter smile. The last bloodline ceremony was held only by children of the Branch family, but in this blood ceremony, 3 of my children are participating. It's funny to say, but I think the tradition of the blood ceremony itself is so discriminatory. Gillard's 3 children look surprised. The blood ceremony is a tradition for the main house. Children in the branches can't hold a real weapon or train mana until the blood ceremony. If the blood ceremony is carried out in such a state, the results will be obvious. A child in the branch can never beat a child from the main house. It's impossible to eliminate long-standing traditions at once. It is a gap that has been divided between the main house and the main house for hundreds of years. Gillard's younger brother, Guilford, also had a son. When the child was 5 years old, Guilford left his home and now belonged to the branch, descendants of the Great Vermouth, the home of Lionheart, who claims the legitimacy of blood. Only the blood with great purity is recognized as the main house. Lionheart's home has been in such good shape. No matter how light the blood is, no matter how light it is, don't you all have Lionheart as your last name? But the significance of the blood system is to identify the qualities that would claim to be descendants of Lionheart, the Great Vermouth. The depth of blood doesn't matter. Vermouth. Eugene chewed the meat and thought, I think your descendants are nicer than you. What's the point of competition with obvious results? I want to confirm not only my children, but all of you who succeeded with Lionheart's last name. Gillard turned his head, so unlike the previous one, we decided to get outside help. That's why I'm here. Kids. Robertson smiled broadly. Wasn't the speech too long? I understand you're sleepy, but please stay alert and pay attention. Gillard smiled bitterly. Robertson didn't care about him and kept talking. We'll know once we get started, but the blood ceremony will start in 4 days at the latest. So what it's like is, I'm going to summon a maze in the forest. Robertson raised both hands. The mana gathered between the palms of his hands rose and made a huge maze on the table. You're going to go into different entrances and explore the maze. There's a whole bunch of traps in the maze. Oh, you don't have to worry too much. You won't need to hurt anyone in the maze. Why? Seal asked with a tilt of her head. That's because everything in it is a magical fantasy. Whatever you go through in the maze, it's not real, but you'll have a realistic experience. Robertson's smile thickened. The monster you encountered in the maze could cut off your arm. It doesn't really cut your arm, but in the maze, you would think you really have your arm cut. Wow. Magic is fascinating, isn't it? If you're interested, come to Aroth. The Great Vermouth was also a great wizard. In addition to summoning magic, it was also a combination of higher mental magic. If I can do that, I'll make it. Eugene listened silently to Robertson's explanation. The labyrinth will have many other traps besides monsters. Of course, it's not really dangerous. Yes, Seal was the only one who giggled while listening to the Robertson story. The shivers looked terrified. What you have to do in the maze is very simple. Go to the center of the maze and knock down the captain monster there. How can I knock him down? You just have to knock it down. Has anyone ever caught a monster? Me. 3 members of the main house raised their hands. In the room, only Gargiz, Dira, and Eugene raised their hands. Eugene also beat orcs with a wooden sword when he was about 10 years old. It's the same as it was. The blood ceremony ends when someone out of the 9 of you reaches the center of the maze and knocks down a bad monster. Is it okay if I can't get out of the maze? Of course, if you're scared to go in front of you, you can stay still, but don't expect to get good grades. Robertson answered kindly as he stared at Hansen with plump cheeks. If you catch the captain monster. What's a captain monster? No matter how handicapped those opponents are, their opponents are 10-year-olds. Isn't it too childish? Eugene rolled his eyes thinking about it. So what are the rewards when we get him? If Eugene could, he'd like to ask him so openly, what can I get? In the end, Eugene just asked straight away. I'll let you get out of the main house's underground treasure trove with one thing you want. It was Gillard who answered. Eugene smiled brightly and nodded. Wow, these were the children's responses. What should I choose? Sword, spear, bow. Although the blood ceremony had not yet begun, Eugene was confident that he would break through the maze for the first time. Really, the moment he left the main house and arrived at the detached house, Gargis, who had been closing his mouth, looked back at Eugene. What? You really want a duel with Cyan Lionheart? Gargis' eyes shake at the honest answer. He looked incredibly up and down at Eugene. Gargis Lionheart. He is 14 years old, 1 year older than Eugene. His family was separated from the main family during the prehistoric period. It is a relatively recent split of the family, so it has a high rank among many branches. In addition, there was a forest full of monsters around the family. Gargis has been shooting around the forest since childhood, making it a game to break the head of a small monster like goblin. In other words, it is called Muga, which is considered one of the best in the field. It's the same with Dira. Her family had already been relegated from the main house several generations ago, but she was a prominent military figure who had been in the military since her grandfather's time. As a result, the two had many contacts since they were young. Even though they are of the same family name, the village head is far from the same age. Therefore, the two families are so close that they are jokingly sharing the story of getting married in the future. Naturally, the two families exchanged various opinions on the blood ceremony. There is nothing else to look at. In the end, they have to compete with the other children, so let's not try to compete with each other for nothing, but they might join forces. Gargis came to the main family with his parents' honor, but a countryside boy in which he didn't even know where he came from, fought against Cyan Lionheart from the main family. He even defeated him with a single blow and took the Lord's attention. Who's Jehard? They didn't even know who Eugene's father was. There are so many branches with Lionheart as the last name. Among them, only a few of the bloodlines and branches of the main house are famous. He didn't even come to my birthday party 3 years ago. Gargis and Dira looked at each other hard. Are you done with your questions? Then can I go? Eugene didn't wait for an answer. The two looked back at Eugene, who was passing by, giving a cold look. They thought he was going anywhere, but he didn't go into the house but headed straight for the mist. Are you here? Among the servants of the detached house, Nina ran out the fastest. She handed Eugene a thick towel as if she had waited for him. What, you're going to train? I like it. Eugene grinned and nodded. It's only been a day and Nina has learned a lot about Eugene. The 13-year-old instructor trains, saying, I wonder if a ghost died because I couldn't train or if I was possessed to stimulate my appetite before eating and I have to digest it after eating. When are you going to take a bath? A couple of hours later. Cold water will do, right? Of course. Nina jolted after Eugene. What are they doing? Eugene did physical training earlier. The night air was cool, so he thought he'd swing the sword. Gargis and Dira were looking this way, wanting to step forward. Then, from what he expected, Gargis strode forward. Gargis threw off his coat without hesitation. A body that has incredibly developed muscles at the age of 14. Not only that, but there were small wounds all over the body. Eugene looked at Gargis without saying anything. Then Gargis swallowed his breath and opened his chest. There was a wide chest muscle. His abs are wriggling underneath it. Gargis condescended and tapped on his chest muscles. Do you want to touch it? What is he doing? Eugene was just staring at him with that thought, but Gargis seemed to have some sort of stupid illusion. Number, Eugene answered without hesitation. Gargis looked sad and reduced his swollen chest muscles. Then he passed Eugene and headed for the warehouse in the corner of the chimney. After a while, Gargis came out with a wooden sword. He talked to Eugene with a look full of dissatisfaction. The weapons in the warehouse are too poor. I think they are of lesser quality than those from the warehouse in my family. Yes, I mean the last time I used this ordinary wooden sword was around when I was 6. There's a huge bayonet in my family that I ordered myself. Of course, I didn't take it here because it was for training. It's really heavy with an iron core inside. That's great. You seem to have been pretty disciplined. Gargis looked at Eugene's forearm holding a wooden sword. It is not comparable to his thick forearms either, but it was clear that he had been training for a long time. What kind of training do you usually do? Why do you ask that? You said you beat Cyan. What kind of training did you do to beat Cyan Lionheart, the second son of the main family? Hard work. Eugene was too lazy to deal with him. Eugene swung the sword again after giving a rough answer. The basic action of swinging from top to bottom. As Eugene repeated his move silently, Gargis, who was standing at a distance, also raised his wooden sword. Boom. It sounds so loud that it couldn't have been thought it was from an ordinary wooden sword. This is the sound of pure muscular strength without the help of mana. Gargis glanced proudly at Eugene, but the latter didn't give him a single glance. How many hours a day do you train? Every hour except the time I eat, go to the bathroom and sleep. How long do you sleep? At least 6 hours. I sleep for 5 hours. That's great. I actually wanted to sleep a little longer. My father told me that sleep is a cure. I heard you need to sleep to get muscles bigger. Yes, the size of your muscles is not because of the difference in sleep time. There is a visionary muscle growth system in our family. That's great. It was made with the help of a famous alchemist from Aroth. It is a drug that promotes muscle growth according to training without accumulating mana in the body. Don't you use it? I use nothing. With simple training, muscle growth is limited. Originally, these muscle growth agents were used by mercenaries, but this cheap method together with our family's vision of muscle growth agents was of different quality. It doesn't have any side effects. Look at me. I know I sleep an hour less than you, but my muscles are too thicker than yours. How tall are you? Gargis thought he deserved to make a boastful noise. Gargis and Eugene are only 1 year apart, but Gargis was 1 head taller than Eugene. Considering his still young face, he doesn't look 14 years old. No side effects. Where are you lying? It was Dira who just changed her clothes that asked Gargis with a sharp voice. She had her long hair tied up and wore a generous size uniform. That medicine. They say it gives you a beard. What's wrong with that? It's natural for a man to grow a beard. I like my beard growing. I feel like I'm an adult. You are still growing up, you idiot. Dira shot back with a grimace in her eyes. She's 12 years old, and she's also bold in cursing him because they were close since childhood. I heard you used a spear in a duel with Cyan. Why are you using a sword now? I can use a spear and a sword. Oh, you're using all of this and that, and self-study. Other people would have given him a slight expression. Dira didn't dare to do that and just stared at Eugene. It was said he defeated the main family's son with a blow. I specialize in spears. It suits you. It wasn't a lie. Dira was tall for her age, especially her long limbs. It's no fun just wielding a wooden sword. Let's have a fight. All right. Eugene nodded his head. He liked the straightforward attitude of Dira. In addition, Eugene was curious about the skills of the children who were ranked high among the branches. You use the spear. I shall use the spear too. Is that really necessary? I'd rather see you wielding a spear than a sword. He rushed to the warehouse without answering Dira. Soon he returned with 2 long spears on his side. Take it. The 2 children faced each other with a spear. Gargis, who was still taking off his coat, stood in the center. What are you doing? I'll be the referee. Why do we need a referee in a duel? In order for the result to be fair. Gargis raised his arm high, saying so. Eugene didn't want to see his naked armpit. Baby, what you're doing reminds me of a fool. He's so big, if it weren't for his Lionheart surname, he would seriously suspect that he was a descendant of Moron. If I say start, it starts. Tell him to get started, idiot. Dira roared. Gargis stepped back slightly and lowered his raised arm. Go. The match against Cyan ended with a blow, but this time Eugene didn't intend to, because he wanted to see the skill of Dira. Dira did not run straight, but crept a few steps to find Eugene's gap. Eugene did not leave his place with the spear in both hands. However, only the spearhead was slightly moved to match the movement of Dira. The eyes of Dira flinch. She was quite confident in her skills, but now she wondered if what she had in her hand was really a spear. There's no time. She tried to move around, but she couldn't find any opening. Dira's lower lip was now swollen due to her biting it too much. She couldn't do anything, even finding openings. The distance between the two quickly narrows down. Soon, Eugene stepped forward and attacked her. Eugene's slight movement on the spearhead hit the spear of Dira. At that moment, she turned her body with the spear. The end of the spinning spear hits Eugene again. However, the results were the same again this time. DDA. When the attack was cleared, Dira's eyes shook. GRR. She chewed her lips and waved her arms. She was now striking back and forth against Eugene. The dull sounds of metal blend in between. Dira-determined stabbing attacks were easily countered by Eugene. She knows how to turn. She knows how to use rebound and elasticity. It's pretty good considering that she didn't use mana. In addition, the possibility of growth in the future is endless as she is young. The story of the future as far as it goes. She was not Eugene's opponent. The spear slips from the hand of Dira. She grabbed the bottom of the spear and increased the attack of the spear at once. Hawk attacked from top to bottom. Eugene grinned and bent sideways. It was the first time he avoided it while just removing it. This fact gave confidence to Dira. I'm gonna turn the distance back here and I will win, that's what she thought, but the reality didn't work out the way Dira thought. The moment the spear approaches the floor, Eugene's foot trampled on the spear. Then at one go he stabbed the spear at Dira. With the approaching spear, Dira pulled her head back in horror. The spear stopped before the Dira's nose. She pricked her lips and saw Eugene's face beyond the spear. Heavy. The dragon was used to remove the trampled spear, but no matter how hard it was, the spear did not move. He was just stepping on one foot. He put the spear in front of the crying image of Dira. Rather than the spear not falling out, Eugene's body was not shaken even though he gave this much strength, which saved his defeat. Eugene Lionheart won. Gargis, who was standing as a referee, said with a solemn look. She crumpled her eyebrows and stared at Gargis, who had already been feeling sad. Shut up, pig, I'm not a pig. A pig is a man like Hansen. Shut up, Dira. You didn't learn anything from the wonderful words of the Lord. You shouldn't be ashamed of losing. You need to know how to respect your opponent's honor. He took a few steps back without refuting Dira. She sighed and bowed to Eugene. I lost. Yes, Eugene replied with a happy smile. You're a good spearhead. Are you kidding me? He meant it from the bottom of his heart. He exclaimed Dira in a fit of rage. Only then did Eugene realize that he was a kid about the same age as Dira. Although I use it better. You son of a, so I won. Even if it's unfair, I won. Shut up. Dear you, he didn't get a single punch, so he behaves like his age. Ioken is read as Yoken. His name should have been Ioden read as Yoden, but because his name looks like an element, I changed it to Ioken Yoken. I actually consulted the name dictionary to find an existing name with the same sound. All the names here are actually found using the dictionary because the author seemed to like English names written in Hangul, like Eugene equal Eugen, Seal equal Seer, Cyan equal Cyan. We have to work together. That night, Dira and Gargis came to Eugene's room. At that time, Eugene was lying on the bed. He just washed his body neatly, changed into a soft pajamas, and was about to fall asleep with congratulating himself for this satisfying day. Did you just wake someone up for that? Eugene answered without looking at them while still lying on bed. I want your answer. Gargis insisted. There was a face full of discontent called Dira standing beside him. She knew Eugene's skills for sure, but there is still a sound in her ears teasing her saying that she didn't get a single hit. How do we put our strength together? You heard about the blood ceremony from the Lord earlier. It's the blood ceremony in which we go into different entrances and breaks through the labyrinth, but the destination is the same. The center where there are mysterious bad captain monster. He can't believe a monster got bad captain on his name. The captain monster must be very strong. Maybe so, the Lord and the Red Tower Master said that there are many traps and monsters inside the maze, but the three of us can break through the center alone. That's something you'll know once we try. I've never lost to monsters. Gargis opened his chest with pride. I said that the monster of the mage is not real but just magical illusion. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. If you're so confident, why want to join forces just to defeat the captain monster? Are you perhaps afraid of pain if you lose? I've never lost to a monster. The captain monster is strong, that's why it's called Captain Monster. Gargis replied with a confident look, so we have to work together. The twins in the main family will join forces, so we three will have to join forces. Let's get together in the middle and catch the captain monster. Yes, I think I can catch it alone. Eugene replied with a grin, I'm not lucky. Dira said. Gargis nodded in agreement. Then let's do this. If you can't catch it after trying once, join us. How about you run away and wait for us? You don't need to do that. You're already strong enough. You guys can do it without me. I'll do that depending on the situation. Dira replied, but there are 3 more people than 2. I'm sorry to hear that, but stronger than me. If you help us, we can definitely catch the captain monster. Why do you want to hunt it so bad? Don't you want to beat the main family? Dira asked with a grimace in her eyes. You've already beaten Cyan in the duel. I told you that if you win the blood system, you will also receive a gift. Family Branches has never won a blood ceremony in which the main family and family branches participated. Gargis said, but I think there is a possibility this time. You have a Dira with me. You're the one who beat Cyan. Even if you catch it alone, Family Branches wins, right? If you come at it alone and win, I'll be very happy. It's better to catch it by one person than 3 people in the room. Gargis answered with a nod. His stature reminded Eugene of Moron, who was like a fool. When he heard what he said, he knew how to think about it, and there was a big corner. Go away, okay, I'm going to sleep. Eugene shook his hand while lying down. Although Dira looked unhappy, Gargis nodded and grabbed Dira by the wrist. I'm going to sleep for 5 hours again today. I'm going to sleep 6 hours. Eugene knew what that fellow was thinking, and he felt like he was right. You idiot, what's wrong with getting a little more sleep than him? The early bird catches the worm. So you're going to catch a worm tomorrow morning. You're 2 years younger than me, so you don't know what that metaphor is. Get out. Eugene threw a pillow and shouted. And Scylla was troubled all night. It was because of the blood ceremony. She expected it to be a common battle between children, but it was an out-of-the-box maze, and he invited Aeroth's Red Tower Master. The wise Senya has made a mark in the magical world of Aeroth. The House of Lionheart, descendants of the Great Vermouth, also maintains close ties with Aeroth's great masters. In particular, Robertian, the master of the Red Tower of this time, claimed to be a disciple of the wise Senya and attended several events of the main house. However, he never came to my children's birthdays, and Scylla chewed her lips well. Of course, the blood ceremony is a traditional Lionheart event, but no matter how hard she thought about it, it didn't seem to have come all by itself. Mrs. Theonis smiled. Maybe he's here to get a student. It was a plausible idea. Ioken liked reading books rather than using his body since he was young. He was especially interested in magic, so he practiced magic from the beginning. However, he has never had a teacher. The nickname given to the Great Vermouth All-Master. It's a nickname given to Vermouth because he was not only good at martial arts but also with magic. However, not many people have been willing to study magic at Lionheart's home since Vermouth. There was a simple reason. Magic is hard to get to. The competition for succession begins at an early age. If they have learned magic since then, it is unlikely that he will be magically promoted to Lord immediately. Ioken is 15. He was learning magic since he was a kid, but it's self-taught to the point. Will he ever become a disciple of the Red Tower? And Scylla pressed her twitching cheek with a smile. He's practically given up his succession. If Ioken becomes a disciple of the Red Tower, he had no choice but to leave home. In the meantime, Cyan and Seal will grow up to be When Ioken goes to Aeroth, Ancilla will take control of the main house. Objectively speaking, Cyan and Seal's qualities are not bad. Rather, they are very good, worthy of Lionheart's name. The problem is the blood ceremony. Ancilla did not know whether to be dissatisfied or pleased with the content of the blood ceremony. They go through different entrances and break through the labyrinth. That means Cyan and Seal can't help each other. If it's just a simple duel, of course, either Cyan or Seal would have won. She can't be sure of him. Eugene from the countryside that won the duel against Cyan. This fact complicated Ancilla, a mystery with many variables. The result of the duel will not be unconditionally reflected. Should I bribe him, or should I be dissatisfied with the unique blood ceremony that castrates the advantage of our family and seeks equity first? You should never intervene with the blood ceremony. Ancilla, who had been worrying all night, sighed. She thought she'd secretly talk to her husband, but she knew he was strict with his children. If she get lucky for no reason, she will definitely get to her husband's bad eyes. You should be nice to me. Ancilla tilted her head toward the window and muttered, a few days before the blood ceremony starts. In the meantime, they should learn information that can help them in the maze. Although Cyan's cheeks were slapped because anger, Ancilla still loved her child. Children who have to live with the label of second wife's children for the rest of their lives barely made it this far. The insults from now on will only narrow down. Cyan and Seal are still young. The reason why the two can do anything in the main house is because Ancilla stood tall without showing any shame, so her son's defeat hurts. The blood of the main family got defeated from someone of the branch. I'd rather. Ancilla sighed with a complex look. If that Eugene is the first to break through the palace, shake hands that you don't dare to think of. If that happens, the whole house will be humiliated. But the disgrace is not borne by Ancilla alone. Gilead, the owner of the family, is also sharing with Theonis, the faithful. If she think the opposite way, Eugene's passing the maze may mask Cyan's defeat. It's not that he is lacking in the talent, but that lad from the branch family is just strangely outstanding. The best thing is for Cyan and Seal to break through the maze. Ancilla sighed again and stood up from the chair. If I don't, it's better for Eugene to break through than Ioken or any other kid. Of course, Ancilla didn't want to cheer for Eugene. She only thought of a possible lane. 3 days later, the children of the branch family were called by their parents. Since the preparation of the labyrinth that was summoned to the forest was over, the blood ceremony will begin today. Comfortable attire personal arrangements are not allowed. What about weapons? Most of the children had such questions, but once they were told, they followed the knights into the forest. I'll prepare the weapons for you. Inside the forest were the Robertian and Gillard. Behind the two, the entrance to the cave, which looked suspicious and artificial, stood tall. Tell me the weapon you need. We won't let you stand until the end of the day, but your child's opponent is not real anyway. You can deal with a weapon that's shaped enough, right? Robertian said with a kind smile. Eugene hated that word children more than anything else. He think he's just being a kid. However, he was a real warrior, so he couldn't express his dissatisfaction openly. Is there only one kind of weapon? Not really. We'll prepare as much as we need. How? Seal asked with a grin. Robertian raised his hands, looking at Seal's big eyes as if they were cute, like this. Wah, a long sword was made. Wow. Seal held the sword that came to him with both hands. The weight is reasonable, and the texture of the blade is not bad. Seal swung at the sword a few times with excitement. What if this breaks? Ha ha, little girl, you don't have to worry about that. This man is a great wizard. That is also magic, and it will never break inside the labyrinth that the little lady is going. Can you make animals, not swords? I can make dolls. Golem is possible, but I can't make a living life. Then can I take the golem you make for me? That's a sweet idea. Robertian burst into laughter and looked back at Gillard. Gillard, smiling at his daughter's tricks, shook his head slowly. I can't do that, because Golem will fight for you. Then make a doll for me next time. Seal replied with a big smile. Ioken's eyes twinkled and saw the light twirling around the hand of the Roberian. Why can't you make a living life? Ioken questioned. When asked, Robertian looked back at the Ioken with a funny look on his face. It's a magic taboo, forbidden. It's hard to make, and there's nothing good about it. It is the beautiful power of being that gives birth to a living life. Ah. Ioken nodded as if he had understood. Hey, I'm not going to do this. I'd like a longer, thinner sword. Hold on. It's possible for me to make it one by one, but it's hard for me to make the same sword as the little girl. Robertian reached for Seal. Then the light wrapped in his hand crossed over to Seal, so you can make it yourself. Other kids too, it's not hard. I'm using magic anyway, so you just have to pick up the light, clearly imagining what's in your head. The light came over to the 9 children. Ioken shook his fingertips as he looked at the light with ecstatic eyes. Gillard watched his eldest son silently. Oh, Gargis exclaimed. He made his favorite bayonet that he uses back in the family. Strangely enough, even the familiar weight was realized. He burst into admiration as he hung the bayonet over his shoulder. Read this on KRNVL, Zeiss for future updates. Even for Dira, it created a spear as usual. She poked her spear several times into the air, savoring the feel of the spear in her hands. Then she put a spear on her back with a satisfied face. Seal and Cyan made swords. Seal's black sword looked long and flabby, while Cyan's black sword was similar but slightly heavier. Then Ioken made an ordinary sword. He squeezed the light with his ecstatic eyes, but when he held the sword, Ioken's eyes sank as dull as usual. Other children made weapons, but Eugene didn't look at them. They were not motivated before they came here. Perhaps some will give up searching as soon as they enter the maze. Eugene made a sword that fits the length of his arm and a small shield that is mounted on his forearm. Why don't you use a spear? You're good at using spear. I'm good at using the sword. What's with the shield? I'm good at using the shield. He's good at everything. Then Dira grumbled. Seal stared at the two talking and came to Eugene. What are you going to do when you meet me at the palace? What should I do? Are you going to fight me? Can I fight? Eugene looked back at Gillard and asked. There's nothing we can't do. The blood ceremony is very competitive. Gillard replied with a grin. With what her father said, Seal puffed up her cheeks. But we don't have to fight. That's right. Rather than unconditional competition, this blood ceremony is intended to examine the judgment and cooperation of the situation. After all, we are a family with the family name Lionheart. We're a family. Seal looked back at Eugene and smiled back. When is your birthday? September. It's April for me, so I'm your Nuna. Term bout refer to older girls. Well, to say so, he was conscious that there was Gillard, Seal's father. You said something as sweet as, what? No. Eugene turned his head, coughing in vain. Take one of these and go in. After all the children had made weapons, Robertson handed them a necklace with blue jewels hanging. The necklace is connected to your spirit. If you are under too much stress in the labyrinth, I'll intervene through the reaction of the necklace. It was a safety precaution just in case. And if you think you can't break through the labyrinth, tap on the jewel of your necklace and say, help me. Then you can escape from the labyrinth without a hitch. It was Hansen and others who nodded at the words of Robertson. He only participated because he couldn't resist tradition. They had no ambition in the blood ceremony. Well then, let's get in together, after I finish what I have to say. With a big smile, Robertson stepped aside from the entrance to the cave. We go in together, but from the moment you go into the cave, you'll be led in a different way. Don't be too embarrassed, but there is only one road at first, so go straight ahead. If you don't think you can do it from there, tap on the jewelry. The children walk out. Eugene strode, conscious of the shield on his left forearm. Good luck, before entering the cave entrance. Seal, who was walking along the side, smiled broadly at Eugene. Without the words Gargis and Dira, she gave Eugene a wink. Eugene said, grinning at their gaze, good luck too. Yes, at a rough throw of encouragement, Seal nodded vigorously. 9 children entered the cave. At the moment they passed only the entrance. It became clear and dark around. Someone might make a surprised sound, but they will be unable to hear it. Eugene looked around without any embarrassment. A labyrinth brought in by summoning magic, but now that he was inside, he can't feel any sense of incompatibility. Robertson may be an excellent wizard to be proud of being the disciple of the great wizard, as Eugene's immature body does not detect a sense of harmony unique to magic, cause I still didn't train mana. If so, he should strictly be dependent on his body's senses. Fortunately, it was one of Eugene's good areas. Eugene breathed low and long. He didn't get excited in the first place, but he calmed myself down and started concentrating on the other 5 senses one by one. Visual, auditory, olfactory, touch, taste. It may be a useless sense in this place. However, Eugene made the taste of blood in his mouth by chewing on the tip of his tongue, as such. His sensations are now heavily concentrated. Breathing out repeatedly awakened his mind. His intuition opens up in such it looked like a 6th sense. It was the dull experience of being Hamel that awakened his mind. He had enough of it in his previous life. Most of the monsters that dig into the ground make nests like a maze. That's how a single ant makes its nest, and even Goblin does so. Not to mention Mana. The hideout of Helmud was a labyrinth itself. In modern times, it's a place where you can pay a lot of money just for a tour. Helmud's place was where Hamel wandered from was a terrible hell that shouldn't exist in this world. How many times he almost died there. Most of his confidence skills were not used in Helmud's place. Even that stupid moron was afraid to move forward recklessly. Senya, who used to praise herself as a great wizard, was not convinced by her magic. Annis, who always said God would take care of her, also called out his colleagues' names more than God in Helmud. Only Vermouth was calm. Eugene smiled bitterly. The warrior Vermouth and his companions, that's true. The center of the party was Vermouth. Without him, everyone would not have broken through Helmud. Hamel, Moron, Senya, Annis. When he first entered Helmud, he was young and immature, but a man grows through experience. All of his colleagues, if not as much as Vermouth, had at least once mistaken that he was the best man in the world, so he was able to grow explosively. From some point on, colleagues regarded each day in Helmud as a routine. Moron moved forward again. Senya was convinced by his magic, and Annis restored her faith in God. Hamel, however, hated himself for being weaker than Vermouth. He hated shaking with fear. He simply couldn't do it like Vermouth, so I was more and more pushy about myself. Since he can't do it like Vermouth, he wanted to grow his own way. Vermouth does not feel afraid. Hamel feels fear, so get used to fear and overcome it. Vermouth does anything easily. Hamel can't do it easily. At first, even if he do well, he will face a wall someday, so break the wall and go out. The same is true here. Vermouth was not embarrassed in his first labyrinth, but always tried to find his way. He was a man and could not always choose the right path. Every time he fails. Whenever he chose the right path, Hamel looked at what grounds Vermouth found the right path and what went wrong and chose the wrong path. Hamel had no innate intuition like Vermouth, so he filled his lack in that way. The same experience remains intact in Eugene's head. It's a mystery that made the kids break through. I didn't mean to kill her. Well, then it's plain and obvious. Eugene did not stop walking. As Robertson said, the beginning is a lonely road. It's still dark around, however, as they go a certain distance. The darkness slowly clears. Left and right walls. There's plenty of distance not to be embarrassed by wielding weapons. However, if you want to swing the spear to your heart's content, you will have to think about your position in many ways. So Eugene didn't choose the spear, sword and shield. This basic combination is a combination of all-around abilities that can respond to almost any situation. The ceiling is blocked. The trick of climbing the wall is useless. Eugene was conscious of the sense of smell among the sensitively awakened senses. The taste of blood was still hanging in his mouth. The smell of blood. Find a foreign odor by excluding it first. There is a slight smell of oil. If he could handle mana, he could feel it more clearly. Eugene moved forward with a slight regret. He walked a little, and there were two paths in the road. The following road forms the same. The smell of oil is on the left path. It was a trap made by magic, but it smells like oil. It was plain and obvious. However, Eugene still took the left path. It was to be sure that his judgment was right. While pretending to walk casually, the weight delivered to the soles of his feet is concentrated at once. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7. The tread plate that touches goes down a little. 1, 2. 3. Got it. An arrow shoots from a flaw in the brick. Eugene held up the shield without embarrassment. Ambush. The arrow bounced through the shield. Eugene turned around without going any further. It's easy. It's just that they're at the level of the kids. Eugene smirked. Whenever he checked the wrong way, Senya used to have a seizure. Past memories bring back memories as well as experiences. Thup. Eugene felt his heart burn and went back to the right way. Go back and rest. Gilliard caught a cold eye. Hansen was the first to knock on the necklace and declare to be taken out. He didn't think there would be competition anyway, and he didn't want to have any trouble. His parents also did not expect anything from his son to cause anything unusual. Yes. Hansen, who was standing with Crouch, bowed his head. Shortly after he returned, a rescue request was called again. 10-year-old Jules was better than Hansen since he made his way to the labyrinth. However, he was shot by an arrow in the first trap and cried out for help. After a while, the rescue request comes back. It was 11-year-old Deacon. He endured the arrow in his body, but was beaten by a slime who faced him afterwards. Slime is a monster hard to deal with flying weapons. Deacon screamed, "Please save me," because I was swallowed by Slime's mucus body. In less than an hour, 9 people at the start became 6. It was pathetic, but it's what they had expected. No one expected those 3 jerks to show anything. Gargazhi is clumsy, but he doesn't stop. Robertson put a video of the labyrinth in the air. 6 children are shown on a split screens. Gargaz chose to go straight forwards rather than avoid the trap. Even if he get hit by an arrow or face a monster, he would still swing a bayonet as big as his body and go all out. This labyrinth has a sleek design. If you're caught in a trap, you'll need to change your path immediately. He avoided the trap several times. He didn't want to fight with monsters. If there is no other way, he'll just go back. It was only when he couldn't back down that he'll fight. The design is too careful, but it's not bad. Ancilla trained the twins with the handwriting of famous adventurers and the designs of various beauty palaces, so the twins learned basic information about the mystery and how to target it. It helped to break through this blatant, obvious, easy maze. For example, that beauty palace is blocked everywhere. However, the wind blows because of magic. If you go in the direction of the wind, it helps you find a way. If you look carefully, you can find artificial traces on the road, and if there is no such thing, it is possible to avoid them based on the judgment of the moment the trap was triggered. The draft was doing so. However, there was a lackluster part compared to being cautious. The idea is not flexible. As you try to rely on only the memories that come to mind unconditionally, your vision becomes narrow. So there were cases where they were caught in an easy trap. Seal is sensual. Think flexible, but there's something childish about it. Seal triggered the trap by throwing things like shoes. After doing so many times, he goes on a path where there is a trap. If there is a traffic jam, come back again, and if there is no traffic jam, go on and on. When you meet a monster, you don't fight right away and bully him like playing with a toy. The Eode is. What do you say? You seem very interested in magic. Eode was not focused on breaking through the mahogany. He looked at the traps one by one, and when he saw the monster, he burst into admiration. It's a monster made of vision, and it's this lively. Even after the monster was knocked down, he did not leave immediately, but for quite a while he looked at the monster's body and shone his eyes. His eyes were dimly dead when he swung the sword and fought the monster. I laugh when I encounter magic. I've been doing that since I was a kid. I liked reading books rather than training my body and skills. I especially enjoyed telling you fairy tales about magic. You know what, Ayad, that child has more respect for the wise Senna than for his forefather, the great Vermouth. You deserve the respect of every sorcerer. Robertson smiled proudly. So did I liked Senya's story better than Vermouth in the Adventures of Vermouth the Warrior. Whenever the party was in trouble, Senya's magic would come up with an amazing solution. I've read that fairy tale since I was a kid. I liked Hamel, but you mean stupid Hamel. If he hadn't been in trouble, fairy tales would have been very boring. He was a mean man, but he was just I tried to overcome my inferiority complex about my ancestors, Vermouth. Even when everyone followed Vermouth's opinion, Hamel was the only one who had a different opinion. I've hated Hamel since I was a kid. Well, that's possible. Hamel's got them going through a lot of crises, but in every crisis, Hamel always tried to take responsibility for himself. From then I just couldn't hate Hamel. Gilade smiled and watched the video. Ioken, that kid wanted to learn magic from a young age. He actually learned it. I invited a magic teacher from the capital, but he didn't try to get any more magic lesson during the middle school. Do you know why? He gave up on it. His mother has always told him that he will become the family head. He have to be a family head. He made up his mind that magic doesn't have an advantage in the succession competition. Succession competition begins in earnest when children become adults. I understand something from this. Magic has infinite possibilities, so the road to go with it is tough and far. Honestly, I wish Ioken would walk the way of a magician. Gilliard smiled bitterly and looked back at Robertson. There is only one family in the branch that specializes in magic, so I've tried to send him there several times, but he refuses. But if he were to bevel a disciple of the Red Tower, he wouldn't say no. There is still a desire for magic in Ioken's mind. I can't give you a definite answer. Robertson shook his head. I can't accept anyone as my student. I have a relationship with you, so I accepted your favor, but I'm not going to take him as a disciple unless he's good at it. It doesn't matter, though. I don't mean to force it myself either, but I want to make him focus on his dreams. It is not just for Cyan and Seal's right of succession. It's just it was painful to see his eldest son to rot while concentrating on something he doesn't even want to do, to convince his wife Theonis, and to push Ioken's back. He brought directly the Red Tower Master. Well, let's take a closer look at hid qualities. He don't seem to have any intention of using magic in this labyrinth. Robertson muttered, and he looked at the screen. But Eugene, what the hell is that kid? The admiration has burst several times. Now embarrassing feelings precede admiration. I don't know, Gilliard murmured with sincerity. Eugene on the screen was tearing away the eyes of the troll. Trolls, isn't that too much for 10-some-years-old children? That's what Eugene thought when he met it. It was not a real troll. It's just an illusion. It's not like he was being attacked. He may feel pain, but it was also just an illusion. If he could overcome this fear, his opponent was not impossible to defeat. Bear the pain, dog in, and once it attacks, counters it. It looked like the real deal. Eugene looked up and down at the troll and was amazed. He knew it was just an illusion, but one can think it's actually the real one. Not only the movement, but also the unique body odor of a troll was present. But I guess he has some conscience. Its size was not the same as the originals. It looked like a youngling that was not yet taught of hunting and fighting. It was still unable to stand on its own feet, and it doesn't even have that common club trolls usually have. Even so, it was still much bigger than the 13-year-old Eugene. Eugene slowly walked towards the troll with a shield. I've beaten orc or goblin to death. This would be my first time dealing with a medium-sized monster with this body. He didn't want to have a rough fight just because it was easy prey. His body was very excited about the fight that was about to happen. It's been a while since he entered the labyrinth, and after walking so many hours, he thinks he has gone a long way. He didn't feel any crisis on his way here, so he needs to warm up. Eugene slowly and boldly narrowed the distance between him and the troll. The troll over there only looked at him and didn't come at Eugene right away. He wasn't surprised about their reaction. The monsters he faced earlier didn't come over him first unless he was within a certain distance. This must be considered by the mage considering the age of the participating children. When Eugene pushed his foot forward, the movement of the troll changed accordingly. He jerked around and turned his head toward Eugene. Saliva flowed between large teeth, a face ugly enough to scare the kids. However, Eugene felt joy instead of fear. It looks like Moron. There were a few monsters that looked like Moron. Trolls, ogre, cyclops, etc. All human-type ugly monsters walking on 2 feet is what Eugene thought as a look-alike of Moron. Moron has never denied the fact that he was ugly. He knows it. Eugene kicked the ground to gain speed while recalling his old colleague's ugly face. As the distance narrowed in an instant, the troll reacted. It was easy. Kagagak, Eugene's sword cut the calf of the troll. After slashing between the troll's legs, Eugene quickly turned around and took the sword back. and without hesitation he swung the sword at his feet. The cut was swallow and didn't affect the troll much. Nevertheless, it still let the troll taken back. After several cuts, the troll's skin started tearing apart and revealed some bones amidst the dark green blood gushing out. Eugene didn't want to dirty his body, so he covered himself with the shield. With his foot receiving immense damage, he started losing his footing. He screamed while staggering to balance he bide. His large hand falls over. Eugene's head, the shield covering his body, was now above his head. Smack! The attack was quite heavy for a 13-year-old kid. He might be training excessively, but it was still impossible to dodge the troll's attack. Using his entire shoulder and arm together while the shield is slightly tilted, the attack's power was reduced. It would have crushed his arm if the timing were a little off, but Eugene didn't even think that he would fail. His defense was perfect. The troll swings the other arm helplessly. Eugene swung the sword with one hand. Pock! The skin from the troll's arm was cut and blood was gushing. Eugene dug his sword more by spinning his sword deep to his bone. Quack! The troll opens his mouth and screams. The pain of being stabbed till his bones were spreading throughout its body, and it paralyzed the troll's body. He didn't have to make it more realistic by adding bad breath. Eugene swung the shield with such discontent. Bam! The shield cracked open the lower jaw of the troll. At the same time, Eugene pulled out a sword stuck on the troll and put it between the troll's ribs. Quack! He poked the troll's lungs. The skin was so thick that it barely reached the lungs between its rib. Eugene slashes the sword horizontal to cut open its chest. Then he cuts the lungs entirely and pulls out the sword as soon as it touches the sternum. Sternum is the front bone that connects a pair of ribs. The troll was no longer able to raise its arms, and he was drenched in blood. If it were a regular monster, it would not have to fight anymore. However, trolls are famous for their strong regenerative power. Eugene didn't wait for it to regenerate. He pushed the sword hard enough that it resisted. Eugene tore the troll's body apart and poked his heart 5 or 6 more times and stabbed his neck with the sword. He skillfully wielded his swords and avoided its bones. Whoa. After killing the troll with all the utmost effort, Eugene looked at its corpse with satisfaction. Robertson and Gillard saw the scene from beginning to end. With his mouth wide open, Robertson wondered what kind of opinion he should say. Even if it's an illusion, it's still a troll. Far from making a frightening noise at the sight of the troll, a 13-year-old child tore the troll apart overwhelmingly. That's cruel. He didn't have to do that, Robertson muttered. Gillard, looking at the screen with equally blank eyes, soon shook his head with a smile. It's a well-made illusion he may think is real. Yes, but... That's great, I don't think he has ever met a troll. Far from being overwhelmed by fear, he butchered the trolls boldly and neatly. But what does that have to do with anything? Eugene still killed the troll with great merit. There were no signs of traps in his paths. Robertson looked at Eugene and spoke his thoughts. He never got caught in any other trap except for the first time. When I saw him act, I thought he was used to it. Where is the boy from countryside? I don't think there are any unknown towers there. Most resourceful towers are used as hiding places for wizards. Then sometimes, after the owner of the tower, the wizard, dies or leaves, the tower will be found by adventurers. If you are lucky, you may find treasure in the tower. After they pack everything they need to pack, the tower, without treasure, it will be transformed into a tourist destination. Even if he frequented many towers, he couldn't have possibly known how to avoid traps skillfully. Maybe he learned it from a book. The average 13-year-old will not indulge in reading books related to the traps. He doesn't look like a normal kid, and maybe it's not about knowledge, it's about the senses. It's a labyrinth made for children, but just by the senses, I didn't make it that easy to avoid traps. No matter how young a child is, wouldn't he be able to do that if he was born to be great? Robertson knew precisely what that kind of child he should be called. Genius. Now Gillard no longer put his eyes on Cyan, Seal, and Iokin. He watched Eugene face the center of the maze with joyful eyes. When facing a monster, fighting and knocking it down is not the only answer. Trolls were such monsters in this place. A large build with slow responses rather than fighting up front, they could have avoided it and break through. Only Gargiz and Eugene fought against the trolls. Arg! Gargiz let out a furious roar. Although his whole body was hurting, the brave Gargiz eventually knocked down the troll. Gargiz took the bayonet from Troll's chest and shouted again. He celebrated his victory with another roar. He sat down with all his strength. I've been hit so many times. He maybe have big muscle, but the Troll's attack was powerful. He didn't know how many of his bones are broken. It hurts. Gargiz gritted his teeth and spit it out. It hurted more than when he was hit by an arrow or when he was pierced by an iron bar. He knew that all this pain was just a magic trick, but being in pain is still painful. Gargiz came down from Troll's body, holding back the tears that were about to come out of his eyes. Then he stumbled through the wall. "'Cause I've been beaten this much. The others. He knows that the Dira is strong. Eugene is stronger than her, but he doesn't think they are stronger than a troll. How can their poor bodies deal with a giant troll? Contrary to his worries, Dira was fine. She succeeded in passing by the troll without fighting it head-on. It was the same with Cyan and Seal. TL, Gargis is a type of person with bronze but no brains lol. Cyan and Seal joined on the way. From there, Seal did not take the lead but rather coaxed Cyan into being the first on the road. It was very easy for Seal to persuade her brother. Opa, which way should we go? Don't you know that? I don't know, you idiot. Why don't you know when we've read a book together? Look at what I'm doing. Cyan has never felt inferior to her younger sister, who was born a few seconds late. Rather, he thought he was superior to her younger sister and always wanted to show off in front of his younger sister. It is still like that. From the moment the word I don't know came out of her mouth, Cyan judged that it was an opportunity to let her sister see his greatness. Just a few days ago, he was humiliated in front of her, so he thought he should restore his crumpled honor in this event. Why? You don't know what's going to happen. A monster might suddenly appear in front of us. Maybe something strange will fall from the ceiling. Like a ghost? You fool, at times like this, you should say undead, not a ghost. Do you know what undead is? It's like a zombie but bones. That's it. It's in the book we saw. A summons made by a wicked black wizard from the tomb of stupid adventurers blinded by treasure. The black wizards of the old days made undead or chimera out of dead adventurers back then. But the Red Tower Lord is not a black wizard. That's true, but maybe it'll come out as a surprise. I hate ghosts because they're scary. I'm not scared at all. In fact, Cyan was afraid of ghosts too. When they were young, both siblings shared the same room. The two of them can't sleep at night, so nannies read them stories, so they heard a lot about this and that. Sometimes the nanny told scary stories. Cyan would not fall asleep all night, and he would always be conscious of what is under the bed or inside the wardrobe. But he couldn't express his fear in front of his sister. Why are we talking about ghosts all of a sudden? Cyan glanced at the ceiling, grasping all the tremors. The weird thing that he imagined would fall from the ceiling was a spider or that kind of monster. He never thought of ghost. Of course, Seal deliberately brought up ghost stories. She knew well that her brother was afraid of ghosts since she was young, so she wanted to take the lead and pick on his proud brother. I hope you'll be surprised if something comes out. Seal followed Cyan with naughty thoughts. From some point on, there were no traps in the road, but it wasn't necessarily straight. They were many blocked paths. Whenever that happened, Cyan was overly wary that something might pop out from the side. As his brother rarely screamed, Seal slowly became bored. She'd rather poke him in the back than his brother will make a surprising sound. But how? He's on guard now. Big brother, we're still in the maze, aren't we? Beats me. Robertson shouldn't have forgotten setting up monsters. Maybe they got caught in a trap. Among the traps I've seen so far, there was one with a very deep hole. Wouldn't a monster be stuck there if it really fell? It could be. Cyan agreed at Seal's thought. It would have been fun to meet him on the way. Hey, what's fun? He's our enemy. But we don't have to fight and compete. Cyan bit his lips at her words. But that could be overlooked. That wizard didn't prohibit us from fighting each other, so if I meet him, I'll fight him. Can you win? When I lost back then, it was because of carelessness. If we fight again, of course, I will win. Really? Of course. He may have said so, but Cyan wasn't sure of winning deep inside. He recalled the pain of being beaten by Eugene. Subconsciously, his body trembled at the horror. Maybe it was because he was thinking about ghosts all the way that he became so nervous. Don't talk to me, Seal. Cyan glanced at her younger sister and looked ahead again. I need to concentrate. When her brother's gaze against her was gone, Seal stuck out her tongue, made a face, and then silently laughed. Suddenly, a bloody woman walked out of the alley. Cyan opened his eyes wide and screamed. Allah! His scream could be heard over half of the labyrinth. Dira wanted to try to catch him off guard, but the scream of Cyan threw her off and she also screamed in surprise. The two screams echoed throughout the whole labyrinth. Seal laughed at the sight. After screaming for so long, Cyan came to his senses and pulled out his sword. Dira, how dare you surprise me? Well, I'm more surprised. He is the youngest son of the main family, and because of the situation of the branch family, she did not dare to speak to Cyan rudely. She jumped back. Her thought of catching them off guard has long gone. Why are you surprised? What's wrong with you? You are the one who surprised me. Don't lie. Dira felt like she was going to die of injustice. All kinds of traps, monsters, and giant trolls she saw on the way here. No matter how outstanding she was, being heavily beaten was inevitable. That's the reason why she looks like a bloodied woman right now. You are sabotaging my search. How dare you surprise me? Yeah, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You must have scared me and tried to sneak attack. No, that was true, but she can't bluntly say it right now. She turned away. She heard Cyan calling her and shouting, "Come back." But she just ignored them and then run away. Big brother, she's running away? How dare you? Cyan was genuinely angry. How dare she make him scream in front of his sister? This was really embarrassing. He felt like Eugene's sudden attack was better than being in this kind of situation. At least he could reason why he lost, so he can't forgive her. Cyan ran after the Dira. Seal was laughing as she chased after Cyan. No matter how long and fast the legs and arms of Dira were, she couldn't be faster than the twins who already trained Mana. The distance between them is getting narrower. Gargiz, where's this bastard? Gargiz, Dira shouted at the top of her lungs. However, Gargiz was facing a troll, so he couldn't hear the voice of the Dira amidst the continuous roars. Don't run away, I didn't do anything wrong. But why are you running away? You're going to bother me. That's right, Cyan shouted. The answer of Cyan almost let her lose her balance. If Cyan was alone, she could fight back, but there was Seal. Moreover, she can never win with a body full of wounds. Eugene, where's this bastard? Because her mind was elsewhere, the running Dira stepped on a trap. Kuwoong, the floor started going down. Dira saw that the two were still following her. Without any ounce of hesitation, she jumped at the shout of Cyan. Dira, she managed to jump over the hole and landed on the ground with her butt. I told you not to run away. Cyan stopped at the sudden trap and shouted. Dira took a breath and dashed forward again. Big brother, Cyan looked at the trap for a moment. The end is so deep that he can't see it. Moreover, there was quite a distance from the other side. Do they have to go back and find another way? Cyan hesitated, pondering for a moment. Then he saw his sister's eyes looking forward. Cyan chewed his lips. He can't be humiliated anymore. Arg, Cyan shouted and jumped above the trap. The mana spread all over his body and made a long-distance leap. Seal, you come too, I'll catch you. Yes, Cyan opened his arms wide with determined eyes. But Seal jumped the trap without Cyan's help. They are twins who have learned the same thing since childhood. If Cyan can do it, of course, Seal can do it too. You're really my sister. Cyan lowered his arms awkwardly and resumed his pursuit of the fugitive Dira. The run didn't last long and stopped. It was the same case with Dira, boss monster. After a fierce run, the three reached the center of the maze. On the far side of the road, there was a huge cave blocked by walls. In the middle of it sat a monster much bigger than a troll. Why did the three of you come together? Eugene, sitting with his back against the wall, tilted his head and asked. What are you doing here? What am I doing? I am sitting down. Why? I'm just wondering who would come first. Eugene grinned as soon as he answered. His eyes were full of mischief. Who's first? Cyan's expression crumpled up. This is because Eugene's words sounded like he was mocking him. Eugene was the first to break through the maze and arrive at the center. Dira came first. She's been running away. Why did she run away? It was a question he didn't want to answer. He screamed because he thought there was a ghost. He was ashamed and angry, so he tried to scold her. To explain it, Cyan himself must admit that he screamed because he was afraid of ghosts. Dira insulted me. You really love the word insult. When did I insult you, Cyan? Dira shouted with an expression full of resentment. If the surprise attack was successful as she expected, she wouldn't feel this injustice. That pampered boy overreacted. We just ran into each other. You scared me on purpose. I never did that. On the contrary, I was more surprised by Cyan's scream. I didn't scream. Cyan clenched his fist with his ears slowly becoming red. I just screamed in anger. You're gonna yes. Dira, you tried to surprise me. I didn't. You hesitated for a second. I've seen you roll your eyes. You really tried to surprise me. How dare you surprise me and sneak attack? Oh really? Ah, she shouted out in frustration and resentment. Cyan opened his eyes wide when she imitated him. Why are you talking down to me? I'm the son of the main family and I'm a year older than you. You keep insisting when I just said no. Another informal speech. Stop. Eugene didn't want to hear that childish argument anymore. He was not even interested in what insult Cyan received was. Anyway, I am the first one to come. You're the first one to come. Seal grinned and pointed out. Yes, I was the first to come. What do you want? Dira asked after glancing at Eugene. She remembered their conversation after dinner. Perhaps was he waiting here because Eugene wanted to challenge the boss monster alone? I want to propose a deal, Eugene said with a smile. Deal? I can fight the monster and win. But if I defeat it quickly, I will feel sorry for you who have come all the way here. What's wrong with you? Cyan roared. He was clearly insulting him. He didn't scream like before, but he was angry at Eugene. What about Seal? She didn't feel angry or insulted. However, the situation was so funny that she glinted in anticipation of what would happen next. Let's be fair in the order you came. You're talking out of your mind, aren't you? Did the monster hit you in the head while you were coming all the way here? I dodge it, so I'm perfectly fine. Eugene didn't stand up from his sitting position and looked up at the Dira. If you don't think you can win, you can give up. It's your choice. Give up. Dira's eyebrows twitched. She came all the way here through that hardship. She felt it was ridiculous to hear the word deal already, but the word give up made the Dira even angrier. I won't give up. It's hard to fight it alone. Eugene laughed like he just heard a joke. Dira looked back at the boss monster with a trembling shoulder. A muscular giant that can be clearly seen from this distance. It's bigger than the troll she barely runs away from earlier. The biggest characteristic of the giant monster was the head of a bull. A minotaur is a monster that will most likely appear in a labyrinth. However, this minotaur was not as monstrous as from the fairy tale, but it was still scary looking at it closely. Dira swallowed her dried saliva while looking at the giant horn of the minotaur. Gargiz, why isn't this bastard coming? In the first place, Gargiz and her wanted to work together to fight the boss monster. However, Gargiz did not show any signs of coming. Dira looked at Eugene just in case. I'm going to fight after all of you. You're so crazy, aren't you? Cyan was so dumbfounded listening to their conversation. He can't stand it anymore. Don't talk about dogs. Don't think I'll never defeat a cow like that. If you defeat it, I'll call you brother forever. At the words, Cyan hesitated for a moment. He will hear him calling him brother forever. The young Cyan found that proposal very attractive. Don't take back your words later. I won't, after hearing Eugene's answer. Cyan sat up, then he breathed and guided the mana in his body. He was quite tired of coming all the way here, so he wanted to recover as soon as possible. Minotaurs. It was also the first time he saw a minotaur. He had heard many stories about minotaur in a book he read randomly for several days. It was a monster with no special weakness, but it is not a monster that couldn't be defeated. Great strength and toughness. That's a natural feature for a mid to large-sized monster of that size. It is not as regenerative as a troll, nor is it as monstrous as ogre. Moderate strength, moderate intelligence. The minotaur seen in Cyan's eyes was a monster that he could hunt without much difficulty. But to Dira this was different. She tried easing her trembling heart while she squat down. Her hand holding the spear was trembling. She had defeated a lot of monsters like orcs, but she never hunted such a big monster yet. It was said that minotaurs are the top predator of the trolls. The monster is indeed similar to a troll, but despite that, she couldn't imagine her victory. Even before coming here, she couldn't even land a strike on the trolls she passed by before. However, she could not back down here. Then she grabbed the spear and ran toward Minotaur. Minotaur raised himself before Dira and narrowed the distance. The giant was fast. Trolls were not as fast as this monster was. The figure standing on both feet is bigger than the troll. Minotaur turns his head. The cow that Dira knew was cute because of its bright eyes, but Minotaur's eyes were filled with only creepy light. Minotaur waved its hand. At the sight of the Minotaur, Dira threw her spear. Bam. The big hand easily broke her spear. I knew it would break. The face of the Dira is distorted. Before she knew it, the hand of the giant monster was now above her head. Dira reacted immediately. She jumped sideways and avoided the attack. Then she swung the broken spear toward Minotaur's side. She hit it, but the attack she just did was from an unstable position, so it wasn't very powerful. Minotaur just ignored the attack of Dira without making a single sound of pain. Ah. Big fingers are wrapped around her body. Dira screeched and tried to escape somehow. Death, her gut was telling her how dangerous her position was. Is this the end? That's outrageous. Dira closed her eyes tightly. However, Minotaur did not do the terrible things as Dira imagined. It did not crush her body or stamp her into the ground. Instead, it threw her into the center and toward the entrance of the cave. Bam! She could feel her bones breaking. Dira groaned in pain on the floor. Her whole body aches because she flew from quite a long distance and fell. You lost, so stay back. It hurts. Of course it hurts. Why did it throw her and not beat her? Seal had a face full of confusion. She didn't want to see a cruel scene in person, but the Minotaur's behavior wasn't what a monster would do. That's not a real monster. Eugene replied, there's no reason for it to kill us. The moment it got us on its hands, it is our loss. There is no reason to instill unnecessary trauma in young children. Watching the situation, Cyan finally put on a relaxed smile. Why did you rush? Did you think you could defeat Minotaur? Dira couldn't answer. She just hugged her aching body and groaned. Cyan passed by Dira with a sneer. Sit here and watch it with your eyes wide open. The blood of the main family is at a different level than you are, for there to be trolls of all things. Weren't they too much of an opponent for children in their teens? Eugene had this thought from the moment he encountered them in the labyrinth. However, on second thought, these weren't even real trolls, just an illusion created by magic. It wasn't like the children could really get hurt either. Although they might feel pain, that too was just an illusion caused by magic. If the children were able to overcome their fear, the trolls weren't an impossible opponent for them. If they could just endure the pain, dig their heels in, and get in a good first blow, then they could even defeat these illusory trolls, though they looked just like the real thing. Eugene felt admiration as he looked the troll up and down. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, he still got the feeling of facing a real troll. Not only were its movements the real deal, but it also had the disgusting body odor that was characteristic of trolls. But it looks like Lovelian and Gilead still have a conscience. Considering its size, it didn't seem to be an adult troll. Instead, it appeared to be at an age where a troll would still be dependent on their parents, lacking in the skills for hunting and fighting. They weren't even holding the clubs that trolls usually carried. All this being said, they were still much taller than the 13-year-old Eugene. Eugene slowly readied his shield as he approached the troll. I've beaten both orcs and goblins, but this will be my first time facing a medium to large monster in this body. Just because it was an illusion without a tangible form, he didn't have any intention of fighting carelessly. Even if it wasn't the real thing, his body had been itching for a good fight, although quite some time had passed since he'd entered the labyrinth, and he thought that he had made a good amount of progress having come this far. He had yet to feel any sense of danger. That was why he needed to warm up his body a bit. Eugene slowly and obviously narrowed the distance between him and the troll. Across from him, the troll simply blinked its large eyes at Eugene instead of attacking him right away. This wasn't something to be confused about. He had already experienced this several times during his exploration. The monsters in this labyrinth did not attack unless someone stepped within a certain range of them. This should probably be a safety measure placed in consideration for the ages of the participating children. Slowly. Just as Eugene's foot was inching forward, the troll's movements suddenly changed. The troll spun its body around and twisted its head towards Eugene as saliva dripped down from between its tusks. It had a face so ugly it could scare no, terrify children. However, instead of fear, Eugene felt happiness. As I've always said, they looked just like Malan, though the truth was that more than one monster resembled Malan. Things like trolls, ogres, cyclops, and so on, basically any ugly humanoid monster that walks on two legs. Eugene believed that all of these monsters really bore a striking resemblance to Malan. Malan had never been able to conclusively deny this fact. After all, he was well aware of how ugly he was. As Eugene recalled the ugly face of his old comrade, he kicked off the ground. It was only after the distance between them had shrunk in an instant that the troll finally showed a reaction. This showed that it was both clumsy and dull. That was why it was easy for Eugene to do what he did next. Slosh. Eugene's sword sliced through the troll's calf as he slid between its legs. Once on the other side, Eugene quickly got back to his feet and turned to face the troll's back. Then, without any hesitation, he swung his sword down at the back of the troll's knee. These injuries would have been light for a real troll, but as expected, these illusions weren't exactly the same as the real thing. Besides, the blade that Eugene was holding wasn't a real, sharp-edged sword either, all of which made the sharp cuts it inflicted on the troll seem quite unreal. Nevertheless, the sword flashed out with one blow after another. As each slash landed where the previous blow had fallen, Eugene finally managed to sever the troll's leg at the knee. Dark green blood spurted out of the wound. Eugene didn't allow any of it to land on him as he covered his face with his shield. However, his heightened senses didn't miss the moment when the troll finally reacted. As it tried to balance its now unsteady body, the troll let out a scream, and one of its large hands swung down at Eugene's head. Eugene's shield, which had been covering his face, shifted upwards. Screech. Compared to the lightness of his own slashes, the troll's attack was extremely heavy. Although his 13-year-old body had been tempered through intense training, it was impossible for him to block the troll's blow head-on. His parrying truly was perfectly executed. With one leg already severed at the knee, the troll's gigantic body lost all balance when its fist slammed into the ground. The troll wildly swung its other arm at Eugene as it tried to stay upright, but Eugene deftly swung the sword that he was still holding in his other hand. Chop, chop, chop. Blood spurted out as the skin on the troll's arm was lacerated. As Eugene ducked beneath its flailing blows, he reversed his grip on his sword. Squelch. Having already lost one leg at the knee, the troll's other heel was now pinned to the ground by Eugene's sword. Even if it was an illusion, it still reacted realistically to the pain from its wounds. The troll's jaws snapped open as it let loose a scream. The agony coursing through its body also momentarily paralyzed the troll. Was there really a need to copy its bad breath as well? As Eugene felt some displeasure at this thought, he swung his shield. Bang. The shield slammed up into the troll's lower jaw, which was hanging wide open, and slammed it shut. At the same time, he pulled out the sword that he had stuck into the troll's heel and shoved it back in between the troll's ribs. Ka-arg! The troll roared as its breath was driven out of it. Eugene had pierced the troll's lungs. It might be because of how large its torso was, but he couldn't quite thrust his sword clean through the troll's back, though he hadn't expected to do so in the first place. Eugene continued slicing his sword along the lines of the troll's ribs. By doing so, he completely tore apart its lungs, and then he drew his sword out the moment it touched the sternum. This left the troll without any strength to swing its arms, and it coughed out bloody foam as it gasped for air. If this had been a normal monster, the fight would have ended here. However, trolls were famous for their strong regenerative powers. Eugene was curious to see if this illusory troll actually shared this trait, but he had no intention of allowing it to live a moment longer for the sake of such pointless speculation. As such, Eugene decided to completely neutralize the troll as a threat, though he had already pushed it to the point that it could no longer offer any resistance. With just a little more effort, he could break down the troll's body completely. Eugene thrust his sword into its heart about 5 or 6 times, and then he stabbed it in the neck. Even though he kept swinging his sword so violently, he never once got his blade caught on any bone. Phew. After he had painstakingly finished dismantling the troll, Eugene walked past its corpse with a satisfied expression on his face. Lovelian and Gilead had watched this whole scene take place from beginning to end. Lovelian, whose jaw had dropped open in blank surprise, wondered what sort of remark he should make in response to this. Even if it was all an illusion, that was still a troll. Someone who wasn't even from the main family, a 13-year-old child at that, had, without letting out any sound of surprise upon seeing a troll, proceeded to overwhelmingly tear it to pieces. Wow, that was brutal. I don't think there was a need to go that far. Lovelian muttered probingly. He was trying to feel out Gilead's reaction to this surprise. Gilead had been looking at the screen with similarly shocked eyes and immediately burst out laughing with a shake of his head as a response to Lovelian's words. Your illusions are so well made that they need to be treated as if it were a real battle, isn't that so? Gilead defended Eugene. That might be the case, but Lovelian hesitated. It's amazing. Very amazing he shouldn't have faced a troll before, but rather than stiffening in fear, he cleanly and confidently neutralized the troll as a threat. Gilead couldn't find any flaws in Eugene's swordsmanship. If he had to point something out, it would be that Eugene's performance was closer to slaughtering and butchering an animal than it was to pure swordsmanship. However, what does that have to do with anything? No matter how it was done, Eugene had impressively slain the troll with just his sword. He also hasn't had any difficulties with exploring the labyrinth, Lovelian lavished in amazement as he watched Eugene. Except for the first time, he's never once been caught in a trap. If you just look at his actions, it would seem as if he was familiar with labyrinths, observed Gilead. Whereas that boy's hometown, it's in Gidal province. There shouldn't be any ruins there. How remarkable. Most labyrinths were originally created as lairs by wizards. Then sometimes, after the wizard who created the labyrinth had either died or left, these labyrinths were discovered by adventurers. If they were lucky, these adventurers might even find a treasure in the labyrinth. Once everything that hadn't been nailed down was taken as loot, the now treasure-less labyrinth would be transformed into a potential tourist destination. Well, it's not like he needs to have delved inside labyrinths all that often. He might have learned how to do it from books. Gilead offered an alternate explanation. Normally, a 13-year-old wouldn't spend time reading a book about labyrinths, Lovelian refuted. But you can't consider that boy a normal child, can you? Also, if he's not relying on knowledge or experience, that means that he could only be depending on his senses. Although it is a labyrinth made with children in mind to navigate it by his senses. I shouldn't have made it so easy that he could simply rely on his senses to get through. Lovelian pondered doubtfully. No matter how much of a child he is, as long as he was born with impressive talent, wouldn't it make sense for him to show such a performance? Gilead asked convincingly. Even Lovelian had to admit that was true, and he knew exactly what such a child should be called. A genius. Gilead no longer kept his eyes on Cyan, Seal, and Eward. Instead, he watched with delight as Eugene headed towards the center of the labyrinth. When encountering monsters in a labyrinth, fighting them head-on and defeating them in order to get past wasn't always the correct answer. The trolls in this labyrinth were one such example. With their huge bodies that made it inconvenient for them to move quickly and their slow reactions rather than an unskippable fight, they should instead be seen as a trap that required you to look for an opening to slip past. Only two who had dared to fight the troll were Gargith and Eugene. Yuwo, Gargith let out a fierce roar. Although he hadn't made it out of the fight intact, the courageous Gargith had finally defeated the evil troll. Gargith pulled out his greatsword that was lodged in the troll's chest and released another yell. With these roars, he celebrated his victory and his continued survival. But then he lost all of his remaining strength and had to slump down on top of the troll. It looks like I took too many. Although Gargith might be proud of his muscles, the troll's attacks were just that powerful. He thought that a few of his bones might even be broken. It hurts, Gargith spat out from between gritted teeth. Since I've received such injuries, the others might also be. He knew that Desra was strong and that Eugene was even stronger than her. However, they shouldn't be stronger than a troll. How could their fragile bodies contend against such a massive troll? In contrast to all his worries, Desra was completely fine. Without facing the troll head-on, she had instead found a gap in its attacks and had successfully slipped past the troll. That went for Cyan and Seal as well. Cyan and Seal had actually met up along the way. Since then, Seal had refused to take the lead and had instead secretly persuaded Cyan to open up the way. It had actually been very easy for her to do so. Brother, which path should we take? Seal had asked. Can't you even tell that? Cyan said with a disdainful look. I'm not really sure. This idiot, we both read the same book, so how could you not know? Just watch me. Cyan had never once felt inferior to his younger sibling, Seal, who was born a few seconds later than he was. Instead, while believing that he should be a role model to his sister, he never missed a chance to show off in front of her. That applied to the current situation as well. From the moment that the words "not sure" had passed his sister's lips, Cyan had decided that it was an opportunity to put on a superior act in front of his younger sister. Since he had just been humiliated a few days ago right in front of her eyes, he thought that now was the time to restore his tarnished image. Why does that matter? Seal asked naively. That means we can never know what might happen. A monster might even suddenly appear in front of us. Or else something strange might fall down from the ceiling. Something like a ghost. Idiot, at a time like this, you should be wondering about the undead, not ghosts. Do you know what the undead are? They're things like zombies and ghouls, right? That's right. It was mentioned in the book that we read together about the labyrinth made by the evil black wizard. It became the grave of any foolish adventurers blinded by the treasure. It's said that the black wizards of the olden days would make undead minions and chimeras from the adventurers who died in their labyrinths. But the head wizard of the Red Tower isn't a black wizard. That might be the case, but you never know. The undead might show up as some form of illusion. I hate ghosts since they're scary, Seal confessed. I'm not afraid of anything, Cyan boasted. To tell the truth, Cyan was also scared of ghosts. When he was very young, back when the twins shared the same room, they were looked after by a nanny who read them all sorts of stories every night. Sometimes, when their nanny would read them a scary story, Cyan wouldn't be able to fall asleep all throughout the night as he vainly tried to keep an eye on the space beneath his bed and inside his closet. However, he could not expose such a shameful fear in front of his younger sister. Why did she have to start talking about ghosts all of a sudden? Cyan thought to himself as he suppressed the tremors in his body and kept glancing up at the ceiling. The something strange he had imagined falling from the ceiling was, at most, a spider or some other kind of monster. He hadn't even considered ghosts. Naturally, Seal had brought up the topic of ghosts deliberately. She knew very well that her brother had been scared of ghosts ever since they were young, and she wanted to tease her brother, who kept strutting arrogantly as he forged ahead. It would be fun if something showed up to startle my brother, Seal thought mischievously as she trailed behind Cyan. At some point, forks had stopped appearing on the road. However, that didn't mean the road just kept heading straight. Instead, it began to bend this way, and that as the different paths started to join together. Each time this happened, Cyan was filled with caution at the thought that something might come popping out from around the corner. Since her brother didn't end up screaming soon like she had hoped, Seal slowly began to grow bored. She wondered if she should just poke him in the back. If she did, Seal thought that her brother might make quite an amusing sound of surprise. When would be the best time for that? Since her brother had his guard up, for now she needed to wait until he was almost fully relaxed. "Brother, do you think that Eugene is still in the labyrinth?" Seal asked. "The son of a bitch is someone who defeated me. There's no way he'll be taken down by monsters or traps," Cyan reluctantly admitted, "but there's a possibility that he might have gotten caught in a trap. Among all the traps that I saw, there was one that was almost a bottomless hole. If he got caught in that, wouldn't he be unable to get out? But it would be fun if we could all meet up in the center." "Hey, what would be fun about that? Those guys are our competition." "But didn't Father say that there was no real need to fight and compete against each other?" At these words, Cyan pursed his lips. Finally, he said he might have said that, but he also didn't say that we weren't allowed to fight. "So if I end up meeting with a certain someone, then I'm going to fight them. Do you think you'll win? I lost back then because I got cocky. If we fight again, then I will definitely win." "Really? F for sure." Although that was what he said, Cyan couldn't be certain of his victory. He remembered how much it had hurt when Eugene had struck him, as well as the cold look in his eyes. His body almost started trembling uncontrollably. It might have been because of the earlier talk of ghosts already putting him on edge, but he needed to focus even more to keep himself from trembling. "Don't say anything unnecessary, Seal," Cyan spat out as he turned to look at Seal. Seal stuck out her tongue at him and just smiled. With one final look at his sister, Cyan turned towards the front and said, "I need to foku aarg." Just as they rounded a corner, a woman covered in bloodstains suddenly appeared out of a side tunnel. Cyan's eyes widened and his pupils shrank as he cut off his words in a scream. "Kaya," came a returning cry. From inside the side tunnel, Desra had been listening to the sound of approaching conversation. She had realized that it was Cyan and Seal, two of her competitors in the bloodline continuation ceremony. She was thinking of surprising them with an ambush if they had negligently let their guards down, but Desra was the one who ended up startled by Cyan's loud cry, and she had let loose with her own scream in return. "Aarg, wag." As their two cries mixed with each other, Seal grabbed her stomach and burst out laughing at this sight. After screaming like this for some time, Cyan finally returned to his senses and instead drew his sword. "Desra, you dare attempt to startle me?" Cyan demanded. "I am the one who was startled." Desra defended herself. Desra was younger than Cyan. On top of that, since she came from a collateral line, she just couldn't feel confident speaking with Cyan. So instead, she jumped slightly and took a few steps back. Her ambush was a total failure. "Why would I startle you? And you, what's with your look? You're dressed like that because you wanted to jump out and scare me," Cyan said angrily. "This is because I got hurt. Don't lie to me." Desra felt like she was about to burst something from the injustice of his accusation. She had to get past all kinds of traps, monsters, and a giant troll just to get this far. No matter how precocious Desra was for her age, slight wounds were unavoidable. The reason for her blood-stained face was that she had grazed her forehead on the way here. "I can't forgive you. You dare to startle me. Did you really think I wouldn't know what you were planning? You were planning on ambushing us after you surprised us, right?" Cyan barked. "No, I wasn't." He had actually hit upon the truth, but Desra hadn't even gotten a chance to attempt her plan before it was already ruined. Desra groaned in frustration and turned around. Then she started running away at full speed. "Brother, she's running away. She dares." Cyan was genuinely angry. He had been made to scream in an unsightly manner in front of his younger sister. Desra was truly mean-spirited to have leaped out at him while pretending to be a ghost. It was even more hateful than Eugene's surprise attack. That was why he definitely couldn't forgive her. Cyan started chasing after Desra. Seal also followed behind Cyan, still giggling. No matter how long and agile Desra's limbs were, she couldn't be faster than the twins, who had already started training their mana. The distance between them gradually narrowed. Desra desperately wondered, where's that son of a bitch, Garjith, gone to? Garjith, Desra screeched loudly. However, at that moment, Garjith was in the middle of roaring out his victory on top of the downed troll, so he couldn't hear Desra's call. Don't run away, Cyan demanded. I haven't done anything wrong, Desra protested. Then why are you running away? Because you want to bully me, you're right, I do, Cyan exclaimed. At this reply, Desra squeezed out even more strength. Could she have tried fighting back instead? If Cyan was on his own, that might have been a possibility, but he had Seal with him as well. Besides, with her body covered in wounds, she definitely couldn't win. But Eugene might be able to, Desra recalled. But where was that bastard? While running headlong, Desra accidentally stepped on the trigger to a trap. Boom! The floor ahead completely collapsed downwards. With a scream of surprise, Desra leaped off the ground. Bang bang. Desra just barely managed to jump over the hole and landed on her ass on the other side. While holding onto her sore tailbone, Desra sobbed in pain. That's why I told you not to run. Cyan immediately halted in front of the sudden trap and shouted across to her. Desra panted as she tried to catch her breath, before eventually taking off running once more. Brother, Seal cried as she caught up. Cyan looked down into the trap for a moment. It was so deep that he couldn't even see the bottom. On top of that, the other side of the trap was really far away. Cyan dithered for a moment out of hesitation. Should he go back and find another path instead? Just as he was about to turn back, he saw the look of expectation in his sister's eyes. Cyan bit down on his lip firmly. He could no longer show her such an embarrassing side of himself. Cyan vaulted over the trap with a scream. The mana flowing through his body easily allowed him to leap over that great distance. Seal. You should jump too, I'll catch you. Yeah. With reassuring eyes, Cyan spread his arms wide. However, Seal simply leaped over the trap and landed beside him on the other side without needing Cyan's help at all. The twins had had the same lessons ever since they were young. If Cyan could do it, then of course, Seal was able to do it as well, as expected from my little sister. After awkwardly lowering his outstretched arms, Cyan resumed his pursuit of the escaping Desra. But the twins were stopped before they got too far. Ahead of them, Desra had stopped as well. It's the boss monster, one of them whispered. At the conclusion of their fierce race, the three had actually managed to reach the center of the labyrinth. At the end of their path lay a huge underground cave with walls on all sides. In the center of the cave sat a monster, which was even larger than a troll. Why are the three of you together? Sitting with his back against the wall, Eugene tilted his head to the side and asked the new arrivals. What are you doing here? Cyan asked, snapping out of his astonishment. What am I doing? Can't you see that I'm just sitting? But why here? I was interested to see who'd be arriving first. Eugene laughed as he gave this reply. His round, wide eyes were overflowing with mischievous playfulness. Who'd be arriving first? Cyan's expression twisted as he repeated. He felt like Eugene's words were meant to mock him. After all, the one who had broken through the labyrinth and arrived at the center first was definitely Eugene. Desra was the first to arrive, Eugene decided, but she was just running away. Cyan protested. Why was she running away? This was a question that Cyan absolutely couldn't bear to answer. This had all begun because he had mistaken Desra's blood-stained appearance for a ghost and had let out a scream. Then, embarrassed and angered by this, he had decided to catch her and teach her a lesson. If he were to try and explain all of this, Cyan felt that he would first have to admit to Eugene that he had screamed because he was afraid of ghosts. Desrado Mesh insulted me. With some difficulty, Cyan came up with this excuse. You really do like to use the word insult a lot, Eugene observed. When did I ever insult you, Cyan? Desra shouted with a resentful expression on her face. If only she had managed to ambush them as planned, then at least this abuse would be justified. Cyan was the one who overreacted. We just happened to meet up on the same path. Desra continued her explanation. You deliberately startled me. Cyan accused her. That's not how it happened. Instead, I'm the one who got startled by your scream. Desra refuted. I didn't scream, Cyan lied as he clenched his fists and his ears were dyed red. I was just yelling because I was so angry. As for you, right, Desra, you were trying to ambush us. No, I wasn't, Desra attempted to deny. You just hesitated for a moment, didn't you? I saw your eyes waver. So you really were planning to ambush us. How dare a collateral descendant like you try to attack someone like me? Ah, geez, I fucking said that I wasn't. Desra shouted loudly, feeling both embarrassed and victimized. Cyan's eyes widened in shock at this explosive shout that exposed some of Desra's usual foul-mouthness. How dare you swear at me? Not only am I the Cyan of the main family, but I also happen to be a year older than you. I told you that I didn't do any of that, but you keep fucking accusing me. Again with the swearing. Stop, Eugene ordered, having had enough of listening to their childish quarrel. In the first place, he hadn't the slightest interest in whatever insult Cyan may have perceived. Whatever happened, Desra was the first to arrive, Eugene stated once more. Weren't you the first to arrive? Seal asked with a grin. That's right, I did arrive here first, Eugene easily admitted. Just what is it that you want to say? Desra asked as she glanced sideways at Eugene. They had talked about a plan to combine their strengths to defeat the boss monster on the night they had met in Eugene's room, following their dinner with the Lionheart patriarch. Could the reason he was waiting here for them be that Eugene had challenged the boss monster on his own and failed? I just thought that I should concede this chance to all of you, Eugene said with a smile. Concede? Desra asked. The thing is, I can fight with him and I'll probably win. But if I just went and nabbed him first, I'd feel sorry for you lot who worked so hard to get here. What the hell do you think you're saying? Cyan roared loudly in anger. He was definitely insulting all of them by saying this. Although Desra wasn't shouting like Cyan was, she glared at Eugene with a frown. As for Seal, she wasn't feeling at all angry or insulted. Instead, she found this situation so highly entertaining that she was on the edge of her seat as she waited to see what happened next. Be fair, let's go in order of arrival, Eugene said, ignoring their outrage. Are you really in your right mind? How many times were you struck in the head by monsters on your way here? Cyan questioned. I didn't get hit at all. I'm perfectly fine, Eugene reassured Cyan as he looked over to Desra without getting up from his seat. If you don't think you can win, feel free to give up. It's your right to do so, after all. Give up. Desra furrowed her brows. She had gone through so much just to get here. His talk about a concession was already absurd enough, but when he told her to give up, Desra really felt infuriated. I'm not going to give up, Desra shouted, but it will be difficult for you on your own. Eugene smiled teasingly. As her shoulders shook in anger, Desra turned to look at the boss monster standing in the central cave. Even from this distance, Desra could clearly see that the boss monster had a tough, muscular build. It was even bigger than the troll that she had barely managed to escape from earlier. Its most distinctive characteristic was its head. The boss monster was a giant humanoid with the head of a bull. In other words, a minotaur. It was a monster that almost always appeared in the many stories involving labyrinths. However, seeing the minotaur in reality, it didn't appear anywhere near as ridiculous as it sounded in fairy tales. Desra gulped as she stared at the minotaur's twin pair of gigantic horns. Why hasn't Garjeth, that son of a bitch, arrived yet? The original plan was to join forces with Garjeth to fight the boss monster. However, Garjeth seemed to have gotten stuck somewhere as he showed no signs of arriving anytime soon. Just in case, Desra shot Eugene a look. I'm only going to fight after you all have had your chances, Eugene insisted. You really are crazy, aren't you? Desra hissed. Cyan was so perplexed that, for a few moments, he had just kept listening as they talked. However, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Do you really think that you'll get a turn? Cyan demanded. Yeah, I think I will, Eugene replied confidently. Don't bullshit me. Do you really believe that I won't be able to defeat a single cow-headed bastard? If you do defeat it, I'll acknowledge you as my big brother for the rest of my life. At these words, Cyan hesitated for a moment. He imagined being able to hear this cheeky bastard call him older brother for the rest of his life. The childish Cyan found this proposal extremely attractive. Don't go back on your words later. Don't worry, I won't. After hearing Eugene's confirmation, Cyan dropped down on the spot. Then, as he slowly breathed in and out, he began absorbing mana into his body. Since he had used up a lot of strength just getting here, he needed to quickly restore his mana through this method, if it's a minotaur. Truthfully, this was also Cyan's first time seeing one in real life. However, he had read many stories about minotaurs in the books he had been perusing at random for the past few days. It was a monster without any particular weaknesses, but it also didn't have any specific strengths. It had its strength and its tough skin, but these were natural features for a medium to large monster of that size. It didn't have the strong, regenerative capabilities of a troll, nor did it have the unspeakable strength and fury of an ogre. It was of moderate strength and intelligence. The Minotaur, as seen through Cyan's eyes, was a monster that could be beaten without much difficulty. However, Desra got a completely different feeling from it. Calming her shaking heart, she hesitantly made her way out into the central cave. Both her spear and the hands holding it were shaking. Although she had hunted many monsters around the same level as orcs, she had yet to hunt a monster as large as the Minotaur. They say that Minotaurs are higher up on the food chain than trolls, but this wasn't always necessarily the case. But for now, she would accept the fact that Minotaurs were of similar or greater strength to trolls. Desra, who had slipped past her troll without having been able to defeat it, found it impossible to imagine how she might be able to achieve victory. Hey-ya. That said, she couldn't just turn back after having come this far. Desra shouted a battle cry to still her fear. Then she tightened her grip on her spear and charged at the Minotaur. Before Desra could close the distance, the Minotaur got to its feet. It showed an unbelievable speed of reaction for such a heavy creature. Even trolls weren't that fast, and its figure, as it got up onto its feet, was far larger than the average troll. The Minotaur turned its head towards Desra. The cattle eyes that Desra was familiar with were normally bright and cute, but the Minotaur's eyes were full of eerie light. The Minotaur swung its hand, and with a cry, Desra thrust her spear. Crack, the Minotaur's large hand shattered her spear into pieces without any apparent difficulty, but they said that it wouldn't break. Desra's face twisted in betrayal. The Minotaur quickly raised its hand once more and slammed it down on top of Desra's head, but this was still within the limits of Desra's ability to react. She leaped to the side, dodging the attack, and then swung the end of her broken spear at the Minotaur's exposed flank. Clack! Although the blow landed, the attack made using such unstable footing didn't prove very effective. Without making even a single grunt of pain, the Minotaur caught up to Desra. Kaya. Its large fingers completely wrapped around her body. Desra screamed fearfully as she tried desperately to escape. Her intuition was honestly telling her that she was about to die. Could this all really be an illusion? No, it was impossible. Desra closed her eyes tightly in the face of her impending doom. Favorite. However, the Minotaur didn't inflict any of the terrible endings that Desra had imagined on her. It didn't crush her body through its forceful grip, nor did it dash her against the ground. Instead, it simply threw her at the entrance of the path leading into the center of the labyrinth. Screech. Desra was so consumed by fear that she forgot her training to deal with falls. So after skidding across the ground, she just lay where she fell, whimpering in pain. Her whole body was aching after having flown so far through the air before falling, and it felt like she had broken several bones. Since you've lost, get back out of the way, Eugene ordered. It hurts. Desra cried out piteously. Well, of course it would hurt, Eugene pointed out without sympathy. Why did it just stop at throwing her? Seal asked, her face showing incomprehension. Although it wasn't like she wanted to see such a brutal scene taking place right in front of her, no matter how much Seal thought about it, the Minotaur's behavior just now didn't seem like something a monster would do. That's because that thing over there isn't a real monster, Eugene replied dismissively. There's no reason why it has to kill us, since the moment it gets its hands on us, we've already lost. The organizers of this ceremony also had no reason to want to truly traumatize the young children. Having watched this situation play out, Cyan got up with a relaxed smile on his face. HMPH. Instead of rushing out first, you should have recognized your place. Did you really think that you'd be able to defeat a Minotaur? Desra was unable to respond, and she could only sob and curl her aching body into a ball. Cyan smirked as he stalked past Desra into the center of the labyrinth. What a fool, just sit there and keep your eyes peeled wide open as I show you how it's meant to be done. I'll prove once for all that the blood of the main family is on a different level to a collateral descendant like yourself. Cyan felt like he had to compliment himself on such a magnificent speech. Of course, these words weren't just meant for Desra, they were aimed at Eugene as well. However, Eugene was simply smiling in amusement, as if he saw something funny that Cyan had missed. Bastard. Does he really think that I can't kill a cow-headed bastard like that? Cyan drew his sword with an eye-catching flourish. Then he began focusing his concentration on his sword. As he did so, the mana circulating through his body began flowing into the sword as well. Sword light. Desra felt a huge shock hit her. A faint light had wrapped itself around Cyan's sword. That was definitely sword light, something that could only be manifested once your mana had been trained to a certain level. Desra personally knew just how powerful a light like that was. It was basically a blade of mana that could cut through anything it touched. She had sometimes seen her father wrap the spear equivalent of sword light around his spear and use it to pierce through a large block of iron as if it were a piece of tofu. If you train hard once you return from the bloodline continuation ceremony, you'll also be able to manifest sword light, her father had told her before she left for the main house. In order to activate the slightest ray of sword light, you needed to have trained your mana for at least 10 years. However, Cyan was only 1 year older than her and could already manifest his sword light. This fact frustrated Desra greatly. Haha, Cyan laughed as he came out of his focus. Cyan enjoyed seeing Desra in shock. Unfortunately, he couldn't maintain the sword light for very long with the amount of mana that he possessed. However, it wouldn't take him very long to slice this stupid cow-headed bastard into pieces. With a confident gait, Cyan approached the Minotaur. However, before he had taken much more than a few steps, Cyan halted in his tracks. The mana that composed the sword light had suddenly scattered. Cyan looked at his sword in confusion. He tried to focus his mind once more on emitting the sword light, but no matter how much mana he used, he couldn't stop the sword light from scattering into the air. What the? Eugene looked at Cyan's bewildered appearance with a playful light in his eyes. While it had been a surprise to see that Cyan already knew how to manifest his sword light, the fact that he knew how to do this only made Eugene even happier. A faint magic circle was drawn on the walls surrounding the central cave, so faded that you needed to look very closely to see it. Eugene had recognized the appearance of this magic circle. Although several points seemed to have been changed, the basic gist of it still remained. This was a magic circle that cut off all use of mana within its range. 300 years ago, Sienna had used this very same magic circle to counter several demonic wizards. Who'd have thought that they would install this kind of magic circle in the center of the labyrinth? Since the collateral descendants hadn't trained their mana, this magic circle's only targets were the children of the main family. Well, he did say that he would be judging us on the qualities that we had inherited, not the concentration of our blood. Gilead was the one who had said this, and he had really put his words into action. Usually, the collateral descendants would never be able to win against the children of the direct line. However, what if the children of the main family could no longer use mana? Not knowing what to do, Cyan hesitantly backed away. The Minotaur simply stood idly by and watched Cyan as he did so. Just what on earth is going on? Why isn't the sword light activating, even though I still have plenty of mana? Brother, Seal called out to Cyan. Cyan's shoulders twitched at the sound of her voice. Could he really defeat the Minotaur without the use of sword light? Cyan gulped. He couldn't even absorb any more mana into his body. That meant he wouldn't be able to maintain the boost to his physical strength for very long. Did he really have a chance? If you think you're going to lose, then just come back. Don't pointlessly get your ass beaten out of stubbornness, Eugene called out as he snickered. That irritating voice. Cyan bit down firmly on his lips. He had nowhere to retreat. If he admitted that he couldn't do it and just turned back now. Hey-ya, letting loose a loud roar, Cyan charged at the Minotaur. Like the last time, the Minotaur only started moving after Cyan had rushed in. Although he couldn't call up his sword light, Cyan's movements were incomparably faster than Desra's had been. The Minotaur swung its hand. Cyan avoided the Minotaur's hand and dived into its reach with great difficulty. Then, with all his strength, he swung his sword. Clang! Cyan's sword sliced at the Minotaur. However, this only left a shallow cut on the monster's skin. While enduring the pain in his wrists from the recoil, Cyan continued to fiercely swing his sword. Cyan was extremely desperate. As he narrowly escaped the Minotaur's attacks by dodging here and there, he continued to slash and stab with his sword. However, none of his attacks were truly injuring the Minotaur. It was incomparably stronger than all the monsters he had faced up until now. The leg. I need to hit its leg. Cyan's breathing was already strained. Having inflicted only shallow wounds so far, he was far from defeating the monster. He needed to make a decisive attack. For starters, it was just way too large, so he needed to bring it down somehow, but his thoughts didn't have the time to form properly. Watch out for its hand. Cyan quickly ducked his head. Then as he dived forward with his head down, he thrust his sword at the Minotaur's knee. Crack! Unfortunately, he had gotten the angle of the stab wrong. Cyan's sword didn't pierce into the Minotaur's joint as he had hoped, and instead, as it impacted with the Minotaur's tough kneecap, the sword cracked into pieces. As he saw this happen, Cyan's eyes filled with tears of despair, but they said it wouldn't break. The moment his sword broke, Cyan resentfully complained to Lovelian in his head, just as Desra had done. Unfortunately, what followed next was also identical to Desra's experience. The Minotaur's large hand wrapped around Cyan and threw him towards the entrance. Huarg! Fortunately, Cyan was able to control his fall to minimize the damage. However, he was thrown so far, and his body was so exhausted that he wasn't able to fully mitigate the force of the throw. Coming out of his roll, Cyan writhed on the ground as he tried to grab at his throbbing back. Gah, he groaned. You lost as well, Eugene teased Cyan with a chuckle. Cyan couldn't say anything in reply, so he could only bite his lips in shame. I'm not going to fight, Seal blurted out immediately. His sword light wasn't working because of that, right? Seal's finger pointed at the magic circle that had been inscribed on the walls. Oh, Eugene exclaimed inwardly, impressed. It looks like she really did have better eyes than her brother. How should I know? Eugene said with a smile as he stood up. After looking at her brother with eyes that showed a mix of worry and amusement, Seal turned back to Eugene. Can you win? She asked him. I'll have to give it a try, he said, and with this reply, Eugene walked out to meet the Minotaur. Although he may have spoken modestly, Eugene had no intention of losing. As Eugene headed out to face the Minotaur, no hesitation or nervousness could be seen in his stride. Could it be because the Minotaur was so minor an opponent that such feelings weren't needed? In any case, Eugene had yet to train his mana, so the magic circle didn't change anything. Not being able to use mana while fighting against such a large monster was quite an inconvenient problem, but it wasn't enough of a cause for Eugene to hesitate. In his previous life, before he had ever learned the use of mana, he had fought countless trolls, ogres, and such like. Compared to them, this Minotaur was nothing to be wary of. On top of the fact that it wasn't even a real monster, judging by its movements, it seemed to be weaker than an actual Minotaur. It definitely had had its level lowered to be an appropriate opponent for children. I guess I'll just have to pay attention in case my weapon breaks. Until now, no matter how roughly he had used it, his sword hadn't even chipped, but now things were obviously different. Was it because they wanted to know if the participants were capable of responding flexibly to unexpected situations? Or perhaps it was because they wanted to see what kind of skills and talents they might be keeping in reserve. While all this proves that the patriarch is an upright guy, his son's personality was quite a mess. Before it was too late, Cyan needed to get that dog shit attitude beaten out of him, otherwise he would never get better. Eugene was convinced of the necessity of some physical education. Even if Gilead, the patriarch, had turned out to be an okay guy, his son was still a bastard. Moreover, since Cyan was already such a bastard at his age, he might become even more of a bastard going forward. As such, even if it was just for Gilead's sake, Cyan's character needed to be physically corrected, and Eugene was happy to volunteer, although it might not be enough with just 1 or 2 beatings. Well, it wasn't like this was Eugene's responsibility. Gilead would probably take care of it once he found out the full scale of the problem. Eugene hummed in thought. He had already determined the range in which the Minotaur was set to react. Standing just outside that line, he stared at the Minotaur. Although Cyan had slashed it several times, the Minotaur seemed perfectly fine. If that's the case then, Eugene smiled as he stepped forward. Just like that, he entered the Minotaur's reactionary range. How shall I go about defeating it? The Minotaur responded immediately. Moving its large body with surprising speed, it charged at Eugene. Unlike Desra and Cyan, Eugene did not rush forward, but he didn't move out of the Minotaur's range either. The Minotaur's large fist flew towards him. Before the attack had even been flung, Eugene had already predicted what course the attack would take. There were many clues to be seen on the Minotaur's giant body, from the way its fingers clenched to the movement of its elbows and shoulders, and even the twitching of its muscles. All of this could be used to deduce a prediction. Boom! The Minotaur's fist slamming into the ground overlapped with the movement of Eugene's sword. To strengthen the force of his slash, he counter-slashed the descending arm, aiming for the inside of the Minotaur's elbow. The joints where its skin folded were an inevitable weak point in its tough leather hide, and the tendons there weren't as thick as its arm muscles. Of course, it wasn't easy to time such a slash. However, Eugene made the cut look easy. He was familiar with wielding a sword in such a surgical manner from his previous life. Moreover, Eugene's current body was overwhelmingly superior to Hamel's body when it was his age. Right from birth, there had been an innate difference between the two, and Eugene had continued to refine and develop this difference over the course of several years. So he wasn't allowed to use mana. Why should that matter? Even without mana, his young body was extremely agile. Guo, the Minotaur let out a roar. Although his elbow was too thick to have been cut through completely, the tendon there was very sensitive to pain because it was densely packed with nerves. Even if it wasn't completely severed, that was still enough to make the pain seem unbearable. Its huge arm muscles were now left dangling uselessly, and the Minotaur's reactions were slowed from shock. Without any hesitation, Eugene hopped onto the Minotaur's arm. Then he started to sprint. It was easy to run up the Minotaur's massive arm with his small child's body. Within moments, he had reached the Minotaur's shoulders. Of course, the Minotaur wasn't going to just stay still. It immediately twisted its body and swung its shoulders around as he ran up. However, Eugene was also experienced with running on unstable footing, and in the first place, this cheat body had been born with an innate sense of balance. Even with its body swaying randomly, Eugene continued to close in on the Minotaur's head until its huge horns were tossing through the air right in front of him. Pausing to get the timing right, Eugene reached out his hand. Smack, grag, the Minotaur raised its remaining mobile hand. It tried to catch Eugene, who was hanging from its head, but the speed with which Eugene thrust his sword was faster than its grasping fingers could clutch. Squelch, the long sword plunged into the Minotaur's ear. The sword stabbed in so deeply that it even managed to reach the Minotaur's semicircular canal. When the Minotaur's body soon started shaking violently as it lost its balance, and its wildly swinging hand couldn't even get close to touching Eugene. Then, unable to bear it any longer, the Minotaur fell down onto its tail. For his next move, Eugene pulled out his sword and thrust it back into the Minotaur's left eye. The Minotaur released a terrible scream of pain. Eugene twisted his deeply impaled sword a few times before drawing it back out. Then he stabbed with his sword once again, this time into its right eye. Although the Minotaur had squeezed its eye shut defensively, Eugene's sword pierced right through the thin eyelid. Gua, bang. Once, twice, thrice, Eugene focused all 3 of his swings onto one location. With the second blow, he neatly sliced through its leather hide, and with the third, he had reached the blood vessel. Then, with a few more blows on top of that, splash. Blood began spurting out violently. Eugene blocked the spray of blood with the shield on his left arm and continued to thrust his sword into the open wound. Soon the Minotaur fell silent as its life bled out of it. It continued the rest of its fall to the ground, slowly collapsing backward onto the cave floor. But before it could fall completely, Eugene lightly leaped off it and landed on the ground once more. Phew, Eugene sighed in satisfaction at a job well done. Although he had tried to block it with his shield, so much blood had sprayed out that both his hair and face had gotten drenched in it. Eugene roughly wiped off most of the blood before turning his head to face his audience, Cyan, Seal, and Desra, who were staring in his direction with their mouths wide open. Then, while grinning at Cyan specifically, Eugene pointed at the Minotaur's corpse. "You saw that, right?" Cyan mumbled blankly. "I killed it," Eugene boasted proudly. Cyan didn't know how to react. He knew that Eugene's words were meant to rile him up, but after seeing something like that occur right before his eyes, he just couldn't muster up any outrage. Cyan was sure that he definitely wasn't able to do what Eugene had just done. But what if he had been able to use sword light? If that had been the case, he was sure that he could have killed the Minotaur. However, he still wouldn't have been able to accomplish it as easily as Eugene had. Cyan was beginning to feel an unfamiliar emotion whenever his thoughts turned to center on this country bumpkin. It was similar to fear, but it brought with it an excitement in his chest that made it feel different from fear. The 13-year-old Cyan had yet to understand that this emotion was awe. Oh, Eugene released a small sigh of surprise as he looked down at his own body. The bloody smell had disappeared in an instant. The Minotaur's corpse that was lying right next to him, as well as the walls and the ceilings that had enclosed them from all sides, also started to disappear. His damp hair was dried back to a fluffy state as if it had never been wet in the first place, and the sword and the shield he was holding in his hands faded and then vanished into thin air. The bloodline continuation ceremony was over. Both Gilead and Lovelian were left speechless. Everything up to the point where Desra and Cyan had been defeated was something that they had predicted. In the first place, they had known that it wouldn't be an easy challenge for children to hunt the Minotaur. Wasn't that why Gilead had told them in advance that in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony, he wouldn't just be considering their individual performance, but their abilities to quickly make situational judgments and their cooperative spirit as well? He had wanted to see if they would retain the will to fight despite numerous setbacks. If the children had agreed to work together, it wasn't impossible for them to defeat the monster. And once they'd caught the Minotaur's attention, it was also possible to slowly draw it out of the magic circle's range. As long as the children didn't rush in impulsively, they could have tried out a few different methods until they finally succeeded, or at least that was the way they had intended for the Minotaur to be defeated. Hahaha, although his plans had been completely overturned, Gilead didn't feel any frustration. Instead, he burst out laughing with a broad smile on his face. Isn't he amazing? Gilead commented as he pointed to Eugene. That kid, he's just a collateral descendant who hasn't even trained his mana, but he was able to defeat the Minotaur through sheer overwhelming skill. That seems to be the case. Lovelian slowly picked up his jaw off the ground before replying. Everything in that labyrinth had been created by Lovelian, both the traps and the monsters. He hadn't made them too difficult so that they could match the children's levels, but that child named Eugene had broken through the labyrinth with much more ease than Lovelian had expected. Lovelian felt the need to ask, that child just what on earth is he? I don't know either. Gilead shook his head, still laughing. That child's father is apparently named Gerhardt Lionheart from the Gidal province. He's from a collateral line that's been separated from the main line for around 200 years now, but as far as I know, not a single member of that family has ever drawn any attention until now. But how could such an exceptional child come from such? Who knows? He says that he wasn't taught by his father or any other knight, but Gilead burst out laughing before he could finish the sentence. But his potential is indescribable. They say that that child, Eugene, since he has first arrived at the main estate, has gone to the gymnasium every day to repeat the same harsh training daily. I've also sent a man to Gidal, and he reports that Eugene's extreme training is well known throughout the whole estate. Eugene was a child who had defeated his son in a duel, so Gilead couldn't help but have an interest in him. That was why he had sent a knight to the Lionheart family estate in Gidal to ask about Eugene. The man had reported that Eugene had first started going to the gymnasium every day when he turned 5, and when he turned 7, he started swinging a wooden sword with an iron core that had been steadily increasing in weight over time. That boy was born to be a warrior, and he also has an innate hard-working character that is worthy of such a physique, even if it was just by unearthing such a jewel in the rough. This year's bloodline continuation ceremony will prove to be of great significance. But aren't you even the slightest bit displeased? Lovelian asked in genuine curiosity. My apologies if I cause any offense, but that child has outshone all of your own children, Lord Gilead. If there's already such a difference between them once that child begins training his mana, and if he also happens to have an equally great talent for handling mana, if that happens to be the case, isn't that something to celebrate? Gilead replied with a grin. After all, doesn't that child's name happen to be Lionheart? That means the more extraordinary that boy is, the more he makes the name of Lionheart shine brightly. But what if that child reveals any ambitions for usurping the direct line? Lovelian asked bluntly, after being unable to think of a way to soften the blow. However, Gilead didn't feel at all offended by such a question. That isn't something for me to be concerned about, Gilead answered sincerely. Only the very best among the Lionhearts has the right to become the Lionheart Patriarch. If my children fail to keep the position of Patriarch, that would just mean that they were too weak to keep a hold of their birthright. If that was all the strength that they had to offer, they wouldn't deserve to be the Lionheart Patriarch in the first place. Lovelian pondered. Of course, before I am the Patriarch, I am also their father, and as their father, I will guide my children to become the best that they can be. If that is still not enough, then it can't be helped. Gilead shrugged in defeat. As an outsider, my apologies for bringing up something that wasn't my place to address. Lovelian nodded slowly in understanding and waved his hands as the labyrinth started to disappear. However, Lord Gilead, as an old acquaintance, I feel that I must advise you. If at all possible, you must adopt that child. Adoption? Gilead asked in confusion. yes. Collateral descendant has finally overturned the main family in a bloodline continuation ceremony. That alone would make many of the Lionheart's collateral lines look down on the main family. If that happens, some of those dissatisfied with the current system may start to join forces. Gilead was silent for a moment. The Lionheart name had been passed down for over 300 years. A multitude of collateral lines had been born due to their inheritance practices. Each collateral family was founded by someone born with the bloodline of the direct line, but had lost the competition to become the patriarch. There were definitely a few among these collateral lines who harbored dissatisfaction against the main family. The guardians are responsible for enforcing the family's laws, Gilead muttered with a bitter smile. While thoroughly forbidding any dynastic disputes, the Lionheart guardians also suppressed any rebellious individuals. To be honest, the boy was so outstanding that Gilead had wished Eugene was his own son. Also, it seemed like being adopted would be better for the child's future as well. If Eugene just returned to Giddle like this, the seditious families who plotted to rebel against the main family might try to contact him. And if that happened, that young child with a brilliant talent might even be kidnapped because of his gifts. If I keep the boy by my side, he could also be a great motivator to my children. The more he thought about it, the more appealing the idea was. And wouldn't it make for an incredible sight when the child's potential was allowed to fully bloom in the still distant future? At that time, if Eugene still proved to be overwhelmingly superior to the children of the main family, then not only would his adoption be good for the main family, but it would also be a happy event for the Lionhearts as a whole. Well, before that, the celebrations have to come first, Gilead mumbled as he turned his head. Both the labyrinth and the cave leading to it had disappeared. The children were looking at their surroundings with surprised expressions, having yet to understand their situation. Hayag, Garjeth, who had been lying on the floor, jumped to his feet with a gasp. Following his battle with the troll, he had started heading towards the center, but he had used up the last of his strength on the way there and had collapsed into slumber. However, as the magic dissipated, all of his injuries also disappeared. "What about the boss monster?" Garjeth asked. "It's dead," Desra spat out as she looked at Garjeth with scornful eyes. "Who killed it?" he asked. "I did," Eugene answered with a grin. 1. A sensory organ needed to regulate the balance and convey head position. Before Gilead congratulated Eugene, his gaze lingered on his children for a moment. The eldest, Eward, hadn't even reached the center of the labyrinth. He had spent far too much time studying the various magical traps and monsters on his way there. Truthfully speaking, Gilead was dissatisfied with this result. He knew that his eldest son had had an overwhelming amount of interest in magic ever since he was young. Since this type of magic wasn't often encountered, it was understandable for Eward to be overcome with curiosity. However, for him to prioritize his own curiosity over displaying his talents during this vital bloodline continuation ceremony, Gilead couldn't help but feel disappointed, both as a patriarch and a father. On the other hand, Seal and Cyan's performances left him feeling quite satisfied. The twins had been able to make their way to the center without facing any great difficulty from the traps or the monsters. Although they couldn't defeat the Minotaur, that was just because the two children were still immature, and immaturity could be compensated for with experience. "All of you showed a great performance," Gilead said as he stopped focusing solely on his children and addressed the remaining participants. He nodded his head sincerely as he smiled at everyone before continuing. "From here, we were able to see everything as each of you faced the labyrinth. While we had expected it to be a challenging ordeal, all of you have done amazingly well." Garjeth had been staring at Eugene with surprised eyes, now quickly followed suit and bowed his head along with the others. Honestly, he was feeling a little embarrassed. After his fierce battle with the troll, he hadn't been able to make it to the center of the labyrinth. Desra and Cyan also felt similar embarrassment, but for slightly different reasons. Desra wasn't even able to mount a proper fight against the Minotaur, and Cyan had allowed himself to get flustered when his sword light failed to materialize, causing him to fight in a manner that, even in his own opinion, was lackluster. "Eugene," Gilead said. Eugene, who had just been called out, was grinning. He was amused that Cyan's shoulders were drooping so heavily, although he was also feeling a little curious. Inside the labyrinth, he hadn't caught even a glimpse of Eward, the main family's eldest son. Though he had thought that Eward seemed to lack the expected skill and confidence for someone of his position, Eugene had never imagined that Eward wouldn't even be able to make it to the center of the maze. Perhaps that was why Eward was also slouching his shoulders and avoiding everyone's gazes. "Although it seems funny for me to point out the obvious like this, you showed the best performance among all of the 9 children who participated in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony." He thought it would be more appealing to give off a modest impression than acting overly proud. "The way you dealt with the traps and the monsters was impressively flawless, especially when you fought the troll head-on. Unlike the other children, you didn't even receive any minor injuries in the process." Gilead continued his praise. No way, Gargeth exclaimed inwardly. Gilead's words made Gargeth's shoulders tremble in shock. Did Eugene really not get injured at all while fighting that vicious troll? Gargeth glanced at Eugene with a look of disbelief. How could he have done that when he's shorter and has fewer muscles than me? Gargeth asked himself. He really was impressive. Gargeth's thoughts gave way to sincere admiration for Eugene, but at the same time, he also felt disappointed. If only he had the help of our family's revolutionary muscle growth agent, that poor body of his would also appear equally amazing, was Gargeth's thought at this time. As he is now, I'd win in an arm wrestling contest. Gargeth decided that he needed to challenge Eugene to an arm wrestling contest later. Truthfully, we expected all of you to be trapped in the labyrinth for at least 2 days, Lovelian said with a smile that didn't show any hint of embarrassment. Lovelian and Gilead had set reasonable expectations for the participants. After all, no matter how excellent they were, weren't they all still children younger than 16? Moreover, none of the children had ever been to a labyrinth in person. Lovelian had estimated that, after placing various sorts of obstacles in their way, the children would have to wander the labyrinth for more than a day before they could break through. But as expected of the bloodline of the Great Vermouth, it seems that I greatly underestimated them. Of course, this fact didn't cause him any embarrassment or offense. After all, seeing these gemstones of talent sparkle brighter than imagined could only be a pleasant surprise. Apart from Eugene, everyone else should return to their rooms and rest. I would have liked to hold a grand banquet this evening, however we didn't know that you would all emerge so quickly, and I'm afraid that we weren't able to prepare the banquet in advance. After informing the other children, Gilead turned to Eugene with a smile. As such, all of you can have a good rest today, and we will hold the banquet tomorrow. As for Eugene, you can come with me. Yes, sir, Eugene acknowledged. Are you going to give him his reward right now? Seal asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The underground treasure vault was a forbidden location. Even to those who had inherited the blood of the main family, only the patriarch was freely permitted to enter. From a young age, Seal had pestered her father for permission to visit the underground treasure vault with him, but even Gilead, who had such a soft spot for his daughter, wouldn't allow her to accompany him into the treasure vault even once. There's no reason to delay, so wouldn't it be better if he got to choose more quickly? Gilead said as he patted Seal on the head. Truthfully, Gilead was also curious to see which item Eugene would pick from the treasure vault. Lovelian personally escorted the other children back to their rooms, while Eugene and Gilead headed to the main family's mansion. They had quite a ways to go, so they both began thinking of bringing up something to talk about. You're quite skillful to be able to wield multiple weapons, commented Gilead, breaking the silence. I'm not too bad, Eugene admitted. You're more than not bad. I saw your performance in the labyrinth, and the way you wielded both your sword and your shield was truly adept. Moreover, didn't you use a spear to defeat Cyan and Desra? Gilead seemed to have heard the full story of Eugene's spar with Desra. This wasn't surprising, as their spar had taken place in the open, where any of the annex's servants could have spectated it. Yes, I like the spear because it's a fun weapon to use, Eugene responded. And swords? Gilead prodded. Swords are fun as well. Apart from those, what other weapons do you enjoy using? I also like bows. Although shooting something from afar isn't that fun, hitting a target from a long distance can be exhilarating. Eugene tried to use an age-appropriate tone when speaking with Gilead. Truthfully, at the start of his new life, he hadn't felt like he would need to do something like this. Eugene had thought that it would be fine to just admit that he was reincarnated with the memories of his old life. However, the more he had thought about it, the more difficult he felt it would be to reveal the truth. If he were to admit that he used to be stupid Hamel, but he was now reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant, who would believe such a ridiculous confession without any proof? Also, he felt like it would be galling to admit that he had been reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth with his own mouth, and it'd be just so embarrassing. It wouldn't be so bad if he had just admitted it from the beginning, but he had already been pretending to be a child for 13 years. If he revealed the truth at this point, it felt like all he would receive were gazes of pity. With Eugene's pride, it was absolutely impossible to welcome such pitying looks. It also seems like things would get troublesome. Not much was known about the journey of the hero and his companions from 300 years ago. After suddenly abandoning their subjugation of the remaining demon kings, the returning heroes' party hadn't revealed much about their reasons for their sudden change of plan or the details of their journey. Right to this day, that damn fairy tale was the most famous and reputable account of the hero's journey in the world. The stupid Hamel, as he was known in the fairy tale, had been reincarnated as the great Vermouth's descendant. If this fact were to get out, the world would be turned upside down. Eugene didn't want to deal with the flood of people coming in from every corner of the world to ask him about the facts of their journey, but that wasn't his only reason. Eugenino Hamel refused to tolerate the continued existence of the Demon Kings. This hate-filled conviction had not changed even after 300 years had passed. If somehow, the two remaining demon kings in the devildom of Helmuth were to learn of Hamel's reincarnation. They might begin moving behind the scenes. Those two had claimed complete devotion to a peaceful existence for hundreds of years and had even willingly opened Helmuth to tourism. But how would these demon kings, who had seemingly flipped their attitudes out of the blue, react to a living witness of their past atrocities? Eugene had given it a lot of thought, but it didn't seem like they would welcome him with open arms. Well, even if they did, it's not like Eugene would accept their favor. Although currently the weapon associated with our Lionheart family is the sword, it was a different story for our ancestor. There was a reason for the great Vermouth to be called the god of war and the master of all, said Gilead. As for why their family had been tied to the sword in the first place, it was all because of the holy sword, which had received the most acclaim among Vermouth's many weapons. It's a good thing for you to know how to wield a variety of weapons, especially since you find these various weapons fun to use. It could even be considered an innate gift. Of course, just because Vermouth was called by these titles, that doesn't mean he was the only one capable of using various weapons. I heard that Hamel was also able to wield several weapons, Eugene said after a brief pause. That's right. Although Vermouth was called the god of war, his companion Hamel was also a master warrior, second only to Vermouth. Gilead readily agreed. Ahem, but in the fairy tale I've read, he keeps getting called Stupid Hamel. Haha, well, that can't be helped. I've also read that fairy tale when I was young, but I've realized that it wouldn't be a very interesting tale without Hamel constantly getting into trouble. What do you think about Hamel? I'm not quite sure what you're asking, sir. I just want to hear your opinion. As for me, I've admired Hamel ever since I was young. Oh, Eugene quickly swallowed the unconscious exclamation he had almost made. May I ask why? Eugene asked, unable to leave the matter alone. Rather than the flawless Vermouth, I preferred Hamel's more humane character. Doesn't it often come up in the fairy tale? Hamel often felt inferior to Vermouth, but he never once allowed himself to be frustrated. But there were actually a lot of times I felt frustrated. Instead, he spared no effort to overcome his own perceived shortcomings. And in the end, he didn't care about his own safety, but instead chose to sacrifice himself for his comrades. Even now, I respect Hamel more than I do my own ancestor, Vermouth. Hamel's portrayal was deliberately Flanderized one in the fairy tale. It was because he was meant to serve as a simple lesson for young children. No matter how excellent the people around you are, don't be overly jealous of them. Rather than doing that, you should slowly try to improve yourself instead. I also admire Hamel, Eugene replied while having complex feelings about doing so. But the reason I use multiple weapons, well, it isn't because I want to become like Hamel or Vermouth or anything like that. Eugene felt the need to explain himself. Although he didn't know if Gilead accepted his explanation, Gilead nodded his head with a grin. As someone who isn't even a member of the main family, you will be the first person other than a patriarch to step foot into the family's treasure vault. Gilead changed the subject. While receiving astonished stares from the servants, the two headed down to the basement. Although the stairs leading from the mansion to the basement were very long, glowing spheres were hanging from the walls every so often, so it wasn't dark. Is it really okay for me to go down there? Eugene inquired. Of course it is. Didn't I promise you that you'll be allowed to pick whichever item you desire? I've already discussed this matter with the council of the family elders and obtained permission. As he said this, Gilead led the way down the stairs. The council. Eugene felt his mouth turn dry at the thought of them. The old lions of the Lionheart clan. The council was composed of the direct line's previous patriarchs and those from the collateral lines, recognized as giants in their respective fields before they retired. May I ask what exactly is contained inside the treasure vault? It holds our family legacy, which has built up over the past few hundred years, of course. Among all these items, there are even quite a few relics left behind by our ancestor, the great Vermouth. Really, then is the holy sword in there as well? It's there, but it's impossible for you to pick the holy sword. Gilead turned back to look at Eugene with a wry smile as if he had expected such a question. Because the holy sword is the symbol of the Lionheart clan, it is a sword that no one person can own. Therefore, it is only wielded during ceremonies such as the succession of the patriarch. Oh, came Eugene's disappointed murmur. Gilead continued, but that's not the only reason. Ever since the Great Vermouth, no one has been able to receive the recognition of the holy sword. Recognition. Rather than trying to explain it, it would be better for you to have a go at it yourself. Then you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about right away. At the bottom of the stairs stood an ornately decorated, massive door. Gilead held his hand up to the door after cutting his fingertips with his fingernails, causing red drops of blood to form on all his fingers. This will take a moment. With his blood-tipped fingers, Gilead reached for the doorknob. The doorknob had been sculpted in the shape of a lion's head with its mouth opened wide. The lion absorbed the drops of blood on Gilead's fingertips and closed its mouth, just as the engravings adorning the door began to wriggle. All of this was part of a rite to unlock the powerful barrier that had been set on the treasure vault using magic. Eugene took a few steps back and watched as the door began to move. "Will you be entering with me, patriarch?" he asked. "There's no need for that. I'll wait here, so just go in and choose whatever you want." The door opened fully. "You won't be able to open this door from the inside, so once you've finished making your choice, knock loudly on the door. That will let me know when to open it," Gilead explained. "If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for you to come in with me?" Eugene asked. "While I believe that it might be fun to watch as you pick something, if I go in with you, I may end up unconsciously influencing what item you pick, and I would rather respect your freedom of choice. Also, if I do go in with you, I feel that I might distract you." By saying all this, Gilead was showing his consideration for Eugene. Eugene smiled brightly and nodded his head. Although he had brought it up first, Eugene felt greatly excited that Gilead had decided not to go in with him. He wanted to get a close look at everything and have a poke at this and that. Truthfully speaking, if Gilead were to go in with him, Eugene would have to pay attention to his manners and avoid such conduct. "But patriarch, what's stopping me from hiding something on my person and attempting to come out with multiple items?" This type of daring and impolite question was something that only a 13-year-old like Eugene would be allowed to ask. So Eugene made sure to look up at Gilead to show off his innocent eyes that were free of malice. Although he wasn't sure if his face truly managed to reflect his intentions, for now, he at least tried to contort his features into such an expression. "That isn't something that is likely to happen, now is it?" Gilead replied to his question with a smile that showed no displeasure. "If that were to happen, I would be forced to scold you. And as these treasures are strictly guarded by magic, you would be caught as soon as you attempted to come out with something you shouldn't." Haha, Eugene laughed awkwardly. As expected, Eugene exclaimed inwardly, without feeling any disappointment. Gilead offered, "Still, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Don't be in a rush and slowly take your time to choose a weapon that you'll be able to use for the rest of your life. In your case, rather than focusing on its performance, I believe that it would be better for you to choose something that catches your eye and suits you." "Yes, sir." Gilead stepped out of the way, clearing the door to the treasure vault. Eugene nodded his head and approached the door with hesitant steps. Gilead smiled and patted Eugene on the shoulder. The thought of adopting Eugene was running through his mind. However, there was no need to bring up such a topic right now, as it wasn't a matter that should be rushed into hastily. As Eugene entered, the door to the treasure vault closed behind him. Once it did so, Eugene could finally take a deep breath and loosen his polite expression. Smiling too much had numbed his cheeks, so he patted them a few times before taking a long look around the treasure vault. Immediately after he had done so, a smile inadvertently spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Wow." Vermouth's holy sword, the splendid golden sword from his memories, stood in the center of the treasure vault. With a grin, Eugene walked towards the center of the room. The deliberate exaggeration of one aspect of a fictional character to the point where that one trait grows to encompass most of that character's personality. The holy sword was still just as extraordinarily beautiful as when he had first seen it 300 years ago. It was a weapon that was impossible to consider as merely a sword used for cutting things. It was unknown what type of metal the sword was made from. According to the legends of the Holy Empire, the home of the Holy Sword, it was a sword that had been bestowed by God. It's surprising that the Holy Empire didn't try to take back the Holy Sword. Eugene circled around the Holy Sword, studying it from all angles. It had a beautiful scabbard and a long hilt that was best suited to being wielded with both hands. The blade itself wasn't visible, but Eugene clearly remembered just how beautifully and dazzlingly the Holy Sword shone when pulled free of its scabbard. He had to admit that he wanted it. Such a desire couldn't be helped. After all, this was a sword personally bestowed by a god. The Holy Sword had been sealed in the central temple of the Holy Empire for a long period of time, and it had accompanied them on their journey through the devildom of Helmuth after recognizing Vermouth as its sole owner. Although Vermouth himself didn't end up using the Holy Sword all that often, this did not diminish the importance and value of the Holy Sword. This beautiful sword had cut down countless demons, and had even pierced the heart of the first to be slain from Helmuth's 5 demon kings. Although after that it was almost exclusively used as a torch. When they defeated their first demon king, everyone was still immature. While recalling back to that time, Eugene reached his hand out to grab the Holy Sword. It wasn't like he had decided that he was going to be leaving with the Holy Sword, but for now, he just wanted to hold it. Eugene grabbed the Holy Sword's hilt with his right hand. The feeling of wrapping his fingers around the hilt was amazing. Although it outwardly looked like a ceremonial sword that had absolutely no use in actual combat, apart from this fact, it had actually been expertly crafted. The Holy Sword's scabbard was embedded deep into the floor of the treasure vault. Eugene tried to forcefully draw the sword, but the scabbard would not release its hold on the blade. Eugene grabbed the sword with both hands and tried to pull it out once more using all his strength. "It's not working," he eventually admitted. The Holy Sword was immovable. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Just in case, Eugene bit the tip of his fingers to draw blood, then brushed his blood-stained fingertips on the hilt and the sheath of the Holy Sword. The blood that was smeared on the sword immediately vanished into thin air. He tried to draw the sword once again, but it still refused to be drawn. Just like Gilead said, you'll know once you've had a go at it yourself. Gilead had meant that it was impossible to draw the sword. Eugene didn't waste more of his strength on it and cast away any regret. Even if he had managed to draw the sword, it wasn't like he would have been allowed to keep it. He took another look around. Sure enough, the vault contained a lot of different types of treasure. Besides weapons, there were also many jewels and accessories. With shining eyes, Eugene began his exploration. This was Asphal, right? Several weapons caught his eye. One was an unusual sword hanging on a wall. The edge of its blade had jagged protrusions that looked like the fangs of a beast. This was the devouring sword Asphal. It could devour whatever it cut to increase its own strength. At first glance, its actual power seemed difficult to judge, but Eugene was well aware of how broken this sword could be. It was a sword that could cut magic, a mana-devouring sword. No matter how powerful the spell was in front of Asphal, it would be worthless. Though only someone like Vermouth could use it to its full potential. Besides this sword, several other familiar weapons had caught his eye. There's the Dragon Spear Carbos. Although its cooldown was a bit long as you could compensate for that, it was a spear capable of unleashing an attack as powerful as a dragon's breath with a single thrust. The Storm Sword Wynid, a sword imbued with the protection of the Wind Spirit King, the Thunderbolt Pernoa. A bow that shot bolts of lightning, which could cross any distance to reach its target. The Phantom Rain Sword Javel, a sword that could create countless flying copies of itself when mana was inserted. And they've even got Jedon's Shield, a deceptive shield that could divert any attack that came into contact with it into a different direction. These were all weapons that could turn the world on its head if they got out. Eugene shook his head as he clicked his tongue in amazement. So it wasn't just that they were Vermouth's descendants. By holding the ownership of so many treasures, the Lionheart clan could back up its status as a great family. Even a dragon would lose its mind in envy when it saw how much treasure had been collected in this vault. But is this really everything? Despite all that was here, Eugene still had his doubts. After all, this wasn't the entire range of weapons that he knew Vermouth had owned. He couldn't see the terrifying Moonlight Sword or the demonic spear he had really been coveting. The weapons here are only about half as good as those. This wasn't anything strange. After all, 300 years had passed. During this time, quite a few weapons may have left the treasure vault, never to return. Bastards. They must have known a good thing when they saw it and snatched up all the really cheap weapons. Eugene kept clicking his tongue as he shook his head. Although the weapons that were left in the treasure vault were all amazing, he still felt regret for the weapons that weren't there. As a result of their loss, he had to prepare himself to make a difficult choice. None of them would count as a waste for me to take, but there was nothing that really grabbed his desire. Since he was still young, he didn't have to worry about a lack of familiarity with it. No matter which weapon he chose, if he held onto it for a few years, he could slowly adapt to it until he could use it to his satisfaction. The easiest to deal with is Wynid, but it was a sword that had been personally blessed by the Wind Spirit King. Just holding it in your hands would allow you to command the spirits of the wind, and of course, it enabled you to use spirit magic. Although it would be impossible for a while, as long as he kept accumulating enough mana, he would even be able to one day summon the Wind Spirit King himself. An advantage of this sword was that, unlike ordinary magic, spirit magic didn't consume a lot of the user's mana. Once the spirit was summoned, any further mana costs were taken care of by the spirit itself. And with it, there isn't a big demand for innate talent. Spirit magic was usually difficult to get into. If they weren't born with the trait that made a person attractive to spirits, even an excellent wizard wouldn't be able to summon a low-class spirit. However, if one held Wynid, there wasn't any need to worry about that, as it bypassed all the requirements for spirit magic. Javel is tricky to wield. Asphal might be a good fit once I've learned some magic, but it would be hard to use it well for now. Pernoa, from what I recall, it consumes a whole lot of mana for each shot it makes. The Dragon Spear Carbos didn't fit Eugene's tastes. As for Jedon's Shield, it did have quite the cheat ability, but just like the Thunderbolt Pernoa, it consumed an enormous amount of mana each time. Wynid is definitely the most convenient to use. Although he had come to this conclusion, Eugene didn't select it immediately. Instead, Eugene kept looking around the treasure vault with an aimless gait. In addition to these weapons, there were several other treasures that Vermouth had also used. These magic staffs, I'm not really sure how good they are, and there were quite a number of magic staffs at that. Since he was still young, he had thought about learning magic as well, but he didn't want to choose a focus without knowing anything about it. Oh, having wandered here and there through the treasure vault, Eugene halted in his steps. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the inside corner of a shelf. He quickly walked over and reached into the corner. Lying there was a small necklace. Why is this here? Eugene held up the necklace and blinked in shock. It wasn't anything special. There was no great magic imbued into it, nor did it have any important symbolism. It was just an ordinary necklace filled with memories, for it was the necklace that Hamel had worn in his previous life. From a very long time ago, this necklace was the keepsake that had been left to Hamel after his parents were killed by monsters. Now that he had been reincarnated, Eugene didn't feel any lingering sadness for this tragedy from his previous life. All the sadness from that event had long since been converted into hate, after all, and Hamel had eventually taken revenge for their deaths with his own hands. Nevertheless, Hamel had continued to wear it around his neck until the day he died. It wasn't like there was any discomfort to be had from walking around with the necklace on, and there had never been any particular reason for him to take it off. He had expected that this necklace had been buried with him, or at least that was how it should have been. Eugene stood there, holding up the necklace for quite some time. His state of paralyzation was because he just couldn't understand what the necklace was doing here. Could Vermouth have retrieved my body from Helmuth? But none of the weapons that Hamel had wielded were stored in this treasure vault. The only thing in here that was in any way connected to Hamel was this worn-out necklace. Eugene snorted as his hand wrapped around the necklace. It looks like they didn't just forget about me. For some reason, he had a bitter taste in his mouth. To someday kill all 5 of the Demon Kings, that was the promise that everyone had vowed to each other. But despite this, Vermouth, Malan, Sienna, and Anisethos 4 had made an oath of peace with the Demon Kings. Even though 300 years had passed since then, Helmuth and its 2 Demon Kings were still alive and well. Just what exactly did they swear in that oath? Even though you retrieved my belongings and laid them to rest here, all of you, especially you, Vermouth, just what were you thinking? Eugene couldn't put down the necklace. Since he had even gotten the chance to reincarnate, he didn't want to get too bogged down with his past life. Even so, no matter how faint, the attachments to his previous life still existed. This necklace had stirred up a number of feelings that Eugene had been trying to ignore. He suddenly had a thought. This necklace was an item that didn't belong here. It belonged to Hamel after all. He didn't want to resent Vermouth and his other comrades, since he believed that they must have had a reason for not being able to slay the remaining Demon Kings. The faithful Anis, the woman from his memories, was so cheeky and annoying that it was hard to believe she had become a saint, but her faith had been real. If even Anis had agreed to pull back at the last step, then they must have had an unavoidable reason for not killing the Demon Kings. It might have been that they lacked the strength to do so after I died. After all, the last 2 Demon Kings were terrifyingly strong. Although it embarrassed him to even think this idea to himself, he had to admit this was a possibility. What a pointless find, Eugene grumbled as he turned around. He still wanted one of the weapons, but he couldn't bear to leave this necklace, the keepsake belonging to Hamel, inside the Lionheart's treasure vault. That was his only reason. That is, Gilead exclaimed with a surprised expression as he opened the vault door. His surprise was because he had made various guesses for what Eugene might choose, but he had never imagined that Eugene would actually return from the treasure vault after choosing a completely ordinary necklace. It called to me, Eugene said with an awkward smile as he held up the necklace to display. Gilead blinked his surprise as he alternated between looking at Eugene and the necklace. Are you sure about this? Gilead asked. Yes, Eugene confirmed, but there should be many other more amazing treasures. As I'm too inexperienced, I felt that I wouldn't be able to handle them. Eugene recited his prepared excuse. However, even he found it hard to believe. Gilead felt increasingly confused as he thought about it. Of course, a child wouldn't be able to fully assess the values of the treasures within, but weren't there many weapons that appeared extraordinary just from their appearances? Could Eugene really have declined such treasures to pick a necklace like this? And what exactly is it? What made Gilead even more bewildered was that he did not recognize the necklace Eugene had carried out with him. Did the treasure vault really have a necklace like that? And of course, there were a lot of other accessories inside the vault that were all so expensive that just one could be exchanged for a whole castle. Gilead would have accepted and understood Eugene's excuse if he had chosen such a trinket. Since there was nothing that had caught Eugene's eye right at that moment, he could have chosen to take something that seemed expensive and valuable so that he could somehow put the funds from selling it to later use. Do you mind if I take a look at it for a moment? Gilead requested. Please go ahead. Eugene handed the necklace over with a nod of his head. As soon as Gilead received the necklace, he scanned it all over, but it was just a crudely made and worn-out necklace. No jewels were embedded, nor was the workmanship extraordinary. Even when he inserted his mana, there was no reaction in response. This was simply an ordinary and cheap necklace. Why was such a necklace inside the treasure vault? The more he looked at it, the more Gilead failed to understand. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at Eugene. Please wait here for a moment, Gilead ordered. Yes, sir, Eugene replied with an unbothered expression. He understood why Gilead would feel so confused. Even in the privacy of his own thoughts, Eugene felt that choosing such a necklace was a very foolish decision. However, it couldn't be helped. Since he couldn't just leave it there, he had to bring it out with him. And while letting out a curious hum, Gilead took the necklace and held it up to the treasure vault's door. Everything inside the vault, the honor and glory that the clan had accumulated over 300 years, had been recorded by the magic of the treasure vault. This is quite a mystery. After holding the necklace up to the lion on the doorknob, Gilead shook his head. This necklace isn't an item that has been registered by the treasure vault. What does that mean? Eugene asked. Exactly what I said. This isn't a treasure of the Lionhearts. This is an item that shouldn't have been in there. Then why was it in there? That is why I said that is quite a mystery. I do not recall ever leaving this necklace inside there. Where did you find this? In the inside corner of a shelf. Could this item have been left behind by the previous patriarch? But if that was the case, then it should have been registered by the treasure vault's magic. It's possible that the previous patriarch may have just lost it inside there, Eugene offered as an explanation. Haha, Gilead involuntarily burst into laughter. My father, the previous patriarch, wasn't such a sloppy person, nor was he the type of person who would play such a strange prank. Eugene was about to ask why Gilead didn't just ask the previous patriarch personally, but then he remembered and stopped himself. Gilead's father, the former patriarch, had already passed away long ago. In any case, do you still want to keep this necklace? Yes, I do. Why? No real reason, it's just it calls to me. This necklace doesn't seem to be valuable. It doesn't have any enchantments either, so even if you sold it, you wouldn't even be able to buy a cheap longsword. That's exactly right, Eugene thought in agreement as he nodded his head. But I would still like to keep it, is what Eugene ended up saying. You really are quite special, Gilead commented. I've heard that a lot from my father ever since I was young. If you really want to keep this necklace, then it can't be helped. However, I can't let you have it right away. Since the origins of this item are unknown, I'll have to ask Lovelian to examine it. An examination, that's right. Although I've checked it myself, I don't really have any skill in magic. Just in case it does have some kind of enchantment, it feels like it would be better to have it looked over by a professional, so I can have it back once the examination is over. That's right, I'll even promise you that I'll return it once the results are in. After Gilead nodded his head, he was silent for a moment. About this necklace, it might have some kind of enchantment, or it might just be an ordinary necklace without any special qualities. However, since it is clearly not an item that has been registered by the treasure vault, that means it shouldn't have been in there in the first place, Gilead said when he finally broke the silence. Yes, Eugene replied, unsure of where this was going. Although I really didn't think things could turn out like this, Eugene, strictly speaking, the item you brought back with you is not a treasure of the Lionhearts. For a moment, Gilead hesitated. Would this really be allowed? There shouldn't be any problems with this, Gilead thought as he patted Eugene's shoulder with a wry smile. As that's the case, go back inside and only come out after you've picked something else. Eugene barely managed to restrain the exclamation of sheer surprise that he almost blurted out unconsciously and instead asked, Can I really? It's fine. After all, I promised you that if you were the first to defeat the Minotaur, you could go into the treasure vault and come out with whichever piece of treasure you desired. But Eugene, you didn't come out with a piece of a treasure, so go back in and return with whatever you like. Eugene bowed his head deeply towards Gilead, even as he held back a laugh. He had never imagined that Gilead would show such flexibility by giving him another chance to pick up a piece of treasure. I've decided it's you, Eugene thought upon returning to the treasure vault. He grabbed Wynid without any hesitation. From now on, you belong to me. As if it had read Eugene's mind, its silverish blue blade shone with a gleam. Although he now owned Wynid, it was impossible for Eugene to summon a spirit immediately. No matter how little mana was consumed by spirit magic, it still required a certain minimum amount of mana in the first place. As Eugene had yet to start training his mana, not even a speck of mana could be found in his body. Even for Eugene, this was a problem that he couldn't help but be concerned about. The bloodline continuation ceremony was over. Now, Eugene was free of any restrictions on wielding real swords, and he could even start training his mana. As descendants of the Great Vermouth, the Lionheart family possessed a mana training scripture far superior to any other scripture belonging to a martial family, knight, or mercenary. After all, it was a scripture developed 300 years ago and continually refined over that time. The Lionheart's collateral lines were all families that had been split off from the direct line, and their mana training scriptures also originated from there. But needless to say, only the foundations of their mana training scriptures bore any similarities to the main family's mana training scriptures. This caused the level of the collateral line's mana training scriptures to fall so low that they couldn't even be compared to the main families. This difference in quality further allowed the direct line to maintain its superiority over the collateral lines. As for our family's mana training scripture, although I haven't learned it yet, it should be nothing special. Eugene was sure of this fact. His family had already split off from the main family hundreds of years ago, and during all that time, no one from their bloodline had been able to improve their family's status. And my father's strength isn't all that great either. After he had turned 10, Eugene and his father had stopped their spars disguised as child's play. However, Eugene could easily recall Gerhardt's thick belly, sluggish movements, and how Gerhardt would lose his breath after only swinging his sword a few times. Gerhardt had a habit of sighing that he didn't have any talent. As the bloodline continuation ceremony drew closer, the number of times his father had said something along those lines, with a tearful expression on his face, had only increased. Still, since it's based on the one from the main family, our mana training scripture shouldn't be that bad. If it really turned out to be so terrible that he couldn't put up with it, it wasn't like he didn't have any other means available to him. Although it might have been 300 years ago, hadn't he still been strong enough to become the hero's companion? The mana training scripture that he had learned during his previous life should still have some use in modern times. Even if it proves insufficient, I can try mixing it with our family's training scripture. Since he had prior experience, it shouldn't be too difficult to do so. Eugene was confident of this, not to mention that his current body's traits were so exceptional that the one from his previous life couldn't even compare to it. Even in my previous life, I graduated from using sword light immediately and went around waving sword force, so there's no way that I won't be able to catch up in my current body. Creating a layer of mana around your sword was called sword light. Sword force was a step above that. How long had it taken him to reach sword force in his previous life again? It felt like he had been in his 20s. Eugene smacked his lips and fell into thought. The mana training scripture that Hamel had learned in his previous life was a cheap scripture commonly used by mercenaries. He had lost his hometown to a surprise invasion from monsters when he was only 12, so he had become a mercenary in order to get revenge. It was a past that he didn't really want to recollect. In any case, he had made quite a name for himself while diligently practicing that cheap training scripture. Of course, he didn't practice it as it was and had instead modified the scripture to fit himself. First, he met Vermouth. Then he met Sienna, Annis, and Malan. He had received all sorts of advice from them. In particular, Vermouth had given him various bits of guidance even though he had never asked for them. And as for Sienna, you paid actual money for this garbage. Are you an idiot? Don't you think that your words are a bit harsh? Fool, come here and sit down. Why, if I tell you to sit, then just sit. Now then, from the beginning, show me how you practice that piece of trash you bought, because I'm going to tear it apart and fix it for you. He had received a lot of help from her. He parted ways with Gilead at the main mansion. Gilead headed straight for Lovelian, while Eugene returned to the annex. Desra, Garjeth, and Nina were waiting for him in the annex's gymnasium. Show it to us. Desra burst out as soon as she saw Eugene. As she came leaping towards him, her eyes were plainly fixed on Wynid, which was hanging from Eugene's waist. Why didn't you choose a spear? It was my choice, but you're great with spears. Where the hell were you looking back in the labyrinth? Didn't you see that I'm great with a sword as well? Desra put on a sulky expression at this answer. She really felt that he was rude and annoying, so she wanted to somehow refute his words, but as the image of Eugene defeating the Minotaur flashed through her head, she found it impossible to do so. Eugene definitely was just as good with using a sword as he was with wielding a spear. It looks way too light, Garjeth spoke up while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. With your strength, a larger and heavier sword would have been a good fit. A weapon like a hammer or an axe would also have been good. Like I said, it was my choice. Well, it's not like it's going to be a bad weapon just because it's light, since it's not just any weapon but one from the main family's treasure vault. So how about it? What do you mean, how about it? Eugene asked. I'm talking about our family's muscle growth supplement. Since the bloodline continuation ceremony is over, you should come back with me to my family's home. I'll talk you up to my father so that he'll provide you with as many muscle growth supplements as you need. No, I don't need any. It has the best effect if you take it during your growth period. If we add your barbaric training on top of that, you'll definitely start seeing results soon. No, wait, instead of training on your own, let's train together. Garjeth wasn't just saying all this on a whim. He genuinely wanted to build a deep friendship with Eugene. After all, this was the first time in the history of the Lionheart clan that someone from the collateral lines had defeated those from the direct line during a bloodline continuation ceremony. After all, didn't you say that none of the knights back at your home in Giddel are able to teach you? However, our family has a lot of exceptionally skilled knights. Of course, the best among all of them is my father. So if you come with me, my father will also offer you guidance, tempted Garjeth. It's fine, Eugene insisted. Instead of talking with that pig bastard, hurry up and draw your sword. Desra buted her way into their conversation. Nina, Eugene called out with a sigh as he gripped Wynid's hilt. Go tell the chef to prepare some food for me. I've already given the order to do so, Nina replied. What about the bathwater? I have arranged for that as well. Amazing job. While nodding his head in approval, Eugene drew Wynid. The smooth metallic sound it gave off as it slid out of its scabbard made the corners of Eugene's lips twitch upwards. Eugene stared down at the thin, silvery blue length of the blade. Its edge was so sharp that it felt like one could cut themselves with even the slightest touch, and as long as one inserted mana, this sword would allow them to summon spirits of the wind. Eugene was well aware of how powerful this sword was. Of course, without being able to summon a spirit, he couldn't currently use these functions. Which sword is it? Desra asked with sparkling eyes. It's called Wynid, Eugene replied. The patriarch told me that this sword is imbued with the protection of the Wind Spirit King. Once I've started training my mana, I might be able to summon spirits. Instead of relying on his own memories, Eugene relayed the explanation that he had received from Gilead. Desra pouted and looked at Eugene with eyes full of envy. An impressive sword, but there should have been a lot of spears even more impressive than that. I was sure you would choose a spear, Desra threw in her selfish opinion. Well, there were quite a lot of spears, Eugene teased. Hey, did you see that one? The dragon spear Carbos, the one that shoots out a dragon's breath attack with just a single stab. They say that it can even wipe out a mountain. I don't know what it even looks like. What about the demon spear Loontoes? Was it there? I like that spear the most. After all, it was the strongest one amongst all of the great Vermouth's weapons. Desra's eyes grew hazy with desire. Perhaps because she wielded spears as her primary weapon, she held a lot of fascination for Vermouth's spears. I've heard of Loontoes as well. Wasn't that the spear used by the demon king of cruelty? Garjeth said, nodding in appreciation. Remaining silent, Eugene returned Wynid to its sheath. Helmuth's second demon king Eugene could clearly recall just how terrifying and strong the demon king of cruelty had been. 300 years ago, in the devildom of Helmuth, there had been 5 demon kings, ranked according to their strength. Number 1, the demon king of destruction. Number 2, the demon king of incarceration. Number 3, the demon king of fury. Number 4, the demon king of cruelty. Number 5, the demon king of carnage. Vermouth and his companions had begun their conquest with the weakest, 5th-ranked demon king. Eventually, Hamel had died in the castle of the demon king of incarceration. The demon spear Loontoes was the spear used by the demon king of cruelty. After killing him, Vermouth became the spear's new master. Hamel had actually wanted to use that spear, but as its name suggested, the demon spear gave off such terrible demonic power that no one could actually use it, other than Vermouth, that is. It's wrong to say that the demon spear Loontoes is the strongest among all of the great Vermouth's weapons. The strongest one is, of course, the annihilation hammer Jigalath, Garjeth declared after some thought. The demon king of cruelty was stronger than the demon king of carnage, Desra argued in favor of her choice. The ranks of the demon kings have nothing to do with the ranks of their weapons. Now that I think about it, the annihilation hammer was also missing, Eugene thought, tuning out the argument. Among all of Vermouth's weapons, the annihilation hammer and the demon spear were the only ones that had belonged to demon kings. It makes sense. Since those weapons are so foreboding, they can't just be left inside the treasure vault. Perhaps they were sealed somewhere else. In any case, those weapons cannot be used by anyone other than Vermouth. As they were weapons he had often coveted in his previous life, he still couldn't help but feel regret at not getting the chance to pick them. The demon spear is stronger. No, the annihilation hammer is stronger. Garjeth and Desra had started to quarrel childishly. Eugene shook his head as he looked at the two of them and headed to the center of the gymnasium. Nina followed after Eugene in a hurry. The dinner preparations should be finished soon, Nina reminded him. I'll be done soon as well, Eugene reassured her. Although he couldn't summon any spirits right now, even without its spirits, Wynid was a good sword. It's also the first real sword that I've held in this life. Perhaps due to this, he was already feeling attached to it. Eugene pulled Wynid out of its sheath and ran his eyes down its blade. When he gently reached out and touched the flat of the blade, the chill of the metal sent a shiver up his spine. As he had expected, a true sword gave off a different feeling just from a touch. Even though it was much lighter than his iron-cored wooden sword, its nature as a weapon that could kill with a single slash proved the difference between it and a wooden sword. As I said, the demon spear is stronger. No, it's the annihilation hammer. Those two were still going strong. After looking at them with a pitying gaze, Eugene turned his focus back on Wynid. Both the demon spear and the annihilation weapon were such great weapons that even he found it difficult to choose which of them was superior. However, if he had to choose the greatest out of all of Vermouth's weapons, Eugene would make that choice without any hesitation. It's the Moonlight Sword. It was pure destruction in the form of a sword. Even the devildom of Helmuth had chosen to seal it away. Eugene remembered just how terrible that sword was. Although the Holy Sword was used to kill the 5th-ranked demon king, it was rarely used in battle after Vermouth got his hands on the Moonlight Sword. Both the demon king of cruelty and the demon king of fury had been slain by the Moonlight Sword. Neither the demon spear nor the annihilation hammer, which Desra and Garjeth were making such a fuss about, could overcome the light of destruction emanated from the Moonlight Sword. Eugene set aside all thought of the Moonlight Sword and started to swing Wynid. Swish! The sword gave off a soft glow as a slow swing of its blade cut the air itself apart. From the tips of his toes to the top of his head, Eugene felt a shudder of elation rush through his body. Wow! Nina softly exclaimed in admiration as Eugene slowly flowed through the movements of a sword dance. Even from the perspective of someone like Nina, who had no skill with swords, Eugene's sword dance seemed extraordinary. Garjeth and Desra's childish quarrel was also cut short as the two turned to watch Eugene's sword dance with mesmerized eyes. It wasn't amazingly fast, nor were there any astonishing techniques mixed into his movements. However, the eerie gleam emanated by Wynid blended perfectly with each movement in Eugene's sword dance, flowing smoothly from one movement to the next without any interruption. I definitely have to get him to come back with me, Garjeth thought as he gulped down his astonishment. What should I say to get him to go with me? Shall I invite him to take a look around our home? It's still quite a long time until my birthday. Desra was also having similar thoughts. If only her birthday were closer, she would have been able to invite him to her birthday party as an excuse, but Desra's lips pouted in disappointment. It's an ordinary necklace, Lovelian said as he opened his eyes and handed the necklace he was holding back to Gilead. I have checked it thoroughly, but this item doesn't have any magic attached to it. Is that so? Although he tried to sound casual, these words caused Gilead to feel some embarrassment. It really turned out to be an ordinary necklace without any magic at all. In fact, even calling it an ordinary necklace was over the top. After all, wasn't it just a worthless, worn-out necklace? But then why on earth had such a necklace been included with the main family's treasures? Eugene had told him that the necklace had been buried deep in an inside corner of a shelf. Gilead had been in the treasure vault several times to search for this and that weapon, but he had never once seen such a necklace before. And the necklace wasn't even registered with the magic of the treasure vault in the first place. That meant someone else must have brought it in with them, but who? The late former patriarch hadn't been the type to play such meaningless pranks. If that were the case, what about his other ancestors? But that still left the question, what reason could they have had for even doing so? Was this necklace really inside the treasure vault? Lovelian checked. Yes, Gilead confirmed. Could that boy Eugene have been playing a prank on you? What reason could he have for doing so? From what I saw of him in the labyrinth, he has quite the cunning and mean-spirited side. Perhaps he snuck in with something that already belonged to him and picked that instead of something more expensive in order to leave a good impression on the patriarch. Lovelian cleared his throat and carefully started speaking. Honestly speaking, Lord Gilead, you must have felt at least somewhat pleasantly surprised when Eugene returned with such a worthless necklace instead of something priceless. I can't really deny that, Gilead admitted with a wry smile. However, isn't he just a 13-year-old child? I can't imagine that a boy like Eugene would be able to predict how I would feel about it and come up with a plan like this. It would have definitely been a huge risk to take. He was lucky that Lord Gilead was able to show such a generous mindset with just a bit of carelessness. He could have also lost his chance at a guaranteed piece of treasure. Lovelian was only airing a few idle suspicions. Even he didn't really believe that Eugene could have come up with such a scheme. After pondering for a few moments longer, Lovelian held out his hand to Gilead. Allow me to check it just once more, Lovelian requested. Haven't you already finished all your scans? Gilead asked. I have confirmed that there is no magic hidden within the necklace. However, now that I've also gotten a little curious about its origins, I'd like to dig a little deeper into it. How do you mean to do so? How should I explain this? To put it simply, I'll read the memories of the necklace from when it was young. Lovelian continued speaking with a wry smile. Mana exists everywhere in this world. While it's impossible to communicate with Mana directly, I know a spell that will allow me to read Mana's memory. It is a spell created by the esteemed teacher of our school, the wise Sienna. Lovelian was unable to hide the pride that he felt as he finished his explanation. That was just how amazing this spell and its creator were. In the history of magic, the only wizard to discover a way to interact with Mana in such a manner was the wise Sienna. Then I'll be counting on you. Instead of sharing in Lovelian's admiration, Gilead simply handed the necklace back to him. While feeling disappointed in his heart that Gilead didn't seem to recognize the greatness of Sienna, Lovelian took the necklace. Then, focusing his concentration, he started to resonate with the mana of the necklace. Mana existed everywhere in the world. Most objects also contained some amount of mana. Even if it was too meager to exhibit any mystical effects, it was still possible to read the memory contained within the mana. A moan escaped from Lovelian's lips as he concentrated so hard sweat drops formed on his forehead. There really isn't anything. It seems to be an item from around 100 years ago. This is the capital. On the side of the street, it was sold there. Then I can't read anything more from this point. It seems likely that magic of the treasure vault stopped the mana from recording any more memories. 100 years ago, Gilead trailed off. Around that time, yes, that meant this necklace went back several generations. Currently, there wasn't even anyone left from that time to ask about the origin of this necklace. In the end, he could only speculate that the patriarch from several generations ago had decided to set this up as a prank for some unknown reason. So what are you going to do with this necklace? Lovelian asked. Since it doesn't have any magic imbued within, I'll just give it to that boy, Eugene. After all, he wanted it so much that he even passed up the opportunity to choose a treasure, Gilead explained. There was no need to go that far. I guess the boy must have really liked it. Lovelian seemed perplexed. Well, there's no reason for why he shouldn't have it, Gilead replied with a smile. Lovelian returned the smile and handed back the necklace. Lovelian was the head of the Red Tower of Magic. However, even he could not discover that this necklace was the very necklace that Hamel had worn 300 years ago. The mana reading he had performed had managed to deceive Lovelian. Later that night, Eugene was summoned to see Gilead. Usually at around this time, he would have been doing some training to help digest his dinner. Fortunately, the invitation had come with enough spare warning that there was no need for him to head to the main mansion while reeking of sweat like last time. Eugene had washed and put on some formal clothes while being fussed over by Nina. Upon exiting the annex once he was done, he found that all the servants were already waiting outside. Hey there. They were all out here because of the man who had just greeted Eugene in a cheerful tone. He was Jin Lionheart, Patriarch Gilead Lionheart's youngest brother. Jin was known to be an oddball who had chosen to tag along on Gilead's training trip, and even at his age had yet to be married. Master Jin, Nina cried out in surprise before bowing her head deeply. Following her laid, Eugene also bowed his head low, though he glanced up at Jin to get a look at him. If Jin had gotten married at the usual age, he might have already had a son about as old as Eugene, but the man still looked unbelievably young for his true age. However, his gray hair, which could be called a trademark of the Lionheart line, gave him a mature atmosphere despite his youthful face. This was due in a large part to the color of his hair, which looked almost white at first glance. Vermouth also had the same kind of hair. Though unlike Jin, Vermouth's expressions had always been just as bleak as his hair. It seemed as if Eugene couldn't escape his blood ties to Vermouth, no matter what, as despite being from a collateral line, Eugene's hair also had streaks of gray running through it. Pleased to meet you. I am Eugene Lionheart, he introduced himself. Of course I know who you are. The truth is that you've drawn my attention ever since we first met on our return to the estate, Jin revealed. Excuse me. It's because you gave off the smell of sweat. Ah, not that it was a bad thing. Anyone who bears the name of Lionheart should always smell at least slightly sweaty, Jin joked with a laugh, revealing his pearly white teeth. He patted Eugene on the shoulder as he continued speaking. Also, I happen to have heard a lot about you from hold on. It'll be awkward if we just stand around talking like this, so let's get going first before we continue. So you're here to guide me to the Patriarch? Eugene asked. That's right, my brother wanted to send one of his knights, but I told him that I'd go and do it personally. I actually wanted to see you for myself. Jin laughed once again as he turned and set off. As he quickly walked off, his gait proved to be just as lively as the sound of his laughter. After tossing a goodbye back to Nina, Eugene started to follow behind Jin. Did you say that you wanted to see me in person? Eugene asked politely. That's what I said, and I meant it. After all, you defeated Cyan in a duel, and I've heard you've even won the bloodline continuation ceremony. Jin turned his head back to look at Eugene, as if waiting for an answer. I also wanted to see the bloodline continuation ceremony in person, but it's tradition that no one except the Patriarch is allowed to watch the ceremony. Well, Master Lovelian also happened to be spectating beside my brother this year, but that's only because Lovelian helped set up this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. Is there really such a tradition? Strange, isn't it? But it's a real tradition. Well, I guess you could call it part of the Patriarch's privileges, like the fact that only the main family's Patriarch is allowed into the treasure vault. Similarly, only the Patriarch is allowed to have fun watching the bloodline continuation ceremony. Jin grumbled a complaint, only to tap himself on the lips in regret at having said too much. I know it might sound like it, but I'm not really complaining about my brother, you know. It's just that the traditions are, but if I say it like that, does it sound like I'm complaining about the family rules instead? I don't mind if you do, Eugene said agreeably. And smiled and revealed, my brother actually doesn't mind it when I complain about them either. Although they hadn't been talking for very long, Eugene had a rough idea of what Jin's personality was really like. His very attitude seemed to exude a sense of free-spiritedness. It was probably due to this character of his that he had decided not to marry yet. About Winid, Jin said as he stopped walking ahead of Eugene instead. He slowed his pace to walk alongside Eugene. Although I've never used it before, I know that it's a good sword. Make sure to cherish it. Is there any reason you haven't tried using it before? Eugene asked. Not really, it's just that I'm quite fond of my current sword. Jin grinned and pointed down to the sword he wore at his waist. It wasn't one of Vermouth's many swords. Doesn't it look cool? It's a sword that I found long ago while traveling around the world, but maybe because it's a sword that I got through my own hard work, I'm really attached to it. Is it a magic sword as well? Yes, but its magic isn't all that impressive. It can't compare to your Winid. Well, if I had to explain it, its magic allows me to absorb mana a little more smoothly or something like that. Despite Jin's claims, such an effect wasn't something to be underestimated. Although it hadn't seemed extraordinary at first glance, Eugene guessed that the sword might even have been made by the dwarves. Jin changed the subject, so how did you find the labyrinth? Although I've heard a few things from Cyan and Seal, I'd like to hear your perspective as you might have a different view of it. It was really fascinating, Eugene offered his opinion, so it seems that you didn't find it difficult, Jin observed as he burst into laughter. You really had to face both traps and monsters, then trolls on the way to the center, and finally a minotaur waiting at the end. That's way too much for kids to handle. Even Cyan and Seal didn't try to fight the trolls head-on. As for the Minotaur, Brother and Lovelian were really being a little cruel with that. Is Cyan doing all right now? But wasn't Cyan just bad-mouthing me to you? Of course he was. He even spied on you from a distance and called you a son of a bitch. It's cowardly to insult someone behind their backs. I thought so as well, so I smacked him a good one. With another smile, Jin again showed off his pearly white teeth. Because I've already drubbed him for it, don't needlessly get into a fight with Cyan later, okay? As long as he doesn't mess with me, I won't. That's a shame. If he could get beaten up a few more times for being rude, then Cyan might be able to correct his bad habits while improving his skills at the same time. But didn't you just say that I shouldn't fight with him? You're right. Well then, I'll just give you permission to fight with him whenever you want. That is, as long as you don't hurt him too badly. While they were discussing such topics, they arrived at the main mansion. Jin casually waved off the greetings from the servants and led Eugene upstairs. But why is the patriarch calling for me? Eugene finally asked. Maybe to compliment you, Jin guessed. I've received his compliments earlier. No matter how many times you've heard them, it's not like you can ever have too many compliments. It looks like Mr. Jin doesn't know the reason either. Well, it's not like I don't have any clues, but it's not something to get all worked up over, though it does have something to do with you and your future. Once they got to the top of the stairs, they walked down a long hallway. As this was his first time visiting the main mansion, Eugene looked at his surroundings with curious eyes. However, Jin said, suddenly stopping in his steps ahead of them stood a large, tightly shut door. I think it would be nice if we could see each other more often. Jin turned to look at Eugene with a slight smile as he said this. Me too, Eugene agreed, not having had a bad impression of the man. Eugene decided to return the smile to show his sincerity. Jin turned back to the front, his expression turning neutral, and knocked on the door. Come in, Gilead's voice was heard from inside. After opening the door for Eugene, Jin took a few steps back. Then he winked at Eugene and shooed him in. Although his personality is good, he's a bit overbearing. With a slight feeling of nervousness, Eugene entered the room. The spacious room had been furnished into the patriarch's personal office. Sorry for calling you so suddenly, Gilead led with an apology. It's fine, Eugene answered, bowing his head. Gilead smiled and pointed to the visitor seating area. For now, why don't you take a seat? Some refreshments had been prepared for him on a coffee table. However, Eugene didn't lay a hand on any of the cookies or tea and instead stared pointedly at Gilead. Although it was rude, his behavior was still in the acceptable range for a child. About the necklace, Gilead said, not taking offense to Eugene's attitude instead. He felt that the spunky look like Eugene's was actually kind of cute. The first impression of someone will forever skew how that person is viewed, and Gilead had had a good impression of Eugene. I asked Master Lovelian to examine it, but it turned out to be just an ordinary necklace, Gilead continued. So that was the case, Eugene feigned ignorance. He even read the earliest memories recorded in the necklace's mana, but nothing special was found. They even read the mana's memories. For a moment, Eugene almost revealed his panic before he quickly concealed the emotion. Oh yeah, there was a spell like that, wasn't there? But even though they had used one of Sienna's spells, they hadn't found anything special from the necklace. At these words, Eugene couldn't help feeling ashamed on behalf of his previous life as Hamel. There are memories recorded in the necklace, Eugene asked, trying not to sound too hurt. How should I explain it? To put it simply, Master Lovelian used a spell to read the history of where the necklace had come from. He said that the necklace was purchased in the streets of the capital around 100 years ago. Gilead recounted before handing the necklace to Eugene. After receiving the necklace, Eugene checked it carefully. No, there was no mistake about it. This was definitely the necklace that Hamel had worn 300 years ago, the keepsake left by his parents. There was no way he would mistake a necklace that he had constantly worn during his travels for over 20 years. Both the discoloration on the chain and the scratches on the cheap crystal hanging at the front were exactly the same as in his memories. In the first place, who'd be so crazy to sell an old necklace like this at a roadside stall? Such a necklace could only be sold if the seller was insane and the buyer was even more insane. Lovelian could be lying, but there's no reason for him to do so. Could he really have read it wrong? An archwizard currently serving as the head of a tower of magic. If that wasn't the case then, that would mean a spell that can even deceive the head of a tower of magic has been cast on the necklace, creating a layer of new memories in the mana. But who on earth would have done that? Could it have been Vermouth? But what reason would that guy have for doing something like this? It wasn't unusual for someone to have taken a keepsake from their dead companion to commemorate him and stored it in their treasury. Vermouth hadn't seemed to be the type for such frivolities, but then again, Eugene had never expected that Vermouth would take more than 10 wives after returning from the devildom either. That was proof, if anything, that time changes people. But if they really wanted to commemorate me, they should have just killed all the demon kings. If they couldn't do that, then at the very least, they should have properly registered the necklace into the treasure vault. While feeling a complex mix of dissatisfaction and doubt, Eugene nodded his head to show he understood. Then is it okay for me to take this necklace? The necklace is completely worthless. Are you sure you still want it? For some reason, it just calls to me. Well, I suppose that there are times when items do that. Children were often attracted to strange things. Even Gilead used to collect old coins when he was a child. Have you always liked such antiquities? Gilead asked curiously. Eugene prevaricated, I don't hate them, but I just find this necklace strangely fascinating. Well, if you really want it, you may keep it. With a grin, Eugene immediately hung the necklace around his neck before looking back up at Gilead. When Gilead was caught staring at Eugene, he gave a low cough and got up from his seat. Eugene, I called you here to give you the necklace, but there was one more reason as well. What reason would that be, sir? Instead of replying immediately, Gilead walked over and took a seat in the chair across from Eugene. Then he picked up a teacup and started fidgeting with it as if trying to sort out his thoughts. This might seem sudden, but I have an offer for you. It's nothing unpleasant, and in fact, this offer is for the sake of your future. No way, Eugene thought, his eyebrows twitching in frustration at the halting pace of Gilead's words. An offer concerning his future. In such situations, for an offer to be worded like that, there were only a few options of what that offer might be. Eugene, are you? Sir Patriarch Eugene interrupted him. Gilead stopped mid-sentence and tilted his head in curiosity. Eugene continued, Seal is kind and cute, but I don't want to start thinking about marriage so soon. Eugene was sure that this was about engaging him to Seal. If he thought about it, things had seemed a little strange from the very beginning. Even after Eugene had left her twin brother in such a state, Seal had still come looking for him the very next day with a smile on her face, and ever since then, she had been clinging to his side like an annoying tick. Also, before the bloodline continuation ceremony, Seal had been acting so overtly friendly to Eugene that it felt off-putting. And she kept blabbing some nonsense about how he should call her, Big Sis, just because she was a few months older than him. I wondered why she kept going on about that, so she's already trying to put me in my place as her future consort. 1. That was definitely it, and what was with her behavior in the labyrinth? She had actually giggled as she watched her brother get beaten up by the Minotaur. She was sitting beside me then as well. It felt like there had also been times where Seal subtly kept Desra from getting close to him. Recalling all the times he had met with Seal since arriving at the main estate, Eugene felt increasingly sure of his suspicions. It may not have been planned that way from the start, but after the twins had walked over to pick a fight, they must have decided to trap him in an arranged marriage upon seeing the result of their duel. No wonder. So that's why he was willing to give me a weapon from their treasure vault. They intend to tie me to the main family by engaging me to Seal. How could they have come up with such a terrible scheme while still outwardly treating him with so much courtesy? If it was to achieve their purpose, were they even willing to sacrifice their daughter's future, to be able to hide their evil intentions to such an extent, just as expected from the descendants of Vermouth? No, even Vermouth wouldn't stoop this low. Inside Eugene's head, Gilead's image underwent a rapid transformation. Eugene continued trying to excuse himself. After all, I'm too young to even be thinking about marriage. I need to get my father's permission as well, and even if my father does allow it, I don't want to get married to Seal. Hold on, Gilead, who had been listening to Eugene's speech in shock, suddenly raised his hand. Eugene, I think you may be misunderstanding something. I didn't call you here with the intention of engaging you to Seal. That's something for Seal to decide. But of course your opinion is important as well. In fact, he actually thought that it was quite a good idea, but Gilead didn't have the slightest intention of forcing either of them into such an arrangement. Is that so? Eugene choked out these words as he felt his face burn red-hot in embarrassment. It looked like he really had put his foot in his mouth this time. I called you here because I wanted to offer to adopt you. Eugene thought he had been surprised before, but Gilead's follow-up was even more shocking, so they had that method available to them. Eugene got their reasoning for their offer of adoption, but at the same time, he wanted to leap out of the window in embarrassment. He wanted to tear off his own mouth for admitting that he didn't want to marry a 13-year-old kid. No, more than that, he wanted to smash his own head for thinking that he was about to be engaged to a 13-year-old chick in the first place. I must have been crazy. After having to act like a child, it seemed that his mind had somehow become like a child's. An adoption of this is all too sudden, Eugene mumbled distractedly. But not as sudden as an engagement, right? Gilead teased with a grin. I'm sorry for getting the wrong idea, but do you really hate the idea of getting married to Seal? From the way you speak of her, it doesn't seem like you're completely against the idea. No, I hate it. Gilead put on a disappointed expression, but he soon let it fall and continued speaking. Setting this talk of engagement aside, what do you think about being adopted? Eugene hesitated, but my father is waiting for me in Giddel. If you wish, I'll invite Gerhardt to stay at the main estate as well. So then I'll have two fathers. That's right, but your biological father is and always will be Gerhardt. Then I'm not sure what's the point of me getting adopted. There's no need to think about it too much. Gilead smiled faintly as he picked up his teacup. It's just to bring your family into the same fold as the main family. Although nominally, I'll be your adoptive father, that doesn't mean you need to treat me as your real father. Of course, that's only if you agree to the adoption. I feel like this would trouble my father greatly, admitted Eugene. I'll probably have a lot of things that I need to go over with Gerhardt, but Eugene, I too am a father of 3 children. I am not trying to steal Gerhardt's son away from him. Although I've never met Gerhardt, I promise to respect him as if he were my older brother. Eugene frowned. Does that mean that if I refuse, the patriarch won't show my father respect? There's no way. Gilead burst into laughter at such a bold question. Although I'm embarrassed to even say this out loud, I'm not such a childish person. So if you refuse, I'll just feel a little regret. That's all. I will, of course, respect your choice and wish you the best of luck with your future. However, I really do hope to allow your future to shine as part of the main family. I don't think this is an issue that I should decide by myself. For now, Eugene decided to postpone making a decision. While in the end, it would be up to Eugene to decide whether or not to accept the proposal, he still wanted to hear his father's, Gerhardt's, opinion. If that's the case, then let's leave it until after the banquet, Gilead decided. The banquet, originally meant to celebrate the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony, was scheduled for the following evening. I'll send messengers to Giddel and tell them to respectfully escort your father over, Gilead said. Don't say that. You don't owe me anything. You've proven yourself the most outstanding child in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. It would be a sad affair if your father could not be with his son during your moment of celebration and glory. If Gerhardt's personality was just as terrible as his sword skills, then he would have accepted being adopted by Gilead without any hesitation. However, Gerhardt was in fact a truly caring father. Unfortunately, due to the memories of his past life, Eugene had never really been able to accept Gerhardt as his father, but even still, he liked and respected the man. Earlier, you said that this would be good for my future as well. Eugene focused, putting down the teacup he'd been sipping from. What exactly did you mean by that? If you're fostered with the main family, there are a lot of benefits you can enjoy. Gilead enticed Eugene. He was glad that Eugene was showing interest in his offer. For example, that's right. Didn't you say that there weren't any nights you could go to for instruction back in Giddel? But at our main estate, you won't need to worry about that. After all, we have a lot of excellent nights here. If I'm going to learn from anyone, I want to learn from the best, Eugene demanded, as he tried to smile as innocently as possible. Then looking straight at Gilead, he continued speaking. If I'm adopted by you, patriarch, will I be able to learn from you as well? Eugene was curious to see just how strong the Lionheart clan's patriarch truly was. 1. The Korean word used here was kodaetisui, nus, which basically means a son-in-law who marries into his wife's family, rather than a daughter-in-law marrying into her husband's family, and has a lower status because of this. Part of the reason why it's considered shameful is that by marrying into his wife's family, the husband is giving up the responsibility and duty of passing down his family name, as his children will inherit his wife's surname instead. Although that doesn't apply in this case, as both Eugene and Seal have the same surname, it still implies that Eugene will have a lower standing than his wife. Gilead was not offended by such a daring yet childish request. Instead, he actually felt both pleased and sympathetic at the hungry look on Eugene's face. If a child truly was a scion of a martial family, then they should have such a greedy desire. Of course, I'll be able to teach you, Gilead said, looking at Eugene with a happy smile. However, if you want to learn from the very best, then there's someone even better than me. Who is that? Eugene asked. It's Jin. Eugene recalled Jin and his shiny white teeth. When he was opening the door for Eugene, Jin had said that he'd like it if they could see each other more often. In the past, my skills were better than his, but currently that's no longer the case, Gilead admitted. Really? Eugene asked skeptically. Is there any reason for me to lie and downplay my skills? Gilead returned the question. Eugene's eyes sparkled with curiosity and interest. Gilead continued speaking with a low laugh. Have you received instruction on your family's mana training scripture from your father? No, I haven't even learned its name yet, Eugene said. Well, that's quite unusual, Gilead commented. Usually, children from the collateral lines were instructed in their mana training scriptures before leaving for the bloodline continuation ceremony. That way, they could try to initiate their mana as soon as the bloodline continuation ceremony was over. Since they were already several years behind the children from the main family, the collateral descendants would try to speed up their initiation into mana, even if it was just by a few days. I told my father that I didn't want to learn it yet. If I needlessly learned it beforehand, I felt like I might accidentally start training my mana without even meaning to, Eugene explained. So that was the case. After all, you're so diligent that you haven't neglected your training even once during your entire stay here. Gilead nodded his head in understanding. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel pity. Gerhardt's household was one of the weakest among all the collateral branches. Even so, as long as they still held the name Lionheart, Families like Gerhardt's could live a prosperous life as local landlords, but their children couldn't dream of much more than that. They've probably already started purchasing mana stones years ago. Crystals of mana could be found in the bodies of higher-leveled monsters and in mana-dense ores like mithril. These aggregations of mana were called mana stones. When first initiating mana, the assistance of these mana stones could not be neglected. Gerhardt's household probably doesn't have enough money to afford any mana stones. Due to their high utility and the difficulty of obtaining them, the price of mana stones was exorbitant. On top of that, for initiates to get the most benefit out of mana stones, they needed someone with outstanding abilities to guide them. Eward, Cyan, and Seal had each been personally guided by Gilead when they first initiated their mana. That was why he couldn't help but feel regret. The boy had already proven his excellence, but the soil of Gerhardt's countryside household was too poor to allow Eugene's talent to bloom. However, Gilead absolutely couldn't allow such words to leave his lips. Even if they were said out of honest worry and concern, Gilead didn't want his careless words to cause a son to turn against his father and the family he was born to. Instead of Eugene, this was something that he needed to discuss with Gerhardt. However, even if Eugene didn't hear it from him directly, he could guess what Gilead was thinking. It wasn't difficult to figure it out, considering how much compassion was showing in Gilead's eyes. It can't be helped. It's true that our family is poor after all. After this, the two continued to talk about various things. As the banquet's guest of honor, Eugene was asked if he needed anything or wanted any particular dishes served at the banquet. Time flowed quickly as they touched on various topics. Finally, when a glance out of the window revealed that it had turned completely dark outside, Gilead stood up. "It looks like I've kept you up for far too long," Gilead apologized. "No, it was fun for me too," Eugene denied any fault. "I'll call someone to escort you over soon, so please wait a little longer." "It's fine. You don't need to do that. It's not like the annex is that far from here. I'm fully capable of walking back in the dark," Eugene reassured Gilead. After refusing Gilead's offer once more, Eugene left the patriarch's office. As he was walking down the corridor to the stairs, he sensed that someone was sneakily lying in wait for him on the other side of the hallway. As she turned the corner, Ancilla fluttered her eyelashes in surprise. "Oh my," Ancilla gasped in feigned shock, unaware that her ruse had already been seen through. "It's Eugene, isn't it?" "Yes, good evening, madam." While deliberately putting on a surprised look of his own, Eugene bowed his head in greeting. "My name is Eugene Lionheart, and I hail from Giddal." "Of course, I know your name," Ancilla said with a fake smile. Ancilla hated Eugene. It wasn't just because he had handed her beloved son an embarrassing defeat, but this cheeky brat had also given the Main family its first defeat ever in the bloodline continuation ceremony. And there wasn't even a single reason why Ancilla should actually like Eugene. That said, she couldn't treat him with hostility. No matter what had happened, he was definitely a talented kid. Since he could already reach such heights at his age, as long as he didn't suddenly die somewhere along the way, he would continue to grow and perhaps even be able to raise his humble family out of obscurity within 10 years. There's no need to make an enemy out of him in advance. That was why she had allowed Seal to stick to Eugene's side. Unlike her husband, Ancilla thought that the idea of ensnaring Eugene and Seal into an arranged marriage was actually quite a promising plan for the future. "I heard that you and the patriarch were having a private conversation, but it looks like the two of you chatted for quite a while. I didn't know that you were still here." Ancilla continued speaking to Eugene with a feigned smile. Eugene felt a strange pressure emanating from behind her kind smile and overly sweet tone. So for now, Eugene decided to test her intentions with a question. "Is there something you wish to speak to me about?" Gilead had responded quite favorably to his bold behavior, but this wasn't the case for Ancilla. His arrogance is already skyrocketing, though she could understand why. It must already be quite exciting for such a country bumpkin to visit the Main estate. On top of that, he had even managed to defeat a child from the Main family in a duel on his very first day, and then went on to win the bloodline continuation ceremony. She secretly wanted to crush his arrogantly upturned nose, but Ancilla firmly held back this urge. "After all, this kid might become my son-in-law one day." While inwardly repeating this to herself, Ancilla said, "I was curious about what you might have discussed with the patriarch." "Because it was a private conversation between the patriarch and me, I'm afraid I don't dare tell you." Eugene refused her subtle inquiry. "Oh right, of course that's the case. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, so please don't feel pressured. Besides that, there were actually a few other things I wanted to talk to you about." Ancilla trailed off, seeming apologetic. Eugene simply tilted his head silently in question. Ancilla maintained her friendly smile as she added, "Well, wasn't Cyan very rude to you just a few days ago? If it were under the usual circumstances, as Cyan's mother, I should have already apologized to you personally. But as the bloodline continuation ceremony was just ahead of us, things were out of control and my apology was delayed. Like hell, she would have. If she had really wanted to apologize to Eugene, then Ancilla could have just gone looking for him that very day." But instead of pointing that out, Eugene simply said, "There's no need for that. At that time, I had already reconciled whatever problems I had with Cyan. Oh my, for a child your age, you sure are mature and broad-minded, and Scylla's cheeks twitched as she forced herself to keep smiling. If those are your feelings on the incident, then that's fortunate for us. As for Cyan, who showed you such disrespect, I've given him a strict warning, so I hope that the two of you will get along with each other from now on. Of course, I will try my best. After all, we do share the same name, so ultimately, aren't we all part of the same family? Eugene replied with a grin. On the other hand, Ancilla's face twisted into a complex expression. He said that they were part of the same family. Although he wasn't wrong for some reason, when the word family dropped from that irritating boy's lips, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Would you mind if I take my leave now? Eugene asked. Yes, that's fine, Ancilla permitted. Ancilla didn't want to hold on to Eugene any longer. She needed to be careful of drawing her husband's attention, and she also needed to be wary of the head wife, Tanny's. It wouldn't look good for her to keep talking to Eugene in the hallway like this. Be careful on your way back, Ancilla said with a slight smile as she patted Eugene on the shoulder. What an irritating brat, she thought to herself. Even though Ancilla had planned out this meeting, it still felt like she had started the conversation on the wrong foot. However, she would just have to take better care from now on whenever she spoke to Eugene. Yes, I hope you have a good night. Eugene also bade farewell, bowing his head deeply. He didn't know for certain what kind of personality Ancilla was hiding behind that smile. However, looking at the harassment she had authorized for him on that very first day, she obviously had quite the cruel streak. As such, he didn't want to needlessly get involved with her. 2 days later, Gerhardt Lionheart arrived from distant Giddal. Although only a single knight, Gordon, had been sent to escort Eugene this time, the patriarch's own younger brother, Jin, had personally accompanied Gerhardt to the main estate. This fact caused Gerhardt to feel immense pressure. The only times he had been to the main estate were for the bloodline continuation ceremony 20 years ago and the patriarch's succession ceremony following that. There had been no further visits to the capital city, let alone the main estate. So Eugene really won this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. My son did that, truly. Gerhardt was currently suspecting that he might be in the middle of a dream. Or else, maybe all of this was a prank meant to make fun of him. But what reason would they have to do that? What on earth could cause the main family of the Lionheart clan, the direct descendants of the Great Vermouth, to summon the patriarch of a small collateral family out in the remote countryside, just to play this sort of prank on him? However, he simply couldn't accept it so easily. When Jin had first arrived at his doorstep, he had been so surprised that he almost passed out. He was even more surprised when he saw the luxurious carriage waiting outside, flying the unmistakable banner of the courageous Lionheart. Even after hearing Jin recount the stories of what Eugene had done on the way here, his surprise still hadn't faded in the least. After traveling through several warp gates, they had arrived at the capital. It was only when they reached the main family's personal warp gate, which was only used for special occasions, that Gerhardt accepted that this was all really happening. My son, he really defeated the children of the main family. Gerhardt felt like he was about to start crying. It wasn't like he hadn't held any expectations for Eugene. His son had always been out of the ordinary, ever since he was young. He was such an exceptional child that Gerhardt had sometimes doubted if Eugene really was his son. That was why he had always felt guilty. Gerhardt knew full well that with his own capabilities, he couldn't give his son the lift that Eugene needed for his talents to soar. He had thought that the bloodline continuation ceremony would force Eugene to see the reality of his situation. After all, no matter how exceptional the collateral descendants were, defeat was still inevitable. It should not have been possible to overcome the gap that existed between the direct line and the collateral lines by innate talent and hard work alone. But the moment he saw his son, Gerhardt forgot all propriety as tears began pouring down his face. Pride and guilt warred in equal measure as he looked at his only son. The Lionheart flag was flying proudly in front of the majestic and splendid main family's mansion. His son stood in the center of this intimidating scene, smiling brightly as he waved his hand at Gerhardt. Nevertheless, his son had been able to attain victory at the bloodline continuation ceremony. My son, Eugene. Gerhardt pulled his son into an embrace as he continued to shed tears. Eugene was startled to see Gerhardt like this, but he soon slipped on a childish expression and returned Gerhardt's embrace. I'm so proud of you. The fact that you're my son makes me so proud, Gerhardt sobbed through his tears. I told you that I would send you good news, didn't I? Did you really not believe me? Eugene teased his father. Eugene did in fact say this when he left Giddal to attend the bloodline continuation ceremony. Of course, Gerhardt hadn't been able to wholeheartedly believe in these words. This fact also caused Gerhardt to feel some guilt. That's right, you did say that, didn't you, my son? I'm so sorry for not believing in you, Gerhardt sobbed out between sniffs. Hey now, what's with the apologies again? If I were in your place, I wouldn't have believed it either. As Eugene gave the soothing reply, he pinched Gerhardt's belly. This instinctively caused Gerhardt to step backward in shock. The stinging pain coming from his thick gut once again reminded him that this was real. But his son wasn't the only one waiting for him at the gates. Right behind Gerhardt was the patriarch's younger brother, Jin, and in front of him. Gerhardt swallowed visibly and quickly pulled a handkerchief out of a breast pocket. In front of him stood Gilead Lionheart, the Lionheart patriarch who Gerhardt had last seen during the ceremony of his ascension to the seat of patriarch. Gerhardt could still clearly recognize Gilead's appearance from that event. He quickly wiped the handkerchief over his face, which was drenched in tears and snot, then bowed his head to Gilead. Apologies for the late greeting. My name is Gerhardt Lionheart, and I hail from Giddel. I am Gilead Lionheart. Please forgive my rudeness of inviting you in such haste. Gilead walked directly over to Gerhardt and offered him a handshake. Startled, Gerhardt scrubbed his hands on the sides of his trousers before shaking the offered hand. I don't want to take up too much of your time with your son, but if it is okay with you, would you mind coming inside with me for a short conversation? Gilead didn't wish to have a lengthy exchange of greetings with Gerhardt out here in the open. As a member of the collateral lines, Gerhardt couldn't help but keep his head bowed low in the presence of the direct line's patriarch, and Gilead didn't want Eugene to see his father like this. Of course, that's fine with me, Gerhardt immediately agreed. Eugene considerately withdrew, allowing the two men to pass. While shooting curious glances at Eugene, Gerhardt followed Gilead into the main family's mansion. It felt like his son had a lot of stories to tell him, and there were many things that Gerhardt wanted to ask Eugene in turn, but Gerhardt stayed quiet as he left Eugene for the moment. He was curious about the intention behind this offer to have a conversation with the patriarch. When he thought about it normally, the fact that his son had surpassed the main family's children to win the bloodline continuation ceremony was a huge insult to the main family. Were they trying to put pressure on him because of this? But if that was what they were trying to do, it felt like Jin was much too cheerful to have been sent as their emissary to do so, and it hadn't felt like anything was out of place with Eugene. Patriarch Gilead also seemed far too polite to hold any intention of embarrassing him like this. Refreshments had already been prepared for their enjoyment in the patriarch's office. Gilead got straight to the point after watching Gerhardt wet his throat that had dried up out of tension with some tea. You're talking about an adoption? Gerhardt asked in disbelief. That's right, Gilead confirmed. He hadn't just recklessly thrown the offer at Gerhardt. Instead, Gilead had explained in detail exactly why he was making this offer. A child of a collateral line had won the bloodline continuation ceremony by defeating those of the direct line. While it was a blessing for the Lionheart clan to have such a talented sprout, it could also stir into action those among the Lionheart's countless collateral branches who held seditious thoughts. There was a risk that a conspiracy of these rebellious dissidents might reach out to Eugene. If Eugene didn't agree to their offer, they might even try to put pressure on him in some form or another. Of course, as a representative of the main family, I promised to do my best to protect Lord Gerhardt's household from harm. However, in reality, there was a limit to the protection that the main family could provide. Haha, Gerhardt unconsciously let out a laugh. Wasn't this really just a dream? No, he couldn't escape from reality like this. Gerhardt clutched his spinning head. Eugene adopted by the main family, Gerhardt attempted to sort out his thoughts. Gilead started to speak when he saw Gerhardt remain silent. If Eugene were to be adopted, you, Lord Gerhardt, may also be accepted into the main family. I know that this offer comes as a shock, but I mean no disrespect with what I am about to say next. Having interrupted Gilead like this, Gerhardt took a deep breath before continuing to speak. For showing such high regard for my son's potential and consideration for my own feelings, I offer you my deepest gratitude. However, in my view, I have no choice but to consider what would be best for my son's future. And so, even though the patriarch's intentions are well-meaning and honest, I am worried that others within the main family might persecute Eugene. Gilead didn't feel offended by this concern. Instead, he actually felt respect for Gerhardt, who was brave enough to state his opinions firmly. Even as his voice wavered, Gerhardt continued speaking, though he clasped his trembling hands together to suppress the turbulent emotions he was feeling. The patriarch already has 3 children, don't you? If my son is adopted into your family, no matter the reason for his adoption, won't he be treated as an unwelcome outsider? Asked Gerhardt. I understand what you're trying to say, Gilead nodded, but the main family values its traditions, so even if Eugene was adopted into the main family, succeeding in my position as the patriarch would be very difficult. Gerhardt listened silently. My wives and children are also aware of this fact. This tradition, unfortunately, it cannot be overturned in my generation. I will promise you one thing: I don't want to limit Eugene's future. However, my will alone cannot represent the will of the main family or of the elders in the council. Gilead offered this caveat. All right, Gerhardt recognized Gilead's sincerity. As long as that boy, Eugene, doesn't become too ambitious, he will be able to freely display his talents with the help of the main family. Becoming the patriarch will be difficult for him. However, for a moment, Gilead stayed silent before bowing his head deeply and continuing, Lord Gerhardt, I hope that you will not be offended by these next words. It would be far better for Eugene's future if he was nurtured as a member of the main family than if he were to remain in Giddle. As long as he doesn't hold any ambitions of becoming the patriarch, Eugene will be able to build up a friendship with my children, as they will all become siblings once he is adopted into the main family. Their relationships will open up many more opportunities and possibilities for Eugene in the future. Gilead felt quite guilty for saying such things. Eugene's talents were superior to his children's. That was obviously so with Eward, but even Cyan and Seal's amazing talents couldn't compare to Eugene's. Since there was already such a gap at their young age, the difference would become even more pronounced within the next few years. However, Eugene still couldn't become the patriarch. Gilead actually wanted to see what would happen if Eugene were to become the patriarch, and he genuinely wished for Eugene to bring glory to the main family, but these two desires were incompatible. In the first place, a collateral descendant who was adopted into the main family becoming the patriarch would undermine the traditions and prestige of the main family. Even if Gilead, the current patriarch, didn't care about that, the Lionheart clan would be turned into a laughingstock, and the council would never allow such a thing to happen. In their eyes, the direct line had to maintain its superiority over the collateral lines. The bloodline continuation ceremony was a tradition held for this reason and this reason alone. I suppose that would be the case. Gerhardt accepted the truth with a long sigh and a nod. His child's future, and the greater opportunities and possibilities that the main family could offer, Gerhardt understood what was at stake so well that his heart ached for it. Gerhardt keenly realized his own helplessness and relative poverty. Eugene could enjoy an incomparable amount of glory by becoming the adopted child of the main family than he ever could by remaining as the only son of Gerhardt from Giddle. I don't believe this is something I can decide by myself. Gerhardt smiled bitterly and shook his head. I think it's time for me to have a conversation with my son. Eugene lowered his sword as he spotted Gerhardt walking over with a strange expression on his face. Gerhardt looked as if someone he knew had just died and was swaying weakly as he walked. Eugene could clearly guess what Gerhardt had been talking about with Gilead, which emotions Gerhardt was currently feeling, and why his father was coming here now. "Father, what's with the expression?" Eugene asked. Instead of acting like he already knew what was wrong, Eugene decided to ask Gerhardt directly. Gerhardt raised his lowered head at Eugene's words, catching sight of the annex as he did so. He realized that even a single annex assigned to the guests was bigger than their house in Giddle. Gerhardt tried to draw confidence from the fact that, at the very least, their gymnasium at home was larger, but the sword his son was holding made his shoulders fall once more. It was the storm sword Wynid. He had heard the whole story from Jin about how his son had chosen the sword personally as a gift from the main family's treasure vault. Even if he sold off all the property that Gerhardt's family had accrued over the years, he still wouldn't be able to afford a sword like that. "Son," Gerhardt began to speak, even as his feelings of inadequacy continued to grow. "The patriarch of the main family has offered to adopt you. I already knew about that. He discussed it with me earlier," Eugene replied with a shrug. "But what does that have to do with your expression, father? After all, it's not like the adoption would separate us since you'll be coming with me into the main family." That's what he said. "However, I'm not sure if I should. If it's for the sake of your future, allowing you to enter the main family through adoption is the right choice." But in that case, Gerhardt hesitated, unable to finish what he was trying to say. Persecution from the main family and future conflicts over succession rights, Gerhardt could easily imagine these dangers lying in wait for Eugene in the future. However, he doubted whether his still 13-year-old son would be able to comprehend such concerns. Hypothetically, if you are adopted into the main family, you may have to face many difficult things later on, Gerhardt warned Eugene. Probably Eugene agreed readily. Although Gerhardt didn't go into detail, Eugene clearly understood what he was implying. "But father, so what if there are?" Eugene riposted. "Huh," Gerhardt mumbled in incomprehension. "Although there might be a lot of difficult things awaiting me in the future, there should also be plenty of good things as well," Eugene reasoned. Gerhardt couldn't respond. "Father, I'll be fine no matter what happens," Eugene promised while sheathing Wynid in its scabbard. Then he walked over to Gerhardt with a grin. "If you don't want me to be adopted, then let's just go back to Giddle," Eugene said with ease. Gerhardt stayed silent. Eugene continued, "I really mean it. As I said, I'll be fine no matter what happens. Can't you see, father? I'm doing quite well now, aren't I? I really have grown up well despite everything," Eugene thought to himself with a nod. "Even though I haven't trained my mana or learned from a great teacher, I was still able to beat the children of the main family. As your son, I think I've done pretty well for myself. Even if I don't get adopted into the main family, I will continue to do well," Eugene promised. Gerhardt felt the sincerity in his son's words, and it led his eyes to shine with unshed tears. Eugene gave him the finishing blow. "I've never regretted that you are my father." Hiccup. Gerhardt swallowed a sob. If Gerhardt had turned out to be someone with a puffed-up opinion of himself that didn't match his abilities, Eugene's childhood could have been troublesome in many ways. However, Gerhardt wasn't that type of person. He had respected Eugene's determination, and from a young age, he had given Eugene whatever training materials he had asked for. That's why, father, don't needlessly blame yourself. Instead, you should be proud of who you are. I was only able to grow up so well because, father, you were able to raise me, your son, well. Eugene. In the end, Gerhardt couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. I'll follow you wherever you want to go. Instead of considering my reputation, you should decide based on your own dreams for the future. Whether it's in Giddal or in the main family, I'm sure that I will achieve my dreams, Eugene replied in a voice filled with confidence. As well as confidence, these words held a ring of certainty to them. While there were a lot of advantages he could get by being adopted into the main family, they weren't absolutely necessary for him to achieve his goals. They'll only speed up my progress by a few years anyhow. He only needed to train up a minimal amount of mana to summon spirits. He could manage at least that much, even if he returned to Giddal. If Gerhardt's family mana training scripture proved inadequate, he could still use Hamel's mana training scripture. With this absurd body of his, even that cheap mana training scripture used only by mercenaries should still prove quite effective. And after that, at that point, he would be able to summon the lowest level of spirits. Even if this only enabled him to cover his sword with a blade of wind, it would replace the need for sword light. With just that, Eugene was confident that he could overpower any knight he faced. However, Eugene, if you're adopted into the main family, you will have a lot more opportunities available to you, Gerhardt reminded his son after he had calmed down. Well, that's true, agreed Eugene. But I'm afraid you might face a lot of disdain once you're adopted, Gerhardt confessed his concern. Father, you've been watching me ever since I was young, Eugene said as he began poking Gerhardt in the gut. I'm not the type to just let any disrespect go unchallenged. Didn't you hear about it? On my first day here, I beat up Cyan from the main house. Gerhardt winced. I almost passed out when I heard about that. What was so shocking about it? In any case, you don't need to worry about me. Instead, you should be worrying about yourself, father. Worrying about myself. About this dad bod of yours, Eugene said, as he stopped poking Gerhardt's gut and instead lifted it up with both hands. The food they serve in the main estate is a whole lot tastier than what we've had at home. With how little exercise you get even now, if you start stuffing yourself full of all sorts of food once you're staying at the main estate, your beer belly will explode for sure. Ha 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 ha, Gerhardt burst into laughter. If you want to be around to see my future, you need to take care of your health first, Eugene threatened. Faced with his son's serious appearance, Gerhardt finally calmed down and agreed, that's right. You make a good point. All the helplessness and self-loathing he had felt now seemed ridiculous in hindsight. Eugene, Gerhardt said, belatedly donning a solemn expression. Your name is Eugene Lionheart, the name given to the son of Gerhardt Lionheart. Of course it is, Eugene replied. Your name was. Both your late mother and I chose it together for you. Never forget this fact, Gerhardt said with some sadness. I'm not an idiot. Do you really think I'd forget my own name? Eugene asked with a snicker, but he still obediently nodded his head. Even if you're adopted into the main family, your real father who raised you from birth is and always will be Gerhardt Lionheart. Gerhardt finished this with a silent nod. Despite his solemn expression, tears were still dripping down his face. Without letting out any sobs, he hugged Eugene tightly. In the end, it looks like I'm getting adopted, Eugene thought from within Gerhardt's embrace. Although it seems like things will be a bit bothersome, there will be many things I can wring benefits from, so it'll be worth it in the end. Eugene held no desire to become the Lionheart clan's patriarch. Although he didn't know what might happen later, if he needlessly showed any signs of ambition for the position of patriarch at this early stage, there would surely be a lot of annoying restraints placed on him. Although I'm not sure if everyone will believe me when I say that I'm not interested. Especially the main wife, Tannis, and the second wife, Ancilla. Those two would have no choice but to try and keep Eugene in check. They'll definitely have a lot of injunctions and restraints placed on me. Unless I confront them head-on, that is, or I could just try ignoring them. Eugene, of course, preferred the former solution to the latter. The banquet to conclude this year's bloodline continuation ceremony was held that very night. Gerhardt wasn't the only one who had been invited as a guest. While the results of this year's bloodline continuation ceremony could only be considered an embarrassment to the main family, as if he wasn't at all ashamed of this outcome, Gilead had also invited the families of each of the children who had participated in the ceremony. This was to give everyone the impression that this year's bloodline continuation ceremony wasn't a disgrace of the direct line, but instead an honor of the collateral lines. Ancilla was pleased by her husband's decision. Although she didn't believe that Eugene Lionheart's victory was the optimal outcome, and she hadn't truly hoped for it, in the end, Eugene had defeated the main family and earned his victory. If his victory was publicized through this banquet, Cyan's defeat would seem even more insignificant in comparison. Stand up straight, she ordered. Ancilla was dressed in a fancy evening gown that framed her regal posture. Cyan had been standing beside her with his shoulders slumped and a dire look on his face and was startled by her words and turned to look at Ancilla in surprise. There's nothing you can do about the defeats you've already experienced. Whether it's the duel or the bloodline continuation ceremony, what's happened has happened. However, you still shouldn't reveal your frustration, Ancilla lectured her son. Mother, Cyan whined, you are my son. The only son of Ancilla Keynes. Even if you were defeated in a duel and showed a shameful performance during the bloodline continuation ceremony, it doesn't change the fact that you are my son. Cyan couldn't fully understand the meaning of these words. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a deeper meaning behind them, so he nodded and threw back his shoulders. Cyan, Ancilla said after a pause. Yes, mother, Cyan responded hesitantly. From now on, you will constantly be compared to that child. The first thing that everyone will remember when they see you is that you've lost a duel to Eugene. They will also laugh at the fact that you were partially responsible for the main family's first recorded defeat in the bloodline continuation ceremony. Cyan stayed quiet. This is something that cannot be helped. Cyan, you are allowed to feel ashamed, but you must not be discouraged. No matter how many people mock you, you must remember that you are my son and in line to inherit the seat of the Lionheart clan's patriarch. Yes, mother, we can't change the past. So remember, Cyan, it's what you do from now that's important. Ancilla bit out these words as she glared at Eugene. Ancilla had been holding on tightly to Cyan's hand. Through this grip, Cyan could feel his mother's hand trembling slightly. I'll do my best, Cyan tried to reassure his mother. That's right, as expected of my lovely son, Ancilla said, accepting her son's comfort. Eugene was to be adopted into the main family. Tannis and Ancilla were informed of this fact the previous day. Naturally, they had objected. However, they hadn't been able to change their husband's mind. For the Lionheart clan and for the glory of the direct line, her husband had said, his words filled with familial pride and enthusiasm that could not be overturned. Rather than the family's glory, Ancilla preferred to ensure the glory of her children. However, she was also greedy enough to want to first raise the prestige of the Lionheart name. Combining this greed, her desires as a mother, and recognizing the importance of the bloodline for an inheritance, Ancilla had adapted to the new reality forced onto the main family. There is no way that Eugene can become the patriarch, Ancilla said, lowering her voice. However, Cyan, don't allow yourself to relax just because of that fact, because you never know what the future might have in store. Since you have so many disadvantages compared to him, you need to work even harder to become the patriarch. Yes, mother, Cyan didn't allow his shoulders to droop down once more, even though they wanted to. Instead, he turned his head to look in Eugene's direction while nodding. Still, there's no need to needlessly make an enemy of Eugene, Ancilla added, because we'll be brothers from now on, Cyan uncertainly asked. That's right, Ancilla honestly wasn't happy to acknowledge that Cyan would have to treat Eugene as his brother, but her reply differed from her inner thoughts. Make sure to build up a brotherly connection to him. Make it strong enough that that child will become your strength in the future. After all, you have time on your side. Time, Cyan muttered questioningly. Don't belittle him because he's adopted. Instead, treat him as an equal. As you play together and train together, create some fond memories. Don't allow that child to hold a grudge against you. Just like that, make it so that one day that boy will be willing to assist you, Ancilla continued her advice. Yes, mother, Cyan hesitantly said, quietly nodding his head. This small child held quite a complex array of emotions regarding Eugene. From his defeat in their duel came humiliation, unwillingness, and rage. But because of the overwhelming ability that Eugene had showcased during the bloodline continuation ceremony, there was also admiration towards him, as well as envy and awe. Now I need to be friendly with him. If this were only a few days ago, he would have burst into anger at these words. However, the current Cyan didn't show any trace of that. Instead, he actually felt slightly embarrassed. Mother, Cyan tentatively spoke up. Say whatever it is you want to say, encouraged Ancilla. Cyan nervously asked, how exactly do I become friendly with him? See, can't you speak to him for me, mother? You can tell him to make friends with me. Although these words were to be expected from a spoiled child who had never needed to make friends, Ancilla looked at her son with a gaze full of disappointment. Talk to Seal, Ancilla eventually hissed. Ancilla would have taught her son a harsh lesson if it weren't for the eyes surrounding them. Instead, she let out a sigh and shook her head. Meanwhile, Seal was currently standing beside Eugene. Gerhardt was surrounded by the adults from the other collateral families and was busy chatting about this and that. Among these adults, the parents of Garjeth and Desra were especially eager to talk to Gerhardt. You really have raised a wonderful son. I heard that he will be adopted into the main family. What type of training did your boy do? They also say that Lord Gerhardt will be entering the main family. I heard from my son that your boy's strength is really impressive for his size. Could you give some advice on how to educate my own children? Even the main family doesn't have our house's revolutionary muscle growth agent. Are you interested in trying some? It's quite serendipitous that we were all able to meet like this, so I think that from now on, we should continue to arrange events where members from the different collateral lines can mingle and get to know each other. This muscle growth agent is most effective when taken by children, but even adults show some effect. Of course, it has to be combined with the proper exercise and nutritional supplements, but I think Lord Gerhardt might be able to make good use of it. Oh my, then that works out perfectly. You were supposed to go out hunting with the guys next month, right, dear? Gerhardt should go along with you as well. Once you start working up a good sweat while running across the mountains, Lord Gerhardt will also become addicted to the taste of our muscle growth agent. Gerhardt had no choice but to keep making sounds of agreement as the words poured in from all directions. Eugene didn't want to pointlessly get singled out by these over-eager adults. As such, he immediately left them behind while Seal trailed along in his footsteps. My father told me that we'll be siblings from now on. Do you have any objections to that? It feels a little strange, Seal said with a giggle as she tugged on the back of Eugene's shirt. After all, I've only ever had Cyan and Ewart as brothers, but now suddenly a new little brother has appeared. What kind of crap is that? Little brother, Eugene objected to this new title. But your birthday is later than mine, Seal pointed out. Why should that matter? It's not like there's a difference in years, only by a few months, so how can I allow you to call me your little brother? Eugene asked aggressively. I was born 5 seconds later than my brother, but I'm still his little sister, Seal calmly pointed out. Eugene was left dumbstruck by her logic. After some hesitation, he weakly argued, this and that are a little different. How is it different? I'm younger than Cyan by a few seconds, so I'm his little sister. You're younger than me by a few months, so you're my little brother, Seal continued relentlessly. No, as I said, it's different. Eugene was still trying to escape. Why is it different, however? Seal didn't halt her interrogation. So why was it different? Even Eugene, who had memories of his previous life, couldn't come up with a reasonable answer to that question. That's because I'm not your real brother. You have different parents, so that means I can't be your little brother. Eugene tried to put some confidence in his words. However, you're still my brother. Seal wasn't having it. Although that might nominally be true, we're fundamentally strangers. That's why I will absolutely never call you by Big Sis. Can't you just call me Big Sis even once? Not even if my life was on the line. HMPH, Seal began to pout her lips. She began choking Eugene by tugging the hem of his shirt back and forth. Call me Big Sis just one time, she pleaded. No way, he refused. It's not like it's a hard thing to do. I said no way, and I mean no way. If you keep acting like this, Big Sis will have to punish you. Seal changed tack with a threat. Stop spouting nonsense, Eugene huffed. Your words are way too mean. I'm going to tell on you to Mom. Go ahead, tell on me, but before that, why do you keep grabbing me like this? Eugene asked in annoyance as he shook Seal's hands off his shirt. This caused Seal's lips to pout even more. Why are you being so mean? Seal whined. I'm not being mean. It's just that you're doing stupid, SH. Do you want me to cry? Seal interrupted before he could finish. Hold on a moment. Eugene started to panic, looking around for help as his fists trembled uselessly at his sides. After staring at Eugene sulkily, Seal suddenly stuck her tongue out at him and said, I'm not gonna cry, idiot. Of course you weren't, Eugene sighed. I just want to hear you call me Big Sis, even if it's just once. Is that really so hard? It's extremely difficult for me, Eugene answered. After all, how could he call a 13-year-old brat his Big Sis? I'd rather die. Eugene sincerely believed this statement. Favorite. I'm not going to take you as my disciple right away, Lovelian stated firmly. Eward tried to suppress the butterflies in his stomach as he turned to look at Lovelian. His sparkling eyes were full of longing and anticipation for his future in Aeroth. However, Lovelian wasn't in a position where he could unconditionally grant this young man his desires. The Red Tower of Magic, of which I am the master, specializes in summoning magic among all the various types of magic. As such, you must first go to Aeroth and take the systematic aptitude test to see if you fit our specialty. But what if I do have an aptitude for summoning magic? Eward asked hopefully. If that's the case, then it's a joyous discovery, but aptitude alone won't qualify you to be my disciple. With this, Lovelian clearly drew the line at what he was willing to do. Eward looked disappointed for a moment, but he quickly changed his expression, keenly aware of Gilead and Tannis who were sitting next to Lovelian. Eward was about to leave this suffocating household. That alone would be enough to make this a moment to celebrate. Even if he couldn't become Lovelian's disciple right away, the fact that he could leave his family behind and escape to another country made the tips of Eward's fingers tremble in excitement. It's because there are a lot of wizards who desire to be my disciple, Lovelian continued speaking. In Aeroth, your identity as an heir to the Lionheart clan won't grant you any leeway. Unless you have enough talent to silence all the other wizards' protests, I cannot take you as my disciple. I understand, said Eward, in a much subdued tone. Now that he had delivered his warning, Lovelian began comforting Eward. While Aeroth won't show any special treatment to those who bear the Lionheart name, I am Gilead's old friend before I am the head wizard of the Red Tower. With my resources, I will be able to provide you with many opportunities, and I will also be able to protect you from the voices claiming unfair discrimination. This is all to provide you with the best environment to train the magic that matches your aptitude." All these promises made Eward's heart pound faster in excitement. However, Eward didn't rush to accept the offer or burst into excited laughter, no matter how much he wanted to. Instead, he turned to look at Tanis and Gilead with timid eyes. "This is something you should decide by yourself," Gilead spoke first. "There's no need to be concerned about me. If you want to go, then go." "Father," Eward mumbled. Eward Tanis, who had stayed silent, suddenly called out while staring at her son. "This is an opportunity your father has worked hard to grant you. Receive it with gratitude." Eward was cowed into silence. Noticing his son's discomfort, Gilead took over. "What reason do you have to hesitate? After all, from an early age, you've always shown more interest in magic than you have in swords or spears." Eward still seemed unsure, but was unable to think of something to say. "For your sake, I requested several of the capital's greatest wizards to come and tutor you, but unfortunately, none were suitable to become your teacher." Gilead sighed in disappointment. There was some irony in these words. The wizards who had been invited from the capital to teach Eward magic were all famous wizards who could have risen to positions of considerable height in their towers if they had chosen to remain in Aroth. None of them had become Eward's teacher because Eward himself hadn't been able to devote himself fully to the study of magic. This suffocating household had suppressed both Eward's passion and his free will. "Eward," Tanny said, narrowing her eyes. Eward was afraid of meeting his mother's gaze. He was much more afraid of his mother, who was always standing by his side monitoring his every action, than he was of his father, the patriarch of their house. Tanny started one of her oft-repeated lectures. "You must not forget. You are the first heir of the Lionheart clan. As my son, you are destined to become the patriarch of the main family." Eward hated the sound of these words. They filled him with fear and weighed heavily on his shoulders each time he was forced to listen to them. Unable to say anything in response, Eward lowered his gaze to the floor. "You must not forget this fact, even in Aroth," Tanis concluded firmly. Tanis, Gilead chided his wife. Tanis defended herself. "As his mother, I am only trying to encourage my son." Gilead was just trying to get her to ease up, but Tanis shot her husband a cold glare. She hadn't fully agreed with her husband's plans in the first place. She hated the thought of a stranger like Eugene entering the main family. An adoption of all things. How ridiculous. Wasn't it enough that Gilead had even taken a second wife and ended up with twins? She also didn't want to send Eward to Aroth. If the eldest son, Eward, was sent to Aroth, it was obvious that that damned Ancilla would go crazy with joy. However, Tanis had no choice but to send Eward to Aroth. Although her hateful child had been born as the eldest heir to the main family, he hadn't inherited the qualities needed to appear suitable for such a position. Even worse, he had a weak and naive nature. No matter how much Tanis wanted to keep her son close to her, by doing so, she wouldn't be able to see even the slightest of improvements in Eward's capabilities. "Eward," Tanis continued in a softer tone, taking hold of Eward's hand. She simply stared at her son's face as she waited for him to respond, without saying anything more. Eward slowly forced himself to raise his gaze and meet Tanis' eyes. That night, Tanis spent a long time speaking with Eward in his room. Eward would be leaving with Lovelian for Aroth the next day. Tanis hoped that Eward would be able to become Lovelian's disciple. But if he couldn't do that, then she at least hoped that he would be able to increase his chances of succeeding his father by interacting with other wizards in Aroth. "You are the heir to the Lionheart clan." Tanis repeated this line several times throughout the night. "Why, yes, mother." Unable to raise his eyes off the floor, Eward repeated the same response every time. The day after the banquet, a lot of people were departing from the main estate. Lovelian was headed to Aroth with Eward, and Garjeth and Desra were returning to their homes along with their parents. Even the dropouts whose names weren't important enough to remember had left, so the annex should have been nearly empty, but the servants in the annex were still bustling with activity since early this morning. This was because, from now on, the annex would be solely used by Eugene and Gerhardt. Gilead had offered for them to stay with him in the main family's mansion, but Eugene had rejected this offer. This was for the sake of his father, Gerhardt. If he ended up staying in the estate's main mansion without a good reason for doing so, Gerhardt would probably have no choice but to keep walking on eggshells around the members of the main family. So instead of being forced to endure that discomfort by living separately in the annex, things would be easier for the both of them. "I hope we get along well from now on," Eugene said with a smile. Nina nodded her head in reply. Her duties as his servant hadn't been suspended following the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony. Following Eugene's request, Nina would continue to serve as his personal attendant. Nina knew that this was a sign of Eugene's esteem. "Is there anything you would like me to bring back from Giddel?" Gerhardt asked as he prepared to leave. "I don't need anything, father, so you should just focus on packing up your own things," Eugene replied. Even though he was currently suffering from a headache as part of his hangover, Gerhardt couldn't afford to rest until he recovered. because he needed to head to Gidal immediately with a few of the main family's groundskeepers. Since he would be living in the annex with Eugene from now on, he needed to arrange for his mansion in Gidal to be closed up. All the knights who had been serving Gerhardt for so long, as well as all the servants and groundskeepers, were waiting for him in Gidal. While he wouldn't be able to return to the main estate with all of them, a chosen few would accompany Gerhardt back. Meanwhile, a few would be left behind and charged with the necessary duty of maintaining the now ownerless estate. As long as they were paid well enough, many of the servants would be willing to stay at their old mansion. Since the items in the annex are a lot better than the ones at our mansion, don't pointlessly pack things that we won't need, Eugene advised his father. I still haven't gotten used to the idea. Are we really living here from now on? Gerhardt asked hesitantly. Gerhardt chuckled in disbelief as he turned to take in the annex. Although he had tried his best to adjust to the situation multiple times, reality still sometimes felt like a dream. But this is definitely reality, he reminded himself. Gerhardt felt his heart swell with pride as he looked down at his son's smiling face. After hugging his son once more, he got onto the carriage prepared by the groundskeepers. Go safely and make sure to brag about our good fortune, Eugene said with a smile as he saw Gerhardt off. The morning of the first day in his new life as an adoptee had passed like this. Normally, he would have begun his training at this point, but Eugene instead just waited around aimlessly inside the gymnasium. Today was an important day for Eugene in many ways. Not only was this the first day in the rest of his life as an adopted member of the main family, but it was also the day he would be initiating his mana for the first time since his reincarnation. All mana training scriptures began by first teaching how to sense mana. Although mana was everywhere in the world, you wouldn't be able to find it with the naked eye no matter how hard you looked for it. Only after refining yourself and your senses according to the mana training scripture could you begin to sense mana. Such refinement could broadly be divided into two categories: the breathing techniques and the physical techniques. Breathing training techniques accumulated the mana that was dissolved into the atmosphere. By breathing it in physical techniques, accumulated this mana through the movement of the body. Neither of them was easy to learn, but if Eugene had to pick, he would say that breathing techniques were superior to physical techniques. Once a breathing technique was completely internalized, the user was able to absorb mana with every movement they made, but it was extremely hard for physical techniques to do likewise. In his previous life, Hamel had trained his mana according to a physical technique. Later, with advice from Sienna and Vermouth, he had converted his physical technique into a breathing technique. The Lionheart's mana training scripture is a breathing technique, Eugene recalled. Although it might seem obvious, mana training couldn't be done just by breathing normally. Breathing techniques used to train mana also required a certain knack, somewhat similar to casting magic. You're here early, a voice called out to Eugene. It was Jin Lionheart. He approached Eugene while leading two horses behind him. Without showing any surprise, Eugene bowed his head to Jin in greeting. The previous night, after the banquet had ended, Eugene had received a summons from Gilead. Now that the bloodline continuation ceremony was over, and he had even been adopted into the main family, it was time for Eugene to begin training his mana in earnest. For this, Gilead had decided to provide a detailed explanation of how Eugene's training would be conducted. His training would take place on top of a ley line, a place where mana was heavily concentrated. Deep within the forest of the main estate, there was a ley line that only members of the main family were allowed to visit. The ley line wasn't naturally occurring, but instead had been formed by the great Vermouth himself 300 years ago. Only the children of the main family were usually allowed to make use of the ley line's power. Although part of the reason why Cyan was already able to manifest Swordlight was because of his own outstanding talent, the ley line's help had undeniably played a huge role in his success. He actually created an artificial ley line. Vermouth really was a monster. Even with the experience from Eugene's previous life, he still found it difficult to comprehend. So Vermouth had somehow forcibly twisted the flow of mana deep within the earth to create this artificial ley line. And it was even able to last for over 300 years. Crazy bastard, Eugene silently cursed. If it was Vermouth they were talking about, this definitely seemed possible. However, instead of feeling admiration for Vermouth's prestigious accomplishments, Eugene couldn't help but feel a warped sense of unfamiliarity. Just what the hell had happened to Vermouth's brain in his later years that he had even thought of ensuring the future glory of his descendants by creating such a ley line? Taking more than 10 wives, having dozens of children, splitting them into the direct and collateral lines while preaching the importance of legitimacy, and even creating the bloodline continuation ceremony. There was just too much of a difference between the Vermouth that Eugene remembered and the founder of the Lionheart clan. Are you nervous? Jin suddenly asked, pulling Eugene out of his thoughts. I'm excited, Eugene replied with a smile. It won't be easy, Jin warned. Because mana is something that is always around you, but it's still difficult to sense it for the first time. Although I'll be helping you, as someone who's just started initiating their mana, you'll have to go through quite a lot of trouble first. Is that so? Eugene asked. The younger you are, the easier it is to feel it. As you grow older, your sensitivity to mana dulls. This is because your body gets used to not being able to sense mana, Jin continued his explanation. This was something that Eugene was aware of as well. Just as any sense that hadn't seen regular use became dull, mana sensitivity suffered from the same detriment as well. Cyan and Seal first initiated their mana when they were 6. As for Eward, my sister-in-law was a bit too eager, so he initiated his mana when he was only 5. Upon saying this, Jin turned to look at Eugene with a bitter smile. Although they were initiating their mana at such a young age, it still took them around 3 days to sense the mana. Eward, didn't it take him a week? Does that mean he took a long time? Eugene asked. No, it's actually very fast. The collateral descendants usually initiate their mana when they're around your age, but it's said that it takes them around a month just to feel slight amounts of mana. Then after slowly absorbing these traces of mana into their body, it takes them a few more months until they can develop a full awareness of mana. Jin showed some sympathy as he explained all this. Eugene nodded slowly. Glancing at Eugene, Jin quickly added, but it shouldn't take you that long, because we have the leyline here which gives you a quick and easy way to sense mana. On top of that, I'll also be helping you. How many days do you think I'll take? Eugene asked. Maybe 10 days. And said with a half-hearted smile. Jin was lying. In his opinion, 10 days would actually be very fast. Although 13 wasn't too late of an age at which to initiate mana, it wasn't a particularly early age either. And even with the leyline, we can't guarantee he'll be able to feel the mana, he thought, but Jin kept his doubts to himself. After all, wasn't that why Jin was here, to ensure Eugene's success? So for the time being, he needed to stick to Eugene's side. First of all, it's important for you to be able to feel mana. Although the mana at the leyline will already be very dense, in addition to that, I will be directly infusing more mana into your body. Jin laid out the plan. Will that allow me to sense it more easily? Eugene asked. That's right, Jin confirmed. To have a master like Jin personally assist with your initiation into mana was a huge privilege. They really are taking good care of me, Eugene remarked to himself. Eugene had initially expected them to just provide him with a few mana stones instead. They had actually allowed him to enter their training grounds on top of a leyline, and even set an expert at his side to guide him. 10 days, huh? If that's the case, will I be spending the full 10 days at the leyline along with you, Surgeon? Eugene double-checked the details. Although the leyline might be in the middle of the forest, it has everything we'll need. Although it's small, there's even a house. All our daily necessities and food will also be supplied by servants. Jin answered his question in detail. Wow, it sounds like this will be fun, Eugene said, smiling childishly. As if it will take me 10 days, Eugene scoffed behind his innocent smile. It won't even take me 10 minutes. Eugene had only kept himself from absorbing any mana into his body by avoiding any sort of mana training. He hadn't neglected and dulled his ability to sense mana in the first place. Although sensing mana and accepting it into the body are two different things, Eugene acknowledged. He was feeling some anticipation. Would this cheat body also be good at absorbing mana? Far away from the mansion, a secluded hut stood inside the forest. Although Vermouth had created the leyline 300 years ago, the hut looked to be in good shape, as if it had been constantly maintained since then. Jin ordered, stay here for a few moments. It will take some time to undo the security. Unfortunately, there isn't much for you to look at while you wait. Yes, sir, Eugene smartly responded. Jin first got down from his horse. Then he took out a keyring from his vest and began unlocking each of the cabin's locks one by one. These locks weren't simple iron affairs either. Without the permission of the patriarch, it would be impossible to undo the locks and open the door, even with the right keys. During this time, Eugene had also gotten off his horse and turned to take in his surroundings. Although he had also ventured into the forest just 2 days back, they hadn't ventured anywhere near this deep. Eugene looked around at all the dense trees. He could see various small animals and insects, but there were no monsters. This entire gigantic forest was under strict management as part of the main estate. Though if you just look at this natural atmosphere, it even feels like an elf might appear, Eugene observed. 300 years ago, the demon kings of Helmuth had begun to run rampant, and the races that had suffered the most from this were not the humans, but the elves and the dragons. More elves had died each time Helmuth's ominous power had grown stronger, and the dragons who attempted to confront the demon kings were killed in droves. Even now, when only 2 of the 5 demon kings remained, the 2 races had yet to fully recover from their past disasters. Okay, let's head on in, Jin called to Eugene. Immersed in a mix of complex emotions, Eugene took a moment to compose himself before turning around. It all looks spotless, Eugene remarked as he saw the inside of the hut. There are all sorts of magic that have been cast on it, Jin answered the implied question as he led Eugene inside. They headed straight for the stairs leading down into the basement. Is it okay if we start right away? Eugene asked excitedly. Jin gave a startled hum as he turned to look at Eugene. Then after blinking his eyes for a moment, he put on a wry smile and nodded his head. If that's what you want, Jin acquiesced. It was a good thing that Eugene was ambitious. However, Jin couldn't help but feel a little concerned. This boy, Eugene Lionheart, was truly exceptional. Even Jin acknowledged this fact. Although he hadn't personally seen Eugene's performance in the duel with Cyan or during the bloodline continuation ceremony, he could clearly feel the truth from what he had heard about Eugene. On top of that, the habitual movements of his body were so light and agile that it was hard to believe they belonged to a child who hadn't even trained his mana. Although being able to move his body well doesn't mean he'll be equally as skilled with manipulating mana, Jin mused. Jin was truly well aware of this fact. He was also someone who had heard countless praises calling him a genius ever since he was young. However, even though his talent for the martial arts was amazing, it had taken him a very long time to get familiar with his mana. Hopefully, he won't be disappointed after fruitlessly getting his expectations up, Jin worried silently. The more you were aware of your own talent and the greater the pride you felt from it, the worse the pain and frustration that came from your continued failure. I'm definitely a genius, so why can't I just do this? As a child, Jin had needed quite some time to get over the frustration from his failures. Eventually, he had managed to overcome the wall blocking his progress, but initiating his mana for the first time and mastering its uses had still been extremely arduous. At the moment, he's especially at risk of this since he's still full of confidence in himself, Jin sighed inwardly. Eugene's achievements were unprecedented in the history of the Lionheart clan. It was the first time that a child from the collateral lines had defeated the children from the direct line to win the bloodline continuation ceremony. It was also the first time a child had been adopted into the main family. As if that wasn't enough, he had even claimed Winid from the family's treasure vault and then was allowed to enter the ley line. When even adults could be shocked by this list of achievements, how proud and full of himself must Eugene be as a 13-year-old child who had managed to accomplish all this? Every time this thought went through his head, Jin's expression softened in concern. Although he knew that his worries were premature, Jin couldn't help but fear that Eugene would become despondent when confronted with the difficulties of reality. If Eugene had been able to read Jin's thoughts, he would have doubled over laughing. Frustration over not being a genius. He had already gone through something like that 300 years ago. Standing beside the great Vermouth, he had had the truth of what a genius really was rubbed in his face over and over again. Compared to Vermouth, there was not a single person in this world who could be arrogant enough to call themselves a genius. Only Vermouth was worthy of that title, and the word genius seemed to exist solely for someone like Vermouth. As Hamel, Eugene had come to fully accept these facts. The stupid Hamel, when he had first seen this name written in a children's book, Eugene had felt like he wanted to rip a particular anonymous author to pieces. However, after further consideration, he realized that the name wasn't all that inaccurate. After all, Hamel had been pretty stupid, unlike Sienna, Annis, and Malan, who had never considered Vermouth to be their rival. To them, Vermouth was just a friend and a companion with whom they had risked life and death together. Although Hamel also felt this way, he was the only one who wanted to surpass Vermouth. As such, he was the only one who continued to argue with Vermouth's decisions. Sit over there in the middle. Although the basement was completely empty, Jin pointed to the center of the room as he said this. For the first step, just try to clear your mind as you breathe. Since you'll need to get started by sensing the mana in your surroundings. Yes, sir, Eugene obeyed the order. Mana was always present but was difficult to feel, and if you wanted to accumulate mana inside your body, you needed to be able to feel it first. Full-scale training could only begin after that. The mana training scripture that has been passed down through the direct line was inherited from our ancestry, the great Vermouth. Jin began his lesson. Oh, Eugene perked up. He had been waiting for these words. Although at the start it might have been the same as the ones used by the collateral lines, by now it has become completely different. After all, so much time has passed, and the collateral lines are not allowed to pass down the original scripture, Jin continued. The great Vermouth had drawn a clear line between the main family and its collateral branches. All the collateral branches shared the same roots as the main family. Even Eugene's ancestor had once been a member of the direct line in the distant past, and was pushed out of the main family when they could not become the patriarch. After they were exiled like this, an inescapable restraint was placed on all the ancestors of the collateral lines. This restraint made it impossible for them to pass on the mana training scripture that they had learned from the main family to their descendants. The only thing that could be passed down to the descendants of the collateral lines was a poor imitation of the main family's original scripture. This fake scripture was also made by Vermouth, but of course, it was much less effective than the original copy. The white flame formula. Jin uttered the name of their scripture as he roused the mana within his body. Mana that gave off a pure white light immediately surrounded Jin's body, appearing as if a flame had just engulfed his entire body. Eugene hadn't known that the name of the scripture was the white flame formula, but he clearly remembered the unique appearance of the mana generated by this scripture. The high-quality mana that Vermouth had used had always been expressed in the form of a pure white flame like Jin's. Whenever Vermouth had charged forward with this white flame like mana wrapped around his body, the sparks that flew off him had looked just like a lion's flowing mane. Continuing the lesson, Jin explained, the mana training scriptures inherited by the collateral lines all share their roots in the inferior red flame formula. Over the long 300 years since the first collateral line had split off, the red flame formula inherited by each collateral line had gone through various improvements. By now, the mana training scriptures inherited by the oldest collateral houses bore almost no resemblance to their original form. However, the modified versions of the red flame formula still could not reach the full power of the white flame formula. Even after such a long period of development, the knockoffs still couldn't overcome the original. The combined wisdom and effort of entire lines of descendants couldn't compete with that of the Great Vermouth. The Lionheart clan's direct line was well aware of this fact. As such, they hadn't altered the white flame formula to be in any way different from its original form, because there was no need to make any changes in the first place. What reason was there to add to something that was already perfect? You will be learning the white flame formula, said Jin. Distracted from staring blankly into Jin's flame as he had been so far, Eugene nodded eagerly at these words. Although the name, white flame formula, was unfamiliar to him, he couldn't be more familiar with its appearance. It was a sight that had caused him to feel frustration more than a few times in his past life. Until the very end, Hamel hadn't been able to surpass the power of these flames. Haya, Eugene sighed to himself. He could feel the echoes of bitterness lingering from his past. However, this did nothing to cool the burning excitement in his heart. Jin continued, of course, you won't be able to learn it right away. You'll need to be able to sense mana first. I can already feel it. Urged on by his excitement, Eugene didn't have the patience to keep listening until the end and instead chose to interrupt Jin. Huh, Jin grunted in confusion. I said that I can already feel the mana, Eugene repeated. Jin was speechless as he stared at Eugene for a moment, his eyes blinking in disbelief. Then he burst out laughing at the absurd claim. That's just an illusion, Jin corrected Eugene. He understood how Eugene could have come to make such a mistake. Once you got too absorbed into something, it was easy for strange delusions to arise in your head. It's true, Eugene insisted. Jin hummed as he wondered how he should convince Eugene that he was mistaken. After a few moments of contemplation, Jin gently prodded his mana. Then, according to Jin's will, an intangible wisp of mana moved and hovered at Eugene's side. When Eugene remained silent, Jin smiled and said, "See, it's too early for you to." "It's here," Eugene said, pointing to his left thigh. "The mana has gathered in this location." Jin's face froze as he was struck dumb. No way, it couldn't be. Jin moved his mana once more. This time, instead of focusing it in one place, he dispersed it. A light stream of mana curled around Eugene's body. Here, over there, up and now down. "How long do you want me to keep this up?" Eugene asked as his hand kept moving around to follow the flow of mana. Each time he got it correct, Jin's jaw dropped even further. Eventually, Jin took a few steps back and shook his head violently. "This is unbelievable," Jin muttered in shock. But perhaps this was just a sign that Eugene's 5 senses were unusually developed. Jin changed the movements of the mana. Instead of allowing it to touch Eugene's body directly, he had the mana move further away, over there. But even with that, Eugene was able to point in the direction of the mana without any hesitation. Jin was struck by a dizzying sense of vertigo. Was this even possible? A 13-year-old kid who had yet to train his mana, who had never received any training to develop his sense for mana, was able to feel the mana as soon he tried. Jin tried to speak, but words failed him. They hadn't even gotten to the part where Jin was going to flow mana directly into Eugene's body. Eugene had learned how to sense mana all on his own. If Eugene had been able to sense mana after 10 days with his assistance, Jin would have already called that quick. But Eugene was so fast that it was unbelievable. Haha, Jin finally broke out of his stupor and walked over to Eugene while shaking his head. Although these words might seem a little rude, how great would it have been if you were born to the main family? "I've been adopted into it, haven't I?" Eugene asked. "Adopted. You're right. That's good enough," Jin agreed with a wry smile. Jin sat down in front of Eugene and held his hands so that their arms formed a circle. "If you can already feel the mana, then we can begin right away. From now on, just focus on what is happening inside your body without getting distracted," Jin told Eugene seriously. "Yes, sir," said Eugene obediently. Jin began transmitting the white flame formula. Eugene closed his eyes and turned his concentration inwards. Soon, mana began flowing into his body through Jin's hands. The mana leaped across the points where their hands were joined and then scattered into numerous branches within Eugene's body. His body had never before taken in any mana. However, Eugene's body seemed to be able to absorb mana, well, to an almost unbelievable extent. This fact surprised Jin once again. Jin muttered to himself, "He's a genius. No, this is." Jin's eyes wavered. He adjusted the flow of mana that he was sending into Eugene to be a little stronger. He was going to teach Eugene how to breathe in mana, not the physical technique equivalent. Jin led Eugene into becoming conscious of the mana that was in the air he breathed in, and then helped him memorize how to flow this mana through his body according to a set pattern, thus forming the mana breathing cycle. Eugene concentrated on feeling how the mana was flowing within his body. As the mana spread throughout his body, it formed a center at his heart. The mana converged around his heart and then settled into the blood vessels connected to the heart. Mana began flowing back out along with his blood. Although they flowed together, the movement of his mana didn't completely follow the circulation system of his blood. He's a monster, Jin finished his earlier thought. Jin slowly cut off the flow of mana that he was infusing into Eugene. However, the circulation of mana within Eugene's body didn't stop, following the withdrawal of Jin's mana. This showed that Eugene was already able to independently adjust the flow of mana within his own body. He was even making sure not to rush, going slowly so that his body had time to get used to it. Jin couldn't help but feel even further surprised that Eugene was able to accomplish this much. Make sure not to stop breathing, Jin eventually managed to squeeze out in a shaking voice. Imagine that you're breathing in the ley line's mana with each breath you take. Yes, like that. Take the mana you've breathed in and guide it to follow the circulation path set by the white flame formula. Back to the heart. Eugene's face showed no response. He was concentrating all his attention on memorizing the flow of mana. Then, as he breathed in more mana, he guided this inhaled mana into his heart. Jin was no longer holding Eugene's hands. Unable to close his gaping mouth, he stood up and took a few steps back. That's right, you're doing very well. The words that slowly fell from his lips seemed ridiculous to Jin. Doing well. How were these words enough to describe what was happening? It was just that he didn't know what else he could say, forcing him to babble something inane like that. With each breath he took, Eugene was sending ripples through the rich mana of the ley line. Since Eugene had just initiated his mana, there was a tight limit to the amount of mana his body could accept. Or at least, that was how it should have been. However, Eugene was currently in the middle of breaking that piece of common sense into pieces. This is insane. Jin wasn't the only one feeling astonished. Eugene was also surprised by the performance of this body that he had been reincarnated into. Because he had the memories of his past life, sensing mana wasn't difficult for him. That applied to forming the mana breathing cycle as well. However, even with all that, his body was absorbing mana with surprising ease. It was to the extent where he could feel the mana stored within his body increasing significantly with each breath. Of course, even a small increase would seem significant when he didn't have any mana in his body in the first place. Still, no matter how good his sensitivity to mana was, it was a fact that his mana absorption rate exceeded all expectations. But it looks like I still have limits, Eugene finally realized. There was an inevitable end to the amount of mana that this young body could absorb. After being immersed in concentration for quite some time, Eugene opened his mouth and released a long sigh as he opened his eyes. His whole body felt sticky from being drenched in sweat. Haha, Eugene laughed in satisfaction. Eugene had been in this focused state for a good long while. Although the length of time was actually shorter than Jin had expected their first session to be, what Eugene had managed to accomplish during these few hours broke all of Jin's beliefs and certainties. The mana of the ley line had actually thinned enough that a difference could be felt. Although it would recover with time, this was a sign that Eugene had absorbed as much mana as his body could possibly handle in just a few hours. Cyan, Seal, and Eward had taken several days just to sense mana. Then it took them a lot longer to absorb mana into their bodies and eventually form a core from it. That went for Jin as well. Eugene, however, had been able to sense mana as soon as he took a seat, and immediately after forming the mana breathing cycle, had gathered the mana around his heart in order to form his core. Eugene had even managed the whole process without much help from Jin. All Jin had done was provide an initial influx of mana and transmit the flow pattern of the white flame formula. The size of his core is also alarming, Jin observed. It was so large that it was impossible to believe that Eugene had just initiated his mana. If you didn't know Eugene's circumstances, the size might lead you to believe that he'd been training his mana for a few years now. It's usually much smaller than that, but when Jin had first started training his mana, his core was much smaller than Eugene's, but as he diligently trained his mana, the size of his core grew larger. So you really are a monster, Jin finally managed to choke out the words. While wiping away the sweat running down his cheeks, Eugene smiled calmly and asked, "That's a compliment, right?" "It's definitely a compliment," Jin muttered in a dull tone as he gave Eugene a hand up. "Well, let's start heading back." Jin's thoughts were preoccupied with a single question. How exactly should he explain what had just happened to his brother? Eugene continued to learn more about the white flame formula on the way back. The biggest difference between the white flame formula and the red flame formula was the former's ability to split off part of the original core to form a new core. No matter how much you developed and trained in the red flame formula, in the end, you could only have a single mana core inside your body. However, when the white flame formula grew past a certain level, the core would split into two. In this way, the body would become able to absorb even more mana, and the split cores could resonate with each other to amplify both cores' power. Each of these cores, both the original and the one that had split off, were called stars, and the number of stars you had reached marked your progress in the White Flame formula. The Great Vermouth, the progenitor of the Lionheart clan and creator of the White Flame formula, had held 10 stars in his body. In the entire history of the Lionheart clan, Vermouth was the only one who had managed to reach the 10th star of the White Flame formula. Both my brother and I are at the 6th star, Jin revealed. This seemed like nothing next to the Great Vermouth. However, in the history of the Lionheart clan, the number of people who had managed to reach the 6th star of the White Flame formula could be counted on one hand. Cyan, Seal, and Eward are all at the 1st star. Although I'm not sure about Eward, the twins should reach the 2nd star after a year or so. Jin cited as an example of how fast progress in the White Flame formula usually was. What about me? Eugene asked. I really can't tell, Jin replied with a wry smile. The unbelievable sight he had seen back at the leyline caused Jin to answer very cautiously out of fear of having to eat his words. Jin continued the lecture. In my case, it took me 8 years to go from the 1st star to the 2nd star. It was around the same for my brother. Since Cyan and Seal initiated their mana when they were 6, if they managed to reach the 2nd star by next year, it would have taken them 8 years, just like my brother and me. Then will it take me 8 years as well? Eugene guessed. No, came the immediate reply. Although he couldn't guess how long it would take Eugene, Jin felt certain as he said, you'll be a lot faster than that. Jin could at least be confident of this belief. In the records of the Lionheart clan, there had never been a child who was able to sense mana and begin practicing the White Flame formula as fast as Eugene. At the moment, just looking at Eugene's core, it seemed to be bigger than Cyan's when the boy was 10. It definitely won't take you 8 years. Well, as long as you don't become lazy, that is, Jin reminded Eugene. I'll make sure to work hard, Eugene replied with a grin. As if Eugene would be lazy, there was no way he would do something as brain-dead as that. Now that he had been reincarnated into a body that was overwhelmingly better than the one from his previous life, he didn't want such a body to go to waste out of his own slothfulness. On top of that, I've even learned Vermouth's mana training scripture, Eugene mused in excitement. How often had he been left feeling frustrated by that damned white flame and the shining lion's mane that had sped ahead of him? Until the very end, stupid Hamel had never been able to surpass Vermouth. No matter how hard he had worked, he had never been able to match Vermouth in strength. But now, was it possible for him to catch up to Vermouth? After some thought, Eugene decided no way. Eugene didn't want to just match the hero. What he wanted, what he had always wanted, was to surpass Vermouth. For now, I should just focus on learning all I can about the White Flame formula. At the 10th star, I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach it. Of course, there was no way that Eugene was just going to follow the lesson plan obediently. Although he would have to try and dig deep into the structure of the White Flame formula first. If there was anything that didn't quite suit him, then he would make his own adaptations to fix it. Guess I'll have to deconstruct it as I'm learning it. Hamel's abilities weren't as exceptional as Vermouth's. Eugene was well aware of this fact. Still, his inherited abilities were better than most people's, and they could perhaps even be better than those of the previous Lionheart patriarchs. Although I'll have to give it a go to know for sure. He would have to try out various ideas based on the original White Flame formula. Now that he had initiated his mana, Eugene was currently capable of doing much more than he could before. I'll explain things to the patriarch. As for you, you must be tired, so go get a good rest. With these words, Eugene parted ways with Jin in front of the annex. Eugene sent Jin off with a bright smile. Eugene had clearly heard the order to go and rest. Truthfully speaking, his body was quite tired. Although his body wouldn't let out a single protest no matter how much abuse he put it through, just absorbing a lot of unfamiliar mana was enough to make it feel exhausted. However, Eugene had no intention of resting. Since there was no one to tell him otherwise, why should he rest? This kind of fatigue would get better with just a full night's sleep anyway. First of all, why don't we go have a look at my new abilities? Eugene thought to himself. Eugene pulled off his sweat-drenched clothes and tossed them aside. Nina, who had come running out of the annex, stopped and stiffened as she saw his current appearance before turning around and heading back inside. This was because Nina realized that she needed to go and fetch a few necessary items for Eugene, such as a new set of clothes, a towel, and a wash basin. As she was leaving, Nina turned her head and called out, "Ah, hold on, Master Eugene. What would you like for dinner?" "Meat," came the answering shout. "Yes, Master." It was just as she had expected. Nina ran back into the annex, hurrying to prepare for Eugene's unexpected return. Eugene stood still and turned his attention to the core inside his body. From its appearance, it truly deserved to be called a star. Created through the flow of mana guided by the White Flame formula, the core centered around his heart looked as if all the stars in the night sky had gathered into a sparkling sphere. "It's small," Eugene frowned. It was so small that it couldn't even be compared to the one he had in his previous life, but this wasn't something to be disappointed about. At 13, Hamel had yet to even initiate his mana. At that time, Hamel was just trying to survive. When he was young, Hamel had lived in a village frequently attacked by monsters, a small village at that. There had only been occasional attacks in the beginning, but by the time Hamel turned 10, the attacks had become more frequent and even more ferocious. In order to protect the village, everyone needed to know how to fight the monsters. So all the adults carried weapons like swords and axes, and the children held smaller versions of these weapons. Hamel was like that as well. As soon as he received a weapon, he had learned various ways of fighting. But then, before too long, the village was destroyed. The reason behind the steady intensification of monster attacks was the demon kings of Helmuth. Finally, a sudden assault wiped out the village and left a young Hamel as the only survivor. Eugene had initiated his mana earlier than he had in his previous life, and he had even learned Vermouth's white flame formula. Due to these facts, it didn't make sense to compare the current size of his core with the core he had first cultivated in his past life. Eugene shook off his melancholic feelings and focused on the star around his heart. He began moving his mana, allowing it to flow alongside his blood, but also in different directions. While maintaining the flow of the white flame formula, Eugene started warming up his body. Soon, Eugene was nodding with a satisfied expression. Looks good, he decided. Just because your core had a lot of mana, that didn't mean you were strong. What was important was how you used that mana. The white flame formula also strictly abided by this principle. Even with this meager amount of mana, his body movements had already improved noticeably. From there, Eugene tried applying the experiences obtained from his previous life. He had always had a knack for handling mana, and he knew just how to maximize his power. Pow! A clenched fist burst through the air with a bang. Although he had only punched once, his muscles and bones already felt numb. Even though Eugene hadn't neglected his physical training, he had yet to familiarize himself with the amplifying effect that mana had on the body. This is something that I'll just need to gradually get used to. After moving his body around a few more times, Eugene concluded that he wasn't able to create sword light yet. Although he might be able to succeed if he forcefully tried to squeeze some out, he didn't want to do something like that so soon. If I pointlessly deplete my core, even taking a day off won't be enough for me to recover. Just like how you could get serious health problems by overworking your body, the same went for the core as well. If he used up all his mana, his core would be depleted, placing a corresponding burden on his body. Master Eugene, Nina called out as she approached. After setting a heavy water basin down on the ground, she didn't pause to catch her breath and immediately started wiping Eugene's body with a dry towel. Eugene stood still, allowing her to work as he continued to think. I might be able to make a contract now, he pondered uncertainly. He had gone through all sorts of things in his previous life, but he had never signed a contract with a spirit. So Eugene was currently unsure if he could summon a spirit with the minimal amount of mana he had now. Stand back a little, Eugene ordered. Yes, Nina immediately skirted backward with a nod of her head. Eugene slowly took a deep breath as he drew winded. The bluish-silver blade slid out of its sheath with a smooth ring. Nina's shoulder trembled as she was startled by this sight. After taking a few more deep breaths, Eugene began drawing mana away from his core. Let's give it a try, he thought with anticipation. He had never learned any sort of magic, let alone spirit magic, so he couldn't predict the amount of mana it would take to summon something. As such, he had no choice but to try blindly. The mana from his core flowed into Wynid. The star revolving around his heart began to shine. Strangely, even though he couldn't see this, he could feel this happening to the star deep inside his body. Wynid's blade trembled. The magic sword began to hungrily devour all the mana Eugene was feeding it. Sweat once again dripped down from his body, which had just been wiped clean. The blade emitted a soft light, and a gentle breeze started to whirl around Eugene. Nina gasped in shock upon seeing such a sight. As the wind gradually grew stronger, it began fluttering Eugene's hair. His mouth had dried up out of tension, but Eugene clenched his teeth and continued to infuse his mana into the blade. Ruor. At some point, the gentle breeze began turning into a violent storm. Nina jolted in surprise and drew back even further. However, the one that was most surprised was Eugene. What was going on? The wind was already so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes properly, but it was still growing stronger, even though Wynid wasn't taking in any more mana. Eugene felt something like a door appear inside of his body. This door opened slowly, and as the opening grew wider, the wind grew even stronger. By now, the wind blowing around Eugene had formed a tornado. You are. In the center of this tornado, Eugene lifted his head to look around. The fiercely blowing wind seemed to be carrying a voice that was speaking inside of Eugene's head. Could it really be? Are you really Hamel? Eugene's heart started pounding as he tried to find out where this voice was coming from. Is that you, Tempest? He asked. Tempest was the wind spirit king who had bestowed his protection onto the storm sword Wynid. Eugene had seen Vermouth summon him a few times in his previous life. How could it be you? Could it really be that you've reincarnated? Eugene began responding to Tempest in his head. You old fucker, how could you tell it was me? As Vermouth's companion, how could I forget the appearance of your soul? 300 years had flown by and even his face had changed, but his soul was still the same. Spirits weren't beings of the material plane, so the wind spirit king Tempest had easily recognized Hamel by his soul. It looks like you also remember me. How on earth did you get here? I wasn't trying to summon you, Eugene demanded. It's been a long time since I last heard Wynid's call. I was curious to see which of Vermouth's descendants had been chosen to wield it, but then I felt a familiar soul. The wind slowly began to die down. As it did, static began to interfere with Tempest's voice as it echoed inside his head. How could this be? For someone to be reincarnated with their old memories and as Vermouth's descendant at that, and it's Hamel of all people. Why didn't Vermouth kill the remaining demon kings? Eugene suddenly asked. How had he been reincarnated? Eugene had no idea. He had died in the castle of the demon king of incarceration, and by the time he had come to his senses, he was already in the body of a wailing newborn baby. Tell me, Tempest, didn't you accompany them on the rest of their journey through the devildom? Why are the demon king of incarceration and the demon king of destruction still alive after 300 years? I don't know why Vermouth made that decision, Tempest replied. The only thing I know is that in the decisive battle with the demon king of incarceration, Vermouth sheathed his sword. What? Eugene exclaimed. I don't know exactly what happened at that moment. Tempest's voice was getting harder to hear. Their fight at that time was fierce but ultimately futile. In the end, only Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration were left standing. At the final moment, Vermouth put down his sword and refused to kill the demon king of incarceration. Neither did he go on to the castle of the demon king of destruction. Their journey ended at the castle of the demon king of incarceration. Don't bullshit me, Eugene growled through clenched teeth. Their journey had just ended here. According to the stories, the hero Vermouth and his companions had driven the demon king of incarceration to the brink of death. However, the demon king of incarceration had managed to escape without dying and begged the demon lord of destruction for help. During Hamel's death, Vermouth had sworn an oath that he would kill all of the demon kings. Of course, Eugene hadn't been around to hear such an oath, but all the fairy tales agreed on this. So the hero's party had headed onwards to the castle of the demon king of incarceration. However, they could not defeat the two demon kings who had joined forces and instead forced them to swear an oath to bring peace to the world. Like I said, don't bullshit me, Eugene demanded as the taste of blood filled his mouth and his head grew dizzy. What the fuck is with that oath? Why did they make such an oath? Why? Vermouth sheathed his sword, instead of killing the demon king of incarceration. I don't know anything about that oath or why Vermouth made such a decision. So what do you know, you son of a bitch? Only those who were there know what kind of oath was made. From the moment that Vermouth put away his sword, I could no longer intervene in that situation. Those who were there. Didn't you say that no one was left standing there apart from Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration? Doesn't that mean everyone else lost consciousness? Are you asking me to dig up Vermouth's corpse and ask him? There's no more time. Tempest let out a long sigh. With your inadequate mana, it would be impossible for you to have summoned me. I forcibly opened the door to come here, so now I have to close it. Answer me before you go. I told you I don't know, so why do you keep asking me? I would also like to ask Vermouth why he did that. The wind was fading into nothingness, and Tempest's voice came drifting in and out. Next time when you have enough strength. Eugene grabbed onto something to steady his swaying body as he glared down at Wynid. Then let's meet again sometime. You motherfucker, unable to hold it in any longer, Eugene spat out a curse. Tell me the full story before you leave. The wind finally vanished, and Eugene passed out with a nosebleed. When Eugene woke back up, it was in the bed he had been using for the past few days. Nina, who had been waiting at his bedside, let out a startled gasp and was about to call for someone, but Eugene immediately raised his hand to stop her. Please, keep quiet, Eugene groaned. Allow me to call someone for assistance, whispered Nina. No, it's okay, refused Eugene. Just stay still. Nina let out a confused noise. Stay still and don't say anything. Forcing out these words, Eugene clutched his aching head. His memories weren't clouded, and Eugene clearly remembered what he'd been doing just before he collapsed and the contents of his conversation with Tempest. But that still left him with a throbbing headache, along with a hollow feeling of emptiness inside his body. This would have been an unfamiliar sensation for the 13-year-old Eugene if not for his memories as Hamel. This feeling was mana depletion. He had managed to squeeze out what little mana he had until there had been nothing left. This is all because Tempest just had to show up in person. All his mana had been sucked dry just by opening the door to the spirit world. From there, Tempest had taken over and crossed over into the physical world for a short time under his own power. Doing this had placed quite a considerable burden on Tempest as well. Even spirits with great strength weren't able to open the door to the spirit world by themselves. But as someone who had become a spirit king, Tempest was able to push the door open further by placing the burden for doing so on himself. It looks like Tempest must have been quite excited as well. Tempest had recklessly shouldered the burden and forcibly widened the opening to descend to the physical world and confirm the truth for himself. That was how much Tempest, the Wind Spirit King, had been alarmed by Eugene No, Hamel's reincarnation. It would have been shocking for him to see that I was reincarnated with memories of my past life intact, but the fact that I was reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant must have made it seem even more so. Spirits remembered people by their souls, so Tempest had managed to recognize the one wielding Wynid, Eugene, as Hamel. This fact had Eugene grinning broadly. After accepting that he had been reincarnated, Eugene hadn't been able to shake off a few lingering, unpleasant concerns. Was he really Hamel, the Hamel seen in his memories of a past life from 300 years ago? What if he wasn't reincarnated and was just someone who had Hamel's memories implanted into him? Even if that's the case, these memories are definitely real. Eugene had reassured himself whenever these fears popped up. He had also comforted himself by saying that it wouldn't make any difference if he wasn't Hamel reincarnated. He didn't want to attach too much meaning to the uncertain nature of his existence. I think, therefore, I am that belief alone would have to be enough. But Tempest called me Hamel, Eugene remembered with a grin. Those words had completely erased all those unpleasant concerns. Eugene shook his head with a carefree grin. Master Eugene, are you sure you're okay? Nina asked uncertainly. Eugene dismissed her concerns. I'm fine. How long was I out? About half a day. I must have made you all worry. The Patriarch and Mastergen have been staying in the annex, waiting for you to regain consciousness. They didn't need to do that, Eugene said, shaking his head as he looked over to the room's closed door. Why don't you open the door? Eugene suggested to Nina. It looks like I've caused them a lot of worries. Those two had every right to be let in. Gilead had granted him a lot of conveniences, adopted him into the main family, and even given him Wynid. Then they had passed on the white flame formula that only the members of the main family were allowed to learn, and even opened up the leyline for him to initiate his mana. After having all this provided for his mana training, Eugene had still ended up collapsing. When word of this had reached them, Gileadingen had rushed over in alarm and were now waiting impatiently outside the door to check his recovery. As soon as Nina opened the door, Gileadingen rushed in. Upon seeing Eugene sitting up in bed, Gilead sighed in relief and approached him more sedately. Are you all right? Gilead asked in concern. Yes, sir, Eugene gave his reply with a reassuring smile. Although he wasn't able to personally check his appearance in a mirror, Eugene guessed that his face would appear like it had been drained of all its blood. Gileadingen both looked at Eugene's face for a moment before exchanging gazes. It was Naugen's turn to speak as he asked, what exactly happened? As they were leaving the leyline and returning to the annex, Eugene had seemed perfectly fine. However, not long after his return to the annex, Eugene had collapsed. I've already heard part of the story this time, Gilead resumed speaking. I was told that after you drew Wynid, a large breeze suddenly started blowing. Was this because you summoned a spirit? Although he had expected such a question, Eugene hesitated for a moment without answering right away. How should he try and explain this? Did he really have to come up with a blatant lie? The Wind Spirit King descended from the spirit world, Eugene finally admitted. There was no point in divulging the whole story, but he had to say something. There were too many eyes who had seen Tempest's descent, and it was impossible for any other spirit to be able to provoke such a storm through their arrival on this plane. What? Gilead yelped. Eugene explained. He said that it had been a long time since he'd heard a summons, so he wanted to see who it was. What kind of? Gilead fell silent, too shocked to finish his sentence. Both Gilead and Jin couldn't help but be astonished. 300 years had passed since Vermouth had left them, so of course, more than a few ancestors in the direct line had wielded Wynid. Although this might be stating the obvious, most of them were able to summon the spirits of the wind with the help of Wynid. However, the expectations that the Wind Spirit King, Tempest, held for his summoners were just as lofty as his own royal standing. So following Vermouth, not a single ancestor had managed to successfully summon the Wind Spirit King. Jin gave an audible gulp and asked, is that really the truth? He knew that Eugene would have no reason to tell such a lie, but the news was so shocking that Jin felt he had no choice but to ask. Yes, the Wind Spirit King Eugene trailed off. Eugene frowned, making it obvious that he was having some difficulty remembering. While tapping the side of his own tousled head in order to jog his memories, Eugene continued speaking. I think he said that I didn't have enough strength yet. And that next time when I had enough power, he was looking forward to seeing me again someday. Then he returned to the spirit world. Ha ha ha. Gilead, who had been silently listening to Eugene's explanation, suddenly burst into laughter. While shaking his head, he plopped down onto a chair next to Eugene's bed. Eugene, you really are one surprising child, Gilead sighed in relief. Eugene didn't know what to say in response, so he just smiled. After staring at Eugene for a few moments, Gilead placed a hand inside his vest. I heard about what happened at the leyline from Jin. In less than an hour, you were able to sense mana and make a core using the white flame formula. All that would have been shocking enough, but for you to attract the Wind Spirit King's attention as well. Something like that happening was unprecedented. However, what about Eugene wasn't unprecedented? Winning the bloodline continuation ceremony as a collateral child, being adopted into the family, becoming the new owner of Wynid, and receiving the white flame formula with the leyline's assistance, all these things were unprecedented in the history of the Lionheart family. He went from sensing mana to accumulating it into his body in less than a day. That too is something unprecedented, Gilead reminded himself. Gilead felt nothing but pure pleasure at this news. The Wind Spirit King had taken note of this young child and had even descended personally to take a look at him. An event like this could even be considered the revitalization of the Lionheart clan. Drink this, Gilead ordered. When his hand came out of his vest, Gilead was holding a small-sized potion. Gilead explained, this will restore your depleted mana. However, you have to promise me that instead of overdoing it, you will lie in bed for the next few days. But my body feels fine. I still want your promise. If you injure your body by needlessly overburdening it, you will regret it in the future. Fine, I promise, without any further protest. Eugene nodded his head. The mana recovery potion was just as valuable as it was useful. Eugene gulped down the whole bottle under the watchful eye of Jin and Gilead. His hollowed-out body started to refill with mana. Without getting flustered, Eugene immediately began using the white flame formula to recharge his core with this mana, but the mana from the potion wasn't enough to fully restore his depleted core. Due to the nature of mana, the amount that could be contained within the potion wasn't all that great. Even so, after emptying the entire bottle, his headache and the stiffness in his limbs were considerably relieved. After a few days' rest, Jin will resume your lessons, Gilead said as he stood up. Initially, we were planning to go on another training trip once the bloodline continuation was over, but now it looks like that will be impossible. Is it because of me? Asked Eugene. That's right. I think that we will need to prioritize cultivating your talents instead of our own training. I don't want to take up too much of Patriarch and Surgeon's time, Eugene admitted shyly. Don't think of it like that. After all, I'm the one who really wants to guide you personally, Jin spoke up. He patted Eugene on the shoulder with a grin. Jin added, but of course I'll be teaching Cyan and Seal right alongside you, and the Patriarch will also be helping with our lessons. Eugene was certainly special. However, it wouldn't be good to show Eugene excessive favoritism because of this. The eldest son, Eward, had left the main estate and headed to Aroth, but Cyan and Seal were still staying at the main estate. They also deserve to receive the same level of teaching as Eugene. I expect it will be a good stimulus to have Eugene train alongside those two, Gilead thought. After hearing that Eugene had returned from the leyline with impressive results after spending less than a day there, Cyan and Seal had immediately headed to the gymnasium and started their own training. So Gilead was also nursing high expectations of both Cyan and Seal. Some time after Gilead and Jin had left, Eugene called out, Nina. Please allow me to go and prepare your meal, Nina offered. Good, but before you do that, Eugene said as he got out of bed and picked up Winid. Keep whatever happens from now on a secret between the two of us. Yes, sir. Even if I collapse again, don't tell anyone. Do you really need to try to do something like that now? Nina asked in concern. I just need to check something, so I probably won't fall unconscious again, Eugene reassured her before infusing mana into Winid. Luckily for him, there wasn't a repeat of the previous incident, but Eugene's brow still furrowed at this as he felt a slight dissatisfaction. Instead, a spirit that was only the size of his palm began hovering around him. It was a sylph, a lesser spirit of the wind. Composed of a mass of wind, it didn't even have a proper shape. However, with Eugene's small amount of mana, it was normal for him to have summoned a sylph. Just in case, Eugene tried to mentally ask the sylph, hey, have you heard anything from your king? However, there was no reply. It seemed that it was impossible to converse with a spirit that had such low intelligence. With a click of his tongue, Eugene brandished Winid. Eugene began his test by calling out an incantation in his head, Wind Blade. Once he had done so, an opaque stream of wind formed around his sword. Eugene glanced down at this wavering blade-shaped wind before giving it a swing. Skick. The eerie sound that the blade made as it swung through the air caused Nina's body to tremble. After swinging Winid around a few more times, Eugene released the sylph back to the spirit world. Before doing so, he attempted to mentally communicate with it once more. Pass this message on to Tempest. If you were lying to me, I'll kill you. But the sylph still didn't reply. However, it appeared to sense that its king had been insulted, as it sent a gust of wind to ruffle Eugene's hair before returning to the spirit world. Though Tempest shouldn't have any reason to lie about that, Eugene admitted to himself. It was just that Eugene couldn't quite understand what he was feeling, so he felt like he had to say something. While feeling a mix of complex emotions, Eugene sat down heavily on the bed. I need to think about this rationally, Eugene told himself, without letting any useless emotions get in the way. 300 years ago, Hamel died. His companions, Vermouth, Sienna, Annis, and Malan, continued to make their way to the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. It had to have been a tough journey. The second-ranked Demon King of Incarceration was strong enough that none of the previous Demon Kings of fury, cruelty, and carnage could compare to him. Just getting to his castle was as difficult as slaying one of the previous Demon Kings, and with me dead, speaking objectively, Hamel had been strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Vermouth, he was easily the next strongest in the party. So with Hamel dead, the remaining four may have found it impossible to deal with the remaining Demon Kings. they would have already been exhausted from making the torturous trek to the demon king of incarceration's castle, and Hamel had perished before the battle. In such a state, it was questionable whether they would have even been able to defeat the demon king of incarceration. In that case, wouldn't it have been better for them to retreat for the moment and reconsider their plans? So did everything really end there? With only Hamel having perished, Vermouth and the other four had returned from the devildom of Helmuth after making some kind of mysterious promise. However, the only ones who knew the details of this promise were Vermouth and the remaining demon kings. But really, what was in that oath? That was what bothered Eugene the most. For the demon kings who lived to cause the world suffering, what on earth could have made them change their minds and swear to uphold the peace? Who exactly was the one who proposed such an oath in the first place? What were the contents of the oath? It all comes back to Helmuth. Just thinking about it by himself wouldn't bring him any answers. The memories of his past life clearly ended when he had died in the demon king of incarceration's castle 300 years ago. As for the events after that, most of what he knew came from the contents of the fairy tales that the young Eugene had read. I need to find some time to go to Helmuth, Eugene finally decided. 300 years ago, Helmuth was a horrifying place. Demonic beasts whose only purpose in life was to catch and eat humans roamed the land, and the demon folk inhabiting that land were constantly marching out to invade human territories. Fallen wizards, now known as Black Wizards, hunted humans to offer them as tributes to their masters, the Demon Kings. These evil wizards wanted to become demons themselves, so they sought the truth of the demonic path one, even if it meant bending the knee to the Demon Kings. Helmuth had been a twisted hell of such vicious and ugly desires. However, that was no longer the case. Since 200 years ago, Helmuth had begun accepting human visitors, and the Demon Kings and the Demon Folk showed such hospitality to their visitors that it seemed as if they were trying to overcompensate for their past cruelty. Nowadays, people didn't think of Helmuth as a hellish place. Instead, they thought of it as a tourist destination where one could experience unique, seductive, and decadent entertainment that couldn't be found anywhere else. The Demon Folk, who had once taken the initiative to invade human territories, were now volunteering their services in neighboring countries as reparations for the war. And the Black Magicians, who had been wagging their tails for the Demon Kings, had cast themselves as victims, and after managing to sway public opinion, they had even managed to eventually erect the Black Tower of Magic in Aeroth. In Eugene's opinion, all of this was complete bullshit. The Demon Folk were volunteering to work. They were definitely siphoning off human souls behind the people's backs. The Black Tower of Magic. It would be better to call it a black swamp of corruption. Even though they said it was for the sake of promoting the study of magic, it was apparent why those crazy bastards in Aeroth had welcomed the Black Wizards and averted their eyes from these same wizards' past crimes. Although the truth hadn't been revealed, Eugene was sure that there must be all sorts of ugly things hidden behind the construction of the Black Tower of Magic. Helmuth, Aeroth, Uraz, and the Roar. As Eugene recalled each of the places where his former life's companions had left their traces, he clicked his tongue in irritation. Of course, he couldn't just set off immediately. With his young body, it was impossible to head off alone on a journey to such distant countries. But someday, Eugene told himself with determination before letting out a deep sigh and patting his stomach. His empty stomach was rumbling in hunger. What exactly should he say to Eugene? After leaving the banquet, this worry had kept Cyan up for most of the night. Although he had barely managed to get some sleep, that damn dream had ruined his rest. In that dream, Cyan had dueled with Eugene and lost once more. Except this time, Cyan was a minotaur instead of himself. Within the dream, he had personally experienced the scene he had witnessed during the bloodline continuation ceremony. After becoming a minotaur who couldn't use swordlight, Cyan was brutally dismembered by Eugene. Torn into pieces mercilessly, as he emerged from the gymnasium, Cyan attempted to shake off the last vestiges of his dream with a shudder. However, the frown on his face remained as heavy as ever. As he rubbed his eyes, which had been skewered multiple times during his dream, Cyan bit his lip in frustration. "What's going on, brother?" Seal suddenly asked. "Nothing is going on. Why are you asking?" Cyan responded defensively. "Your expression looks like it belongs at a funeral, and you didn't have much for breakfast either." "I've always had this expression, and I ate just as much breakfast as I usually do." Liar, accused Seal, sticking her tongue out at him with a smile. "I know what's really going on with you. It's because of Eugene, isn't it?" Cyan bristled. "What does any of this have to do with him? They said that we will be learning together with Eugene starting from today. I know that you're really bothered because of this." "I said that it doesn't have anything to do with him. See, you've lost your temper quicker than usual. Why are you taking your anger with Eugene out on me?" "I haven't lost my temper, but you don't deny that something is bothering you." That's hesitating. Cyan clenched his fists as he glared at his cheeky younger sister. "Honestly, it does bother me, but Mother said you need to become friends with him," reminded Seal. "Do you think I can really do that just because she tells me to?" "I did." "Would you like me to put a word in for you with Eugene? What are you going to tell him?" "I'll just ask him to be friends with my brother." Cyan's shoulders slumped at these words, and his fists started trembling in embarrassment. Although he might be able to ask his mother to do something like that, Cyan definitely couldn't allow his sister, who was a few seconds younger than him, to make such a humiliating request. I'll do things my own way, Cyan spat out before immediately clamping his lips shut. He had just caught sight of Eugene walking over from the far-off annex. Cyan's eyes widened as he caught sight of Wynid hanging from Eugene's waist. Even at this distance, he could make out all the tiny details of that famed weapon. They told me that he's already a first star in the White Flame formula, Seal chimed in beside him. I know, Cyan gritted out. Didn't it take us a really long time to reach the White Flame formula's first star? It wasn't that long. Since it took us around a month, that means only a handful of our ancestors in the direct line were as fast as us. But Eugene didn't even take a day to reach the first star. Doesn't that mean he's the fastest in history? Just be quiet. I heard this from Uncle Jin, but apparently Eugene was able to feel the mana as soon as he sat down on the ley line. It took us more than 4 days, right? So what? Cyan responded in a sharp voice as he turned to stare at his younger sister. Seal just giggled in amusement at her older brother's reaction. Instead of continuing to tease her brother, Seal waved at the approaching Eugene and called out a greeting. Hi, why do you plan on staying in the annex? You should just live with us in the main family's mansion, Seal said to Eugene once he got closer. Cyan immediately replied in Eugene's place, that's a terrible idea. After glancing at Cyan with hooded eyes, Eugene nodded and said, I also think that would be a terrible idea. But I think it would be great, Seal insisted with a grin before pointing to Wynid. So I've heard that you were able to summon the Wind Spirit King using Wynid. That has to be a lie, just like last time, Cyan replied instead of Eugene. Although his heart was slowly opening up to Eugene, Cyan absolutely couldn't bring himself to change his hostile behavior. Cyan was too young to understand his feelings of awe for Eugene, and it was even harder for him to identify the dawning sense of respect that he felt because of this. Except for the Great Vermouth, none of our ancestors could summon the Wind Spirit King while wielding Wynid, Cyan cited as evidence. Eugene snorted at these words and drew Wynid. This startled Cyan into leaping backward, away from him. What do you think you're doing? Cyan demanded. Instead of replying, Eugene infused his mana into Wynid. Soon after, wind gathered into the form of a sylph. Seeing its appearance, Cyan inwardly felt relieved and burst out laughing. What is that? The Wind Spirit King? He asked mockingly. Nope, came the simple reply from Eugene. Eugene held up Wynid so that it could be seen clearly, and the sylph proceeded to wrap itself around the sword. Cyan's jaw dropped as he took in this blade of wind. SW Swordlight, Cyan exclaimed in shock. Does this really look like swordlight to you? Eugene asked mockingly. Cyan's face reddened as he felt the tables being turned on him. While swinging Wynid around a few times, Eugene stared firmly at Cyan. Shall we spar? Eugene offered. What? Cyan choked in panic. You can feel free to use swordlight because I'll be using this. When Cyan remained silent, Eugene coaxed. Why don't we just have some fun? Or if you'd like, we could bet on it. If you win, I won't. Cyan immediately stepped back while shaking his head. I've come here today to learn from Uncle Jin. I'm not here to spar with you. Eugene grinned. Are you scared? I'm not scared, Cyan replied hesitantly while urgently sending Seal a pleading look. He was hoping that his sister could somehow salvage this situation. However, Seal just ignored Cyan's glance and smiled in amusement. That evil bitch. Fortunately, before Cyan was forced to make any excuses, Eugene backed down and gave him an out. Let's not argue pointlessly, Eugene said with a sigh. Cyan couldn't think of anything to say. We're brothers now, so we should try to get along, said Eugene with a broad smile as he offered Cyan his hand. For a few moments, Cyan alternated between staring at Eugene's hand and face. Eugene eventually asked, Don't you know what this handshake means? Huh, Cyan seemed confused. It means that I want us to get along well as brothers. Shake hands with me as well, Seal demanded, cutting into their conversation from her position at their side. This request forced Eugene to cross his arms so that he could hold both Cyan and Seal's hands simultaneously. Since I was born earlier than you should call me your big sister, Seal brought up once more. Eugene refused. Would you shut up about that? Didn't that mean he was Eugene's big brother? Although Cyan felt this thought pop up in his head, he decided to keep his mouth shut when he saw Eugene's narrowed eyes. He definitely didn't have the audacity to claim Eugene as his younger brother. 1. What makes a demon a demon? Time sure flew quickly. Eugene suddenly had this thought as he looked in the mirror during the early hours of one morning. He casually tidied up his shaggy mop of hair as he stared at his own face in the mirror. He was now 17 years old. 4 years had already passed since the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony and his adoption into the main family. Although his face still looked like that of a young boy's, his body was almost fully grown. As Eugene examined his own wide chest and broad shoulders for a moment, he was overcome by his emotions. This really is a great body. This was a topic that he had thought of several times over the 17 years he had lived in this body, but he never got bored of repeating this fact within his head whenever it came up. First of all, he had a handsome face. Eugene wasn't just saying that because it was his. Even if he was forced to look at it objectively, he would have to admit that his features were good-looking. Although he felt that Hamel's face from his past life wasn't all that ugly, comparing that face to his current face after being reincarnated as Eugene, the difference in their looks was about as much as the difference between an ordinary elf's and a human's, though not as much as an elf compared to an orc. Eugene had no desire to disparage the face of his previous life to that extent. After patting his smooth cheeks a few times, Eugene started stretching his facial muscles by pulling all sorts of expressions in the mirror. The nasty look in his eyes when he frowned hadn't changed at all since childhood. It was just a part of his innate character. Despite going around with narrowed eyes ever since he was young, Eugene was just glad that he didn't have any wrinkles. I had an even nastier look in my eyes during my previous life. Relaxing his frown, he gave a broad smile instead. But was this handsome guy in the mirror really him? Although he had already graduated from truly thinking such nonsensical thoughts, even after 17 years of living in this body, he still felt amazed each time he saw this handsome face in the mirror. I have to admit it, your blood is strong, Eugene thought as he raised his eyes to his gray hair. The older he grew, the more prominent the gray hairs became. Every time Eugene saw this hair color, he was reminded of vermouth. Eugene had his reasons for indulging in such self-absorbed sentiments this early in the morning. After initiating his mana when he was 13, Eugene had trained his mana every morning without skipping a single day. And today, Eugene had finally reached the 3rd star in the white flame formula. That was quick. He could feel the split-off cores circling around his heart. 3 points of light that showed he had reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Way too quick. After he had started to train his mana, Eugene had realized something. The white flame formula's performance was incomparable to the mana training scripture he had learned in his previous life. Eugene was able to extract the optimal degree of efficiency from just a small amount of mana, and the speed with which he absorbed mana was also extremely fast. The cost of spreading this absorbed mana throughout his body and turning it into strength was also not very high. However, for him to have achieved this rank so quickly, it couldn't just be attributed to the superiority of the white flame formula, it was also because Eugene's body was naturally attuned to absorbing mana. Although it's great that this body's performance is so amazing, sometimes he couldn't help but feel perturbed. If it's already this fast, just how much faster will my progress be later? It would be the opposite of subtle, but this was actually quite a pleasant issue to be perturbed about. Eugene smiled as he looked at his reflection, but the strength I had in my previous life won't be enough. This amazing body had been granted to him, Eugene Lionheart, and it had given him a lot of expectations for his future. With this body, he couldn't be satisfied with just relying on the memories and experiences of his past life. Eugene had become convinced of this fact years ago. Hamel had definitely been a great talent. Although he wasn't as good as Vermouth, he had also known how to wield all sorts of weapons. Without any formal training, Hamel's skills had been forged and honed on the battlefield as he towed the line between life and death. This meant his techniques had been refined through constant usage. Hamel had made a name for himself with just these skills, and had even come to mistake himself as a genius. It was at this point that he had met Vermouth, and Hamel had suddenly realized that he wasn't a genius after all. After becoming Vermouth's companion, he had also gone through a lot. His techniques had been further polished, and he'd added even more skills to his repertoire, but it's still not enough. It wasn't enough to just acquire the strength he had in his previous life. To take advantage of this talented and greed-provoking body of his, he needed more than just his past life's memories. I need to learn everything, and not just to a basic level either. The sword, the spear, the axe, and the bow, he already knew how to skillfully handle most weapons. He had confidence in his weapon techniques since he had refined these skills in order to not just survive but thrive in the devildom. But he wasn't quite there yet. Although he was still a little slower than he had been in his previous life, he knew in his head how to get there. It was just a matter of when, not if. His body would catch up to what he knew it was capable of. So if he would eventually get there anyway, wouldn't it be more efficient to use his time elsewhere? Looks like I need to learn some magic, Eugene suddenly spouted. What kind of bullshit is that? Cyan gasped. As Cyan sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath, he lifted his head to look up at Eugene. The monstrous guy standing beside him wasn't showing any signs of exertion even after all the exercise they had just done. At first, this would have made him flare up in envy, but now after 4 years of looking at that relaxed expression, he was already used to it. I said that I need to learn some magic, Eugene kindly repeated. And I said, what kind of bullshit is that? Cyan spat out with a confused expression on his face. Eugene wasn't the only one whose body had grown during these 4 years. Cyan had also grown a lot. Of course, it was obvious that Cyan didn't really appreciate this fact, and Eugene was a big reason for that. Although they might be of similar age, Cyan was just a tiny bit shorter than Eugene, and the difference in their skill levels was just as great as ever. Speaking of this morning, Eugene continued speaking without offering Cyan a hand up. Cyan was still a brat with too much self-respect. He wouldn't admit he had lost even when he was defeated, and he wouldn't appreciate it if Eugene offered him a hand up. Even though Cyan would no longer fuss about being insulted or whatnot, like what had happened when they first met, it would only stoke feelings of frustration lingering within the corners of his heart if Eugene were to show him any kindness. I was just training in the white flame formula like I usually do. Could it be, did you really? Cyan couldn't finish the question. Cyan's eyes started trembling as he got a bad feeling. Gritting his teeth, he jumped to his feet. Eugene smiled as he saw Cyan getting flustered like this. And then this happened. As Eugene finished speaking, the mana that was usually spread throughout his body gathered near his heart. Once there, the 3 stars at his core began to resonate with each other. These stars, locked together in a circuit around his heart, began to explosively amplify the power of his mana. Whoosh. Mana in the form of pure white light engulfed Eugene's entire body. Cyan stared at this sight with wide eyes. The white flame-like light wrapped around Eugene's form looked like a flowing lion's mane. What the fuck? Cyan swore, his voice shaking. Since he also practiced the white flame formula, he was well aware of what that mana cloak engulfing Eugene signified. By covering his body in a blaze of mana like that, he had truly created a fiery beacon that honored the name of the white flame formula. This meant that Eugene had reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula, favorite. Is that even possible? Cyan asked in disbelief. But until now, Cyan's progress had remained stalled at the 2nd star. The stars around his heart seemed like they were just about to divide, but they never did. But instead, that annoying son of a bitch, Eugene, who had initiated his mana 7 years later than Cyan, had already reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Of course, it's possible, Eugene said with a relaxed smile as he allowed the mana to dissipate, because I'm a genius. Eugene thought declaring something like that from your own mouth was rather shameful, or at least he used to think that. But now he had to admit that it would be ridiculous to pointlessly act humble. He had been born with the body of a genius, and on top of that, he had memories of his past life. Although Hamel from his past life wasn't a genius, Eugene definitely was. Why don't you just go and die? Cyan cursed. Eugene chided him. Brothers shouldn't say such things to each other. Like you can talk about what brothers shouldn't do. Every morning you beat me up so badly that it feels like I'm going to croak. Aren't you the one who keeps asking for a spar every morning? If you don't want to get beaten up, let's just stop. It doesn't matter to me. Cyan ground his teeth as he glared at Eugene. Challenging Eugene to spar every morning was Cyan's own way of dealing with the frustration of his rivalry with Eugene. Honestly speaking, Eugene appreciated this change in Cyan's attitude. At first, he thought that Cyan was just a stupid brat, but perhaps because he had come to accept Eugene after the adoption, Cyan's foolish streak had shown a lot of improvement. But why magic of all things? Cyan returned to the main point. Because I've never learned any magic, Eugene explained. So that's why you want to learn magic. Don't make me laugh. And how exactly do you intend to learn magic? Do you want to call up a teacher from the capital? I'll need to check with the patriarch regarding that. Are you really serious? No, but why on earth do you want to learn magic all of a sudden? Cyan just couldn't understand Eugene. Since he had that much talent in martial arts, why would he want to dabble in magic instead of focusing on what he was good at? Cyan tried to dissuade Eugene. Aren't you too old to be learning magic? 17 is still plenty young, denied Eugene. This is nonsense. Have you forgotten about what happened to Eward? Cyan asked with a snort as he dusted off his pants. He went off to learn magic when he was 15, 2 years younger than you are now, and now he's just being treated like a fool in Aroth. Eugene glared at Cyan and growled, "Bastard, how dare you say such a thing about your older brother? Did I say anything that wasn't true?" Cyan protested while shrugging off Eugene's glare. Instead of putting on airs and pointlessly heading to Aroth to learn magic, just stay here at the main estate where it's comfortable. If you really do tell him that you want to start learning magic, father might just start crying tears of blood. That did seem to be a possibility. 4 years ago, Eward Lionheart, the eldest son of the main family, had accompanied Lovelian, the head wizard of the Red Tower, to Aroth as soon as the bloodline continuation ceremony was over. But in the end, he couldn't become Lovelian's disciple. It seemed that his potential wasn't bad, as he had been allowed to remain in Aroth, but he couldn't become as big of a success as his parents had hoped for. Now 4 years had passed, and Eward was still staying in Aroth. Although the patriarch had just done his best for his eldest son by using his connections to send him to the Red Tower of Magic to learn magic, to others, it appeared as though the patriarch was getting rid of a mediocrely talented heir by exiling him to the Red Tower. I could see mother doing that, Cyan mumbled with a needlessly wary glance at the main family's mansion. However, it isn't that my mother dislikes you. Eugene objected, but sometimes when we cross paths, she gets a really fierce look in her eyes. That's because she's seen how you beat me like a dog, argued Cyan. Even if she has, what can I do? How can I just stop beating you when you keep asking for it? You son of a bitch. It was admittedly Cyan who had asked him to take their spars seriously. This was because Cyan had thought that his skills wouldn't grow if Eugene kept taking it easy on him, but for a long time now, Cyan had come to feel deep regret for saying something like that. Eugene showed absolutely no mercy during their spars. If he even saw a tiny opening, he would pierce through it right away and keep attacking mercilessly. While doing so, Eugene would also constantly point out Cyan's various inadequacies. Still, because Eugene explained his criticisms clearly, and in a way that was easy to understand, Cyan was forced to listen to him silently even when he felt like his heart would stop beating out of anger. Eventually, Cyan asked Eugene, "Do you really intend to go to Aroth? If you're going to learn something, you should learn it properly," was all Eugene needed to say in explanation. If you wanted to properly learn magic, the best thing to do would be to go to Aroth. And there's also something that I want to investigate, Eugene thought to himself. He wanted to see what Sienna's life had been like in Aroth following their journey. This desire had been building up within him for a long time, and it wasn't just Sienna, but Anis and Malan as well. He wanted to know how his companions had lived their lives after they returned from the Devildom 300 years ago, and ultimately he wanted to know the truth of what had happened then. Even here at the main estate, there are hardly any records of them. The history of the founding ancestor, Vermouth, was also left very vague. Although he had searched here and there during these 4 years, there were hardly any traces of what the hero and his companions did after returning from the Devildom, and this necklace as well. Eugene stared down at the necklace hanging from his neck. He had constantly worn the necklace since he retrieved it from the treasure vault 4 years ago. Even when the head wizard of the Red Tower had personally peered into the memories left within the necklace's mana, Lovelian hadn't been able to find any memories identifying it as Hamel's keepsake. This meant someone else had created an undetectable, false layer in the necklace's memories. From what Eugene thought, the only people who could do something like that were Sienna or Vermouth. But why on earth would they have done it? He couldn't figure out what their reasons for doing so might be. However, if he had to say it, Sienna seemed more likely to have prepared such a prank in the necklace, rather than Vermouth. The Vermouth that Eugene remembered wasn't the type of person to do something like this. That's if you do go to Aroth. Cyan coughed before continuing with a hesitant expression. Seal will be sad. Really, Eugene said, with a laugh for how absurd Cyan's claim sounded. Are we talking about the same Seal, the one who looks disgusted whenever she sees me? Those aren't her true feelings. Although he said this, Cyan didn't seem to have any confidence in his own words. Seal Lionheart, that cunning brat, seemed to have started going through puberty at the beginning of this year. She no longer stuck close to Eugene like she used to, and she wouldn't even start a conversation with him. Perhaps it was because the symptoms of her puberty were quite severe, she rarely even left her room. Although Seal didn't neglect her training, she no longer trained with Eugene and Cyan as she had done before. "I hate the smell of sweat" was the reason that she had given for it. "Anyways, if you do go to Aroth, Seal will be sad," Cyan insisted. "Do you really think I'll change my mind just because Seal will be sad?" Eugene asked. "You heartless bastard." Cyan spat as his fists trembled in anger at Eugene's careless comment. "Have you even considered how Mr. Gerhardt will feel? My father will be perfectly fine without me." Even Cyan couldn't help but agree with that. Gerhardt had initially been uncomfortable with living at the main estate, but he had become completely accustomed to life here over the past few years. Now, he regularly went on hunting trips with the heads of the other collateral families, and he sometimes spent whole nights drinking beer with Jin and Gilead. Even Ancilla got along quite well with Gerhardt. Of course, Eugene was well aware of the reason for this. Ancilla didn't wish to show much hostility to Eugene. Although she hadn't relaxed her considerable vigilance towards him, she knew that it was better for both of them if they appeared to get along than to appear openly hostile. However, Tannis, as Eward's mother and the official first wife, was openly wary of Eugene and Gerhardt. Following Eward's failure to become Lovelian's disciple, Tannis' overly sensitive personality had continued to worsen. "Looks like I'll need to be a little careful of Tannis," Eugene reminded himself. If she was told that Eugene was going to Aroth, Tannis would definitely become even more sensitive to the threat he posed to her son's candidacy. This wasn't a problem that Eugene could simply solve by paying more attention to her. Instead, this was something that he would have to secretly entrust to the patriarch Gilead. "Where are you going?" Cyan asked as he noticed Eugene beginning to walk away. "To meet with the patriarch," Eugene explained over his shoulder. "You're going to meet with him right now. I need to get his permission quickly." After all, with this final reply, Eugene left the gymnasium. After staring absent-mindedly at Eugene's receding back, Cyan gave a deep sigh. "What the hell is with this bullshit about learning magic?" Cyan grumbled and began following after Eugene. Favorite. Although Eugene had set out to find Gilead immediately, he couldn't just barge straight into Gilead's office. While casually exchanging greetings with the main family servants, Eugene sent through a request to meet with Gilead. Before long, the head butler arrived to personally escort Eugene to Gilead's office. "You should really think it over before deciding," Cyan attempted to persuade Eugene. "I've already given this matter a lot of thought before coming to my decision," said Eugene. Cyan took a deep breath and swallowed his protests. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous that he was trying to hold on to Eugene and prevent him from leaving. If that monster were to turn his hand towards learning magic, wouldn't that mean his training in the martial arts would slow down? That would actually be better for me, Cyan realized. Although Eugene's progress might be ahead of his for the moment, Cyan would also rise to the 3rd star within the next few years. So Cyan decided to see Eugene's departure as more of an opportunity. Of course, Cyan had no intention of being satisfied with just reaching the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. He hoped to have somehow reached the 4th star by the time he became an adult. But can I really? Truthfully speaking, he had his doubts. In the history of the Lionheart clan, there wasn't a single person who had ever managed to reach the 4th star of the White Flame formula while in their teens. Even the family ancestors who had made a name for themselves as geniuses, and even Gilead and Jin, had all been stalled at the 3rd star before they had become adults. In other words, just being able to rise to the 3rd star of the White Flame formula at this age was enough for him to be compared to his genius predecessors. However, such thoughts merely filled Cyan's mouth with a bitter taste. Eugene and Cyan were both currently 17, but today, Eugene had already risen to the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. That was an unprecedented speed of advancement. It wasn't like this was the first time that monstrous child had left his mark in the history of the direct line, but Cyan gave a heavy sigh as he turned to stare at Eugene's back. Eugene was currently in the middle of waiting for a reply from the other side of the door before he could enter Gilead's office. I too. Cyan forced himself to swallow another sigh that almost fell from his lips and faced forward once more. It had already been 4 years since Eugene had joined the main family. Since then, Cyan had suffered countless defeats to this absurd brother of his, with whom he didn't even share a single drop of blood. These successive defeats had taught the young Cyan an unquestionable lesson. Despair is nothing but nourishment for further despair. Instead of spending any time in despair, shedding even a single drop of sweat in an effort to improve was far more useful. Tusk, Cyan clicked his tongue as he recalled an unpleasant memory. This wasn't a lesson that Cyan had managed to learn all by himself. When he was still a child, the despair from his inability to defeat Eugene had led Cyan to hide in his room and cower beneath his blankets. However, Eugene had thrown open the door, barged into his room, and kicked Cyan in the ass. Do you really think that I'll just play around while you do shit like this? Even if Cyan was consumed by despair, Eugene would continue to train without taking even a single day off. As such, the difference between them would only continue to grow. After Cyan reminded himself of this lesson, he left Eugene to his own affairs and headed to the gymnasium. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Gilead welcomed Eugene into the room with a bright smile on his face. Instead of getting to the point immediately, Eugene first bowed his head and said, I've come because I have something that I would like to report to you. Report? Gilead asked, tilting his head to the side as his eyes gleamed with curiosity. He was curious about what kind of surprise his adopted son would be bringing him this time. As he sat down on the sofa, Eugene began speaking. Just this morning, I reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. At these words, Gilead unconsciously leaped up from his seat. Is that true? He demanded. Yes, sir, it is, admitted Eugene. Gilead rushed over with hurried strides. Meeting his unspoken request, Eugene began resonating the stars circling his heart. As white flames engulfed Eugene's body, Gilead took a deep breath in astonishment before bursting out laughing. Ha 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 ha. After taking in Eugene as his adopted son, Gilead had gone through so many different things that he had thought that he could no longer be surprised by anything. However, once again, Gilead couldn't help but be astonished. Was it really possible for him to reach the 3rd star of the White Flame formula at just 17 years of age? Even among all his predecessors, no one had managed the 3rd star at Eugene's young age. As Gilead plopped down on the seat in front of Eugene, he shook his head. Adopting you into the main family might just be the best thing that I have ever done, Gilead admitted. Although 4 years had passed since he'd been adopted, Eugene had yet to call Gilead father. The only one he called father was his biological parent, Gerhardt. Gilead didn't feel any unpleasantness due to this. Instead, he approved of Eugene's filial piety to his biological father and was proud of how considerate his adopted son was. But if only such an impressive child was truly his son, then no one would raise any objections to Eugene becoming the next patriarch. On the contrary, everyone would actually be united under the opinion that Eugene should become the patriarch. I shouldn't have such thoughts. Gilead attempted to discard this dangerous idea with a shake of his head. Such careless thoughts would lead to bloodshed and death. For the clan and, of course, his family as well, Gilead didn't want to force his children to have to bear their knives at each other. After carefully examining Eugene's smiling face, Gilead burst out laughing. It looks like there's something you need, he observed. Without any hesitation, Eugene confessed, I want to learn magic. In the past, he had had to pay attention to maintaining his childish facade while speaking to Gilead, but now there was no longer any need for that. Eugene had grown up quite a bit, and Gilead had gotten used to Eugene's forthrightness over the past 4 years. Magic, Gilead asked. Despite all this, Gilead wouldn't find it so easy to grant Eugene's current desire as he would any other request. The confusion that Gilead initially felt was the same as Cyan's. Why did Eugene suddenly want to learn magic? After all, Eugene had never once expressed any desire to learn magic during these past 4 years. Are you serious when you say this? Asked Gilead. Yes, sir, Eugene confirmed. But why? No one from our family's entire line was able to reach the third star of the White Flame formula at your age. If you continue to work as hard as you have been, you might be able to rise to the fourth star before you become an adult. I'll still be able to train hard, even while I'm learning magic, Eugene stated without any uncertainty. Although this might seem arrogant, in Eugene's opinion, someone like him had the right to say such a thing. Sir Patriarch, in the 4 years since I was adopted into the main family, I have never once left your care, Eugene said as he straightened his back and faced Gilead firmly. Today, as I was advancing to the third star, I realized something. If I continue to stay at the main estate and keep practicing as I have been, I don't believe that I will continue to show the same amount of growth. Gilead hummed in consideration. I'm extremely lacking in real-life experience, Eugene concluded. Although Eugene's voice was calm as he said this, Gilead felt a surging vitality coming from these words that matched Eugene's young age. Eugene's voice was full of his sincerity and desire for growth. Eugene confidently continued his argument. I want to learn much more, especially about magic. While it is something that I have never studied before, I know that it is also a discipline that uses mana. Although I don't yet know if I have any great talent for magic, I believe that by venturing into magic, I'll be able to view mana from a different perspective than the one I've had until now. Gilead stayed silent. Even if I don't make much progress in it, just by learning a new discipline, I believe that it will still be a great experience for me. I am sure that all of this won't be in vain. That is why I have dared to make such a request. Eugene stopped talking at this point and stared at Gilead with sparkling eyes. Then he placed his hands on his knees and bowed his head low. I sincerely beseech you. Haha, Gilead let out another laugh. Then as he shook his head from side to side, he continued speaking. Raise your head. Do you really think that there is any need for you to bow your head just for a small request like this? Yes, Patriarch. Even if I am your patriarch, how can I pour cold water on your burning desire to learn and grow? Eugene, I understand what you're trying to say. So if you really want to learn magic, then I'll just have to give you my permission to learn. Eugene shook his bowed head in relief and smiled. Of course, when he raised his head, there was no trace of amusement left on his face. So then, how exactly do you want to go about learning magic? Gilead asked. That's, Eugene trailed off. Since you've already come to ask for my permission, you must have thought it through already. No, I want to go to Aroth. Although Gilead had expected this, he couldn't hide his uneasy reaction when Eugene mentioned the magic kingdom of Aroth. If he wanted to learn magic, then Aroth was definitely the best place to go. And if it wasn't for what his eldest son, Eward, had experienced in Aroth, Gilead wouldn't have felt any discomfort from these words. Aroth, you say, Gilead murmured. I don't need anything else, just your permission. Eugene continued speaking quickly. From here on, Eugene knew that he needed to be careful with his words. Eward was Gilead's soft spot. Even though he was the eldest son, Eward hadn't made any outstanding achievements in the martial arts, and despite showing interest in magic ever since he was young, the eldest son had failed to show much progress in magic as well. Although he had stayed in Aroth ever since he was sent there 4 years ago, Eward hadn't been able to escape the heavy weight of the Lionheart clan's prestigious name, and instead had been made into a laughingstock for having only managed to enter the tower through his connections. Eugene didn't want to get involved with Eward. He only wanted to go to Aroth to learn magic and follow any clues left behind by Sienna. However, if the word Aroth was spoken anywhere in the main estate, whoever heard it instantly thought of Eward. So he needed to be very careful, as Eugene didn't want to create any pointless misunderstandings. Gilead eventually shook off his unease and said, if that's what you want, then I can only give you permission to go there. Allow me to inform Lovelian first, though. That would actually be quite difficult, Gilead said, unable to stop a wry smile forming on his face. Even if you leave the main estate, you are still a member of the Lionheart clan. The moment you arrive in Aroth, many of Aroth's wizards will be paying attention to you. Even if you refuse it, a lot of people will approach you to make connections to the Lionheart clan. Then I just won't accept their offers, Eugene said determinedly. Your convictions are praiseworthy, Gilead complimented with a sigh. How good would it be if his eldest son could be like that? As dangerous thoughts rose up in his head once more, Gilead shook his head to clear it. Eugene, just promise me one thing, Gilead requested. What is it? Eugene asked. Do not get involved with black magic. In Aroth, there was a black tower of magic where black wizards gathered. There weren't any disturbing rumors that matched their sinister reputation, and unlike in the distant past, the public opinion of them wasn't too bad. However, the Lionheart clan had been founded by the Great Vermouth. Although some of the collateral branches had chosen to specialize in magic, black magic was still forbidden to the clan as an unwritten rule. I also despise black magic, Eugene replied without any hesitation. Gilead nodded in relief and said, "As long as you can promise me that, I won't lift a finger, so you'll be free to leave for Aeroth in whichever way you desire. I won't even inform Lovelian. I hope you won't have to personally experience the same sorts of troubles that you did. Is there anything else you would like to request? I would like to shamelessly ask for an allowance. How long do you plan on staying in Aeroth?" "I'll need to go there first and start studying to get a rough idea of how long it will take me, but I don't think I'll be returning before becoming an adult." "That means you intend on staying for at least a few years." "Well, that's the only way I'll be able to actually learn something," Eugene confirmed with a laugh. That certainly seems true. However, since magic is a completely different discipline from what you've been taught so far, it will be impossible for you to make any progress if you go into this half-heartedly, Gilead warned Eugene. He had never learned any magic in his past life. As such, even Eugene didn't have the confidence to say that he would be able to make rapid progress. Finishing his conversation with Gilead, Eugene left the room. As he walked back down the hallway, he heard a knocking sound coming from a tightly locked door. "What is it?" Eugene asked without any alarm as he halted in his steps. He knew whose room that was. It was one of the rooms Seal was using. Ever since she had started going through a rough patch of puberty a few months ago, she had stopped going to the gym and instead used some of the rooms in the mansion for her own training. "Are you really going to Aeroth?" Seal didn't open the door fully and instead let her voice leak from a crack in the doorway. "Did Cyan tell you that?" Eugene asked. "He also told me that you've reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. So you've already heard everything then. I asked if you're really going to Aeroth. Yep, I've even got permission from the Patriarch. Why are you even going?" As she said this, Seal knocked on the door once more. Knock, knock. Eugene smiled and responded with a few knocks of his own. "Because I want to learn magic," he explained. "If that's the case, you don't really need to go to Aeroth. You can just invite a wizard from the capital to be your teacher," argued Seal. "Don't you know that they won't be as good as the wizards of Aeroth? If you request it, Father would even summon a wizard from the royal court. But I don't believe that a court wizard would be better at teaching than a wizard from one of Aeroth's towers of magic. The court wizards are guaranteed to be skillful. What I want isn't a skillful wizard, but a wizard who is good at teaching," Eugene patiently explained. "Do you really need to learn magic?" Seal asked, her voice growing petulant. She opened the door slightly and let her head poke out of the room. At 17 years old, Seal was left with very little of her past mischievous look, but the change was only skin deep. Eugene was well aware of just how cunning this girl's true personality could be. Seal once again insisted, "You don't really need to learn magic, right? But there's also nothing wrong with learning magic, is there?" Eugene argued back. "If it's magic you want, then isn't your spirit magic enough? Also, while you aren't here, Brother and I might be able to catch up to your skill level." Seal was blatantly provoking him, but Eugene just snickered in amusement. "If that happens, that's actually good for me," Eugene smirked. "What's so good about it? Won't that just mean that the main family is growing stronger, and that it will be more fun sparring with you too? Although it has been quite a while since I sparred with you. If I start sparring with you from now on, will you stay here instead of going to Aeroth?" "No, I will still be going." "Bastard," Seal insulted him with a pout on her face before pulling her head back into her room. Until just now, Seal had been immersed in her training, so her hair was frizzy and her body was damp with sweat. She didn't want to show such an appearance to anyone, nor did she want anyone to notice her body odor. After a short silence, Seal continued speaking. "How long will you be gone?" "Won't know until I get there," answered Eugene casually. "You should know roughly how long it will take. It will be a year at the very least. Why do you want to stay for so long? Moving out will be a pain, and what will you do about Mr. Gerhardt?" It might be because they were twins, but Seal had ended up saying the same thing as Cyan. "My father will be just fine without me," Eugene pointed out. "Uncle Jim will be lonely," Seal eventually said after some hesitation. That might be true. Eugene also happened to enjoy his frequent spars with Jin. "To make up for me not being here, you both should make sure to play with him," teased Eugene. "And what about my brother?" Seal suddenly brought up Cyan. "Why bring up Cyan here? What I mean is that my brother enjoys sparring with you as well. If he really does enjoy getting beaten up by me, your brother has to be a little strange in the head. In any case, Brother will be lonely if you're not around. Earlier, while he was talking to me, he even secretly confessed that he didn't want you to go. But I plan on going anyway. I would also prefer it if you didn't go. Like I said, I'm still going. You son of a bitch." Behind the door, Seal's face twisted into a frown. In the main family, Eugene was the only one who would allow Seal's words to wash over him without any reaction. Seal popped her head out just to glare at him before slamming the door shut with a loud bang. "When are you leaving?" Seal's muffled voice came through the door. Eugene answered, "Tomorrow." "Why are you leaving so quickly? Is there any reason for me to delay it? Since I've received Gilead's permission, I should just save time and head off right away." "Rude jerk, shouldn't we at least have a farewell party? Why would you want to throw a farewell party for a jerk?" Knocking on the door again as a goodbye, Eugene resumed walking down the corridor. Only after Eugene had got some distance away did Seal open the door once more. "Are you really leaving tomorrow?" As this voice came from behind him, Eugene just waved his hand as a response without turning back to look at Seal. Since he had obtained Gilead's approval, Eugene showed no hesitation in his subsequent actions. After returning to the annex, he knocked on Gerhardt's door. "Come back safely." Although he had been suddenly informed that Eugene would be leaving for Aeroth tomorrow, Gerhardt didn't spend much time thinking about it before giving his blessing. It wasn't like he didn't have any concerns for his son, but Gerhardt also didn't want to suppress his son's freedom after Eugene had already grown so splendidly. Gerhardt lectured his son, "While you're there, don't hang around with naughty kids, and make sure not to neglect your lessons." Eugene returned the favor. "Even when I'm not here, don't do anything you shouldn't do, father, and don't neglect your exercise either. Also, if anyone tries to cause you trouble because I'm not here, write to me right away. Don't pointlessly suffer in silence on your own," Eugene insisted. Gerhardt tried to reassure his son, "I'm sure that the patriarch will be able to spare the attention if I bring the matter to him." Still, wouldn't you feel better if it was your one and only son who was looking out for you instead of the busy patriarch? Gerhardt smiled silently and patted Eugene on the shoulder. This gifted son of his was Gerhardt's pride and treasure, if it wasn't for his son. Gerhardt nodded his head as he recalled his memories of Giddal, where they had been living just a few years ago. Gerhardt tried to soothe Eugene's protectiveness. "I just don't want to be a hindrance to you." "What hindrance?" "Don't say things like that anymore. I have never once thought of you as a hindrance," Eugene responded bluntly while poking Gerhardt in the side. "In any case, I'll be leaving tomorrow. I'll make sure to stay healthy while I'm gone, so you should also make sure to stay safe, father." "Got that? Fine, I've got it." Eugene was now taller than Gerhardt. Gerhardt smiled happily while looking up at his son, who had grown so mature. That night, Eugene and Gerhardt, as well as all the members of the main family, gathered together and sat around a large table. Even Seal, who hadn't shown her face at dinner in quite some time, was now sitting at the table wearing a nice dress. Although it wasn't a lavish farewell party, they had at least managed to wrangle something into place so that the whole family could offer Eugene blessings for the future as he prepared to leave them for a few years. Various well wishes were exchanged over a table laden with an array of luxurious dishes. "So you intend to learn magic in Aeroth, really? Since you have such an amazing talent in martial arts, I'm sure you will be good at learning magic as well," Ancilla praised Eugene. The news of Eugene rising to the third star of the White Flame formula had made Ancilla chew on her lip in frustration, but the fact that that monstrous child was leaving the main estate for the time being was a joyous consolation. "I really envy Sir Gerhardt for having such a wonderful son," flattered Ancilla. "Haha, you're too kind." Gerhardt accepted the compliment with a laugh. During these 4 years, Ancilla's attitude hadn't seen much change from when they had first met. She had no intention of forging a hostile relationship with Gerhardt, let alone Eugene. Instead, she held out a hand with a smile, thus creating a friendly relationship with Gerhardt and Eugene. Tannis, the first wife, showed the two a completely different attitude. The dark circles under Tannis's eyes and her sallow cheeks left a rather desolate impression. For the past few years, Tannis had rarely left the main family's mansion, and she spent her days reacting with great agitation to even the slightest mistakes from the servants. Tannis felt that she had no choice but to do so, and she felt like she was being driven further into a corner with each passing day. Eward had not been able to become Lovelian's disciple as she had hoped, nor did he manage to forge any connections with Aeroth's high-ranking wizards. Since even Guilford and his wife, who had been friendly with Tannis, had left the main estate a few years ago, Tannis had no allies in the current main estate. Although it's her fault for being so prickly, avoiding Tannis's intense gaze, Eugene focused on cutting his meat. It was Tannis's own decision to spend her days shunning any contact and clawing at her surroundings. Just as the meal was ending, Tannis suddenly called out Eugene. Although Ancilla treated Eugene warmly whenever they met, this was the first time the temperamental first wife had called Eugene by his name all year, though it wasn't like they had even held frequent conversations in the previous years. Tannis requested, "Once you get to Aeroth, please take care of your older brother, Eward." Eugene was unable to respond to these words that had suddenly been thrown at him and could only blink in surprise. Tannis continued, "He must have been lonely, staying in Aeroth all by himself for the past few years. I know that he didn't get to spend much time with you as siblings, but Eward is still your brother." "Yes, ma'am," Eugene eventually replied. "You might be adopted, but Eward is your brother, so please treat him like a younger brother should." Even as she said this, Tannis's eyes slid to the side. She continued speaking while glaring at Cyan and Seal, who were sitting close to Eugene. "Take care of your older brother. You can at least do that, right?" "I'll do my best," Eugene avoided promising. "Oh my, you're being too insistent, big sister." "I'm sure that Eugene will do what he can," and Ancilla gave a polite laugh as she drew Tannis's gaze away from Cyan and Seal with these words. Tannis glared at Ancilla with her narrowed eyes, then pushed her chair back and stood up. "Please excuse me, I'm feeling exhausted. I'll be leaving now to go and get some rest." "You may be excused." Gilead nodded in permission with a perplexed look on his face. Sure enough, the patriarch seat is a shit place to be stuck on. Eugene never wanted to become the patriarch. Although Gilead had offered him an escort, Eugene had vehemently refused. After all, wouldn't it feel awkward being followed around everywhere by armed guards? It's not like Aeroth's public security is that bad, and I'm skilled enough to take care of myself, Eugene had argued. All 5 of the towers of magic were located in the capital of Aeroth. Since he was moving to such a bustling capital city and not some remote village, he wouldn't need any guards. Jin had backed him up. With Eugene's skills, he shouldn't require an escort. Since even Jin had spoken up for Eugene, Gilead could only nod in agreement. The 2 adults were well aware that Eugene had unbelievable levels of skills and experience for someone his age. On top of that, since he had also reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula, they couldn't treat him like a child any longer. At his age and skill level, Eugene needed to learn how to make his own decisions. Unlike Eward, Gilead washed down the bitter taste that this thought left in his mouth with a sip of wine. The next day, everyone was there to see Eugene off as he headed to the warp gate in the outskirts of the estate's forest. Gerhardt, who had been smiling happily the day before, burst into tears at the sight of Eugene leaving. Make sure to eat healthily and don't skip any meals. Yes, if you get sick, go find a doctor immediately. Yes, if things get too hard and lonely, don't try to endure it and just come back. Got it? Yes, I've got it. Eugene responded to each of Gerhardt's reminders perfunctorily. It was hard for him to look at Gerhardt directly, as the man wept in love and concern for his son. In the past, Eugene's acknowledgement of Gerhardt as his father had been faint, but strangely, the older he grew, the more he began to feel that Gerhardt was truly his father despite having been reincarnated. He is my real father, after all. Even as Eugene realized this, he said out loud, "Stop with the tears already. Do you really think I'm just heading out there to die?" Gerhardt paled. "Don't tempt fate like that. I'm just going to learn some magic. Maybe do some sightseeing in the vicinity of Aeroth as well," Eugene reassured his father. "You've been living in Giddel for most of your life, and for the last few years, you've spent all your days at the main estate. As someone who hasn't really seen the world, I'm just not confident that you'll be fine living in Aeroth all by yourself." Gerhardt trailed off. "I'll be fine, so please stop crying. All the servants are watching," Eugene said as he pulled out a handkerchief from his vest and scrubbed Gerhardt's cheeks. "How about taking Nina with you at the very least?" Nina also arrived at the main estate when she was very young, so she's just as ignorant of the outside world as I am. Besides, I've already told her to take this chance and go for a vacation to her hometown. "I'll be heading off now," Eugene said as he handed the tear-soaked handkerchief over to Gerhardt. "Although it won't be often, I'll write to you from time to time, whenever I remember to. So you need to remember to stay safe as well, father." Gerhardt tried to speak, but all that came out was a sob. "Geez, I told you to stop crying. Do you really think I won't go just because you keep crying, father?" Eugene asked. "Why, you'll definitely still go," Gerhardt choked out. "You know me so well, that's why you should stop crying. Can't you just send your grown-up son off with a smile?" Finally, Gerhardt stopped crying and put on a smile, but it seemed that Eugene had made a pointless mistake. Looking at Gerhardt's tear-stained face, Eugene felt like a nail was being pounded into his chest. Still, Eugene didn't change his decision. Accompanied by his father's tearful smile and the farewells from the members of the main family, Eugene departed for the warp gate. He never looked back even once. Just like in his previous life, Eugene never changed his mind once he had decided to do something. The capital of the magic kingdom of Aeroth was called Pentagon. The 5 towers of magic formed the corners of a pentagon with the royal palace at its center. Eugene stared down at the scene in awe. Although he had been to Aeroth in his previous life, the landscape he saw then was far different from the landscape he was looking down at now. Wow, the 5 majestic and grand towers of magic were far more eye-catching than the palace. It couldn't be helped. The towers were both the symbol of Aeroth and the source of its power. Unlike most kingdoms, the king had almost no ruling power. Aeroth was instead governed by the prime minister of the parliament. Whoa, from up here, Eugene had a great view of the sprawling city. Pentagon's warp gates opened up in the sky, contained within large floating stations. Among the various kingdoms, Aeroth was the only one to have its warp gates located in the sky. Each floating station was held aloft due to the multiple bits of magic that had been cast on it, and they were a symbol of the pride of Aeroth, which called itself the Magic Kingdom. They didn't have anything like this in my last life. For them to have raised a piece of land this size into the air and fixed the coordinates so that it could be used as a warp gate. In addition to showing off just how great their magic was, they were also marketing its convenience and quality. Thousands of people wanted to travel to Pentagon's floating stations just to take in the sprawling capital at a single glance. "Isn't it amazing?" a high-pitched voice said to Eugene. "This view could even be said to be one of Aeroth's cultural assets. There are as many as 15 floating stations all around Pentagon, and all of them were created by the wise Sienna." "Wow," Eugene awkwardly exclaimed. The voice continued its spiel. To go from this Eastgate station, which Sir Eugene is currently at, to the Royal Palace, it would take at least half a day even with the help of a carriage. However, just by warping from one floating station to another, we can dramatically reduce the traveling distance. Even a blind person could understand what this meant. Also, there are aerial carriages assigned to each floating station. With these carriages, even those suffering from warp motion sickness can head to their destination while enjoying this view of Pentagon as comfortably as if they were lying in their own bed. Are those also something that Chikai mean, that Lady Sienna came up with? Of course they are. But there's no need to worry too much. Although they were constructed using magical techniques from hundreds of years ago, they have been continuously improved and repaired, so the annual rate of accidents is very low. But that meant there wasn't a zero chance of accidents. Eugene hummed consideringly. The man standing next to Eugene, chattering away as he gave out explanations, was a guide who worked for the Eastgate floating station. Due to the large number of tourists, many guides worked at each floating station. Most of them were young, inexperienced wizards who hadn't been able to enter a tower and instead worked as guides to cover their living costs and tuition fees. It was a mistake to wear these clothes here, Eugene thought with a frown as he looked down at his chest. The tourist attractions in the Pentagon are. Just one moment, Eugene interrupted the guide to open a tourist brochure. After taking a few moments to check the tourist attractions listed in the brochure, Eugene nodded. I would like to hire you just for today, he eventually decided. If you sign up now, I can give you a discounted price of 4 days for the whole week, the guide offered. It's fine. Let's just sign the contract now. For now, there was only one place that Eugene wanted to go to. After visiting that location, he had decided to head straight for the Red Tower of Magic to see Lovelian. As if he had been waiting for this, the guide pulled out a contract. After Eugene signed the contract using the pen that had come with it, he pulled out a check for 1,000,000 sals from his wallet and handed it to the guide. Whoa, the guide exclaimed in excitement. Eugene explained, this is the hiring fee for today, plus any other expenses that might crop up. I'll do my very best to show you around. For now, I would like to visit the mansion that belonged to the wise Sienna. That's an excellent choice, the guide praised with a smile. If you visit Pentagon, the 3 things that you absolutely need to see are the wise Sienna's mansion, the towers of magic, and the night view from the floating stations. I'll get a chance to see the night view later. Right now, I just want to take a walk in the mansion by myself. Did you say that you wanted to go in by yourself? That's right. As you wish, the guide bowed his head and turned to lead the way. So this is Eugene Lionheart. The guide considered the name written on the contract as he headed towards the warp gate. But why has he come to Aeroth? Is he trying to learn magic like the eldest son? Or could it be that he's come to pick up that dunce? The name Eward Lionheart was also quite famous in Pentagon, especially among those poor and young wizards who were forced to cover their living and tuition expenses by doing odd jobs such as guide work. Eward's name was an object of envy. If he was born to a martial family, he should just learn martial arts. Why act like such a know-it-all and come here to learn magic without having already learned shit all in the first place? Even though he didn't have much talent in magic, Eward was someone who had been able to enter a tower of magic by relying solely on his personal connections. Although he hadn't become a disciple of the Red Tower Master, this had still enabled Eward to learn magic from one of the Tower Master's subordinates. To these poor young wizards, he was known as a dunce, a fool, and a son of a bitch. Having gone through the warp gate, the guide pointed out of a window. The wise Sienna's mansion is there, below us. As the mansion was such a famous tourist destination in Pentagon, a floating station had been specially assigned to it. As they rode down in an aerial carriage, the guide continued to chatter. 300 years ago, after returning from the devildom of Helmuth, Lady Sienna was the youngest person in Aeroth's history to rise to the position of a tower master. In the square at the entrance to the Green Tower of Magic, which Sienna was once in charge of, you can find a statue that perfectly reproduces her image. Eugene continued to stare at the view outside the window without any reply. This mansion was the last place that Lady Sienna was ever seen. 200 years ago, Lady Sienna left a message in this mansion, saying that she was going into seclusion and then disappeared. I've heard that story as well. Eugene, who had been listening silently, turned his head and said, isn't it still a mystery where Lady Sienna went after leaving that message? Yes, that's right. Lady Sienna thoroughly erased all of her traces. Many of Aeroth's wizards, and even Lady Sienna's own disciples, attempted to follow her tracks, but no one has been able to find out where Lady Sienna went into seclusion. Weren't there any speculations or rumors of her whereabouts? Of course, there were a lot of unconfirmed stories. Some say that she went to the devildom to slay the remaining demon kings. Others say that she wandered into Samar Forest, the sanctuary of the elves. After racking his memories for a moment, the guide continued speaking. There were even rumors that she had caught an incurable disease from somewhere and went into seclusion to die peacefully. Eugene stayed silent. It's impossible to know how much truth these rumors hold. What is clear is that Lady Sienna hasn't been sighted even once in these past 200 years. The guide lowered his voice with a sad expression. The lamentable fact is that the day Lady Sienna disappeared also happened to be her birthday. Just what on earth could have happened to her that she decided to go into seclusion instead of celebrating her birthday? This might just be my opinion, but I believe that Lady Sienna may have gone to the devildom. Why do you believe that? Eugene asked. If it was 200 years ago, that would be the 100-year anniversary of Lady Sienna's return from the devildom of Helmuth. 100 years since she was forced to return, leaving behind the body of her comrade, the stupid Hamel. On the eve of her birthday, Lady Sienna may have recalled the fate of her long-dead comrade, and Eugene was speechless. I want to avenge Hamel. It may have been such a desire that made Lady Sienna leave. You should have heard about this as well, right, Sir Eugene? It seems that Hamel had a crush on Lady Sienna. Like a bratty young boy, he couldn't confess his feelings to Lady Sienna, so he instead teased her throughout their journey. Then shortly before he died, Hamel confessed his love for Lady Sienna. Stop your fucking bullshit, Eugene suddenly shouted, unable to restrain himself. Huh, the guide reeled back in astonishment at this sudden outburst. Eugene stammered as he tried to come up with an excuse. That was. Aha, after blinking in surprise for a few moments, the guide made a noise of enlightenment as he concluded with a wide smile. It looks like Sir Eugene is very against Hamel's romance with Lady Sienna. Well, yes, but I often argued with my friends about this when I was young. I've always claimed that Lady Sienna's romance with Hamel was canon, but my friends insisted that Lady Sienna and the Great Vermouth were truly in love. That's why you were so angry, right? Eugene couldn't find any words. Well, that would still be a pretty interesting story. The stupid Hamel, who was constantly frustrated by Vermouth, even lost his love to the hero, but in the end, he still threw himself in front of the blow meant for Vermouth and confessed his love as he was dying. I really like such tragic stories as well. Since Eugene had given him 1,000,000 sals, shouldn't it be all right for him to slap the guide across his mouth just once? Eugene seriously began to consider such an idea. In any case, that's just what I believe. Lady Sienna left Eroth and went to Helmuth alone to avenge Hamel, but in the end, she failed to get her revenge and her eyes closed for the last time in Helmuth. It seems that you really like tragedies, Eugene commented with some difficulty. In Eroth, there are a lot of novels that have been written about Lady Sienna. If you are interested, I could bring you a selection of them. That's fine. However, about Lady Sienna heading to Helmuth, that's just a wild guess, right? It's not entirely unfounded. It's quite the famous story, but Lady Sienna hated both black magic and the demon folk, and until she went missing, she continued to oppose the erection of the Black Tower of Magic. It had been 200 years since the Black Tower of Magic had been raised in Eroth. This meant it was built shortly after the wise Sienna's disappearance. Some have argued that the radical black wizards who were promoting the construction of the Black Tower of Magic may have assassinated Lady Sienna, but there is no way any black wizard could assassinate Lady Sienna. The tone with which Eugene spit out this objection was so cold that he almost couldn't believe it belonged to him. Even the Demon King of Fury was unable to break through Lady Sienna's magical barrier. So how could mere black wizards break through a spell that even stopped a Demon King? The guide exclaimed in amazement. Wow, you really know your stuff. Yep, that's what I think as well. Even the wizards who made up the Black Tower of Magic 200 years ago stubbornly denied this assassination theory. Eugene turned his head to look at the Black Tower of Magic in the distance. The lofty tower was shorter than the other towers of magic, but its extravagant splendor was so obvious that it could even be seen from such a distance. To this day, Helmuth was still keeping an eye on Eroth through the Black Tower. That was why they had given such great effort to have their pawns, the Black Wizards, become part of Eroth. So from the perspective of the Demon Kings, Sienna, who continued to oppose the construction of the Black Tower of Magic, must have been a thorn in their eyes, so much so that they even wished to kill her. Sienna, as the aerial carriage landed on the ground, Eugene hopped off the carriage and immediately looked towards Sienna's mansion. Are you really dead? But the place was so packed that he couldn't really appreciate the view. Too many tourists were crowding around the mansion for him to get a good look. The crowds were a natural sight. The wise Sienna's mansion was a holy place that all young saplings of magic wanted to visit, and even for those not learning magic, it was a standard tourist destination that needed to be seen at least once when visiting Eroth. Please let me pass this exam so that I can enter a tower of magic. This will be my 11th time failing. Please at least let me get to the interview stage. The recruitment exams for the Towers of Magic, which were held twice a year, were reputed to be a truly brutal competition. Across all 5 towers, there were thousands of wizards taking the exam, but only a few dozen wizards at most would pass the exam and be accepted. There were still 2 months until the next terrifying public examination, but the road in front of Sienna's mansion was already packed full of students praying for success. You don't need to pay them any attention, the guide said upon noticing Eugene looking in their direction with shocked eyes. He walked over with a grin on his face. They won't be able to get into the mansion anyway since they don't have the money for it. Is that so? Eugene asked. The mansion's gate fee alone costs hundreds of thousands of sals, and that's just the cost to see the garden. If you want to look inside the mansion, you need to pay several times that amount. Why is the price so high? Because there are still people who are willing to go inside even if they have to pay such a price. There's a superstition that if you pray for help in passing your exam at the portrait of Sienna that's hanging in the mansion's main hall, you will definitely pass the recruitment exam for the Tower of Magic that you plan on entering. Is that even possible? Of course, it isn't. A few years ago, after working hard to save enough money, I prayed at the portrait, but I still failed. The guide's shoulders slumped as he admitted this. In any case, the fact that it's so expensive just shows how valuable the opportunity to enter is, right? Since Lady Sienna never married and didn't leave behind any children, all tourism fees from this mansion go to the royal palace. Together with the guide, Eugene headed to the mansion's front gate. Although there were already people lining up here, the Lionheart name proved effective in getting them to step aside. So this is why he told me to keep my formal clothes on. Before boarding the aerial carriage, Eugene had started to feel bothered by all the gazes coming his way, so he had tried to change out of his formal clothes. However, the guide had insisted that he needed to continue wearing them, or at least keep them on until he was done visiting Sienna's mansion. Sir Eugene Lionheart, your identity has been confirmed. Eugene's identity card was linked to his blood, so it was impossible to forge it. Especially since Eugene's identity card had a rare and eye-catching appearance, as the Lionheart sigil had been engraved on the back of the card after he was adopted into the direct line. Back in the old days, we went around carrying badges instead, and although they had all kept those badges on them, they actually weren't very suitable for identification purposes, as the badges were easy to forge. Back in that era of constant bloodshed, it was strength, not a badge, that was used to prove their identities. Even the currency has been converted into some strange pieces of paper. Although the currency had still been called sals, they used to carry around coins made of copper, silver, and gold. But the paper money that they use nowadays, where exactly did its value come from? The world really has changed quite a lot. While Eugene was living at the main estate, he hadn't really felt the difference. But since venturing out into the world, it all felt a little unreal to him upon noticing that so many things had changed from his past. The captain of the guards asked, "How would you gentlemen like to pay for the entrance fee?" With casual ease, the guide replied, "We want a full course tour of the mansion. Sir Eugene, would you like to pay with cash or card?" Caught off guard, Eugene stammered, "W with card." Fumbling, Eugene took his card out of his wallet. This thing called a wallet was pretty awkward as well. Why did you need to pull your money out of these thin leather pockets? Didn't anyone use money bags nowadays? And what's with this card? He'd been told that he could use it without any hesitation whenever he needed to pay for something. It was a black card with the Lionheart sigil engraved on it. A blah black card. The guide took the proffered card with a gulp. The national banks only issued such black cards to the highest level of accounts. Even though this might tempt thieves to try and steal it, stolen cards could not be used so easily. The public banks had linked cards like these to their owner's blood, just like the ID cards. Whoa, after a slight pause, the captain of the guards took the card with a respectful bow of his head. Once they were done with the payment process, Eugene and the guide were escorted away, not to the crowded main gate, but to another more secluded gate instead. "Please enjoy the tour," the captain of the guards saw them off with a bow. While still ruminating on the acute difference between the current day's common sense and the common sense he had inherited from his past life, Eugene put away his wallet. "I'll just have to try and get used to it." Even when Eugene was back in Giddal, he had hardly ever left the mansion. After all, once he left his mansion, all there was to see were endless fields of wheat. And after he was adopted into the main family, Nina was there to bring him whatever he needed, so he devoted all his time to training his mana and martial arts. "How long would you like to stay here?" the guide asked politely. "Maybe 1 or 2 hours, Eugene answered, sounding unsure. "If that's the case, then I'll wait out here until you're done," the guide replied with a smile. Eugene absent-mindedly nodded and turned away from him. At first, he had wondered why someone would even need a guide, but now he found it convenient to have someone handle the troublesome work for him. Now then, Eugene took a deep breath before putting his best foot forward. Let's take a look at how that chick lived. Sienna's mansion was huge. It was a home that she had lived in for over 100 years. During that time, Vermouth had married more than 10 wives, and even that foolish Malan had gotten married and had several children. However, Sienna never married. She didn't even live together with her 3 personal disciples. Except for her servants, Sienna had lived in this spacious mansion all by herself. If she lived here for 100 years, it wouldn't have been strange for her to have married and even gotten to her grandchildren. Because of her faith, it was normal for Annis to not get married. But what about Sienna? If she was going to live that long, wouldn't it have been better for her to get married and have children like Vermouth and Malan, just so she wouldn't get lonely? Hey, what are you going to do after all this? This memory, when did it come from again? It was probably sometime after they had killed the 5th-ranked Demon King of Carnage. In the ruins of the Demon King's castle, while everyone was still exhausted from the battle, they had set up an order for the watch. On a night when everyone else had fallen asleep out of exhaustion, Hamel had been bandaging the wounds on his body when Sienna, who was next up for the watch, suddenly opened her eyes and had asked him that question. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? I'm just curious. Since we're going through all this shit in a hellish place like this when we're meant to be enjoying the bloom of our youths, shouldn't we at least get to enjoy some happiness once all this is over? I've got no idea. Never given it any thought. Malan, that idiot, says he wants to become a king. Doesn't that sound hilarious? Crazy bastard. What a load of bullshit. Why on earth does he want to become a king? Hey, leave him alone. It's what he wants to do. Everyone has the right to dream. Have you been drinking? Everyone has the right to dream. See this? I'm getting goosebumps from the cringe. Scumbag. Even though I was trying to be sincere. Then what do you plan on doing once this is over? Do you want to become a queen like Malan? Are you crazy? Why would I choose to do something so boring? But you're implying that something like that isn't impossible for you. Of course, it's not impossible. If we return after slaying all the demon kings, won't they still try to pawn kingships onto us, even if we tell them not to? Malan has probably thought of that as well, and that's why he says that he wants to become a king. So then, if you don't want to become a queen, what do you want to do? For me, I'd like to. Eugene looked up at the portrait. There was Sienna, just as Hamel remembered her. Light purple hair that would enchant the eye, even from a stray glimpse caught in the middle of a crowd, and green eyes just as beautiful as her hair. Live a normal life just like everybody else. I want to get married, have children, live comfortably, and eventually become a grandmother. In his mind, he saw the wind blow through Sienna's hair. Unconsciously, Eugene stretched his hand out towards Sienna's portrait. Suddenly, a voice reminded him, "You're not allowed to touch the portrait." Eugene couldn't help but curse, "This motherfucker," just when I was feeling a bit emotional. One of the guards deployed throughout the mansion gave him a warning glance. Although all of the objects in the mansion had been enchanted with preservation magic, that still didn't mean that they could be touched freely. "I understand your feelings," the guard said sympathetically. "Lady Sienna is truly beautiful. Of course, there's no way that that portrait can fully capture Lady Sienna's beauty." Still slightly annoyed, Eugene asked, "You've never seen her in person, so how could you be so sure of that?" "Because portraits always pale compared to the real thing," the guard stated confidently. Eugene wasn't too sure about that. He raised his head to stare up at the portrait. At first, he had thought that the portrait's appearance perfectly matched his memories, but now that he took another look, it felt like the portrait seemed more beautiful than the real thing. Really now, the more he continued to look at the portrait like this, the more uncertain Eugene felt. If she had returned without killing the last two demon kings, she should have just gotten married, had children, and grown old peacefully surrounded by her grandchildren. So why did Sienna live all by herself for over 100 years? "I didn't come here to stare at a portrait," Eugene reminded himself. And he hadn't come here to get all emotional either. No, Eugene was here to see if Sienna had left any clues behind. According to his calculations, Eugene believed that it was definitely Sienna who had placed his necklace in the treasure vault. Lovelian did say that the memory he read was from 100 years ago, he recalled. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Sienna was still alive 100 years ago? No, we can't say that for sure. It could have been an entirely fabricated memory, or perhaps the one who left it there was actually Vermouth. His thoughts were spiraling in circles. Eugene took a deep breath and stroked his necklace. If it wasn't for the fact that this had caught his eye, he wouldn't have been left with such complicated thoughts. It can't just be some kind of surprise gift for me, so what on earth were they trying to do with this? Why did they put the necklace there? While forcing down his inner turmoil, Eugene left the portrait and moved on. Although there were many things to see in this spacious mansion, the most remarkable sight of all was the basement that had been entirely transformed into Sienna's personal study. Eugene glanced at the bookshelves that were packed with magical texts. Copies of the original texts had been made 200 years ago and stored here. Although powerful preservation magic had been cast over these books, they were still not allowed to be touched. There should be something that she left behind. There was no way that his reincarnation was a coincidence. His vague suspicions had been confirmed upon finding this necklace from his past life. The necklace hadn't been registered by the treasure vault's magic, and a fake memory had even been laid over it. What are the odds that the necklace just happened to be in the treasury, and I just happened to stumble across it once I entered? It all sounded impossible. While it was already extremely unlikely for him to have been reincarnated with his memories intact, for him to coincidentally be reunited with a keepsake from his past life, something is going on. Someone had a hand in my reincarnation. Was it you, Vermouth, or could it be you, Sienna? It might even be Anis, but there's no way it could be that idiot Malan. If someone had planned for him to be reincarnated like this, they would definitely have made other arrangements as well. His soul hadn't changed at all, despite his reincarnation. Tempest had recognized that Eugene used to be Hamel with only a glance. What if the magic that made use of this fact was cast on the necklace as it lay in the treasure vault? Then wouldn't it make sense for the necklace to go undiscovered by anyone for hundreds of years, only to reappear in response to Hamel's soul? If the one who had planned for this was Sienna, then she should have left some other clues behind. But where? Of course, this conclusion was full of holes. The most obvious being, why use such a convoluted method? Wouldn't it be better if they had just immediately explained the situation to him as soon as he had got hold of the necklace? But if they were using such a cumbersome method, there must have been a good reason for it. However, what on earth could that reason be? I can't fucking figure it out, Eugene cursed after wandering through Sienna's study for quite a while. He had traversed through the entire maze of bookshelves, scanning through the titles in the tightly packed bookshelves. However, he hadn't managed to find anything, so he left the study and headed upstairs. He took a look in Sienna's bedroom and the many other rooms as well, but nothing stood out in his sight. I really have no fucking clue. As he scratched at his hair in frustration, Eugene stared up at the portrait, so I guess I'll just have to do things my way. If there was something that you wanted me to do, you should have at least found a way to tell me properly. If you don't tell me anything, then how the hell am I supposed to know what you want me to do? It was frustrating trying to cooperate with some unknown scheme. If there really was some plan in motion, then as long as she hadn't died yet, they would definitely meet up again someday. Eugene took a quick look around to see if the guards were looking in his direction. Once he confirmed that they weren't, Eugene raised his middle fingers to Sienna's portrait. If that pisses you off, you can come right at me. In the first place, he was the one who had been reincarnated, not Sienna. As long as you're alive, that is. Eugene let out a long sigh and turned around. The sun was currently setting and the sky was getting dark. He had been so focused on his search that he hadn't realized how much time had passed. Did I keep you waiting for too long? Eugene asked guiltily. It's fine, the guide replied. Even though Eugene said he'd be out in an hour or two, the guide, who had been left waiting outside for twice that time, forced a smile. It looks like you really enjoyed the tour, the guide commented. Well, it's just that I ended up spending a long time thinking about various things. And it didn't help that the inside of the mansion was really spacious. Eugene tried to excuse himself. The guide changed the subject. You saw Lady Sienna's portrait, right? Yes, it was a really beautiful painting. That beautiful appearance, along with her unprecedented magical abilities that would even shame a demon king. Lady Sienna could truly be called a goddess of magic. Eugene felt awkward. Well, calling her a goddess is a bit. And he didn't think that her abilities had really been strong enough to put a demon king's to shame. Where would you like to go now? The guide asked. This is a popular tourist attraction, so there are plenty of great restaurants nearby. Eugene casually pulled out his wallet. The guide's eyes started sparkling when he saw this. Here's a tip, Eugene said, handing over some money. I'm fine with not going to a restaurant, so let's head straight to the Red Tower of Magic. Once we arrive there, your work is over for today. Ah, at these words from Eugene, the guide's expression stiffened slightly. Swallowing his jealousy, the guide continued to act professionally. Unlike that foolish eldest son, at least this adopted son had given him more money than he would have been able to earn after months of working as a guide. And at least he's shown that he has true skills, the guide argued to himself. Unlike the eldest son, whose only virtue was being born to the direct line, Eugene had been recognized for his abilities and been adopted into the main family despite being born to a collateral line. The guide took the lead as he used these thoughts to soothe his depressed feelings. Is it okay if I ask you something? Eugene suddenly asked. Of course, as long as it's something that I can answer, the guide proclaimed. It's about Eward Lionheart. As they were riding an aerial carriage on its way to the Red Tower of Magic, Eugene casually brought up his name. He's my elder brother, but have you heard of him? Among the younger generation of wizards in Pentagon, there are only a few who don't know that name, the guide replied while giving Eugene a nervous look. Noticing his expression, Eugene smiled warmly and said, There's no need to be nervous. I just brought it up since we're heading to the Red Tower, and we're indebted to them for taking care of him. Ah yes, hasn't my older brother been staying with them ever since he arrived 4 years ago? I'm not sure if you know of our family situation, but I wasn't originally a part of the main family and was instead adopted into it. Just as I was being adopted into the household, Eward left the main estate and headed to Aroth. Yes, I'm aware of it. It's quite the famous story. Was it really that famous? Eugene had been living in the main estate for the past few years, so he was in the dark about the rumors spreading outside. The guide dithered uncertainly. All I'm asking you to do is to tell me any rumors concerning my older brother, Eugene pressed, his eyes narrowing. The guide's Adam's apple bobbed as he felt the subtle pressure coming from Eugene. The rumors that I've been able to piece together about my brother aren't very substantial, Eugene admitted. But I can roughly tell that there aren't many good things being said about him. So don't you think I need to learn a bit more about my brother, just so that I don't make a mistake when we meet? Yes, well, the guide still proved hesitant. Of course, I won't feel offended by your words, nor will I punish you for any slander. I won't reveal the source of my information to the main family, especially not to my brother. I can swear all this on my family name. Since Eugene had gone so far as to swear a vow, the guide had no choice but to nod in agreement. Eugene's gaze was far too piercing for him to try and insist that he didn't know anything. He had heard that Eugene was currently only 17, but how could his gaze be so overbearing? If Eugene were to give them this look, even mercenaries who had wandered the battlefields for decades might run away with their tails between their legs. Guide finally started spilling everything. Well, I also don't know much about him, but please speak freely, Eugene prompted. About Sir Eward, I've heard that he leaves the Tower of Magic every night to indulge himself in certain forms of entertainment. Entertainment? How old was Eward again? He was 2 years older than me, right? At 19, Eward was at an age where his youthful vitality could keep him up at night. By entertainment, do you mean he indulges in alcohol and women? If it's those sorts of things, isn't that rather normal for someone his age? Eugene asked skeptically. The guide hesitated. No, it's not that kind of entertainment. This really is just a rumor, but if rumors are spreading, there must be a good reason for it. Stop dawdling and spit it out already. What's this all about? So what I said, it's a succubus, the guide finally revealed, blushing in embarrassment. That crazy bastard, Eugene growled, his eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Favorite. Succubi were a species of night demons, one that were so famous almost no one was unfamiliar with them. Of course, Eugene was also well acquainted with succubi. In his past life, when he and his companions were journeying through Helmuth, those damn night demons would invade their dreams whenever they were tired and exhausted to pull all sorts of shit. This isn't even fucking Helmuth, so why are there succubi here? Eugene demanded. PL, please calm down. Seeing Eugene burst out in a rage, the guide was greatly flustered and raised his hands to form a fragile barrier. This might not be Helmuth, but there's still the Black Tower of Magic, remember. Apart from the human black wizards, there are quite a lot of demon folk living in the tower as well. So that means that bastard, I mean my big brother, has been playing around with a succubus from the Black Tower of Magic. Even though it had come from his own lips, Eugene still couldn't believe what he was saying. That guy was a descendant of Vermouth, the eldest son of the main family, but he was playing around with demon folk and a succubus at that. That's, strictly speaking, rather than playing around with them, he's just being entertained by them. How is that any different? Although this might be true of any city, even Aroth has a certain street where illegal gatherings and those sorts of shops operate in the open. To put it bluntly, it's a place purposely left unsupervised as a form of necessary evil. So what about it? While that street is most famous for its black market, there are also a few shady shops that have hired succubi as their hostesses. I've heard that Sir Eward visits those types of shops regularly. That crazy bastard. Eugene's tone grew even harsher. Since the guide had mentioned the Black Tower of Magic, Eugene had suspected that Eward might have some kind of relationship with a black wizard to whom the succubus was contracted. But after hearing the full story from the guide, it only made Eugene despise Eward even more. To think that a descendant of Vermouth had gotten entangled in the skirt strings of a succubus and was freely offering himself as sustenance. That alone would have been shameful enough, but she wasn't just a succubus but was actually a hostess, too. Even calling her a hostess was actually putting it in exceedingly polite terms, as it was clear that the succubi who worked in those sorts of shops were the lowest of the low among the succubi. In human terms, they were no different from street corner whores. That crazy, stupid bastard. What the fuck does that still wet behind the ears brat think he's doing? At these scathing words, the guide couldn't help but feel extremely flustered once more, because the way Eugene was speaking sounded just like an adult scolding a foolish child. Eugene rounded on the guide. Has this been confirmed? The guide cringed. No, well, not really. It's just to the extent that there are rumors about it. Do you know where that street is? It's called Bolero Street. Those shops don't open every day, so the street only shows its true, corrupted appearance once a month on the night of the full moon. Got it, Eugene growled out a reply between gritted teeth. He had no desire to get all friendly with Eward upon coming to Aroth. He had planned to keep a reasonable distance and basically ignore his step-sibling while focusing on his own affairs. However, now that he had heard this news, he felt a fiery rage ignite inside of him. Eugene's anger wasn't because of his attachment to their shared family name of Lionheart. Instead, he just couldn't accept that a descendant of Vermouth was offering his life force to a petty demon. How dare he give in to scumbags like those? Eugene obviously hated the Demon Kings, but he also despised the Demon Folk. And if he had to rank who among the Demon Folk he hated the most, the succubi would be at the top of his list. There was a simple reason for this. When they were attacked for the first time by succubi in the Devildom, he had experienced a god-awful embarrassment. Whether it's a succubus or an incubus, any sort of night demon, they all need to be wiped out. He didn't even want to recall the embarrassing memories from back then. In any case, Eugene had torn apart countless succubi and incubi in his previous life as revenge for the shame he had been put through. Hesitantly, the guide spoke up. Sir Eugene, would you please keep the fact that I shared this story with you a secret? Don't worry about it. Didn't you hear me swear on my name? I'm not going to say anything to anyone, especially not to that fucking big brother of mine. They were drawing close to the Red Tower of Magic. Having been distracted by the guide's worried voice, Eugene gave a vague nod of reassurance before going back to grinding his teeth. If I could have my way, I'd just grab him by the collar and slap the truth out of him. But for now, he had only heard rumors, and they were pretty unreliable rumors at that. If he slapped the shit out of you just because of some idle tales, Eugene would be the one in the wrong. So he needed to hold back his urge for violence until he had found some clear evidence. You said that it opens on the night of the full moon and that it's called Bolero Street, right? Yes, okay, I've got it. The aerial carriage landed in front of the Red Tower. Eugene was the first to fling open the carriage door. Turning back, he said, there's no need to get off with me since we'll be parting ways here anyway. Take care and let's grab something to drink if we happen to meet in the streets sometime. Surprised, the guide asked, would you like to take my business card? My name is. Now there's no need for that. I have a good memory. I'll definitely recognize you if we meet again, so we can each go our own ways from here, and I'll make sure to say hi the next time I see you. Waving goodbye, Eugene got off the carriage. The guide's intentions had been obvious. He had wanted to somehow establish a relationship with Eugene, because by doing so, he would hopefully get the chance to have his name heard by Lovelian, the master of the Red Tower. But that wasn't any of Eugene's business. Might you be Sir Eugene Lionheart? A woman standing in front of the entrance to the tall, scarlet tower approached Eugene. Wearing a large, pointed, wide-brimmed hat on top of her magenta robes, she made for quite an impressive sight. Even 300 years ago, no one went around dressed so stereotypically like a wizard, but trends came and went. Was something like that supposed to be an example of retro fashion? After glancing up at the pointed headwear, Eugene nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's me. My name is Hera, and I am a wizard of the Red Tower of Magic. Hera took off her hat and bowed her head as she introduced herself. The tower master is waiting upstairs. He planned to be here to greet you personally, but a small problem cropped up that's keeping him occupied. What kind of problem? Eugene asked. At this question, Hera revealed a helpless expression. Unable to answer right away, she hesitated momentarily before glancing back at the tower. Ching. A pulse of mana swept from the tower and sent shivers through the atmospheric mana. The sharp, ringing sound set Hera's shoulders trembling. Eugene also furrowed his brows slightly as he looked up at the tower. And there seems to have been some sort of accident, Eugene observed. This is actually rather common, Hera admitted defeatedly. With a low cough, Hera put her hat back on. At the Red Tower of Magic Well, we have many wizards who study summoning magic. And among the various different types of magic, summoning magic it has the highest risk of failure. If you're going to tell him that, you should give him a proper explanation. A voice suddenly interrupted. It's not just that the risk of failure is high, it's that they're trying to fail on purpose. They're trying to summon something completely different by overloading the summoning circle with mana. The owner of this annoyed-sounding voice was Lovelian. He opened one of the windows in the tall tower and flew outside. Whoosh, as soon as the window opened, black smoke started pouring out. However, this is just going too far. It looks like we really have a couple amazing geniuses on our hands. How on earth did you all manage to summon a shadow beast from a circle meant to summon a lava shark? Hanging in the midair, Lovelian waved his hand. The shadow beast, which had already merged with the darkness of the night sky, was caught by the mana that Lovelian emitted. Your spirit of creative experimentation is alarmingly amazing. What were you planning to do by summoning a demonic beast that you couldn't even handle? What do you think would have happened had the shadow beast escaped because of your mistake? Thankfully, we'll never know for sure, but over 100 people could have died before it was caught. We were sorry. The young wizards who followed Lovelian out of the tower kept bowing their heads in apology. However, Lovelian's rage couldn't be appeased so easily. They must be insane, agreed Eugene in disbelief. The shadow beast was a demonic beast that stalked the knights in Helmuth. Like most demonic beasts, the shadow beasts weren't fully sentient. Instead, they were equipped solely with an instinct for destruction. If that shadow beast had managed to escape into the night sky, it would have immediately started hunting down the capital's inhabitants. The wizards tried to make excuses. We never meant to summon a demonic beast. We just. From now on, you guys can be the tower masters of the Red Tower, Lovelian suddenly declared. The wizards gaped in shock. Even I wouldn't be able to summon a shadow beast from a lava shark's summoning circle. That would absolutely never happen. So doesn't this mean you managed to perform a feat of summoning that even I couldn't? Since that must mean you're better wizards than me, you should be the tower masters of the Red Tower instead. Tower Master, do you really think I have stones for eyes? Your summoning circle was flawed from the very start. Even if you make a mistake, you should at least try to get the basics right. This demonic beast could only be summoned if the very foundation of the summoning circle was screwed up. Lovelian suddenly roared even louder, pack your bags and leave immediately. The wizards continued to bow their heads in apology as tears dripped from their eyes. However, Lovelian didn't change his mind. Tearing his gaze away from the poor wizards, Lovelian turned to face Eugene. One a category of demons who have power over dreams. Apart from the succubi, this includes incubi, nightmares, and night hags, too. Though this may sound discriminatory towards certain professions, we do not endorse such discriminatory behavior.